Chapter 31. Monsieur de Lorraine's Jealousy. The Duc d'Orléans uttered a cry of delight on perceiving the Chevalier de Lorraine. "This is fortunate indeed," he said. "By what happy chance do I see you? Had you indeed disappeared, as everyone assured me?" "Yes, Monseigneur." "A caprice?" "I to venture upon caprices with your Highness. Put respect out of the way, for you fail in it every day. I absolve you. But why do you leave me?" "Because I felt that I was of no further use to you." "Explain yourself." "Your Highness has people about you who are far more amusing than I can ever be. I felt I was not strong enough to enter into contest with them, and I therefore withdrew." "This extreme diffidence shows a want of common sense. Who are those with whom you cannot contend? De Guiche?" "I name no one." "This is absurd. Does De Guiche annoy you?" "I do not say he does. Do not force me to speak, however. You know very well that De Guiche is one of our best friends." "Who is it, then?" "Excuse me, Monseigneur. Let us say no more about it." The Chevalier knew perfectly well that curiosity is excited in the same way as thirst, by removing that which quenches it, or in other words, by denying an explanation. "No, no," said the prince. "I wish to know why you went away." "In that case, Monseigneur, I will tell you, but do not get angry. I remarked that my presence was disagreeable." "To whom?" "To Madame." "What do you mean?" said the Duke in astonishment. "It is simple enough. Madame is very probably jealous of the regard you are good enough to testify for me." "Has she shown it to you?" "Madame never addresses a syllable to me, particularly since a certain time." "Since what time?" "Since the time when Monsieur de Guiche, having made himself more agreeable to her than I could, she receives him at every and any hour." The Duke colored. "At any hour, Chevalier? What do you mean by that?" "You see, your Highness, I have already displeased you. I was quite sure I should." "I am not displeased, but what you say is rather startling. In what respect does Madame prefer de Guiche to you?" "I shall say no more," said the Chevalier, saluting the prince ceremoniously. "On the contrary, I require you to speak. If you withdraw on that account, you must indeed be very jealous." "One cannot help being jealous, Monseigneur, when one loves. Is not your Royal Highness jealous of Madame? Would you not, if you saw someone always near Madame, and always treated with great favor, take umbrage at it? One's friends are as one's lovers. Your Highness has sometimes conferred the distinguished honor upon me of calling me your friend." "Yes, yes, but you used a phrase which has a very equivocal significance. You are unfortunate in your phrases." "What phrase, Monseigneur?" "You said, treated with great favor. What do you mean by favor?" "Nothing can be more simple," said the Chevalier with an expression of great frankness. "For instance, whenever a husband remarks that his wife summons such and such a man near her, whenever this man is always to be found by her side, or in attendance at the door of her carriage, whenever the bouquet of one is always the same color as the ribbons of the other, when music and supper parties are held in private apartments, whenever a dead silence takes place immediately when the husband makes his appearance in his wife's rooms, and when the husband suddenly finds that he has, as a companion, the most devoted and kindest of men, who a week before was with him as little as possible, why then, well, finish." "Why then, I say, Monseigneur, one possibly may get jealous, but all these details hardly apply, for our conversation had nothing to do with them." The Duke was evidently very much agitated, and seemed to struggle with himself a good deal. "You have not told me," he said, remarking, "why you absented yourself. A little while ago, you said it was from fear of intruding. You added, even, that you had observed a disposition on Madame's part to encourage de Guiche." "Pardon me, Monseigneur, I did not say that." "You did, indeed." "Well, if I did say so, I observed nothing that was very inoffensive." "At all events, you remarked something." "You embarrass me, Monseigneur." "What does that matter? Answer me. If you speak the truth, why should you feel embarrassed?" "I always speak the truth, Monseigneur, but I also always hesitate when it is a question of repeating what others say." "Ah, repeat? It appears that it is talked about, then." "I acknowledge that others have spoken to me on the subject." "Who?" said the prince. The Chevalier assumed almost an angry air as he replied, "Monseigneur, you are subjecting me to cross-examination. You treat me as a criminal at the bar. The rumors which idly pass by a gentleman's ear do not remain there. Your Highness wishes me to magnify rumors until it attains the importance of an event." "However," said the Duke in great displeasure, "the fact remains that you withdrew on account of this report." "To speak the truth, others have talked to me of the attentions of Monsieur de Guiche to Madame, nothing more. Perfectly harmless, I repeat, and more than that, allowable. But do not be unjust, Monseigneur, and do not attach any undue importance to it. It does not concern you. Monsieur de Guiche's attentions to Madame do not concern me." "No, Monseigneur, and what I say to you, I would say to de Guiche himself. So little do I think of the attentions he pays Madame. Nay, I would say it even to Madame herself. Only you understand what I am afraid of. I am afraid of being thought jealous of the favor shown, when I am only jealous as far as friendship is concerned. I know your disposition. I know that when you bestow your affections, you become exclusively attached. You love Madame, and who indeed would not love her? Follow me attentively as I proceed. Madame has noticed among your friends the handsomest and most fascinating of them all. She will begin to influence you on his behalf in such a way that you will neglect the others. Your indifference would kill me. It is already bad enough to have to support Madame's indifference. I have, therefore, made up my mind to give way to the favorite, whose happiness I envy, even while I acknowledge my sincere friendship and sincere admiration for him. Well, Monseigneur, do you see anything to object in this reasoning? Is that not of a man of honor? Is my conduct that of a sincere friend? Answer me, at least, after having so closely questioned me. The Duke had seated himself with his head buried in his hands. After a silence long enough to enable the Chevalier to judge the effect of his oratorical display, the Duke arose, saying, "Come, be candid." "As I always am." "Very well. You know that we already observed something respecting that mad fellow, Buckingham. Do not say anything against Madame, Monseigneur, or I shall take my leave. It is impossible you can be suspicious, Madame." "No, no, Chevalier, I do not suspect Madame, but in fact I observe, I compare. Buckingham was a madman, Monseigneur. A madman about whom, however, you opened my eyes thoroughly." "No, no," said the Chevalier quickly. "It was not I who opened your eyes, it was de Guiche. Do not confound us, I beg." And he began to laugh in so harsh a manner that it sounded like the hiss of a serpent. Yes, I remember. You said a few words, but de Guiche showed the most jealousy." "I should think so," continued the Chevalier in the same tone. "He was fighting for home and altar." "What did you say?" said the Duke haughtily, thoroughly roused by this insidious jest. "Am I not right? For does not Monsieur de Guiche hold the chief post of honor in your household?" "Well," replied the Duke, somewhat calmed, "had this passion of Buckingham been remarked?" "Certainly." "Very well. Do people say that Monsieur de Guiche is remarked as much?" "Pardon me, Monseigneur, you are again mistaken. No one says that Monsieur de Guiche entertains anything of the sort." "Very good. You see, Monseigneur, that it would have been better, 100 times better, to have left me in my retirement than to have allowed you to conjure up, by aid of any scruples I may have had, suspicions which Madame will regard as crimes, and she would be in the right too. What would you do? Act reasonably. In what way? I should not pay the slightest attention to the society of these new Epicurean philosophers, and in that way the rumors will cease. Well, I will see. I will think it over. Oh, you have time enough. The danger is not great. And then besides, it is not a question of danger or of passion. It all arose from a fear that I had to see your friendship for me decrease. From the very moment you restore it, with so kind an assurance of its existence, I have no longer any other idea in my head." The Duke shook his head as if he meant to say, "You have no more ideas. I have, though." It being now the dinner hour, the Prince sent to inform Madame of it, but she returned a message to the effect that she could not be present, but would dine in her own apartment. "That is not my fault," said the Duke. "This morning, having taken them by surprise in the midst of a musical party, I got jealous, and so they are in the sulks with me." "We will dine alone," said the Chevalier, with a sigh. "I regret de Guiche is not here." "Oh, de Guiche will not remain long in the sulks. He is a very good-natured fellow." "Monseigneur," said the Chevalier suddenly, "an excellent idea has struck me in our conversation just now. I may have exasperated your Highness and caused you some dissatisfaction. It is but fitting that I should be the mediator. I will go and look for the Count and bring him back with me." "Ah, Chevalier, you are really a very good-natured fellow." "You say that as if you were surprised. Well, you are not so tender-hearted every day." "That may be, but confess that I know how to repair a wrong I may have done." "I confess that." "Will your Highness do me the favor to wait for a few minutes?" "Willingly. Be off, and I will try on my Fontainebleau costume." The Chevalier left the room, called his different attendant with the greatest care, as if he were giving them different orders. All went off in various directions, but he retained his valet de chambre. "Ascertain, and immediately too, if Monsieur de Guiche is not in Madame's apartments. How can one learn it?" "Very easily, Monsieur. I will ask Malicorne, who will find out from Mademoiselle de Montalais. I may as well tell you, however, that the inquiry will be useless, for all Monsieur de Guiche's attendants are gone, and he must have left with them." "Ascertain, nevertheless." 10 minutes had hardly passed when the valet returned. He beckoned his master mysteriously towards the servants' staircase, and showed him into a small room with a window looking out upon the garden. "What is the matter?" said the Chevalier. "Why so many precautions?" "Look, Monsieur," said the valet. "Look yonder, under the walnut tree." "Ah," said the Chevalier, "I see Manicamp there. What is he waiting for?" "You will see in a moment, Monsieur, if you wait patiently. There, do you see now?" I see 1, 2, 4 musicians with their instruments, and behind them, urging them on, De Guiche himself. What is he doing there, though? He is waiting until the little door of the staircase belonging to the ladies of honor is opened. By that staircase, he will ascend to Madame's apartments, where some new pieces of music are going to be performed during dinner. This is admirable news, you tell me. Is it not, monsieur? Was it Monsieur de Malicorne who told you this? Yes, monsieur. He likes you, then? No, monsieur, it is monsieur he likes. Why? Because he wishes to belong to his household. And most certainly he shall. How much did he give you for that? The secret which I now dispose of you, monsieur, and which I buy for 100 pistoles. Take them. Thank you, monsieur. Look, look, the little door opens. A woman admits the musicians. It is Montalais. Hush, Monsignor, do not call out her name. Whoever says Montalais says Malicorne. If you quarrel with the one, you will be on bad terms with the other. Very well, I have seen nothing. And I, said the valet, pocketing the purse, have received nothing. The chevalier, being now certain that Guiche had entered, returned to the prince, when he found splendidly dressed, and radiant with joy as with good looks. I am told, he exclaimed, that the king has taken the sun as his device. Really, monseigneur, it is you whom this device would best suit. Where is De Guiche? He cannot be found. He has fled, has evaporated entirely. Your scolding of this morning terrified him. He cannot be found in his apartments. Bah! The harebrained fellow is capable of setting off post-haste to his own estates. Poor man, we will recall him. Come, let us dine now. Monseigneur, today is a very festival of ideas. I have another. What is it? Madame is angry with you, and she has reason to be so. You owe her revenge. Go and dine with her. Oh, that would be acting like a weak and whimsical husband. It is the duty of a good husband to do so. The princess is no doubt wearied enough. She will be weeping in her plate, and her eyes will get quite red. A husband who is the cause of his wife's eyes getting red is an odious creature. Come, monseigneur, come. I cannot, for I have directed dinner to be served here. Yet see, monseigneur, how dull we shall be. I shall be low-spirited because I know that madame will be alone. You, hard and savage as you wish to appear, will be sighing all the while. Take me with you to madame's dinner, and that will all be a delightful surprise. I am sure we would be very merry. You were in the wrong this morning. Well, perhaps I was. There is no perhaps at all, for it is a fact you were so. Chevalier, chevalier, your advice is not good. Nay, my advice is good. All of the advantages are on your own side. Your violet-colored suit embroidered with gold becomes you admirably. Madame will be as much vanquished by the man as by the action. Come, monseigneur. You decide me. Let us go. The duke left his room, accompanied by the chevalier, and went towards madame's apartments. The chevalier hastily whispered to the valet, "Be sure there are some people before that little door, so that no one can escape in that direction. Run, run!" And he followed the duke towards the antechambers of madame's suite of apartments. And when the ushers were about to announce them, the chevalier said, laughing, "His Highness wishes to surprise madame." Chapter 32. Monsieur is jealous of Guiche. Monsieur entered the room abruptly, as persons do who mean well and think they confer pleasure, or as those who hope to surprise some secret, the terrible reward of jealous people. Madame, almost out of her senses with joy at the first bars of music, was dancing in the most unrestrained manner, leaving the dinner, which had already begun, unfinished. Her partner was Monsieur de Guiche, who with his arms raised and his eyes half closed, was kneeling on one knee like the Spanish dancers, with looks full of passion, and gestures of the most caressing character. The princess was dancing round him with a responsive smile, and the same air of alluring seductiveness. Montalais stood by admiringly. Lavalier, seated in the corner of her room, looked on thoughtfully. It is impossible to describe the effect which the presence of the prince produced upon this gleeful company, and it would be equally impossible to describe the effect which the sight of their happiness produced upon Philip. The Comte de Guiche had no power to move. Madame remained in the middle of one of the figures and of an attitude, unable to utter a word. The Chevalier de Lorraine, leaning his back against the doorway, smiled like a man in the very height of the frankest admiration. The pallor of the prince and the convulsive twitching of his hands and limbs were the first symptoms that struck those present. A dead silence succeeded the merry music of the dance. The Chevalier de Lorraine took advantage of this interval to salute Madame and de Guiche most respectfully, affecting to join them together in his reverences as though they were master and mistress of the house. Monsieur then approached them, saying in a hoarse tone of voice, "I am delighted. I came here expecting to find you ill and low-spirited, and I find you abandoning yourself to new amusements. Really, it is most fortunate. My house is the pleasantest in the kingdom." Then turning towards de Guiche, "Comte," he said, "I did not know you were so good a dancer." And again addressing his wife, he said, "Show a little more consideration for me, madame. Whenever you intend to amuse yourself here, invite me. I am a prince, unfortunately very much neglected." Guiche had now recovered his self-possession, and with the spirited boldness which was natural to him, and sat so well upon him, he said, "Your Highness knows very well that my very life is at your service, and whenever there is a question of its being needed, I am ready. But today, as it is only a question of dancing to music, I dance." "And you are perfectly right," said the prince coldly. "But, madame," he continued, "you did not remark that your ladies deprive me of my friends. Monsieur de Guiche does not belong to you, madame, but to me. If you wish to dine without me, you have your ladies. When I dine alone, I have my gentlemen. Do not strip me of everything." Madame felt the reproach and the lesson, and the color rushed to her face. "Monsieur," she replied, "I was not aware when I came to the court of France that princesses of my rank were to be regarded as the women in Turkey are. I was not aware that we were not allowed to be seen, but since such is your desire, I will conform myself to it. Pray do not hesitate, if you should wish it, to have my windows barred, even." This repartee, which made Montalais and de Guiche smiled, rekindled the prince's anger, no inconsiderable portion of which had already evaporated in words. "Very well," he said, in a concentrated tone of voice, "this is the way in which I am respected in my own house." "Monseigneur, monseigneur," murmured the chevalier in the duke's ears, in such a manner that everyone could observe he was endeavoring to calm him. "Come," replied the prince, was his only answer to the remark, hurrying him away and turning round with so hasty a movement that he almost ran against Madame. The chevalier followed him to his own apartment, where the prince had no sooner seated himself than he gave free vent to his fury. The chevalier raised his eyes toward the ceiling, joining his hands together, and said not a word. "Give me your opinion," exclaimed the prince. "Upon what?" "Upon what is taking place here. Oh, monsieur, it is a very serious matter. It is abominable. I cannot live in this manner." "How miserable all this is," said the chevalier. "We hoped to enjoy tranquillity after that madman Buckingham had left. And this is worse." "I do not say that, monseigneur." "Yes, but I say it, for Buckingham would never have ventured upon a fourth part of what we have just seen now." "What do you mean?" "To conceal oneself for the purpose of dancing and to feign indisposition in order to dine tete-a-tete." "No, no, monseigneur." "Yes, yes," exclaimed the prince, exciting himself like a self-wild child. "I will not endure it any longer. I must learn what is really going on." "Oh, monseigneur, an exposure! By heaven, monsieur, shall I put myself out of the way when people show little consideration for me? Wait for me here, chevalier, wait for me here." The prince disappeared in the neighboring apartment, and inquired of the gentleman in attendance if the queen mother had returned from chapel. Anne of Austria felt that her happiness was now complete, peace restored to her family, a nation delighted with the presence of a young monarch who had shown an aptitude for affairs of great importance. The revenues of the state increased, external peace assured. Everything seemed to promise a tranquil future. Her thoughts recurred, now and then, to the poor young nobleman whom she had received as a mother and had driven away as a hard-hearted stepmother, and she sighed as she thought of him. Suddenly the Duc d'Orléans entered her room. "Dear mother," he exclaimed hurriedly, closing the door, "things cannot go on as they are now." Anne of Austria raised her beautiful eyes towards him, and with an unmoved suavity of manner, said, "What do you allude to?" "I wish to speak of Madame." "Your wife?" "Yes, Madame." "I suppose that silly fellow Buckingham has been writing a farewell letter to her." "Oh, yes, madame, of course, it is a question of Buckingham." "Of whom else could it be, then? For that poor fellow was wrongly enough the object of your jealousy, and I thought—" "My wife, madame, has already replaced the Duke of Buckingham." "Philip, what are you saying? You are speaking very heedlessly." "No, no. Madame has so managed matters that I am still jealous." "Of whom, in heaven's name?" "Is it possible you have not remarked it? Have you not noticed that Monsieur de Guiche is always in her apartments, always with her?" The queen clapped her hands together and began to laugh. "Philip," she said, "your jealousy is not merely a defect, it is a disease." "Whether a defect or a disease, madame, I am the sufferer from it." "And do you imagine that a complaint which exists only in your own imagination can be cured? You wish to be said you are right in being jealous, when there is no ground whatever for your jealousy. Of course, you will begin to say for this gentleman what you already said on behalf of the other." "Because, Philip," said the queen dryly, "what you did for the other you were going to do for this one." The prince bowed, slightly annoyed. "If I give you facts," he said, "will you believe me?" "If it regarded anything else but jealousy, I would believe you without bringing your facts forward, but as jealousy is the case, I promise nothing." "It is just the same as if your majesty were to desire me to hold my tongue and sent me away unheard. Far from it, you are my son, I owe you a mother's indulgence. Oh, say what you think, you owe me as much indulgence as a madman deserves." "Do not exaggerate, Philip, and take care how you represent your wife to me as a woman of depraved mind." "But facts, mother, facts." Well, I am listening. This morning at 10 o'clock they were playing music in Madame's apartments. No harm in that, surely. Monsieur de Guiche was talking with her alone. I forgot to tell you that during the last 10 days he was never left her side. If they were doing any harm, they would hide themselves. Very good, exclaimed the Duke. I expected you to say that. Pray remember with precision the words you have just uttered. This morning I took them by surprise and showed my dissatisfaction in a very marked manner. Rely upon it, that is quite sufficient. It was perhaps even a little too much. These young women easily take offense. To reproach them from an error that they have not committed is sometimes almost equivalent to telling them they might be guilty of even worse. Very good, but wait a minute. Do not forget what you have just this moment said, and that this morning's lesson ought to have been sufficient, and that if they had been doing what was wrong, they would have hidden themselves. Yes, I said so. Well, just now, repenting in my hastiness of the morning, and imagining that Guiche was sulking in his own apartments, I went to pay Madame a visit. Can you guess what or whom I found there? Another set of musicians, more dancing, and Guiche himself. He was concealed there. Anne of Austria frowned. It was imprudent, she said. What did Madame say? Nothing. And Guiche? As much. Oh no, he uttered some impertinent remark or another. Well, what is your opinion, Philip? That I have been made a fool of, that Buckingham was only a pretext, and that Guiche is the one who really is to blame in the matter. Anne shrugged her shoulders. Well, she said, what else? I wish de Guiche to be dismissed from my household, as Buckingham was, and I shall ask the king, unless... Unless what? Unless you, my dear mother, who are so clever and so kind, will execute the commission yourself. I will not do it, Philip. What, madame? Listen, Philip, I am not disposed to pay people ill compliments every day. I have some influence over young people, but I cannot take advantage of it without running the chances of losing it altogether. Besides, there is nothing to prove that Monsieur de Guiche is guilty. He has displeased me. That is your own affair. Very well, I know what I shall do, said the prince impetuously. Anne looked at him with some uneasiness. What do you intend to do? She said. I will have him drown in my fish pond the very next time I find him in my apartments again. Having launched this terrible threat, the prince expected his mother would be frightened out of her senses, but the queen was unmoved. Do so, she said. Philip was as weak as a woman and began to cry out, Everyone betrays me, no one cares for me, my mother even joins my enemies. Your mother, Philip, sees further in the matter than you do, and does not care about advising you since you will not listen to her. I will go to the king. I was about to propose that to you. I am now expecting his majesty. It is the hour he usually pays me a visit. Explain the matter to him yourself. She had hardly finished when Philip heard the door of the antechamber open with some noise. He began to feel nervous. At the sound of the king's footsteps, which could be heard upon the carpet, the duke hurriedly made his escape. Anne of Austria could not resist laughing, and was laughing still when the king entered. He came very affectionately to inquire after the even now uncertain health of the queen mother, and to announce to her that the preparations for the journey to Fontainebleau were complete. Seeing her laugh, his uneasiness on her account diminished, and he addressed her in a vivacious tone himself. Anne of Austria took him by the hand, and in a voice full of playfulness said, Do you know, sire, that I am proud of being a Spanish woman? Why, madame? Because Spanish women are worth more than English women, at least. Explain yourself. Since your marriage, you have not, I believe, had a single reproach to make against the queen? Certainly not. And you, too, have been married some time. Your brother, on the contrary, has been married but a fortnight. Well, he is now finding fault with madame a second time. What, Buckingham still? No, another. Who? Guiche. Really, madame is a coquette, then? I fear so. My poor brother, said the king, laughing. You don't object to coquettes, it seems. In madame, certainly I do, but madame is not a coquette at heart. That may be, but your brother is excessively angry about it. And what does he want? He wants to drown Guiche. That is a violent measure to resort to. Do not laugh, he is extremely irritated. Think of what can be done. To save Guiche? Certainly. Oh, if your brother heard you, he would conspire against you as your uncle did against your father. No, Philip has too much affection for me for that, and I, on my side, have too great a regard for him. We shall live together on very good terms, but what is the substance of his request? That you will prevent madame from being a coquette and Guiche from being amiable. Is that all? My brother has an exalted idea of sovereign power, to reform a man, not to speak about reforming a woman. How will you set about it? With a word to Guiche, who is a clever fellow, I will undertake to convince him. But madame? That is more difficult. A word will not be enough. I will compose a homily and read it to her. There is no time to be lost. Oh, I will use the utmost diligence. There is a repetition of the ballet this afternoon. And you will read her a lecture while you are dancing? Yes, madame. You promise to convert her. I will root out the heresy altogether, either by convincing her or by extreme measures. That is all right then. Do not mix me up in the affair. Madame would never forgive me all her life, and as a mother-in-law, I ought to desire to live on good terms with my newfound daughter. The king, madame, will take all upon himself, but let me reflect. What about? It would be better, perhaps, if I were to go and see madame in her own apartment. Would that not seem a somewhat serious step to take? Yes, but seriousness is not unbecoming in preachers, and the music of the ballet would drown half my arguments. Besides, the object is to prevent any violent measures on my brother's part, so that a little precipitation may be advisable. Is madame in her own apartment? I believe so. What is my statement of grievances to consist of? In a few words, of the following: music uninterruptedly, Guiche's assiduity, suspicions of treasonable plots and practices. And the proofs? There are none. Very well, I will go at once to see madame. The king turned to look in the mirrors at his costumes, which was very rich, and his face, which was radiant as the morning. I suppose my brother is kept a little at a distance, said the king. Fire and water cannot be more opposite. That will do. Permit me, madame, to kiss your hands, the most beautiful hands in France. May you be successful, sire, as the family peacemaker. Do not employ an ambassador, said Louis, which is as much as to say that I shall succeed. He laughed as he left the room and carelessly adjusted his ruffles as he went along. Chapter 33. The Mediator. When the king made his appearance in Madame's apartments, the courtiers, whom the news of a conjugal misunderstanding had dispersed throughout the various apartments, began to entertain the most serious apprehensions. A storm was brewing in that direction, the elements of which the Chevalier de Lorraine, in the midst of the different groups, was analyzing with delight, contributing to the weaker, and acting according to his own wicked designs, in such a manner with regard to the stronger as to produce the most disastrous consequences possible. As Anne of Austria had herself said, the presence of the king gave a solemn and serious character to the event. Indeed, in the year 1662, the dissatisfaction of Monsieur with Madame, and the king's intervention in the private affairs of Monsieur was a matter of no inconsiderable moment. The boldest even, who had been the associates of the Comte de Guiche, had from the first moment held aloof from him with a sort of nervous apprehension, and the Comte himself, infected by the general panic, retired to his own room. The king entered Madame's private apartments, acknowledging and returning the salutations, as he was always in the habit of doing. The ladies of honor were ranged in a line on his passage along the gallery. Although his majesty was very much preoccupied, he gave the glance of a master at the 2 rows of young and beautiful girls who modestly cast down their eyes, blushing as they felt the king's gaze fall upon them. One only of the number, whose long hair fell in silken masses upon the most beautiful skin imaginable, was pale and could hardly sustain herself, notwithstanding the knocks which her companion gave her with their elbows. It was La Valera, whom Montalais supported in that manner by whispering some of courage to her, that which she herself was so abundantly provided. The king could not resist turning round to look at them again. Their faces, which had already been raised, were again lowered, but the only fair head among them remained motionless, as if all the strength and intelligence she had left had abandoned her. When he entered Madame's room, Louis found his sister-in-law reclining upon the cushions of her cabinet. She rose and made a profound reverence, murmuring some words of thanks for the honor she was receiving. She then resumed her seat, overcome by a sudden weakness, which was no doubt assumed, for a delightful color animated her cheeks, and her eyes, still red from the tears she had recently shed, never more fire in them. When the king was seated, and as soon as he had remarked, with that accuracy of observation which characterized him, the disorder of the apartment, and the no less great disorder of Madame's countenance, he assumed a playful manner, saying, "My dear sister, at what hour today would you wish the repetition of the ballet to take place?" Madame, shaking her charming head, slowly and languishingly said, "Ah, sire, will you graciously excuse my appearance at the repetition? I was about to send to inform you that I could not attend today." "Indeed," said the king, in apparent surprise, "are you not well?" "No, sire." "I will summon your medical attendants, then." "No, for they can do nothing for my indisposition." "You alarm me." "Sire, I wish to ask your majesty's permission to return to England." The king started. "Return to England," he said. "Do you really say what you mean?" "I say it reluctantly, sire," replied the granddaughter of Henry IV, firmly, her beautiful black eyes flashing. "I regret to have to confide such matters to your majesty, but I feel myself too unhappy at your majesty's court, and I wish to return to my own family." "Madame, madame," exclaimed the king as he approached her. "Listen to me, sire," continued the young woman, acquiring by degrees that ascendancy over her interrogator which her beauty and her nervous nature conferred. Young as I am, I have already suffered humiliation and have endured disdain here. Oh, do not contradict me, sire, she said with a smile. The king colored. Then, she continued, I had reasoned myself into the belief that heaven called me into existence with that object. I, the daughter of a powerful monarch, that since my father had been deprived of life, heaven could well smite my pride. I have suffered greatly. I have been the cause, too, of my mother suffering much. But I vowed that if Providence ever placed me in a position of independence, even were it that of a workman of the lower classes, who gains her bread by her labor, I would never suffer humiliation again. That day has now arrived. I have been restored to the fortune due to my rank and to my birth. I have even ascended again the steps of a throne, and I thought that, in allying myself with a French prince, I should find him in a relation, a friend, an equal. But I perceive I have only found a master, and I rebel. My mother shall know nothing of it. You whom I respect, and whom I love. The king started. Never had any voice so gratified his ear. You, sire, who know all, since you have come here, you will perhaps understand me. If you had not come, I should have gone to you. I wish for permission to go away. I leave it to your delicacy of feeling to exculpate and protect me. My dear sister, murmured the king, overpowered by this bold attack, have you reflected upon the enormous difficulty of the project you have conceived? Sire, I do not reflect, I feel. Attacked, I instinctively repel the attack, nothing more. Come, tell me, what have they done to you? Said the king. The princess, it will have been seen by this particular feminine maneuver, had escaped every reproach and advanced on her side a far more serious one. From the accused, she became the accuser. It is an infallible sign of guilt, but notwithstanding that all women, even the least clever of the sex, invariably know how to derive some such means of turning the tables. The king had forgotten that he was paying her a visit in order to say to her, what you have done to my brother. And he was reduced to weakly asking her, what have they done to you? What have they done to me? Replied Madame. One must be a woman to understand it, sire. They have made me shed tears. And with one of her fingers, whose slenderness and perfect whiteness were unequaled, she pointed to her brilliant eyes swimming in unshed drops, and again began to weep. I implore you, my dear sister, said the king, advancing to take her warm, throbbing hand, which she abandoned to him. In the first place, sire, I was deprived of the presence of my brother's friend. The Duke of Buckingham was an agreeable, cheerful visitor, my own countryman who knew my habits. I will say almost a companion, so accustomed had we been to pass our days together with our friends upon the beautiful piece of water at St. James. But Villiers was in love with you. A pretext, what does it matter, she said seriously, whether the Duke was in love with me or not? Is a man in love so very dangerous for me? Ah, sire, it is not sufficient for a man to love a woman. And she smiled so tenderly and with so much archness that the king felt his heart swell and throb in his breast. At all events, if my brother were jealous, interrupted the king. Very well, I admit that is a reason, and the Duke was sent away accordingly. No, not sent away. Driven away, dismissed, expelled then, if you prefer it, sire. One of the first gentlemen of Europe obliged to leave the court of the King of France, of Louis IX, like a beggar, on account of a glance or a bouquet. It was little worthy of a most gallant court, but forgive me, sire, I forgot that in speaking thus I am attacking your sovereign power. I assure you, my dear sister, it was not I who dismissed the Duke of Buckingham. I was charmed with him. It was not you, said Madame. Ah, so much the better. And she emphasized the so much the better as if she had instead said so much the worse. A few minutes' silence ensued, and then resumed. The Duke of Buckingham, having left, I now know why and by whose means. I thought I should have recovered my tranquillity, but not at all, for all at once Monsieur found another pretext. All at once. All at once, said the king playfully, someone else presents himself. It is but natural. You are beautiful and will always meet with men who will madly love you. In that case, exclaimed the princess, I will create a solitude around me, which indeed seems to be what is wished, and what is being prepared for me. But no, I prefer to return to London. There I am known and appreciated. I shall have friends without fearing they may be regarded as my lovers. Shame, it is a disgraceful suspicion, and unworthy a gentleman. Monsieur has lost everything in my estimation, since he has shown me he can be a tyrant to a woman. Nay, nay, my brother's only fault is that of loving you. Love me! Monsieur, love me! Ah, sire, and she burst out laughing. Monsieur will never love any woman, she said. Monsieur loves himself too much. No, unhappily for me, Monsieur's jealousy is of the worst kind. He is jealous without love. Confess, however, said the king, who began to be excited by this varied and animated conversation, confess that Guiche loves you. Ah, sire, I know nothing about that. You must have perceived it. A man who loves readily betrays himself. Monsieur de Guiche has not betrayed himself. My dear sister, you are defending Monsieur de Guiche. I, indeed. Ah, sire, I only needed a suspicion from yourself to crown my wretchedness. No, madame, no, returned the king, hurriedly. Do not distress yourself. Nay, you are weeping. I implore you to calm yourself. She wept, however, and large tears fell upon her hands. The king took one of her hands in his and kissed the tears away. She looked at him so sadly and with so much tenderness that he felt his heart giving way under her gaze. You have no kind of feeling, then, for Guiche, he said, more disturbed than became his character of mediator. None, absolutely none. Then I can reassure my brother in that respect. Nothing will satisfy him, sire. Do not believe he is jealous. Monsieur has been badly advised by someone, and he is of nervous disposition. He may well be so when you are concerned, said the king. Madame cast down her eyes and was silent. The king did so likewise, still holding her hand all the while. Their momentary silence seemed to last an age. Madame gently withdrew her hand, and from that moment she felt her triumph was certain, and that the field of battle was her own. Monsieur complains, said the king, that you prefer the society of private individuals to his own conversation in society. But Monsieur passes his life in looking at his face in the glass and in plotting all sorts of spiteful things against women with the Chevalier de Lorraine. Oh, you are going somewhat too far. I only tell you what is true. Do you observe for yourself, sire? And you will see that I am right. I will observe, but in the meantime, what satisfaction can I give my brother? My departure. You repeat that word, exclaimed the king, imprudently, as if during the last 10 minutes such a change had been produced that Madame would have had all her ideas on the subject thoroughly changed. Sire, I cannot be happy here any longer, she said. Monsieur de Guiche annoys Monsieur. Will he be sent away too? If it be necessary, why not? Replied the king, smiling. Well, and after Monsieur de Guiche, whom, by the by, I shall regret. I warn you, sire. Ah, you will regret him. Certainly, he is amiable. He is a great friendship for me, and he amuses me. If Monsieur were only to hear you, said the king, slightly annoyed, do you know I would not undertake to make it up again between you. Nay, I would not even attempt it. Sire, can you, even now, prevent Monsieur from being jealous of the first person who may approach? I know very well that Monsieur de Guiche is not the first. Again, I warn you that as a good brother I shall take a dislike to de Guiche. Ah, sire, do not, I entreat you. Adopt either the sympathies or the dislikes of Monsieur. Remain king, better for yourself and for everyone else. You jest charmingly, madame, and I can well understand how the people you attack must adore you. And that is the reason why you, sire, whom I had regarded as my defender, are about to join these who persecute me? Said madame. I, your persecutor? Heaven forbid! Then, she continued, languishingly, grant me a favor. Whatever you wish. Let me return to England. Never, never, exclaimed Louis IX. I am a prisoner, then. In France. If France is a prison, then yes. What must I do, then? I will tell you. Instead of devoting yourself to friendships, which are somewhat unstable, instead of alarming us by your retirement, remain always in our society. Do not leave us. Let us live as a united family. Monsieur de Guiche is certainly very amiable, but if at least we do not possess his wit. Ah, sire, you know very well you are pretending to be modest. No, I swear to you, one may be a king and yet feel that he possesses fewer chances of pleasing that many other gentlemen. I am sure, sire, that you do not believe a single word you are saying. The king looked at Madame tenderly and said, Will you promise me one thing? And what is it? That you will no longer waste upon strangers in your own apartments the time which you owe us. Shall we make an offensive and defensive alliance against the common enemy? An alliance with you, sire? Why not? Are you not a sovereign power? But are you, sire, a reliable ally? You shall see, madame. And when shall this alliance commence? This very day. I will draw up the treaty, and you shall sign it. Blindly. Then, sire, I promise you wonders. You are the star of the court, and when you make your appearance, everything will be resplendent. Oh, madame, madame, said Louis IX, you know well that there is no brilliancy that does not proceed from yourself. And if I assume the sun as my device, it is only an emblem. Sire, you flatter your ally, and you wish to deceive her, said madame, threatening the king with her finger menacingly raised. What, you believe I am deceiving you, when I assure you of my affection? Yes. What makes you so suspicious? One thing. And what is it? I shall indeed be unhappy if I do not overcome it. That one thing in question, sire, is not in your power, not even in the power of heaven. Tell me what it is. The past. I do not understand, madame, said the king, precisely because he had understood her but too well. The princess took his hand in hers. Sire, she said, I have had the misfortune to displease you for so long a period that I have almost the right to ask myself today why you were able to accept me as a sister-in-law. Displease me? You have displeased me? Nay, do not deny it, for I remember it well. Our alliance shall date from today, exclaimed the king, with a warmth that was not assumed. You will not think any more of the past, will you? I myself am resolved that I will not. I shall always remember the present. I have it before my eyes. Look. And he led the princess before a mirror in which she saw herself reflected, blushing and beautiful enough to overcome a saint. It is all the same, she murmured. It will not be a very worthy alliance. Must I swear? Inquired the king, intoxicated by the voluptuous turn the whole conversation had taken. Oh, I will not refuse to witness a resounding oath, said Madame. It has always the semblance of security. The king knelt upon a footstool and took Madame's hand, she with a smile that no painter could ever succeed in depicting, and which a poet might only imagine, gave him both her hands, and in which he hid his burning face. Neither of them could utter a syllable. The king felt Madame withdraw her hands, caressing his face while she did so. He rose immediately and left the apartment. The courtiers remarked his heightened color and concluded that the scene had been a stormy one. The Chevalier de Lorraine, however, hastened to say, Nay, be comforted, gentlemen. His Majesty is always pale when he is angry. Chapter 34. The Advisors. The king left Madame in a state of agitation. It would have been difficult even for himself to have explained. It is impossible, in fact, to depict the secret play of those strange sympathies which, suddenly and apparently without any cause, are excited, after many years passed in the greatest calmness and indifference, by two hearts destined to love each other. Why had Louis formerly disdained, almost hated, Madame? Why did he now find the same woman so beautiful, so captivating? And why, not only were his thoughts occupied her, but still more, why were they so continuously occupied about her? Why, in fact, had Madame, whose eyes and mind were sought for in another direction, shown during the last week towards the king a semblance of favor which encouraged the belief of still greater regard? It must not be supposed that Louis proposed to himself any plan of seduction. The tie which united Madame to his brother was, or at least seemed to him, an insuperable barrier. He was even too far removed from that barrier to perceive its existence. But on the downward path of those passions in which the heart rejoices, towards which youth impels us, no one can decide where to stop, not even the man who has in advance calculated all the chances of his own success or another's submission. As far as Madame was concerned, her regard for the king may easily be explained. She was young, a coquette, and ardently fond of admiration. Hers was one of those buoyant, impetuous natures which upon the theatre would leap over the greatest obstacles to obtain an acknowledgment of applause from the spectators. It was not surprising, then, that, after having been adored by Buckingham, by De Guiche, who was superior to Buckingham, even if it were only from the negative merit, so much appreciated by women, that is to say, novelty, it was not surprising, we say, that the princess should raise her ambition to being admired by the king, who not only was the first person in the kingdom, but was one of the handsomest and cleverest men in Europe. As for the sudden passion with which Louis inspired his sister-in-law, physiology would perhaps supply an explanation by some hackneyed commonplace reasons, and nature by means of her mysterious affinity of characters. Madame had the most beautiful black eyes in the world. Louis, eyes as beautiful but blue. Madame was laughter-loving and unreserved in her manners. Louis melancholy and diffident. Summoned to meet each other for the first time upon the grounds of interest and common curiosity, these two opposite natures were mutually influenced by the mingling of their reciprocal contradictions of character. Louis, when he returned to his own rooms, acknowledged to himself that Madame was the most attractive woman of his court. Madame, left alone, delightedly thought that she had made a great impression on the king. This feeling with her must remain passive, whilst the king could not but act with all the natural vehemence of the heated fancies of a young man, and of a young man who has but to express a wish to see his wish fulfilled. The first thing the king did was to announce to Monsieur that everything was quietly arranged, that Madame had the greatest respect, the sincerest affection for him, that she was a proud, impetuous character, and that her susceptibilities were so acute as to require very careful management. Monsieur replied in the reticent tone of voice he generally adopted with his brother, that he could not very well understand the susceptibilities of a woman whose conduct might, in his opinion, expose her to censorious remarks, and that if anyone had a right to feel wounded, it was he. Monsieur himself, to this the king, replied in a quick tone of voice, which showed the interest he took in his sister-in-law, "Thank heaven, Madame is above censure." "The censure of others, certainly I admit," said Monsieur, "but not above mine, I presume." "Well," said the king, "all I have to say, Philip, is that Madame's conduct does not deserve your censure. She certainly is heedless and singular, but professes the best feelings. The English character is not always well understood in France, and the liberty of English manners sometimes surprises those who do not know the extent to which this liberty is enriched by innocence. Ah, said Monsieur, more and more piqued, from the very moment that your Majesty absolves my wife, whom I accuse, my wife is not guilty, and I have nothing more to say. Philip, replied the king hastily, for he felt the voice of the conscience murmuring softly in his heart, that Monsieur was not altogether wrong. What I have done and what I have said has been only for your happiness. I was told that you complained of a want of confidence and attention on Madame's part, and I did not wish your uneasiness to be prolonged. It is part of my duty to watch over your household, as over that of the humblest of my subjects. I have satisfied myself, therefore, with the sincerest pleasure that your apprehensions have no foundation. And, continued Monsieur, in an interrogative tone of voice, and fixing his eyes upon his brother, what your Majesty has discovered from Madame. And I bow myself to your superior judgment. Have you verified for those who have been the cause of this scandal of which I complain? You are right, Philip, said the king. I will reserve that point for future consideration. These words comprised an order as well as a consolation. The prince felt it to be so and withdrew. As for Louis, he went to seek his mother, for he felt that he needed more of a complete absolution than he had just received from his brother. Anne of Austria did not entertain for Monsieur de Guiche the same reasons for indulgence that she had had for Buckingham. She perceived at the very first words he pronounced that Louis was not disposed to be severe. To appear in a contradictory humor was one of the stratagems of the good queen, in order to succeed in ascertaining the truth, but Louis was no longer in his apprenticeship. Already for more than a year past he had been king, and during that year he had learned how to dissemble. Listening to Anne of Austria in order to permit her to disclose her own thoughts, testifying his approval only by look and gesture, he became convinced, from certain piercing glances, and from certain skillful insinuations, that the queen, so clear-sighted in matters of gallantry, had if not guessed, at least suspected his weakness for Madame. Of all his auxiliaries, Anne of Austria would be the most important to secure. Of all his enemies, Anne of Austria would prove most dangerous. Louis, therefore, changed his maneuvers. He complained of Madame, absolved Monsieur, listened to what his mother had to say of de Guiche, as he had previously listened to what she had to say of Buckingham. And then, when he saw that she thought she had gained a complete victory over him, he left her. The whole of the court, that is to say, all the favorites and more intimate associates, and they were numerous, since there were already 5 masters, were assembled in the evening for the repetition of the ballet. This interval had been occupied by poor de Guiche in receiving visits. Among the number was one which he hoped and feared nearly to an equal extent. It was that of the Chevalier de Lorraine. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Chevalier entered de Guiche's rooms. His looks were of the most reassuring character. Monsieur, said he to de Guiche, was in an excellent humor, and no one could say that the slightest cloud had passed across the conjugal sky. Besides, Monsieur was not one to bear ill feeling. For a long time past, during his residence at the court, the Chevalier de Lorraine had decided that of Louis VIII's 2 sons, Monsieur was the one who had inherited the father's character. An uncertain, irresolute character, impulsively good, indifferently disposed at bottom, but certainly a cipher for his friends. He especially cheered de Guiche by pointing out to him that Madame would, before long, succeed in governing her husband, and that consequently that man would govern Monsieur, who should succeed in influencing Madame. To this, de Guiche, full of mistrust and presence of mind, replied, "Yes, Chevalier, but I believe Madame to be a very dangerous person." "In what respect?" "She has perceived that Monsieur is not very passionately inclined towards women." "Quite true," said the Chevalier de Lorraine, laughing. "In that case, Madame will choose the first one who approaches in order to make him the object of her preference and to bring back her husband by jealousy." "Deep, deep!" exclaimed the Chevalier. "But true," replied de Guiche. Neither the one nor the other expressed his real thoughts. De Guiche, at the very moment he thus attacked Madame's character, mentally asked her forgiveness from the bottom of his heart. The Chevalier, while admiring de Guiche's penetration, was leading him blindfolded to the brink of the precipice. De Guiche then questioned him more directly upon the effect produced by the scene of the morning, and upon the still more serious effect produced by the scene at dinner. "But I have already told you they are all laughing at it," replied the Chevalier de Lorraine, "and Monsieur himself at the head of them." "Yet," hazarded de Guiche, "I have heard that the king paid Madame a visit." "Yes, precisely so. Madame was the only one who did not laugh, and the king went to her in order to make her laugh too." So that nothing is altered in the arrangements of the day," said the Chevalier. "And is there a repetition of the ballet this evening?" "Certainly." "Are you sure?" "Quite," returned the Chevalier. At this moment of the conversation between the 2 young men, Raoul entered, looking full of anxiety. As soon as the Chevalier, who had a secret dislike for him, as every other noble character, perceived him enter, he rose from his seat. "What do you advise me to do, then?" inquired De Guiche of the Chevalier. "I advise you to go to sleep in perfect tranquillity, my dear Count." "And my advice, De Guiche," said Raoul, "is the very opposite." "What is that?" "To mount your horse and set off at once for one of your estates. On your arrival, follow the Chevalier's advice, if you like. And what is more, you can sleep there as long and as tranquilly as you please." "What, set off?" exclaimed the Chevalier, feigning surprise. "Why should De Guiche set off?" "Because, and you cannot be ignorant of it, you particularly so, because everyone is talking about the scene which has passed between Monsieur and De Guiche." De Guiche turned pale. "Not at all," replied the Chevalier. "Not at all, and you have been wrongly informed, Monsieur de Bragelonne." "I have been perfectly well informed. On the contrary, Monsieur," replied Raoul, "and the advice I give to Guiche is that of a friend." During this discussion, De Guiche, somewhat shaken, looked alternately first at one and then at the other of his advisors. He inwardly felt that a game, important in all its consequences for the rest of his life, was being played at that moment. "It is not fact," said the Chevalier, putting the question to the Count himself. "Is it not fact, De Guiche, that the scene was not so tempestuous as the Vicomte de Bragelonne seems to think, and who, moreover, was not himself there?" "Whether tempestuous or not," persisted Raoul, "it is not precisely of the scene itself that I am speaking, but of the consequences that may ensue. I know that Monsieur has threatened. I know that Madame has been in tears." "Madame in tears!" exclaimed De Guiche, imprudently clasping his hands. "Ah," said the Chevalier, laughing, "this is indeed a circumstance I was not acquainted with. You are decidedly better informed than I am, Monsieur de Bragelonne." "And it is because I am better informed than yourself, Chevalier, that I insist upon De Guiche leaving." No, I regret to differ from you, Vicomte, but his departure is unnecessary. Why indeed should he leave? Tell us why." "The king!" "The king!" exclaimed De Guiche. "Yes, I tell you the king has taken up the affair." "Bah," said the Chevalier, "the king likes De Guiche, and particularly his father. Reflect, that if the Count were to leave, it would be an admission that he has done something which merited rebuke." "Why so?" "No doubt of it, when one runs away, it is either from guilt or fear." "Sometimes because a man is offended, often because he is wrongfully accused," said Bragelonne. "We will assign as a reason for his departure that he feels hurt and injured. Nothing will be easier. We will say that we both did our utmost to keep him, and you, at least, you will not be speaking otherwise than the truth. Come, De Guiche, you are innocent, and being so, the scene of today must have wounded you, so set off." "No, De Guiche, remain where you are," said the Chevalier, "precisely as Monsieur de Bragelonne has put it, because you are innocent. Once more, forgive me, Vicomte, but my opinion is of the very opposite to your own." "And you are at perfect liberty to maintain it, Monsieur, but be assured that the exile which De Guiche will voluntarily impose upon himself will be of short duration. He can terminate it whenever he pleases, and return from his voluntary exile. He will meet with smiles from all lips. While on the contrary, the anger of the king may now draw down a storm upon his head, the end of which no one can foresee." The Chevalier smiled and muttered to himself, "That is the very thing I wish." And at the same time he shrugged his shoulders, a movement which did not escape the Count, who dreaded, if he quitted the court, to seem to yield to a feeling of fear. No, I have decided, Bragelonne, I stay." "I prophesy, then," said Raoul sadly, "that misfortune will befall you, De Guiche." "I too am a prophet, but not a prophet of evil. On the contrary, Count, I say to you, remain." "Are you sure," inquired De Guiche, "that the repetition of the ballet still takes place?" "Quite sure." "Well, you see, Raoul," continued De Guiche, endeavoring to smile, "you see, the court is not so very sorrowful or so readily disposed for internal dissensions, when dancing is carried on with such assiduity." "Come, acknowledge that," said Count to Raoul, who shook his head, saying, "I have nothing to add." "But," inquired the Chevalier, curious to learn whence Raoul had obtained his information, the exactitude of which he was inwardly forced to admit, "since you say you are well informed, Vicomte, how can you be better informed than myself, who am one of the prince's most intimate companions?" "To such a declaration, I admit, you certainly ought to be perfectly well informed, I admit, and as a man of honor, is incapable of saying anything but he knows to be true, or of speaking otherwise than what he thinks. I will say no more, but confess myself defeated, and leave you in possession of the field of battle." Whereupon Raoul, who now seemed only to care to be left quiet, threw himself upon a couch, whilst the Count summoned his servants to aid him in dressing. The Chevalier, finding that time was passing away, wished to leave, but he feared, too, that Raoul, left alone with De Guiche, might yet influence him to change his mind. He therefore made use of his last resource. "Madame," said he, "will be brilliant. She appears today in her costume of Pomona." "Yes, that is so," exclaimed the Count. "And she has just given directions in consequence," continued the Chevalier. "You know, Monsieur de Bragelonne, that the king is to appear as spring." It will be admirable, said De Guiche, and that is a better reason for me to remain than any you have yet given, because I am to appear as Autumn, and shall have to dance with Madame. I cannot absent myself without the king's orders, since my departure would interrupt the ballet. I, said the Chevalier, am to be only a simple Egipan. True, it is, I am a bad dancer, and my legs are not well made. Gentlemen, adieu. Do not forget the basket of fruit which you are to offer to Pomona, Count. Rest assured, said De Guiche delightedly, I shall forget nothing. I am now quite certain that he will remain, murmured the Chevalier de Lorraine to himself. Raoul, when the Chevalier had left, did not even attempt to dissuade his friend, for he felt that it would be trouble thrown away. He merely observed to the Comte, in his melancholy and melodious voice, "You are embarking in a most dangerous enterprise. I know you well. You go to extremes in everything, and the lady you love does so too, admitting for an instant that she at last loves you." "Oh, never!" exclaimed De Guiche. "Why do you say never?" "Because it would be a great misfortune for both of us." "In that case, instead of regarding you simply imprudent, I cannot but consider you absolutely mad." "Why?" "Are you perfectly sure, mind, answer me frankly, that you do not wish her, whom you love, to make any sacrifice for you?" Yes, quite sure." "Love her, then, at a distance." "What, at a distance?" "Certainly. What matters being present or absent, seeing you expect nothing from her? Love her portrait, a memento." "Raoul!" "Love is a shadow, an illusion, a chimera. Be devoted to the affection itself and giving a name to your ideality." "Ah! You turn away. Your servants approach. I will say no more. In good or bad fortune, De Guiche, depend on me." "Indeed, I shall do so." "Very well. That is all I had to say to you. Spare no pains in your person, De Guiche, and look your very best. Adieu." "You will not be present, then, at the ballet, Vicomte?" "No. I shall have to pay a visit to town. Farewell, De Guiche." The reception was to take place in the king's apartments. In the first place, there were the queens, then Madame and a few ladies of the court who had been carefully selected. A great number of courtiers, also selected, occupied the time before the dancing commenced, and conversing as people knew how to converse in those times. None of the ladies who had received invitations appeared in the costumes of the fete, as the Chevalier de Lorraine had predicted, but many conversations took place about the rich and ingenious toilettes designed by different painters for the ballet of the demigods, for thus were termed the kings and queens which Fontainebleau was about to become the Pantheon. Monsieur arrived, holding in his hand a drawing representing his character. He looked somewhat anxious. He bowed courteously to the young queen and his mother, but saluted Madame almost cavalierly. His notice of her and his coldness of manner were observed by all. Monsieur de Guiche indemnified the princess by a look of passionate devotion, and it must be admitted that Madame, as she raised her eyes, returned it to him with interest. It is unquestionable that De Guiche had never looked so handsome, for Madame's glance is customary effect of lighting up the features of the son of the Marshal de Gramont. The king's sister-in-law felt a storm mustering above her head. She felt, too, that during the whole of the day, so fruitful in future events, she had acted unjustly, if not treasonably, towards one who loved her with such a depth of devotion. In her eyes, the moment seemed to have arrived for an acknowledgment to the poor victim of the injustice of the morning. Her heart spoke and murmured the name of De Guiche. The Count was sincerely pitied and accordingly gained the victory over all others. Neither Monsieur, nor the King, nor the Duke of Buckingham was no longer of any thought. De Guiche at that moment reigned without a rival. But although Monsieur also looked very handsome, still he could not be compared to the Count. It is well known, indeed all women say so, that a wide difference invariably exists between the good looks of a lover and those of a husband. Besides, in the present case, after Monsieur had left, and after the courteous and affectionate recognition of the young queen and of the queen-mother, and the careless and indifferent notice of Madame, which all the courtiers had remarked, all these motives gave the lover the advantage over the husband. Monsieur was too great a personage to notice these details. Nothing is so certain as a well-settled idea of superiority to prove the inferiority of the man who has that opinion of himself. The king arrived. Everyone looked for what might possibly happen in the glance, which began to bestir the world, like the brow of Jupiter Tonans. Louis had none of his brother's gloominess, but was perfectly radiant. Having examined the greater part of the drawings which were displayed for his inspection on every side, he gave his opinion or made his remarks upon them, and in this manner rendered some happy, and others wretched by a single word. Suddenly his glance, which was smilingly directed towards Madame, detected the slight correspondence established between the princess and the Count. He bit his lips, but when he opened them again to utter a few commonplace remarks, he said, advancing towards the queens, "I have just been informed that everything is now prepared at Fontainebleau, in accordance with my directions. A murmur of satisfaction arose from the different groups, and the king perceived on every face the greatest anxiety to receive an invitation for the feats. "I shall leave tomorrow," he added, whereupon the profoundest silence immediately ensued. "And I invite," said the king, finishing, "all those who are now present to get ready to accompany me." Smiling faces were now everywhere visible, with the exception of Monsieur, who seemed to retain his ill humor. The different noblemen and ladies of the court thereupon defiled before the king, one after the other, in order to thank his majesty for the great honor which had been conferred upon them by the invitation. When it came to de Guiche's turn, the king said, "Ah, Monsieur de Guiche, I did not see you." The Comte bowed, and Madame turned pale. De Guiche was about to open his lips to express his thanks, when the king said, "Comte, this is the season for farming purposes in the country. I am sure your tenants in Normandy would be glad to see you." The king, after this pitiless attack, turned his back on the poor Comte, whose turn it was now to become pale. He advanced a few steps toward the king, forgetting that the king is never spoken to except in reply to questions addressed. "I have perhaps misunderstood your majesty," he stammered out. The king turned his head slightly, and with the cold and stern glance which plunged like a sword relentlessly into the hearts of those under disgrace, repeated, "I said retire to your estates," allowing every syllable to fall slowly, one by one. A cold perspiration bedewed the Comte's face, his hands convulsively opened, and his hat, which he held between his trembling fingers, fell to the ground. Louis sought his mother's glance as though to show her that he was master. He sought his brother's triumphant look, as if to ask him if he were satisfied with the vengeance taken. And lastly, his eyes fell upon Madame. But the princess was laughing and smiling with Madame de Noailles. She heard nothing, or rather had pretended not to hear at all. The Chevalier de Lorraine looked on also, with one of those looks of fixed hostility that seem to give to a man's glance the power of a lever, when it raises an obstacle, wrests it away, and casts it to a distance. Monsieur de Guiche was left alone in the king's cabinet, the whole of the company having departed. Shadows seemed to dance before his eyes. He suddenly broke through the settled despair that overwhelmed him, and flew to hide himself in his own room, where Raoul awaited him, immovable in his own sad presentiments. "Well," he murmured, seeing his friend enter, bareheaded, with a wild gaze and tottering gait. Yes, it is true," said de Guiche, unable to utter more, and falling exhausted upon the couch. "And she?" inquired Raoul. "She," exclaimed his unhappy friend, as he raised his head, clenched in anger, towards heaven, "she! And what did she say and do?" "She said that her dress suited her admirably, and then she laughed." A fit of hysteric laughter seemed to shatter his nerves, for he fell backwards, completely overcome. Chapter 35. Fontainebleau. For 4 days, every kind of enchantment brought together in the magnificent gardens of Fontainebleau had converted this spot into a place of the most perfect enjoyment. Monsieur Colbert seemed gifted with ubiquity. In the morning, there were accounts of previous night's expenses to settle. During the day, programs, essays, enrollments, payments. Monsieur Colbert had amassed 4 millions of francs, and dispersed them with sleepless economy. He was horrified at the expenses which mythology involved. Not a wood nymph, nor a dryad that cost less than 100 francs a day. The dress alone amounted to 300 francs. The expense of powder and sulfur for fireworks amounted every night to 100,000 francs. In addition to these, the illuminations on the borders of the sheet of water cost 30,000 francs every evening. The feats had been magnificent, and Colbert could not restrain his delight. From time to time he noticed Madame and the king setting forth on hunting expeditions, or preparing for the reception of different fantastic personages, solemn ceremonials which had been exemplarized a fortnight before, and in which Madame's sparkling wit and the king's magnificence were equally well displayed. For Madame, the heroine of the feat, replied to the addresses of the deputations from unknown races, Garamanths, Scythians, Hyperboreans, Caucasians, and Patagonians, who seemed to issue from the ground for the purpose of approaching her with their congratulations. And upon every representative of these races, the king bestowed a diamond or some other article of value. Then the deputies, in verses more or less assuming, compared the king to the sun, Madame to Phoebe, the sun's sister, and the queen and Monsieur were no more spoken of than if the king had married Henrietta of England, and not Maria Theresa of Austria. The happy pair, hand in hand, imperceptibly pressing each other's fingers, drank in deep draughts the sweet beverage of adulation, by which the attractions of youth, beauty, power, and love are enhanced. Everyone at Fontainebleau was amazed at the extent of the influence which Madame had so rapidly acquired over the king, and whispered among themselves that Madame was, in point of fact, the true queen, and in effect the king himself proclaimed its truth by his every thought, word, and look. He formed his wishes, he drew his inspirations from Madame's eyes, and his delight was unbounded when Madame deigned to smile upon him. And was Madame, on her side, intoxicated with the power she wielded, as she beheld everyone at her feet? This was a question she herself could hardly answer, but what she did know was that she could frame no wish, that she felt herself to be perfectly happy. The result of all these changes, the source of which emanated from the royal will, was that Monsieur, instead of being the second person in the kingdom, had in reality become the third. And it was now far worse than in the time when de Guiche's guitars were heard in Madame's apartments, for then at least Monsieur had the satisfaction of frightening those who annoyed him. Since the departure, however, of the enemy, who had been driven away by the means of his alliance with the king, Monsieur had to submit to a burden heavier, but in a very different sense to his former one. Every evening Madame returned home quite exhausted, horse riding, bathing in the Seine, spectacles, dinners under the leafy covert of the trees, balls on the banks of the Grand Canal, concerts, etc., etc. All this would have been sufficient to have killed not a slight and delicate woman, but the strongest porter in the chateau. It is perfectly true that, with regards to dancing, concerts, and promenades and such matters, a woman is far stronger than the most robust of porters. However great a woman's strength may be, there is a limit to it, and she cannot hold out long under such a system. As for Monsieur, he had not even the satisfaction of witnessing Madame's abdication of her royalty in the evening, for she lived in the royal pavilion with the young queen and the queen mother. As a matter of course, the Chevalier de Lorraine did not quit Monsieur, and did not fail to distill drops of gall into every wound the latter received. The result was that Monsieur, who had at first been in high spirits and completely restored since Guiche's departure, subsided into his melancholy state 3 days after the court was installed at Fontainebleau. It happened, however, that one day, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Monsieur, who had risen late and had bestowed upon his toilet more than his usual attention, it happened, we repeat, that Monsieur, who had not heard of any plans having been arranged for the day, formed the project of collecting his own court, and of carrying Madame off with him to Moret, where he possessed a charming country house. He accordingly went to the Queen's pavilion and was astonished on entering to find none of the royal servants in attendance. Quite alone, therefore, he entered the rooms, a door on the left opening to Madame's apartment, the one on the right to the young Queen's. In his wife's apartment, Monsieur was informed by his seamstress, who was working there, that everyone had left at 11 o'clock for the purpose of bathing in the Seine, that a grand fete was to be made of the expedition, that all the carriages had been placed at the park gates, and that they had all set out more than an hour ago. "Very good," said Monsieur. "The idea is a good one. The heat is very oppressive, and I have no objection to bathe too." He summoned his servants, but no one came. He summoned those in attendance on Madame, but everyone had gone out. He went to the stables, where he was informed by a groom that there were no carriages of any description. He desired that a couple of horses should be saddled, one for himself, the other for his valet. The groom told him that all the horses had been sent away. Monsieur, pale with anger, again descended toward the Queen's apartments, and penetrated as far as Anne of Austria's oratory, where he perceived through the half-open tapestry hangings his young and beautiful sister on her knees before the Queen Mother, who appeared weeping bitterly. He had not been either seen nor heard. He cautiously approached the opening and listened. The sight of so much grief was having aroused his curiosity. Not only was the young queen weeping, but she was complaining also. "Yes," she said, "the king neglects me. The king devotes himself to pleasures and amusements only, in which I have no share." "Patience, patience, my daughter," said Anne of Austria in Spanish, and then also in Spanish added some words of advice, which Monsieur did not understand. The queen replied by accusations mingled with sighs and sobs, among which Monsieur often distinguished the word banos, which Maria Theresa accentuated with spiteful anger. "The baths," said Monsieur to himself, "it seems it is the baths that have put her out." And he endeavored to put together the disconnected phrases which he had been able to understand. It was easy to guess that the queen was complaining bitterly, and that, if Anne of Austria did not console her, she at least endeavored to do so. Monsieur was afraid to be detected listening at the door, and he therefore made up his mind to cough. The two queens turned round at the sound, and Monsieur entered. At sight of the prince, the young queen rose precipitately and dried her tears. Monsieur, however, knew the people he had to deal with too well, and was naturally too polite to remain silent, and he accordingly saluted them. The Queen Mother smiled pleasantly at him, saying, "What do you want, Philip?" "I? Nothing," stammered Monsieur. "I was looking for—" "Whom?" "I was looking for Madame." "Madame is at the baths." "And the king," said Monsieur in a tone which made the queen tremble. "The king also, the whole court as well," replied Anne of Austria. "Except you, Madame," said Monsieur. "Oh, I," said the young queen. "I seem to terrify all those who amuse themselves." And so do I, judging from appearances, rejoined Monsieur. Anne of Austria made a sigh to her daughter-in-law, who withdrew, weeping. Monsieur's brows contracted, and he remarked aloud, "What a cheerless house! What do you think of it, mother?" "Why, no, everybody here is pleasure hunting." "Yes, indeed, that is the very thing that makes those dull who do not care for pleasure." "In what a tone you say that, Philip!" "Upon my word, madame, I speak as I think." "Explain yourself, what is the matter?" "Ask my sister-in-law, rather, who just now was detailing all her grievances to you." "Her grievances? What?" "Yes, I was listening, accidentally, I confess, but I still listened, so that I only heard too well my sister complain of those famous baths of madame." "Ah, folly." "No, no, no, people are not always foolish when they weep. The queen said banos, which means baths." "I repeat, Philip," said Anne of Austria, "that your sister is childishly jealous." "In that case, madame," replied the prince, "I must too, with great humility, accuse myself of possessing the same defect." "You also, Philip?" "Certainly." "Are you really jealous of these baths?" "And why not, madame, when the king goes to the baths with my wife and does not take the queen?" "Why not, when madame goes to the baths with the king and does not do me the honor to even invite me, and you enjoin my sister-in-law to be satisfied and require me to be satisfied too?" "You are raving, my dear Philip," said Anne of Austria. "You have driven the Duke of Buckingham away. You have been the cause of Monsieur de Guiche's exile. Do you now wish to send the king away from Fontainebleau?" "I do not pretend to be anything of the kind, madame," said Monsieur bitterly, "but at least I can withdraw, and I shall do so." "Jealous of the king? Jealous of your brother?" "Yes, madame, I am jealous of the king, of my own brother, and remarkably jealous too." "Really, monsieur," exclaimed Anne of Austria, affecting to be indignant, "I begin to believe you are mad and a sworn enemy to my repose. I therefore abandon the place to you, for I have no means of defending myself against such monomanias." She arose and left Monsieur a prey to the most extravagant transport of passion. He remained for a moment completely bewildered. Then, recovering himself, again went to the stables, found the groom, once more asked him for a carriage or a horse, and upon his reply that there was neither the one nor the other, Monsieur snatched a long whip from the hand of the stable boy and began to pursue the poor devil of a groom all around the servants' courtyard, whipping him the while, in spite of his cries and excuses. Then, quite out of breath, covered with perspiration and trembling in every limb, he returned to his own apartments, broke in pieces some beautiful specimens of porcelain, then got into bed, booted and spurred as he was, crying out for someone to come to him. Chapter 36. The Bath. At Valaine's, beneath the impenetrable shade of flowering osiers and willows, which as they bent down their green heads dipped the extremities of their branches in the blue waters, a long and flat-bottomed boat with ladders covered with long blue curtains served as a refuge for the bathing Dianas, who, as they left the water, were watched by 20-plumed Actaeons, who eagerly and full of admiration galloped up and down the flowery banks of the river. But Diana herself, even the chaste Diana, clothed in her long chlamys, was less beautiful, less impenetrable than Madame, as young and beautiful as that goddess herself. For notwithstanding the fine tunic of the huntress, her round and delicate knee can be seen, and notwithstanding the sonorous quiver, her brown shoulders can be detected. Whereas, in Madame's case, a long white veil enveloped her, wrapping her round and round 100 times as she resigned herself into the hands of her female attendants, and thus was rendered inaccessible to the most indiscreet, as well as to the most penetrating gaze. When she ascended the ladder, the poets were present, and all were poets when Madame was the subject of discussion. The 20 poets who were galloping about stopped and with one voice exclaimed that pearls and not drops of water were falling from her person, to be lost again in the happy river. The king, the center of these effusions and of this respectful homage, imposed silence upon those expatiators, for whom it seemed impossible to exhaust their raptures, and he rode away for fear of offending, even through the silken curtains, the modesty of the woman and the dignity of the princess. A great blank thereupon ensued in the scene, and perfect silence was in the boat. From the movements on board, from the flutterings and agitations of the curtains, the goings to and fro of the female attendants engaged in their duties could be guessed. The king smilingly listened to the conversation of the courtiers around him, but it could easily be perceived that he gave but little if any attention to their remarks. In fact, hardly had the sound of these rings drawn along the curtain rods announced that Madame was dressed, and that the goddess was about to make her appearance, than the king, returning to his former post immediately, and running quite close to the river bank, gave the signal for all those to approach, whose duty and pleasure summoned them to Madame's side. The pages hurried forward, conducting the led horses. The carriages, which had remained sheltered under the trees, advanced towards the tents, followed by a crowd of servants, bearers, and female attendants, who, while their master had been bathing, had mutually exchanged their own observations, critical remarks, and the discussion of matters personal. The fugitive journal of that period, of which no one now remembers anything, not even by the waves, the witnesses of what went on that day, themselves now sublimed into immensity as the actors have vanished into eternity. A crowd of people swarming upon the banks of the river, without reckoning the groups of peasants drawn together by their anxiety to see the king and the princess, was for many minutes the most disorderly but the most agreeable mob imaginable. The king dismounted from his horse, a movement which was imitated by all the courtiers, and offered his hat to Madame, whose rich riding habit displayed her fine figure, which was set off to great advantage by that garment made of fine woolen cloth embroidered with silver. Her hair, still damp and blacker than jet, hung in heavy masses upon her white and delicate neck. Joy and health sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Composed yet full of energy, she inhaled the air in deep draughts under a lace parasol, which was borne by one of her pages. Nothing could be more charming, more graceful, more poetical than these two figures buried under the rose-colored shade of the parasol. The king, whose white teeth were displayed in continual smiles, and Madame, whose black eyes sparkled like carbuncles, the glittering reflection of the changing hues of the silk. When Madame approached her horse, a magnificent animal of Andalusian breed, of spotless white, somewhat heavy, perhaps, but with a spirited and splendid head, in which the mixture happily combined of Arabian and Spanish blood could be readily traced, and whose long tail swept the ground. And as the princess affected difficulty in mounting, the king took her in his arms in such a manner that Madame's arm was clasped like a circlet of alabaster around the king's neck. Louis, as he withdrew, involuntarily touched with his lips the arm, which was not withheld, and the princess, having thanked her royal equerry, everyone sprang to his saddle at the same moment. The king and Madame drew aside to allow the carriages, the outriders, and runners to pass by. A fair proportion of the cavaliers, released from the restraint etiquette had imposed upon them, gave the reins of their horses, and darted after the carriages, which bore the maids of honor, as blooming as so many virgin huntresses around Diana, and the human whirlwind, laughing, chattering, and noisy, passed onward. The king and Madame, however, kept their horses in hand at a foot pace, behind his majesty and his sister-in-law, certain of the quarters, those at least who were seriously disposed or were anxious to be within reach or under the eyes of the king, followed at a respectful distance, restraining their impatient horses, regulating their pace by that of the king and the Madame, and abandoned themselves to all the delightful and gratification which is to be found in the conversation of clever people, who can, with perfect courtesy, make 1,000 atrocious but laughable remarks about their neighbors. In their stifled laughter, and in the little reticences of their sardonic humor, Monsieur, the poor absentee, was not spared. But they pitied and bewailed greatly the fate of the Guiche, and it must be confessed that their compassion, as far as he was concerned, was not misplaced. The king and Madame, having breathed the horses, and repeated 100 times over such remarks as the courtiers, who supplied them with talk, suggested to them, set off at a hand gallop, and the leafy coverts of the forest resounded to the footfalls of the mounted party. To the conversations beneath the shade of the trees, to remarks made in the shape of confidential communications and observations, mysteriously exchanged, succeeded the noisiest bursts of laughter. From the very outriders to royalty itself, merriment seemed to spread. Everyone began to laugh and to cry out. The magpies and the jays fluttered away, uttering their guttural cries beneath the waving avenues of oaks. The cuckoo stayed his monotonous cry in the recesses of the forest. The chaffinch and the tomtit flew away in the clouds, while the terrified deer bounded riverwards from the midst of the thickets. This crowd, spreading joy, confusion, and light wherever it passed, was heralded, it may be said, to the chateau by its own clamor. As the king and Madame entered the village, they were received by the acclamations of the crowd. Madame hastened to look for Monsieur, but she instinctively understood that he had been far too long kept from sharing in his joy. The king went to rejoin the queens. He knew he owed them, one especially, a compensation for his long absence. But Madame was not admitted to Monsieur's apartments, and she was informed that Monsieur was asleep. The king, instead of being met by Maria Theresa smiling, as was usual with her, found Anne of Austria in the gallery, waiting for his return, who advanced to meet him, and taking him by the hand, led him to her own apartment. No one ever knew what was the nature of the conversation which took place between them, or rather what it was that the Queen Mother said to Louis IX, but the general tenor of the interview might certainly be guessed from the annoyed expression of the king's face as he left her. But we, whose mission it is to interpret all things, As it is also to communicate our interpretations to our readers, we should fail in our duty if we were to leave them in ignorance of the result of this interview. It will be found sufficiently detailed, at least we hope so, in the following chapter. Chapter 37. The Butterfly Chase. The king, on retiring to his apartments to give some directions and to arrange his ideas, found on his toilette glass a small note, the handwriting of which seemed disguised. He opened it and read, "Come quickly, I have 1,000 things to say to you." The king and Madame had not been separated a sufficiently long time for these 1,000 things to be the result of the 3,000 which they had been saying to each other during the route which separated Valognes from Fontainebleau. The confused and hurried character of the note gave the king a great deal to reflect upon. He occupied himself but slightly with his toilet, and set off to pay his visit to Madame. The princess, who did not wish to have the appearance of expecting him, had gone into the gardens with the ladies of her suite. When the king was informed that Madame had left her apartments and had gone for a walk in the gardens, he collected all the gentlemen he could find and invited them to follow him. He found Madame engaged in chasing butterflies on a large lawn bordered with heliotrope and flowering broom. She was looking on as the most adventurous and the youngest of her ladies ran to and fro, and with her back turned to a high hedge, very impatiently awaited the arrival of the king, with whom she had appointed the rendezvous. The sound of many feet upon the gravel walk made her turn around. Louis IX was hatless. He had struck down with his cane a peacock butterfly, which Monsieur de Saint Aignan had picked up from the ground, quite stunned. "You see, madame," said the king as he approached her, "that I, too, am hunting on your behalf." And then, turning towards those who had accompanied him, said, "Gentlemen, see if each of you cannot obtain as much for these ladies," a remark which was a signal for all to retire. And thereupon a curious spectacle might have been observed. Old and corpulent courtiers were seen running about after butterflies, losing their hats as they ran, and with their raised canes cutting down the myrtles and the furze as they would have done the Spaniards. The king offered Madame his arm, and they both selected, as the center of observation, a bench with a roof of boards and moss, a king of hut roughly designed by the modest genius of one of the gardeners who had inaugurated the picturesque and fanciful amid the formal style of the gardening of that period. This sheltered retreat, covered with nasturtiums and climbing roses, screened the bench so that the spectators, insulated in the middle of the lawns, saw and were seen on every side, but could not be heard without perceiving those who might approach for the purpose of listening. Seated thus, the king made a sign of encouragement to those who were running about, and then, as if he were engaged with Madame in a dissertation upon the butterfly which he had thrust through a gold pen and fastened on his hat, said to her, "How admirably we are placed here for conversations." "Yes, sire, for I wish to be heard by you alone, and yet to be seen by everyone." "And I also," said Louis. "My note surprised you." "Terrified me, rather, but what I have to tell you is more important." "It cannot be, sire. Do you know that Monsieur refuses to see me?" "Why so?" "Can you not guess why?" "Ah, madame, in that case, we have both the same thing to say to each other." "What has happened to you, then?" "You wish me to begin?" "Yes, for I have told you all." "Well, then, as soon as I returned, I found my mother waiting for me, and she led me away to her own apartments." "The queen mother," said madame, with some anxiety. "The matter is serious, then." "Indeed it is, for she told me, but in the first place, allow me to preface what I have to say with one remark. Has Monsieur ever spoken to you about me?" "Often." "Has he ever spoken to you about his jealousy?" "More frequently still." "Of his jealousy of me?" "No, but of the Duke of Buckingham and de Guiche." "Well, madame, Monsieur's present idea is jealous of myself." "Really?" replied the princess, smiling archly. "And it really seems to me," continued the king, "that we have never given any ground." "Never, at least I have not. But who told you that Monsieur was jealous?" "My mother represented to me that Monsieur entered her apartments like a madman, that he uttered 1,000 complaints against you, and, forgive me for saying it, against your coquetry. It appears that Monsieur indulges in injustice too." "You are very kind, sir." "My mother reassured him, but he pretended that people reassure him too often, and that he had quite enough of it. Would it not be better for him to not make himself uneasy in any way?" "The very thing I said." "Confess, sire, that the world is very wicked. It is possible that a brother and sister cannot converse together or take pleasure in each other's company without giving rise to remarks and suspicions. For indeed, sire, we are doing no harm and have no intention of doing any." And she looked at the king with that proud yet provoking glance that kindles desire in the coldest and wisest of men. "No," sighed the king, "that is true." "You know very well, sire, that if I were to continue, I should be obliged to make a disturbance. Do you decide upon our conduct and say whether it has or has not been perfectly correct?" Oh, certainly, perfectly correct. Often alone together, for we delight in the same things, we might possibly be led away into error. But have we been? I regard you as a brother and nothing more. The king frowned. She continued, Your hand, which often meets my own, does not excite me in that agitation and emotion which is the case with those who love each other, for instance. Enough, said the king, enough, I entreat you. Have no pity, you are killing me. What is the matter? In fact, then, you distinctly say you experienced nothing when near me. Oh, sire, I don't say that. My affection... Enough, Henrietta, I again entreat you. If you believe me to be marble, as you are, undeceive yourself. I do not understand you, sire. Very well, said the king, casting down his eyes, and so our meetings, the pressing of each other's hands, the looks we have exchanged. Yes, you are right, and I understand your meaning, and he buried his face in his hands. Take care, sire, said Madame hurriedly. Monsieur de Saint-Agnan is looking at you. Of course, said Louis angrily, never even the shadow of liberty, never any sincerity in my intercourse with anyone. I imagine I have found a friend who is nothing but a spy, a dearer friend who is only a sister. Madame was silent and cast down her eyes. My husband is jealous, she murmured, in a tone of which nothing could equal its sweetness and charm. You are right, exclaimed the king suddenly. You see, she said, looking at him in a manner that set his heart on fire. You are free. You are not suspected. The peace of your house is not disturbed. Alas, said the king, as yet you know nothing, for the queen is jealous. Maria Theresa! Stark mad with jealousy. Monsieur's jealousy arises from hers. She was weeping and complaining to my mother, and was reproaching us for those bathing parties, which have made me so happy. And me too, answered Madame by a look. When suddenly, continued the king, Monsieur, who was listening, heard the word banos, which the king pronounced with some degree of bitterness that awakened his attention. He entered the room looking quite wild, broke into the conversation, and began to quarrel with my mother so bitterly that she was obliged to leave him. So that while you have a jealous husband to deal with, I shall have perpetually present before me a spectre of jealousy with swollen eyes, a cadaverous face, and sinister looks. Poor king, murmured Madame as she lightly touched the king's hand. He retained her hand in his, and in order to press it without exciting suspicion in the spectators, who were not so much taken up with the butterflies that they could not occupy themselves about other matters, and who perceived clearly enough that there was some mystery in the king's and Madame's conversation, Louis placed the dying butterfly before his sister-in-law and bent over it as if to count the 1,000 eyes of its wings, or the particles of golden dust which covered it. Neither of them spoke. However, their hair mingled, their breaths united, and their hands feverishly throbbed in each other's grasp. 5 minutes passed in this manner. Chapter 38. What was caught after the butterflies? The two young people remained for a moment with their heads bent down, bowed as it were, beneath the double thought of the love which was springing up in their hearts, and which gives birth to so many happy fancies in the imaginations of 20 years of age. Henrietta gave a side glance, from time to time, at the king. Hers was one of those finely organized natures capable of looking inwardly at itself, as well as at others at the same moment. She perceived love lying at the bottom of Louis's heart, as a skillful diver sees a pearl at the bottom of the sea. She knew Louis was hesitating, if not in doubt, and that his indolent or timid heart required aid and encouragement. And so, she said, interrogatively breaking the silence. What do you mean? Inquired Louis, after a moment's pause. I mean that I shall be obliged to return to the resolution I had formed. To what resolution? To that which I have already submitted to your majesty. When? On the very day we had a certain explanation about Monsieur's jealousies. What did you say to me then? Inquired Louis, with some anxiety. Do you not remember, sire? Alas, if it be another cause of unhappiness, I shall recollect it soon enough. A cause of unhappiness for myself alone, sire, replied Madame Henrietta, but as it is necessary, I must submit to it. At least tell me what it is, said the king. Absence. Still that unkind resolve. Believe me, sire, I have not found it without a violent struggle with myself. If it absolutely necessary, I should return to England. Never, never will I permit you to leave France, exclaimed the king. And yet, sire, said Madame, affecting a gentle yet sorrowful determination, nothing is more urgently necessary. Nay, more than that, I am persuaded it is your mother's desire I should do so. Desire, exclaimed the king, that is a very strange expression to use to me. Still, replied Madame Henrietta, smilingly, are you not happy in submitting to the wishes of so good a mother? Enough, I implore you, you rend my very soul. I? Yes, for you speak of your departure with tranquillity. I was not born for happiness, sire, replied the princess dejectedly, and I acquired in very early life the habit of seeing my dearest wishes disappointed. Do you speak truly, said the king? Would your departure gainsay any one of your cherished thoughts? If I were to say yes, would you begin to take your misfortune patiently? How cruel you are! Take care, sire, someone is coming. The king looked all around him and said, No, there is no one, and then continued, Come, Henrietta, instead of trying to contend against monsieur's jealousy by a departure which would kill me. Henrietta slightly shrugged her shoulders like a woman unconvinced. Yes, repeated Louis, which would kill me, I say. Instead of fixing your mind on this departure, does not your imagination, or rather does not your heart, suggest some expedient? What is it you wish my heart to suggest? Tell me, how can one prove to another that it is wrong to be jealous? In the first place, sire, by giving no motive for jealousy, in other words, in loving no one but the person in question. Oh, I expected more than that. What did you expect? That you would simply tell me that jealous people are pacified by concealing the affection which is entertained for the object of jealousy. Dissimulation is difficult, sire. It is only because means of conquering difficulties that any happiness is obtained. As far as I am concerned, I swear I will give the lie to those who are jealous of me by pretending to treat you like any other woman. A bad as well as unsafe means, said the young princess, shaking her pretty head. You seem to think everything bad, dear Henrietta, said Louis, discontentedly. You negative everything I propose. Suggest at least something else instead. Come, try and think. I trust implicitly to a woman's invention. Do you invent in your turn? Well, sire, I have hit upon something. Will you listen to it? Can you ask me? You speak of a matter of life or death to me, and then ask if you will listen. Well, I judge of it by my own case. If my husband intended to put me on the wrong scent with regard to another woman, one thing would reassure me more than anything else. And what would that be? In the first place, to see that he never took any notice of the woman in question. Exactly, that is precisely what I said just now. Very well, but in order to be perfectly reassured on the subject, I should like to see him occupy himself with someone else. Ah, I understand you, replied Louis, smiling. But confess, dear Henrietta, if the means is at least ingenious, it is hardly charitable. Why so? In curing the dread of a wound in a jealous person's mind, you inflict one upon the heart. His fear ceases, it is true, but the evil still exists, and that seems to me to be far worse. Agreed, but he does not detect, he does not suspect the real enemy. He does no prejudice to love itself. He concentrates all his strength on the side where his strength will do no injury to anything or anyone. In a word, sire, my plan, which I confess I am surprised to find you dispute, is mischievous to jealous people, it is true, but to lovers it is full of advantage. Besides, let me ask, sire, who except yourself has ever thought of pitying jealous people? Are they not a melancholy crew of grumblers, always equally unhappy, whether with or without cause? You may remove that cause, but you can never remove their sufferings. It is a disease which lies in the imagination, and like all imaginary disorders, it is incurable. By the by, I remember an aphorism upon this subject, of poor Dr. Dolly, a clever and amusing man, who, had it not been for my brother, who could not do without him, I should have him with me now. He used to say, whenever you are likely to suffer from two affections, choose that will give you the least trouble, and I will allow you to retain it, for it is positive. He said that very ailment of the greatest service to me, in order to enable me to get rid of the other. Well and judiciously remarked, Henrietta, replied the king, smiling. Oh, we have some clever people in London, sire. And those clever people produced adorable pupils. I will grant this Dolly, or whatever you call him, a pension for his aphorism. But I entreat you, Henrietta, to begin by choosing the least of your evils. You do not answer, you smile. I guess that the least of your bugbears is your stay in France. I will allow you to retain this information, and in order to begin with the cure of the other, I will this very day begin to look out for a subject which shall divert the attention of the jealous members of either sex who persecute us both. Hush, this time someone is really coming, said Madame, and she stooped to gather a flower from the thick grass at her feet. Someone, in fact, was approaching, for suddenly a bevy of young girls ran down from the top of the hillock, following the cavaliers, the cause of this interruption being a magnificent hawk moth. The wings like rose leaves, the prey in question had fallen into the net of Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, who displayed it with some pride to her less successful rivals. The queen of the chase had seated herself some 20 paces from the bank on which Louis and Madame Henrietta were reclining, and leaned her back against a magnificent oak tree entwined with ivy, and struck the butterfly on the long cane she carried in her hand. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente was very beautiful, and the gentlemen accordingly deserted her companions, and under the pretext of complimenting her upon her success, pressed in a circle around her. The king and princess looked gloomily at this scene, as spectators of mature age looked on at the games of little children. They seemed to be amusing themselves there, said the king. Greatly, sire. I have always found that people are amused whenever youth and beauty are to be found. What do you think of Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, Henrietta? Inquired the king. I think she has rather too much flax yellow and lily whiteness in her complexion, replied Madame, fixing in a moment upon the only fault it was possible to find in the almost perfect beauty of the future Madame de Montespan. Rather too fair, yes, but beautiful, I think, in spite of that. Is that your opinion, sire? Yes, really. Very well, and it is mine too. And she seems to be much sought after. That is a matter of course. Lovers flutter from one to another. If we had hunted for lovers instead of butterflies, you can see from those who surround her what successful sport we should have had. Tell me, Henrietta, what would be said if the king were to make himself one of those lovers and let his glance fall in that direction? Would someone else be jealous in such a case? Oh, sire, Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente is a very efficacious remedy, said Madame with a sigh. She would cure a jealous man, certainly, but she might possibly make a woman jealous too. Henrietta, exclaimed Louis, you fill my heart with joy. Yes, yes. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente is far too beautiful to serve as a cloak. A king's cloak, said Madame Henrietta, smiling, ought to be beautiful. Do you advise me to do it then? Inquired Louis. What should I say, sire, except that to give such an advice would be to supply arms against myself. It would be folly or pride to advise you to take, for the heroine of an assumed affection, a woman more beautiful than the one for whom you pretend to feel real regard. The king tried to take Madame's hand in his own, his eyes sought hers, and then he murmured a few words so full of tenderness that produced in so low a tone that the historian, who ought to hear anything, could not hear them. Then, speaking aloud, he said, Do you yourself choose for the one who is to cure our jealous friend? To her, then, all my devotion, all my attention, all the time that I can spare from my occupations shall be devoted. For her shall be the flower that I may pluck for you, the fond thoughts with which you have inspired me. Towards her I will direct the glance I dare not bestow upon you, and which ought to be able to rouse you from your indifference. But be careful in your selection, lest in offering her the rose which I may have plucked, I find myself conquered by you, and my looks, my hands, my lips turn immediately towards you, even were the whole world to guess my secret. While these words escaped from the king's lips in a stream of wild affection, Madame blushed, breathless, happy, proud, almost intoxicated with delight. She could find nothing to say in reply. Her pride and her thirst for homage were satisfied. I shall fail, she said, raising her beautiful black eyes, but not as you beg me, for all this incense which you wish to burn on the altar of another divinity. Ah, sire, I too shall be jealous of it, and want restored to me, and would not that a particle of it should be lost in the way. Therefore, sire, with your royal permission, I will choose one who shall appear to me the least likely to distract your attention, and who will leave my image intact and unshadowed in your heart. Happily for me, said the king, your heart is not hard and unfeeling. If it were so, I should be alarmed at the threat you hold out. Precautions were taken on this point, and around you, as around myself, it would be difficult to meet with a disagreeable-looking face. Whilst the king was speaking, Madame had risen from her seat, looked around the greensward, and after a careful and silent examination, she called the king to her side and said, See yonder, sire, upon the declivity of that little hill, near that group of Guelder roses, that beautiful girl walking alone, her head down, her arms hanging by her side, with her eyes fixed upon the flowers, which she crushes beneath her feet, like one who is lost in thought. Mademoiselle de la Valera, do you mean? Remarked the king. Yes. Oh, will she not suit you, sire? Why, look how thin the poor child is. She has hardly any flesh upon her bones. Nay, am I stout then? She is so melancholy. The greater contrast to myself, whom accused of being too lively. She is lame. Do you really think so? No doubt of it. Look, she has allowed everyone to pass by her through fear of her defect being remarked. Well, she will not run so fast as Daphne, and will not be as able to escape Apollo. Henrietta, said the king, out of temper, of all your maids of honor, you have really selected for me the one most full of defects. Still, she is one of my maids of honor. Of course, but what do you mean? I mean that, in order to visit this new divinity, you will not be able to do so without paying a visit to my apartments, and that, as propriety will forbid your conversing with her in private, you will be compelled to see her in my circle, to speak, as it were, at me while speaking to her. In fact, that those who may be jealous will be wrong if they suppose you come to my apartments for my sake, since you will go there from Mademoiselle de la Valera, who happens to be lame. Hardly that. Who never opens her lips. but who does, when she opens them, display a beautiful set of teeth, who may serve as a model for an osteologist. Your favor will change her appearance. Henrietta! At all events, you allowed me to choose. Alas, yes. Well, my choice is made. I impose her upon you, and you must submit. Oh, I would accept one of the Furies if you were to insist upon it. La Valera is as gentle as a lamb. Do not fear she will ever contradict you when you tell her you love her, said Madame. You are not afraid, are you, that I shall say too much to her? It would be for my sake. The treaty is agreed to, then. Not only so, but signed. You will continue to show me the friendship of a brother, the attention of a brother, the gallantry of a monarch, will you not? I will preserve for you intact a heart that has already become accustomed to beat only at your command. Very well. Do you not see that we have guaranteed the future by this means? I hope so. Will your mother cease to regard me as an enemy? Yes. Will Maria Theresa leave off speaking in Spanish before Monsieur, who has a horror of conversation held in foreign languages, because he thinks he is always being ill spoken of? And lastly, continued the princess, will people persist in attributing a wrongful affection to the king, when the truth is we can offer nothing to each other except absolute sympathy, free from mental reservation? Yes, yes, said the king hesitatingly, but other things may still be said of us. What can be said, sire? Shall we ever be left in tranquillity? People will say I am deficient in taste, and what is my self-respect in comparison with your tranquillity? In comparison with my honor, sire, and that of our family, you mean? Besides, I beg you to attend. Do not be so hastily prejudiced against La Valera. She is slightly lame, it is true, but she is not deficient in good sense. Moreover, all that the king touches is converted into gold. Well, madame, rest assured of one thing, namely, that I am still grateful to you. You might even yet make me pay dearer for your stay in France. Sire, someone approaches. Well, one last word. Say it. You are prudent and judicious, sire, but in the present instance you will be obliged to summon to your aid all your prudence and all your judgment. Oh, exclaimed Louis, laughing, from this very day I shall begin to act my part, and you shall see whether I am not quite fit to represent the character of a tender swain. After luncheon there will be a promenade in the forest, and then there is supper and the ballet at 10 o'clock. I know it. The ardor of my passion shall blaze more brilliantly than the fireworks, shall shine more steadily than our friend Colbert's lamps. It shall shine so dazzlingly that the queens and Monsieur will be almost blinded by it. Take care, sire, take care. In heaven's name, what have I done then? I shall begin to recall the compliments I paid you just now. You prudent, you wise, did I say? Why, you begin by the most reckless inconsistencies. Can a passion be kindled in this manner like a torch in a moment? Can a monarch such as you are, without any preparation, fall to the feet of a girl like La Valera? Ah, Henrietta, now I understand you. We have not yet begun the campaign, and you are plundering me already. No, I am only recalling to you common sense ideas. Let your passion be kindled gradually, instead of allowing it to burst forth so suddenly. Jove's thunders and lightnings are heard and seen before the palace is set on fire. Everything has its commencements. If you are so easily excited, no one will believe you are really captivated, and everyone will think you are out of your senses. If even indeed the truth itself not be guessed, the public is not so fatuous that they seem. The king was obliged to admit that Madame was an angel for sense, and the very reverse for cleverness. He bowed and said, Agreed, Madame. I will think over my plan of attack. Great military men, my cousin de Conde, for instance, grow pale in meditation upon their strategical plans before they move one of the pawns which call armies. I therefore wish to draw up a complete plan of campaign, for you know that the tender passion is subdivided in a variety of ways. Well then, I shall stop at the village of little attentions, at the hamlet of love letters, before I follow the road of visible affection. The way is clear enough, you know, and poor Madame de Scudery would never forgive me for passing through a halting place without stopping. Oh, now we have returned to our proper senses. Shall we say adieu, sire? Alas, it must be so, for see, we are interrupted. Yes, indeed, said Henrietta. They are bringing Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente and her Sphinx butterfly in grand procession this way. It is perfectly well understood that this evening, during the promenade, I am to make my escape into the forest and find La Valera without you. I will take care to send her away. Very well, I will speak to her when she is with her companions, and I will then discharge my first arrow at her. Be skillful, said Madame, laughing, and do not miss the heart. Then the princess took leave of the king and went forward to meet the merry troop, which was advancing with much ceremony, and a many great pretended flourishes of trumpets imitated from their mouths. Chapter 39. The Ballet of the Seasons. At the conclusion of the banquet, which was served at 5 o'clock, the king entered his cabinet, where his tailors were awaiting him for the purpose of trying on the celebrated costume representing spring, which was the result of so much imagination and had cost so many efforts of thought to the designers and ornament workers of the court. As for the ballet itself, every person knew the part he had to take in it and how to perform it. The king had resolved to make it a surprise. Hardly, therefore, had he finished his conference and entered his own apartment than he desired his two masters of the ceremonies, Villeroy and Saint Aignan, to be sent for. Both replied that they only awaited his orders and everything was ready to begin, but that it was necessary to be sure of fine weather and a favorable night before these orders could be carried out. The king opened his window. The pale gold hues of the evening were visible on the horizon through the vistas of the wood, and the moon, white as snow, was already mounting the heavens. Not a ripple could be noticed on the surface of the green waters. The swans themselves, even, reposing the folded wings like ships at anchor, seemed inspirations of the warmth of the air, the freshness of the water, and the silence of the beautiful evening. The king, having observed all these things and contemplated the magnificent picture before him, gave the order which de Villeroy and de Saint Aignan waited. But with a view of ensuring the execution of this order in a royal manner, one last question was necessary, and Louis IX put it to the two gentlemen in the following manner. Have you any money? Sire, replied Saint Aignan, we have arranged everything with Monsieur Colbert. Ah, very well. Yes, sire, and Monsieur Colbert said he would wait upon your majesty as soon as your majesty should manifest an intention of carrying out the feats, of which he has furnished the program. Let him come in, then, said the king, and as if Colbert had been listening at the door for the purpose of keeping himself au courant with the conversation, he entered as soon as the king had pronounced his name to the two courtiers. Ah, Monsieur Colbert, said the king, gentlemen, to your posts, whereupon Saint Aignan and Villeroy took their leave. The king seated himself in an easy chair near the window, saying, The ballet will take place this evening, Monsieur Colbert. In that case, sire, I will pay all accounts tomorrow. Why so? I promised the tradespeople to pay their bills the following that on which the ballet should take place. Very well, Monsieur Colbert, pay them, since you have promised to do so. Certainly, sire, but I must have money to do that. What, have you not the 4 millions which Monsieur Fouquet promised been sent? I forgot to ask you about it. Sire, they were sent at the hour promised. Well? Well, sire, the colored lamps, the fireworks, the musicians, and the cooks have swallowed up 4 millions in 8 days. Entirely. To the last penny. Every time your majesty directed the banks of the Grand Canal to be illuminated, as much oil was consumed as there was water in the basins. Well, well, Monsieur Colbert, the fact is, then, you have no more money? I have no more, sire, but Monsieur Fouquet has, Colbert replied, his face darkening with a sinister expression of pleasure. What do you mean? Inspired Louis. We have already made Monsieur Fouquet advance 6 millions. He has given them with too much grace not to have the others still to give. If they are required, which is the case at the present moment, it is necessary, therefore, that he should comply. The king frowned. Monsieur Colbert, said he, accentuating the financier's name, that is not the way I understood the matter. I do not wish to make use, against any of my servants, of a means of pressure which may oppress him and fetter his services. In 8 days, Monsieur Fouquet has furnished 6 millions. This is a good round sum. Colbert turned pale. And yet, he said, your majesty did not use this language some time ago when the news about Belle Isle arrived, for instance. You are right, Monsieur Colbert. Nothing, however, has changed since then. On the contrary, indeed. In my thoughts, monsieur, everything has changed. Does your majesty, then, no longer believe the disloyal attempt? My affairs concern myself alone, monsieur, and I have already told you I transact them without interference. Then I perceive, said Colbert, trembling with anger and fear, that I have had the misfortune to fall into disgrace with your majesty. Not at all. You are, on the contrary, most agreeable to me. Yet, sire, said the minister, with a certain affected bluntness, so successful when it was a question of flattering Louis's self-esteem, what use is there in being agreeable to your majesty if one can no longer be of any use? I reserve your services for a better occasion, and believe me, they will only be the better appreciated. Your majesty's plan, then, in this affair is... You want money, Monsieur Colbert? 700,000 francs, sire. You will take them from my private treasure. Colbert bowed. And, added Louis, as it seems a difficult matter for you, notwithstanding your economy, to defray with so limited a sum the expenses which I intend to incur, I will at once sign an order for 3 millions. The king took a pen and signed an order immediately, then handed it to Colbert. Be satisfied, Monsieur Colbert, the plan I have adopted is one worthy of a king, said Louis IX, who pronounced these words with all the majesty he knew how to assume in such circumstances, and dismissed Colbert for the purpose of giving an audience to his tailors. The order issued by the king was known throughout the whole of Fontainebleau. It was already known, too, that the king was trying on his costume and that the ballet would be danced in the evening. The news circulated with the rapidity of lightning. During its progress, it kindled every variety of coquetry, desire, and wild ambition. At the same moment, as if by enchantment, everyone who knew how to hold a needle, everyone who could distinguish a coat from a pair of trousers, was summoned to the assistance of those who had received invitations. The king had completed his toilette by 9 o'clock. He appeared in an open carriage decorated with branches of trees and flowers. The queens had taken their seats upon a magnificent dais or platform, erected upon the borders of the lake in a theater of wonderful elegance of construction. In the space of 5 hours, the carpenters had put together all the different parts connected with the building. The upholsterers had laid down the carpets, erected the seats, and as if that, at the wave of enchanter's wand, 1,000 arms, aiding instead of interfering with each other, had constructed the building amidst the sound of music. Whilst at the same time other workmen illuminated the theater and the shores of the lake with an incalculable number of lamps, as the heavens set with stars were perfectly unclouded, as not even a breath of air could be heard in the woods, and as if nature itself had yielded complacently to the king's fancies, the back of the theater had yet been left open, so that behind the foreground of the scenes could be seen as a background the beautiful sky glittering with stars, the sheet of water illumined by the lights which were reflected in it, and the bluish outline of the grand masses of woods with their roundest tops. When the king made his appearance, the theater was full and presented to the view one vast group, dazzling with gold and precious stones, in which, however, at the first glance, no single face could be distinguished. By degrees, as the sight became accustomed to so much brilliancy, the rarest beauties appeared to the view, as in the evening sky the stars appear one by one to him who closes his eyes and reopens them again. The theater represented a grove of trees. A few fawns, lifting up their cloven feet, were jumping about. A dryad made her appearance on the scene and was immediately pursued by them. Others gathered round for her defense, and they quarreled as they danced, suddenly for the purpose of restoring peace and order. Spring, accompanied by this whole court, made his appearance. The elements, subaltern powers of mythology, together with their attributes, hastened to follow their gracious sovereign. The seasons, allies of spring, followed him closely to form a quadrille, which, after many words or more of less flattering import, was the commencement of the dance. The music, hautboys, flutes, and viols was delightfully descriptive of rural delights. The king had already made his appearance amid thunders of applause. He was dressed in a tunic of flowers, which set off his graceful and well-formed figure to advantage. His legs, the best shaped at court, were displayed to great advantage in flesh-colored silken hose, of silk so fine and so transparent that it almost seemed like flesh itself. The most beautiful pale lilac satin shoes with bows of flowers and leaves imprisoned his small feet. The bust of the figure was in harmonious keeping with the base. Louis's waving hair floated on his shoulders. The freshness of his complexion was enhanced by the brilliancy of his beautiful blue eyes, which softly kindled all hearts. A mouth with tempting lips which deigned to open in smiles, such was the prince of that period, justly that evening styled the king of all the loves. There was something in his carriage which resembled the buoyant movements of an immortal, and he did not dance so much as seemed to soar along. His entrance produced, therefore, the most brilliant effect. Suddenly, the Comte de Saint-Aignan was observed endeavoring to approach either the king or Madame. The princess, who was robed in a long dress, diaphanous and light as the finest network tissue from the hands of skillful Mechlin workers, one knee occasionally revealed beneath the folds of the tunic, and her little feet encased in silken slippers decked with pearls, advanced radiant with beauty, accompanied by her cortege of bacchantes, and had already reached the spot assigned to her in the dance. The applause continued so long that the Comte had ample leisure to join the king. "What is the matter, Saint-Aignan?" said Spring. "Nothing whatever," replied the courtier, as pale as death, "but your majesty has not thought of fruits." "Yes, it is suppressed." "Far from it, sire. Your majesty, having given no directions about it, the musicians have retained it." "How excessively annoying," said the king. "This figure cannot be performed. Since Monsieur de Guiche is absent, it must be suppressed." "Ah, sire, a quarter of an hour's music without any dancing will produce an effect so chilling as to ruin the success of the ballet." "But come, since—" "Oh, sire, that is not the greatest misfortune, for after all the orchestra could still just as well cut it out, but if it were necessary, but—" "But what?" "But why, Monsieur de Guiche is here." "Here?" replied the king, frowning. "Here, are you sure?" "Yes, sire, and ready dressed for the ballet." The king felt himself color deeply and said, "You are probably mistaken." "So little is that the case, sire, that if your majesty will look to the right, you will see the Comte is in waiting." Louis turned hastily towards the side, and in fact on his right, brilliant in his character of autumn, de Guiche waited until the king should look at him in order that he might address him. To give an idea of the stupefaction of the king and that of Monsieur, who was moving about restlessly in his box, to describe also the agitated movement of the heads in the theatre and the strange emotion of Madame at the sight of her partner, is a task we must leave to abler hands. The king stood almost gaping with astonishment as he looked at the Comte, who, bowing lowly, approached Louis with the profoundest respect. "Sire," he said, "Your Majesty's most devoted servant approaches to perform a service on this occasion with similar zeal that he has already shown on the field of battle. Your Majesty, in omitting the dance of the fruits, would be losing the most beautiful scene in the ballet. I did not wish to be the substance of so dark a shadow to your Majesty's elegance, skill, and graceful invention, and I have left my tenants in order to place my services at your Majesty's commands." Every word fell distinctly in perfect harmony and eloquence upon Louis IX's ears. Their flattery pleased as much as de Guiche's courage had astonished him, and he simply replied, "I did not tell you to return, Comte." "Certainly not, sire, but your Majesty did not tell me to remain." The king perceived that time was passing away, that if this strange scene were prolonged it would complicate everything, and that a single cloud upon the picture would eventually spoil the whole. Besides, the king's heart was filled with 2 or 3 new ideas. He had just derived fresh inspiration from the eloquent glances of Madame. Her look had said to him, "Since they are jealous of you, divide their suspicions, for the man who distrusts 2 rivals does not object to either in particular." So that Madame, by this clever diversion, decided him. The king smiled upon de Guiche, who did not comprehend a word of Madame's dumb language, but he remarked that she pretended not to look at him, and he attributed the pardon which had been conferred upon him the princess's kindness of heart. The king seemed only pleased with everyone present. Monsieur was the only one who did not understand anything about the matter. The ballet began. The effect was more than beautiful. When the music, by its bursts of melody, carried away these illustrious dancers, when the simple, untutored pantomime of that period, only the more natural on account of the very indifferent acting of the august actors, had reached its culminating point of triumph, the theatre shook with tumultuous applause. De Guiche shone like a sun, but like a courtly son that is resigned to fill a subordinate part. Disdainful of a success of which Madame showed no acknowledgement, he thought of nothing but boldly regaining the marked preference of the princess. She, however, did not bestow a single glance upon him. By degrees, all his happiness, all his brilliancy, subsided into regret and uneasiness, so that his limbs lost their power, his arms hung heavily by his sides, and his head drooped as though he was stupefied. The king, who had from this moment become in reality the principal dancer in the quadrilla, cast a look upon his vanquished rival. De Guiche soon ceased to sustain even the character of a courtier. Without applause, he danced indifferently, and very soon could not dance at all, by which accident the triumph of the king and Madame was assured. Chapter 40. The Nymphs of the Park of Fontainebleau. The king remained for a moment to enjoy a triumph as complete as it could possibly be. He then turned towards Madame for the purpose of admiring her also a little in her turn. Young persons love with more vivacity, perhaps with greater ardor and deeper passion than others more advanced in years, but all the other feelings are at the same time developed in proportion to their youth and vigor, so that vanity being with them almost always the equivalent of love, the latter feeling, according to the laws of equipoise, never attains that degree of perfection which it acquires in men and women from 35 and 40 years of age. Louis thought of Madame, but only after he had studiously thought of himself, and Madame carefully thought of herself without bestowing a single thought upon the king. The victim, however, of all these royal affections and affectations was poor de Guiche. Everyone could observe his agitation and prostration, a prostration which was indeed the more remarkable since people were not accustomed to see him with arms hanging listlessly by his side, his head bewildered, and his eyes with all their bright intelligence bedimmed. It rarely happened that any uneasiness was excited on his account, whenever a question of elegance or taste was under discussion, and de Guiche's defeat was accordingly attributed by the greater number present to his quarter like tact and ability. But there were others, keen-sighted observers are always to be met with at court, who remarked his paleness and his altered looks, which he could neither feign nor conceal, and their conclusion was that de Guiche was not acting the part of a flatterer. All these sufferings, successes, and remarks were blended, confounded, and lost in the uproar of applause. When, however, the queens expressed their satisfaction and the spectators their enthusiasm, when the king had retired to his dressing room to change his costume, and whilst Monsieur, dressed as a woman, as he delighted to be, was in his turn dancing about de Guiche, who had now recovered himself, approached Madame. who, seated at the back of the theater, was waiting for the second part, and had quitted the others for the purpose of creating a sort of solitude for herself in the midst of the crowd, to meditate, as it were, beforehand upon choreographic effects. And it will be perfectly understood that, absorbed in deep meditation, she did not see, or rather pretended not to notice, anything that was passing around her. De Guiche, observing that she was alone near a thicket constructed of painted cloth, approached her. Two of her maids of honor, dressed as hamadryads, seeing De Guiche advance, drew back out of respect, whereupon De Guiche proceeded towards the middle of the circle and saluted her royal highness. But whether she did or did not observe his salutations, the princess did not even turn her head. A cold shiver passed through the poor De Guiche. He was unprepared for such utter indifference, for he had neither seen nor been told of anything that had taken place, and consequently could guess nothing. Remarking, therefore, that his obeisance obtained him no acknowledgment, he advanced one step further, and in a voice which he tried, though vainly, to render calm, said, "I have the honor to present my most humble respects to your royal highness." Upon this, Madame deigned to turn her eyes languishly toward the Comte, observing, "Ah, Monsieur de Guiche, is that you? Good day." The Comte's patience almost forsook him, as he continued, "Your royal highness danced, just now, most charmingly." "Do you think so?" she replied with indifference. "Yes, the character which your royal highness assumed is in perfect harmony with your own." Madame again turned round, and looking De Guiche full in the face with a bright and steady gaze, said, "Why so?" "Oh, there can be no doubt of it." "Explain yourself." "You represented a divinity, beautiful, disdainful, inconstant." "You mean Pomona, Comte?" "I allude to the goddess." Madame remained silent for a moment with her lips compressed, and then observed, "But Comte, you too are an excellent dancer." "Nay, Madame, I am only one of those who are never noticed, and who are soon forgotten if they ever happen to be noticed." With this remark, accompanied by one of those deep sighs which affect the remotest fibers of one's being, his heart burdened with sorrow and throbbing fast, his head on fire, and his gaze wandering, he bowed breathlessly and withdrew behind the thicket. The only reply Madame condescended to make was by slightly raising her shoulders, and as her ladies of honor had discreetly retired while the conversation lasted, she recalled them by a look. The ladies were Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente and Mademoiselle de Montalais. "Did you hear what the Comte de Guiche said?" the princess inquired. "No." "It really is very singular," she continued in a compassionate tone, "how exile has affected poor Monsieur de Guiche's wit." And then, in a louder voice, fearful lest her unhappy victim might lose a syllable, she said, "In the first place, he danced badly, and afterwards his remarks were very silly." She then rose, humming the air to which she was presently going to dance. De Guiche had overheard everything. The arrow pierced his heart and wounded him mortally. Then, at the risk of interrupting the progress of the feat by his annoyance, he fled from the scene, tearing his beautiful costume of autumn in pieces, and scattering as he went along the branches of vines, mulberry, and almond trees, with all the other artificial attributes of his assumed divinity. A quarter of an hour afterwards he returned to the theater, but it will be readily believed that it was only a powerful effort of reason over his great excitement that enabled him to go back, or perhaps, for love is thus strangely constituted, he found it impossible even to remain much longer separated from the presence of one who had broken his heart. Madame was finishing her figure. She saw, but did not look at De Guiche, who, irritated and revengeful, turned his back upon her as she passed him, escorted by her nymphs and followed by 100 flatterers. During this time, at the other end of the theater, near the lake, a young woman was seated, with her eyes fixed upon one of the windows of the theater, from which were issuing streams of light, the window in question being that of the royal box. As De Guiche quitted the theater for the purpose of getting into the fresh air he so much needed, he passed close to this figure and saluted her. When she perceived the young man, she rose, like a woman surprised in the midst of ideas she was desirous of concealing herself. De Guiche stopped as he recognized her and said hurriedly, "Good evening, Mademoiselle de la Valera. I am indeed fortunate in meeting you." "I also, Monsieur de Guiche, am glad of this accidental meeting," said the young girl as she was about to withdraw. "Pray do not leave me," said De Guiche, stretching out his hand towards her, "for you would be contradicting the kind words you have just pronounced. Remain, I implore you. The evening is most lovely. You wish to escape from the merry tumult, and prefer your own society. Well, I can understand it. All women who are possessed of any feeling do, and one never finds them dull or lonely when removed from the giddy vortex of these exciting amusements. Oh heaven!" he exclaimed suddenly. "What is the matter, Monsieur le Comte?" inquired La Valera with some anxiety. "You seem agitated." "I? Oh no. Will you allow me, Monsieur de Guiche, to return you the thanks I had proposed to offer you on the very first opportunity? It is to your recommendation, I am aware, that I owe my admission among the number of Madame's maids of honor." Indeed, I remember now, and I congratulate myself. Do you love anyone? I, exclaimed La Valera. Forgive me, I hardly know what I am saying. 1,000 times forgive me. Madame was right, quite right. This brutal exile has completely turned my brain. And yet it seemed to me that the king received you with kindness. Do you think so? Receive me with kindness. Perhaps so, yes. There cannot be any doubt he received you kindly, for in fact you returned without his permission. Quite true, and I believe you are right, but have you not seen Monsieur de Bragelonne here? La Valera started at the name. Why do you ask? She inquired. Have I offended you again? Said de Guiche. In that case, I am indeed unhappy, and greatly to be pitied. Yes, very unhappy, and very much to be pitied, Monsieur de Guiche, for you seem to be suffering terribly. Oh, mademoiselle, why have I not a devoted sister or a true friend such as yourself? You have friends, Monsieur de Guiche, and the Vicomte de Bragelonne, of whom you spoke of just now, I believe, one of the most devoted. Yes, you are right, he is one of my best friends. Farewell, Mademoiselle de la Valera, farewell. And he fled like one possessed along the banks of the lake. His dark shadow glided, lengthening as it disappeared among the illumined hues and glittering undulations of the water. La Valera looked after him, saying, Yes, he too is suffering, and I begin to understand why. She had hardly finished when her companions, Mademoiselle de Montalais and Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, ran forward. They were released from their attendants and had changed their costumes of nymphs. Delighted with the beautiful night and the success of the evening, they returned to look after their companion. What, already here? They said to her. We thought we should be first at the rendezvous. I have been here this quarter of an hour, replied La Valera. Did not the dancing amuse you? No, but surely the enchanting spectacle. No more than the dancing. As far as beauty is concerned, I much prefer that which these dark woods present, in whose depths can be seen, now in one direction and again in another, a light passing by as though it were an eye, in color like a midnight rainbow, sometimes open as others closed. La Valera is quite a poetess, said Tonnay-Charente. In other words, said Montalais, she is insupportable. Whenever there is a question of laughing a little or of amusing ourselves, La Valera begins to cry. Whenever we girls have reason to cry because perhaps we have mislaid our dresses, or because our vanity has been wounded, or our costume fails to produce an effect, La Valera laughs. As far as I am concerned, that is not my character, said Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente. I am a woman, and there are few like me. Whoever loves me flatters me. Whoever flatters me pleases me. And whoever pleases... Well, said Montalais, you do not finish. It is too difficult, replied Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, laughing loudly. Do you, who are so clever, finish for me? And you, Louise, said Montalais, does anyone please you? That is a matter that concerns no one but myself, replied the young girl, rising from the mossy bank on which she had been reclining during the whole time the ballet lasted. Now, mesdemoiselles, we have agreed to amuse ourselves tonight without anyone to overlook us, and without any escort. We are 3 in number. We like one another, and the night is lovely. Look yonder. Do you not see the moon slowly rising, silvering the topmost branches of the chestnuts and the oaks? Oh, beautiful walk, sweet liberty, exquisite soft turf of the woods. The happiness which your friendship confers upon me, let us walk arm in arm towards those large trees. Out yonder, all are at this moment seated at table and fully occupied, or preparing to adorn themselves for a set and formal promenade. Horses are being saddled, or harnessed to the carriages, the queen's mules or madame's 4 white ponies. As for ourselves, we shall soon reach some retired spot where no eyes can see us and no step follows ours. Do you not remember, Montalais, the woods of Cheverny and of Chambord, the innumerable rustling poplars of Blois where we exchanged our mutual hopes? And confidences too? Yes. Well, said Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, I also think a good deal, but I take care. To say nothing, said Montalais, so that when Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente thinks, Athanase is the only one who knows it. Hush, said Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, I hear steps approaching from this side. Quick, then, among the high reed grass, said Montalais. Stoop, Athanase, you are so tall. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente stooped as she was told, and almost at the same moment they saw 2 gentlemen approaching, with their heads bent down, walking arm in arm on the fine gravel walk running parallel with the bank. The young girls had indeed made themselves small, indeed invisible. It is Monsieur de Guiche, whispered Montalais in Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente's ear. It is Monsieur de Bragelonne, whispered the latter to La Valera. The 2 young men approached still closer, conversing in animated tones. She was here just now, said the Count. If I had only seen her, I should have declared it to be a vision, but I spoke to her. You are positive, then? Yes, but perhaps I frightened her. In what way? Oh, I was still half crazy at you-know-what, so that she could hardly have understood what I was saying and must have grown alarmed. Oh, said Bragelonne, do not make yourself uneasy. She is all kindness and will excuse you. She is clear-sighted and will understand. Yes, but if she should have understand and understand too well, she may talk. You do not know Louise, Count, said Raoul. Louise possesses every virtue and has not a single fault. And these two young men passed on, and as they proceeded, their voices were soon lost in the distance. How is it, La Valera, said Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, that the Vicomte de Bragelonne spoke of you as Louise? We were brought up together, replied Louise, blushing. Monsieur de Bragelonne has honored me by asking my hand in marriage, but... Well? It seems the king will not consent to it. Eh? Why the king? And what has the king to do with it? Exclaimed Ara sharply. Good gracious, has the king any right to interfere in matters of that kind? Politics are politics, as Monsieur de Mazarin used to say, but love is love. If therefore you love Monsieur de Bragelonne, marry him. I give my consent. Athanase began to laugh. Oh, I am speaking seriously, replied Montalais, and my opinion in this case is quite as good as the king's, I suppose. Is it not, Louise? Come, said La Valera, these gentlemen have passed. Let us take advantage of our being alone to cross the open ground and so take refuge in the woods. So much the better, said Athanase, because I see the torches setting out from the chateau and the theatre, and they seem as if they're preceding some person of distinction. Let us run then, said all three, and gracefully lifting up the long skirts of their silk dresses, they lightly ran across the open space between the lake and the thickest covert of the park. Montalais, agile as a deer, Athanase, eager as a young wolf, bounded through the dry grass, and now and then some bold Actaeon might by the aid of the faint light have perceived their straight and well-formed limbs somewhat displayed beneath the heavy folds of their satin petticoats. La Valera, more refined and more bashful, allowed her dress to flow around her, retarded also by the lameness of her foot. It was not long before she called out to her companions to halt, and left behind, she obliged them both to wait for her. At this moment, a man concealed in a dry ditch, planted with young willow saplings, scrambled quickly up its shelving side, and ran off in the direction of the chateau. The three young girls on their side reached the outskirts of the park, every path of which they well knew. The ditches were bordered by high hedges full of flowers, which on that side protected the foot passengers from being intruded upon by horses and carriages. In fact, the sound of Madame's and the Queen's carriages could be heard in the distance upon the hard, dry ground of the roads, followed by the mounted cavaliers. Distant music reached them in response, and when the soft notes died away, the nightingale, with throat of pride, poured forth his melodious chants, and his most complicated, learned, and sweetest compositions to those who had met beneath the thick covert of the woods. Near the songster, in the dark background of the large trees, could be seen the glistening eyes of an owl attracted by the harmony. In this way, the feat of the whole court was a feat also for the mysterious inhabitants of the forest, for certainly the deer in the brake, the pheasant on the branch, the fox in its hole were all listening. One could realize the life led by this nocturnal and invisible population from the restless movements that suddenly took place among the leaves. Our sylvan nymphs uttered a slight cry, but reassured immediately afterwards, they laughed and resumed their walk. In this manner they reached the royal oak, the venerable relic of a tree which in its prime has listened to the sighs of Henry II, for the beautiful Diana of Poitiers, and later still to those of Henry IV, for the lovely Gabrielle d'Estris. Beneath this oak the gardeners had piled up the moss and turf in such a manner that never had a seat more luxuriously rested the wearied limbs of the man or monarch. The trunk, somewhat rough to recline against, was sufficiently large to accommodate the three young girls, whose voices were lost among the branches, which stretched upwards towards the sky. Chapter 41. What was said under the royal oak. The softness of the air, the stillness of the foliage, tacitly imposed upon these young girls an engagement to change immediately their giddy conversation for one of a more serious character. She indeed, whose disposition was the most lively, Montalais, for instance, was the first to yield to the influence, and she began by heaving a deep sigh and saying, what happiness was to be here alone, and at liberty, with every right to be frank, especially towards one another. Yes, said Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, for the court, however brilliant it may be, has always had some falsehood concealed beneath the folds of its velvet robes or the glitter of its diamonds. I, replied La Valera, I never tell a falsehood. When I cannot speak the truth, I remain silent. You will not long remain in favor, said Montalais. It is not here as it was at Blois, where we told the Dowager Madame all our little annoyances and all our longings. There were certain days when Madame remembered that she herself had been young, and on those days, whoever talked with her found in her a sincere friend. She related to us her flirtations with Monsieur, And we told her of the flirtations that she had had with others, or at least the rumors of them that had spread abroad. Poor woman, so simple-minded, she laughed at them as we did. Where is she now? Ah, Montalais, laughter-loving Montalais, cried La Valera. You see, you are sighing again. The woods inspire you, and you are almost reasonable this evening. You ought not, either of you, said Athenae, to regret the court at Blois so much, unless you do not feel happy with us. A court is a place where men and women resort to talk of matters which mothers, guardians, and especially confessors severely denounce. Oh, Athenae, said Louis, blushing. Athenae is frank tonight, said Montalais. Let us avail ourselves of it. Yes, let us take advantage of it, for this evening I could divulge the softest secrets of my heart. Ah, if Monsieur Montespan were here, said Montalais. Do you think that I care for Monsieur de Montespan? Murmured the beautiful young girl. He is handsome, I believe. Yes, and that is no small advantage in my eyes. There now, you see? I will go further and say that of all the men whom one sees here, he is the handsomest and the most... What was that? Said La Valera, starting suddenly from the mossy bank. A deer hurrying, perhaps. I am only afraid of men, said Athenae, when they do not resemble Monsieur de Montespan. A truce to raillery. Monsieur de Montespan is attentive to me, but that does not commit me to him in any way. Is not Monsieur de Guiche here, he who is so devoted to Madame? Poor fellow, said La Valera. Why to be pitied? Madame is sufficiently beautiful and of high enough rank, I suppose. La Valera shook her head sorrowfully, saying, When one loves, it is neither beauty nor rank. When one loves, it should be the heart, or the eyes only, of him, or of her whom one loves. Montalais began to laugh loudly. Heart, eyes, she said. Oh, sugar plums. I speak for myself, replied La Valera. Noble sentiments, said Athenae, with an air of protection, but with indifference. Are they not your own? Asked Louise. Perfectly so, but to continue, how can one pity a man who bestows his attentions upon such a woman as Madame? If any disproportion exists, it is on the Count's side. Oh, no, returned La Valera. It is on Madame's side. Explain yourself. I will. Madame has not even a wish to know what love is. She diverts herself with the feeling, as children do with fireworks, from which a spark might set a palace on fire. It makes a display, and that is all she cares about. Besides, pleasure forms the tissue of which she wishes her life to be woven. Monsieur de Guiche loves this illustrious personage, but she will never love him. Athenae laughed disdainfully. Do people really ever love? She said. Where are the noble sentiments which are just now uttered? Does not a woman's virtue consist in the uncompromising refusal of every intrigue that might compromise her? A properly regulated woman endowed with a natural heart ought to look at men, make herself loved, adored even, by them, and say at the very utmost but once in her life, I begin to think that I ought not to have been what I am. I should have detested this one less than others. Therefore, exclaimed La Valera, that is what Monsieur de Montespan has to expect. Certainly he, as well as everyone else. What? Have I not said that I admit he possesses a certain superiority, and would not that be enough? My dear child, a woman is a queen during the entire period nature permits her to enjoy sovereign power, from 15 to 35 years of age. After that, we are free to have a heart. When we only have that left... Oh, murmured La Valera. Excellent, cried Montalais. A very masterly woman. Athenae, you will make your way in the world. Do you not approve of what I say? Completely, replied her laughing companion. You are not serious, Montalais, said Louise. Yes, I approve everything Athanos has just said. Only what? Well, I cannot carry it out. I have the firmest principles. I form resolutions beside which the laws of the stadtholder and the King of Spain are child's play. But when the moment arrives to put them into execution, nothing comes of them. Your courage fails, said Athanos scornfully. Miserably so. Great weakness of nature, returned Athenae. But at least you make a choice. Why no, it pleases fate to disappoint me in everything. I dream of emperors, and I find only... Ara, exclaimed La Valera, for pity's sake, do not, for the pleasure of saying something witty, sacrifice those who love you with such devoted affection. Oh, I do not trouble myself about that. Those who love me are sufficiently happy that I do not dismiss them altogether. So much the worse for myself that I have a weakness for anyone, but so much the worse for others if I revenge myself upon them for it. You are right, said Athenae, and perhaps you too will reach the goal. In other words, young ladies, that is termed being a coquette. Men who are very silly in most things are particularly so in confounding. Under the term of coquetry, a woman's pride and love of changing her sentiments as she does her dress. I, for instance, am proud, that is to say, impregnable. I treat my admirers harshly, but without any pretension to retain them. Men call me a coquette because they are vain enough to think I care for them. Other women, Montalais for instance, have allowed themselves to be influenced by flattery. That would be lost if it were not only for that most fortunate principle of instinct which urges them to change suddenly and punish the man whose devotion they so recently accepted. A very learned dissertation, said Montalais in the tone of thorough enjoyment. It is odious, murmured Louise. Thanks to that sort of coquetry, for, indeed, that is genuine coquetry, continued Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente. The lover who, a little while since, was puffed up with pride, and a minute afterwards is suffering at every pore of his vanity and self-esteem. He was, perhaps, already beginning to assume the airs of a conqueror, but now he retreats defeated. He was about to assume an air of protection towards us, but he is obliged to prostrate himself once more. The result of all this is that instead of having a husband who is jealous and troublesome, free from restraint in his conduct towards us, we have a lover, always trembling in our presence, always fascinated by our attractions, always submissive. And for this simple reason, that he finds the same woman never twice of the same mind, be convinced, therefore, of the advances of coquetry, possessing that one reigns a queen among women in cases where Providence has withheld that precious faculty of holding one's heart and mind in check. How clever you are, said Montalais, and how well you understand the duty women owe themselves. I am only setting a case of individual happiness, said Athenae modestly, and defending myself like all weak, loving dispositions against the oppressions of the stronger. La Valera does not say a word. Does she not approve of what we are saying? Nay, only I do not understand it, said Louise. You talk like people not called upon to live in this world of ours. And very pretty your world is, said Montalais. A world, returned Athenae, in which men worship a woman until she has fallen, and insult her when she has fallen. Who spoke to you of falling, said Louise. Yours is a new theory, then. Will you tell us how you intend to resist yielding to temptation, if you allow yourself to be hurried away by feelings of affection? Oh, exclaimed the young girl, raising towards the dark heavens her beautiful large eyes filled with tears, if you did but know what a heart is, I would explain and convince you. A loving heart is stronger than all your coquetry, more powerful than all your pride. A woman is never truly loved, I believe. A man never loves with idolatry, unless he feels sure he is loved in return. Let old men whom we read of in comedies fancy themselves adored by coquettes. A young man is conscious of and knows them. If he has a fancy or a strong desire and an absorbing passion for a coquette, he cannot mistake her. A coquette may drive him out of his senses, but will never make him fall in love. Love, such as I conceive it to be, is an incessant, complete, and perfect sacrifice. But it is not the sacrifice of one only of the two persons thus united. It is the perfect abnegation of two who are desirous of blending their beings into one. If ever I love, I shall implore my lover to leave me free and pure. I will tell him, and he will understand that my heart was torn by my refusal, and he, in his love for me, aware of the magnitude of my sacrifice, he, in his turn, I say, will store his devotion for me, will respect me, and will not seek my ruin, to insult me when I have befallen, as you just said now, whilst uttering your blasphemies against love such as I understand it. That is my idea of love. And now you will tell me, perhaps, that my love will despise me. I defy him to do so, unless he be the vilest of men, and my heart assures me that that is not such a man I would choose. A look from me will repay him for the sacrifices he makes, or will inspire him with the virtues which he would never think he possessed. But Louise, exclaimed Montalais, you tell us this and do not carry it into practice. What do you mean? You are adored by Raoul de Bragelonne, who worships you on both knees. The poor fellow is made the victim of your virtue, just as he would be, nay, more than he would be even of my coquetry or Athanas's pride. All this is simply a different shade of coquetry, said Athenae, and Louise, I perceive, is a coquette without knowing it. Oh, said La Valera. Yes, you may call it instinct, if you please, keenest sensibility, exquisite refinement of feeling, perpetual play of restrained outbreaks of affection which end in smoke. It is very artful, too, and very effective. I should even, now that I reflect upon it, have preferred this system of tactics to my own pride, for waging war on members of the other sex, because it offers the advantage sometimes of thoroughly convincing them. But at the present moment, without utterly condemning myself, I declare it to be superior to the non-complex coquetry of Montalais, and the two young girls began to laugh. La Valera alone preserved silence, and quietly shook her head. Then, a moment after, she added, if you were to tell me, in the presence of a man, but a fourth part of what you had just said, or even if I were assured that you think it, I should die of shame and grief where I am now. Very well, die, poor tender little darling, replied Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, for if there are no men here, there are at least two women, your own friends, who declare you to be attainted and convicted of being a coquette from instinct. In other words, the most dangerous kind of coquette the world possesses. Oh, mesdemoiselles, replied La Valera, blushing and almost ready to weep. Her two companions again burst out laughing. Very well, I will ask Bragelonne to tell me. Bragelonne, said Athenae. Yes, Bragelonne, who is courageous as Caesar, and clever and witty as Monsieur Fouquet. Poor fellow, for 12 years he has known you, loved you, and yet, one can hardly believe it, he has never even kissed the tips of your fingers. Tell us the reason of this cruelty, you who are all heart, said Athenae to La Valera. Let me explain it by a single word, virtue. You will perhaps deny the existence of virtue? Come, Louis, tell us the truth, said Ara, taking her by the hand. What do you wish me to tell you? Cried La Valera. Whatever you like, but it will be useless for you to say anything, for I persist in my opinion of you, a coquette from instinct. In other words, as I have already said, and I say it again, the most dangerous of all coquettes. Oh, no, no, for pity's sake, do not believe that. What, 12 years of extreme severity? How can that be, since 12 years ago I was only 5 years old? The frivolity of the child cannot surely be placed to the young girl's account. Well, you are now 17. 3 years remain instead of 12. During those 3 years you have remained constantly and unchangeably cruel. Against you are arrayed the silent shades of Blois, the meetings when you diligently conned the stars together, the evenings wandering beneath the plantain trees, his impassioned 20 years speaking to your 14 summers, the fires of his glances addressed to yourself. Yes, yes, but so it is. Impossible. But why impossible? Tell us something credible and we will believe you. Yet, if you are to suppose one thing, and what is that? Suppose that I thought I was in love, and that I am not. What? Not in love? Well then, if I have acted in a different manner to what others do when they are in love, it is because I do not love, and because my hour has not yet come. Louise, Louise, said Montalais, take care, or I remind you of the remark you have made just now. Raoul is not here. Do not overwhelm him while he is absent. Be charitable, and if on closer inspection you think you do not love him, tell him so, poor fellow. And she began to laugh. Louise pitied Monsieur de Guiche just now, said Athenae. Would it be possible to detect an explanation of her indifference for the one and this compassion for the other? Say what you please, said La Valera sadly. Upbraid me as you like, since you do not understand me. Oh, replied Montalais. Temper, sorrow, tears. We are jesting, Louise, and are not, I assure you, quite the monsters you suppose. Look at the proud Athenae, as she is called. She does not love Monsieur de Montespan, it is true, but she would be in despair if Monsieur de Montespan did not continue to love her. Look at me. I laugh at Monsieur Malicorne, but the poor fellow whom I laugh at knows precisely when he will be permitted to press his lips upon my hand. And yet the eldest of us is not 20 yet. What a future before us! Silly, silly girls, murmured Louise. You are quite right, said Montalais, and you alone have spoken words of wisdom. Certainly. I do not dispute it, replied Athenae, and so it is clear you do not love poor Monsieur de Bragelonne. Perhaps she does, said Montalais. She is not yet quite certain of it. But in any case, listen, Athenae. If Monsieur de Bragelonne is ever free, I will give you a little friendly advice. And what is that? To look at him well before you decide in favor of Monsieur de Montespan. Oh, in that way of considering the subject, Monsieur de Bragelonne is not the only one whom one could look at with pleasure. Monsieur de Guiche, for instance, has his value also. He did not distinguish himself this evening, said Montalais, and I know from very good authority that Madame thought him insupportable. Monsieur de Saint-Aignan produced a most brilliant effect, and I am sure that more than one person who saw him dance this evening will not soon forget him. Do you not think so, La Valera? Why do you ask me? I did not see him, nor do I know him. What, you did not see him? Don't you know him? No. Come, do not affect a virtue more extravagantly excessive than our vanity. You have eyes, I suppose. Excellent. Then you must have seen all those who danced this evening. Yes, nearly all. That is a very impertinent nearly all for somebody. You must take it for what it is worth. Very well. Now among all those gentlemen whom you saw, which do you prefer? Yes, said Montalais. Is it Monsieur de Saint-Aignan, or Monsieur de Guiche, or I prefer no one. I thought them all about the same. Do you mean, then, that among the brilliant assembly, the first court in the world, no one pleased you? I do not say that. Tell us, then, who your ideal is. It is not an ideal being. He exists, then? In very truth, exclaimed La Valera, aroused and excited, I cannot understand you at all. What, you who have a heart as I have, eyes as I have, and yet you speak of Monsieur de Guiche and Monsieur de Saint-Aignan when the king was there? These words, uttered in a precipitate manner, and in an agitated, fervid tone of voice, made her two companions, between whom she was seated, exclaim in a manner that terrified her, The king! La Valera buried her face in her hands. Yes, she murmured, the king, the king. Have you ever seen anyone to be compared to the king? You were right just now in saying that you had excellent eyes, Louise, for you see a great distance, too far indeed. Alas, the king is not one upon whom our poor eyes have a right to hinge themselves. That is too true, cried La Valera. It is not the privilege of all eyes to gaze upon the sun, but I will look upon him, even were I to be blinded in doing so. At this moment, and as though caused by the words which had just escaped La Valera's lips, a rustling of leaves and what sounded like silken material was heard adjoining the bushes. The young girls hastily rose, and almost terrified out of their senses, they distinctly saw the leaves move, without being able to see what it was that stirred them. "Is it a wolf or a wild boar?" cried Montalais. "Fly, fly!" The three girls in the extremity of terror fled by the first path that presented itself, and did not stop until they had reached the verge of the wood. There, breathless, leaning against each other, feeling their hearts throb wildly, they endeavored to collect their senses, but could only succeed in doing so after the lapse of some minutes. Perceiving at last the lights from the windows of the chateau, they decided to walk towards them. La Valera was exhausted with fatigue, and Aura and Athene were obliged to support her. "We have escaped well," said Montalais. "I am greatly afraid," said La Valera, "that it was something worse than a wolf. For my part, and I speak as I think, I should have preferred to run the risk of being devoured alive by some wild animal, than to have been listened to and overheard. Fool, fool that I am! How could I have thought? How could I have said what I said?" And saying this, her head bowed like the water-tossed plume of a bulrush. She felt her limbs fail and her strength abandoning her, and gliding almost inanimate from the arms of her companions, sank down upon the turf. Chapter 42. The King's Uneasiness. Let us leave poor La Valera, who had fainted in the arms of her two companions, and return to the precincts of the Royal Oak. The young girls had hardly run 20 paces when the sound which had so much alarmed them was renewed among the branches. A man's figure might indistinctively be perceived, and putting the branches of the bushes aside, he appeared upon the verge of the wood, and perceiving that the place was empty, burst out into a peal of laughter. It is almost superfluous to add that in the form in question was that of a young and handsome cavalier, who immediately made a sign to another, who thereupon made his appearance. "What, sire," said the second figure, advancing timidly, "has your majesty put our young sentimentalist to flight?" "It seems so," said the king. "You can show yourself without fear." "Take care, sire, you will be recognized." "But I tell you, they are flown." "That is a most fortunate meeting, sire, and if I dared offer an opinion to your majesty, we ought to follow them. They are far enough away by this time. They would quickly allow themselves to be overtaken, especially if they knew who were following them." "What do you mean by that, coxcomb that you are?" "Why, one of them seems to have taken a fancy to me, and another compared you to the sun. The greater reason why we should not show ourselves, Saint Onion. The sun never shows itself in the night time." "Upon my word, sire, your majesty seems to have very little curiosity. In your place, I should like to know who are the two nymphs, the two dryads, the two hamadryads who have so good an opinion of us." "I shall know them again very well, I assure you, without running after them." "By what means?" "By their voices, of course. They belong to the court, and one who spoke of me had a remarkably sweet voice." "Ah, your majesty permits yourself to be influenced by flattery." "No one will ever say it is a means you make use of." "Forgive my stupidity, sire." "Come, let us go, and look where I told you." "Is the passion, then, which your majesty confided to me already forgotten?" "Oh no, indeed. How is it possible to forget such beautiful eyes as Mademoiselle de la Valera has? And yet the other one has a beautiful voice." "Which one?" "The lady who has fallen in love with the sun." "Monsieur de Saint Aignan. Forgive me, sire." "Well, I am not sorry you should believe me to be an admirer of sweet voices, as well as of beautiful eyes. I know you to be a terrible talker, and tomorrow I shall have to pay for the confidence I have shown you." "What do you mean, sire?" "That tomorrow everyone will know that I have designs upon this little La Valera. But be careful, Saint Aignan. I have confided my secret to no one but you, and if anyone should speak to me about it, I shall know who has betrayed my secret." "You are angry, sire." "No, but you understand, I do not wish to compromise the poor girl." "Do not be afraid, sire." "You promise me, then?" "I give you my word of honor." "Excellent," thought the king, laughing to himself. "Now everyone will know tomorrow that I have been running about after La Valera tonight." Then, endeavoring to see where he was, he said, "Why, we have lost ourselves." "Not quite as bad as that, sire." "Where does that gate lead to?" "To Ron Point, sire." "Where were we going when we heard the sound of women's voices?" "Yes, sire. and the termination of a conversation in which I had the honor of hearing my own name pronounced by the side of your majesties. You return to that subject too frequently, Saint Agnès. Your majesty will forgive me, but I am delighted to know that a woman exists whose thoughts are occupied by me, without my knowledge and without my having done anything to deserve it. Your majesty cannot comprehend this satisfaction, for your rank and merit attract attention and compel regard. No, no, Saint, believe me, or not, as you like. And the king, leaning familiarly upon Saint's arm and taking the path he thought would lead them to the chateau, but this candid confession, this perfect disinterested preference of one who will, perhaps, never attract my attention, in one word, the mystery of this adventure excites me. And the truth is, that if I were not so taken with La Valera— Do not let that interfere with your majesty's intentions. You have time enough before you. What do you mean? La Valera is said to be very strict in her ideas. You excite my curiosity, and I am anxious to see her again. Come, let us walk on. The king spoke untruly, for nothing on the contrary could make him less anxious, but he had a part to play, and so he walked on hurriedly. Saint followed him a short distance. Suddenly the king stopped. The courtier followed his example. Saint, he said, do you not hear someone moaning? Yes, sire, and weeping too, it seems. It is in this direction, said the king. It sounds like the tears and sobs of a woman. Run, said the king, and followed by a path, they ran across the grass. As they approached, the cries were more distinctly heard. Help, help, exclaimed the two voices. The king and his companion redoubled their speed, and as they approached nearer, the sighs they had heard were changed into loud sobs. The cries of help, help, was again repeated, at the sound of which the king and Saint increased their rapidity of their pace. Suddenly, at the other side of the ditch, under the branches of a willow, they perceived a woman on her knees, holding another in her arms, who seemed to have fainted. A few paces from them, a third, standing in the middle of the path, was calling for assistance. Perceiving the two gentlemen, whose rank she could not tell, her cries for assistance were redoubled. The king, who was in advance of his companion, leaped across the ditch and reached the group at the very moment when from the end of the path which led to the chateau, a dozen persons were approaching, who had been drawn to the spot by the same cries that had attracted the attention of the king and the saint. What is the matter, young ladies? Said Louis. The king! Exclaimed Mademoiselle de Montalais in her astonishment, letting La Valera's head fall upon the ground. Yes, it is the king, but that is no reason why you should abandon your companion. Who is she? It is Mademoiselle de la Valera, sire. Mademoiselle de la Valera? Yes, sire, she has just fainted. Poor child, said the king. Quick, quick, fetch a surgeon. But however great the anxiety with which the king had pronounced these words may have seemed to others, he had not so carefully schooled himself, but they had appeared, as well as the gesture which accompanied them, somewhat cold to Saint Agnès, to whom the king had confided the sudden love with which she had inspired him. Saint Agnès, continued the king, watch over Mademoiselle de la Valera, I beg. Send for a surgeon. I will hasten forward and inform Madame of the accident which has befallen one of her maids of honor. And, in fact, while Monsieur de Saint Agnès was busily engaged in making preparations for carrying Mademoiselle de la Valera to the chateau, the king hurried forward, happy to have an opportunity of approaching Madame and of speaking to her under a colorable pretext. Fortunately, a carriage was passing. The coachman was told to stop, and the persons who were inside, having been informed of the accident, eagerly gave up their seats to Mademoiselle de la Valera. The current of fresh air produced by the rapid motion of the carriage soon recalled her to her senses. Having reached the chateau, she was able, though very weak, to alight from the carriage, and with the assistance of Athene and of Montalais, to reach the inner apartments. They made her sit down in one of the rooms of the ground floor. After a while, as the accident had not produced much effect upon those who had been walking, the promenade was resumed. During this time, the king had found Madame beneath a tree with overhanging branches, and had seated himself by her side. Take care, sire, said Henrietta to him in a low voice. You do not show yourself as indifferent as you ought to be. Alas, replied the king in the same tone, I much fear we have entered into an agreement above our strength to keep. He then added aloud, You have heard of the accident, I suppose? What accident? Oh, in seeing you, I forgot I hurried there expressively to tell you of it. I am, however, painfully affected by it. One of your maids of honor, Mademoiselle de la Valera, has just fainted. Indeed, poor girl, said the princess quietly. What was the cause of it? She then added in an undertone, You forget, sire, that you wish others to believe in your passion for this girl, and yet you remain here while she is almost dying, perhaps somewhere. Ah, madame, said the king, sighing, how much more perfect you are in your part than I am, and how actively you think of everything. He then rose, saying loud enough for everyone to hear him, Permit me to leave you, madame. My uneasiness is very great, and I wish to be quite certain myself that proper attention has been given to Mademoiselle de la Valera. The king left again to return to La Valera, while those who had been present commented the king's remark. My uneasiness is very great. Chapter 43. The King's Secret. On his way, Louis met the Comte de Saint-Aignan. While Saint-Aignan, he inquired, with infected interest, how was the invalid? Really, sire, stammered Saint-Aignan, to my shame, I confess I do not know. What, you do not know? Said the king, pretending to take in a serious manner this want of attention for the object of his predilection. Will your majesty pardon me, but I have just met one of our 3 loquacious wood nymphs, and I confess that my attention has been taken away from other matters. Ah, said the king eagerly, you have found, then, the one who deigned to speak of me in such advantageous terms, and having found mine, I was searching for yours, sire, when I had the happiness to meet your majesty. Very well, but Mademoiselle de la Valera before everything else, said the king, faithful to the character he had assumed. Oh, our charming invalid, said Saint-Aignan. How fortunately her fainting fit came on, since your majesty had already occupied yourself about her. What is the name of your fair lady, Saint-Aignan? Is it a secret? It ought to be a secret, and a very great one even, but your majesty is well aware that no secret can possibly exist for you. Well, what is her name? Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente. Is she pretty? Exceedingly, sir, and I recognized the voice which pronounced my name in such tender accents. I accosted her, questioned her as well as I was able to do, in the midst of the crowd, and she told me without suspecting anything that a little while ago she was under the great oak, with her 2 friends, when the sound of a wolf or a robber had terrified them and made them run away. But, inquired the king anxiously, what are the names of these 2 friends? Sire, said Saint-Aignan, will your majesty send me forthwith to the Bastille? What for? Because I am an egotist and a fool. My surprise was so great at such a conquest, and at so fortunate a discovery, that I went no further in my inquiries. Besides, I did not think that your majesty would attach any great importance to what you heard, knowing how much your attention was taken up by Mademoiselle de la Valera. And then Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente left me precipitately, to return to Mademoiselle de la Valera. Let us hope, then, that I shall be as fortunate as yourself. Come, Saint-Aignan. Your majesty is ambitious, I perceive, and does not wish to allow any conquest to escape you. Well, I assure you that I will conscientiously set about my inquiries. And moreover, from one or the other of those 3 graces we shall learn the names of the rest, and by the names their secrets. I too, said the king, only require to hear her voice to know it again. Come, let us say no more about it, but show me where poor La Valera is. Well, thought Saint-Aignan, the king's regard is beginning to display itself, and for that girl, too. It is extraordinary. I should never have believed it. And with this thought passing through his mind, he showed the king the room to which La Valera had been carried. The king entered, followed by Saint-Aignan, in a low chamber near a large window looking out upon the gardens. La Valera, reclining in a large armchair, was inhaling deep draughts of the perfumed evening breeze. From the loosened body of her dress, the lace fell in tumbled folds, mingling with the tresses of her beautiful fair hair, which lay scattered upon her shoulders. Her languishing eyes were filled with tears. She seemed as lifeless as those beautiful visions of our dreams, that pass before the mental eye of a sleeper, half opening their wings without moving them, unclosing their lips without a sound escaping them. The pearl-like valor of La Valera possessed a charm it would be impossible to describe. Mental and bodily suffering had produced upon her features a soft and noble expression of grief. From the perfect passiveness of her arms and bust, she more resembled one whose soul had passed away than a living being. She seemed not to hear either of the whisperings which arose from the court. She seemed to be communing with herself, and her beautiful, delicate hands trembled from time to time, as though as the contact of some invisible touch. She was so completely absorbed in her reverie that the king entered without her perceiving him. At a distance he gazed upon her lovely face, upon which the moon shed its pure silvery light. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed, with a terror he could not control, "she is dead!" "No, sire," said Montalais in a low voice. "On the contrary, she is better. Are you not, Louise?" But Louise did not answer. "Louise," continued Montalais, "the king has deigned to express his uneasiness on your account." "The king!" exclaimed Louise, starting up abruptly as if a stream of fire had started through her frame to her heart. "The king uneasy about me?" "Yes," said Montalais. "The king is here, then," said La Valera, not venturing to look round her. That voice, whispered Louis eagerly to Saint-Aignan. "Yes, it is so," replied Saint-Aignan. "Your majesty is right. It is she who declared her love for the sun." "Hush," said the king, and then approaching La Valera, he said, "You are not well, Mademoiselle de la Valera. Just now, indeed, in the park, I saw that you had fainted. How were you attacked?" "Sire," stammered out the poor girl, pale and trembling, "I really do not know." "You have been walking too far," said the king, "and fatigue, perhaps." No, sire, said Montalais eagerly, answering for her friend. It could not be from fatigue, for we passed most of the evening seated beneath the royal oak. Under the royal oak, returned the king, starting. I was not deceived, it is as I thought. And he directed a look of intelligence at the Comte. Yes, said Saint Agnès, under the royal oak, with Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente. How do you know that? Inquired Montalais. In a very simple way. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente told me so. In that case, she probably told you the cause of Mademoiselle de la Valliere's fainting. Why, yes, she told me something about a wolf or a robber. I forget precisely which. La Valliere listened, her eyes fixed, her bosom heaving as if gifted with an acuteness of perception. She foresaw a portion of the truth. Louis imagined this attitude and agitation to be the consequence of a terror only partially reassured. Nay, fear nothing, he said, with a rising emotion which he could not conceal. The wolf which terrified you so much was simply a wolf with 2 legs. It was a man, then, said Louise. It was a man who was listening. Suppose it was so, mademoiselle. What great harm was there in his having listened? Is it likely that even in your own opinion you would have said anything which could not have been listened to? La Valliere wrung her hands and hid her face in them as if to hide her blushes. In heaven's name, she said, who was concealed there? Who was listening? The king advanced towards her to take hold of one of her hands. It was I, he said, bowing with marked respect. Is it likely I could have frightened you? La Valliere uttered a loud cry. For the second time her strength forsook her, and moaning in utter despair, she again fell lifeless in her chair. The king had just time to hold out his arm so that she was partially supported by him. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente and Montalais, who stood a few paces from the king and La Valliere, motionless and almost petrified at the recollection of their conversation with La Valliere, did not even think of offering their assistance, feeling restrained by the presence of the king, who with one knee on the ground held La Valliere round the waist with his arm. You heard, sire, murmured Athenais, but the king did not reply. He remained with his eyes fixed upon La Valliere's half-closed eyes, and held her quiescent hand in his own. Of course, replied Saint Agnès, who on his side, hoping that Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente too would faint, advancing towards her, holding his arm extended. Of course, we did not even lose a single word. But the haughty Athenais was not a woman to faint easily. She darted a terrible look at Saint Agnès and fled. Montalais, with more courage, advanced hurriedly toward Louise, and received her from the king's hands, who was already fast losing his presence of mind as he felt his face covered by the perfumed tresses of the seemingly dying girl. Excellent, whispered Saint Agnès. This is indeed an adventure, and it will be my own fault if I am not the first to relate it. The king approached him, and with a trembling voice and passionate gesture said, Not a syllable, Comte. The poor king forgot that only an hour before he had given him a similar recommendation, but with the very opposite intention, namely that the Comte should be indiscreet. It followed as a matter of course that the latter recommendation was quite as unnecessary as the former. Half an hour afterwards, everybody in Fontainebleau knew that Mademoiselle de la Valliere had had a conversation under the royal oak with Montalais and Tonnay-Charente, and that in this conversation she had confessed her affection for the king. It was known also that the king, after having manifested the uneasiness with which Mademoiselle de la Valliere's health had inspired him, had turned pale and trembled very much as he received the beautiful girl fainting into his arms, so that it was quite agreed among the courtiers that the greatest event of the period had just been revealed, that His Majesty loved Mademoiselle de la Valliere, and that consequently Monsieur could now sleep in perfect tranquillity. It was this, even, that the Queen Mother, as surprised as the others by the sudden change, hastened to tell the young Queen and Philip d'Orléans. Only she set to work in a different manner, by attacking them in the following way. To her daughter-in-law she said, See now, Teresa, how very wrong you were to accuse the king. Now it is said he is devoted to some other person. Why should there be any greater truth in the report of today than that of yesterday? Or in that of yesterday than that of today? To Monsieur, in relating to him the adventure of the royal oak, she said, Are you not very absurd in your jealousies, my dear Philip? Is it asserted that the king is madly in love with that little La Valliere? Say nothing of it to your wife, for the queen will know all about it very soon. This latter confidential communication had an immediate result. Monsieur, who had regained his composure, went triumphantly to look after his wife, and it was not yet midnight, and the feat was to continue until 2 a.m. He offered her his hand for a promenade. At the end of a few paces, however, the first thing he did was to disobey his mother's injunctions. Do not tell anyone, the queen least of all, he said mysteriously, what people say about the king. What did they say about him? Inquired Madame. That my brother has suddenly fallen in love. With whom? With Mademoiselle de la Valliere. As it was dark, Madame could smile at her ease. Ah, she said, and how long is it since this has been the case? For some days, it seems, but That was nothing but nonsense. It is only this evening that he has revealed his passions. The king shows his good taste, said Madame. In my opinion, she is a very charming girl. I verily believe you are jesting. I? In what way? In any case, this passion will make someone very happy, even if it only be La Valera herself. Really, continued the princess, you speak as if you had read into the inmost recesses of La Valera's heart. Who has told you that she agrees to return the king's affection? And who has told you that she will not return it? She loves the Vicomte de Bragelonne. You think so? She is even affianced to him. She was so? What do you mean? When they went to ask the king's permission to arrange the marriage, he refused his permission. Refused? Yes, although the request was preferred by the Comte de la Fere himself, for whom the king has the greatest regard on account of the part he took in your royal brother's restoration, and in other events also which happened a long time ago. Well, the poor lovers must wait until the king is pleased to change his opinion. They are young, and there is time enough. But dear me, said Philip, laughing, I perceive you do not know the best part of the affair. No, that by which the king was most deeply touched. The king, do you say, has been deeply touched? To the very quick of his heart. But how, in what manner? Tell me directly. By an adventure, the romance of which cannot be equaled. You know how I love to hear of such adventures, and yet you keep me waiting, said the princess impatiently. Well then, and Monsieur paused. I am listening. Under the royal oak. You know where the royal oak is. What can that matter? Under the royal oak, you were saying? Well, Mademoiselle de la Valera, fancying herself to be alone with her two friends, revealed to them her affection for the king. Ah, said Madame, beginning to be uneasy, her affection for the king. Yes, and when was this? About an hour ago. Madame started and then said, and no one knew of this affection. No one. Not even His Majesty? Not even His Majesty. The artful little puss kept her secret strictly to herself, when suddenly it proved stronger than herself and so escaped her. And from whom did you get this absurd tale? Why, as everybody else did, from La Valera herself, who confessed her love to Montalais and Tonnet Charente, who were her companions. Madame stopped suddenly, and by a hasty movement let go of her husband's hand. Did you say it was an hour ago she made this confession? Madame inquired. About that time. Is the king aware of it? Why, that is the very thing which constitutes the perfect romance of the affair, for the king was behind the royal oak with Saint Agnès and heard the whole of the interesting conversation without losing a single word of it. Madame felt struck to the heart, saying incautiously, but I have seen the king since, and he never told me a word about it. Of course, said Monsieur, he took care not to speak of it to you himself, since he recommended everyone not to say a word about it. What do you mean, said Madame, growing angry. I mean that they wish to keep you in ignorance of the affair altogether. But why should they conceal it from me? From the fear that your friendship for the young queen might induce you to say something about it to her, nothing more. Madame hung her head. Her feelings were grievously wounded. She could not enjoy a moment's repose until she had met the king. As a king is, most naturally, the very last person in his kingdom who knows what is said about him, in the same way that a lover is the only one who is kept in ignorance of what is said about his mistress. Therefore, when the king perceived Madame, who was looking for him, he approached her in some perturbation, but still gracious and attentive in his manner. Madame awaited for him to speak about La Valera first, but as he did not speak of her, she said, And the poor girl? What poor girl? Said the king. La Valera, did you not tell me, sire, that she had fainted? She is still very ill, said the king, affecting the greatest indifference. But surely that will prejudicially affect the rumor you were going to spread, sire. What rumor? That your attention was taken up by her. Oh, said the king carelessly, I trust it will be reported all the same. Madame still waited. She wished to know if the king would speak to her of the adventure of the royal oak, but the king did not say a word about it. Madame on her side did not open her lips about it, so that the king took leave of her without having reposed the slightest confidence in her. Hardly had she watched the king move away than she set out in search of Saint Agnès. Saint Agnès was never any difficult to find. He was like the smaller vessels that always follow in the wake of, and as tenders to, the larger ships. Saint Agnès was the very man whom Madame needed in her state of mind, and as for him, he only looked for worthier ears than others. He had found the opportunity of recounting the event in all its details. And so, he did not spare Madame a single word of the whole affair. When he had finished, Madame said to him, Confess now that it is his all a charming invention. Invention? No. A true story? Yes. Confess, whether invention or true story, that it was told to you, as you have told it to me, but that you were not there. Upon my honor, Madame, I was there. And you think that these confessions may have been made an impression of the king? Certainly. As those of Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente did upon me, replied Saint Agnès. Do not forget, madame, that Mademoiselle de la Valliere compared the king to the sun. That was flattering enough. The king does not permit himself to be influenced by such flatteries. Madame, the king is just as much Adonis as Apollo, and I saw plain enough, just now, when La Valliere fell into his arms. La Valliere fell into the king's arms. Oh, it was the most gracious picture possible. Just imagine, La Valliere had fallen back fainting and... Well, what did you see? Tell me, speak. I saw what 10 other people saw at the same time as myself. I saw that when La Valliere fell into his arms, the king almost fainted himself. Madame smothered a subdued cry, the only indication of her smothered anger. Thank you, she said, laughing in a convulsive manner. You relate stories delightfully, Monsieur de Saint-Agnès. And she hurried away, alone, and almost suffocated by painful emotion, towards the chateau. Chapter 44. Courses de nuit. Monsieur quitted the princess in the best possible humor, and feeling greatly fatigued, retired to his apartments, leaving everyone to finish the night as he chose. When in his room, Monsieur began to dress for the night with careful attention, which displayed itself from time to time in paroxysms of satisfaction. While his attendants were engaged in curling his hair, he sang the principal airs of the ballet which the violins had played, and to which the king had danced. He then summoned his tailors, inspected his costumes for the next day, and in token of his extreme satisfaction, distributed various presents among them. As, however, the Chevalier de Lorraine, who had seen the prince return to the chateau, entered the room, Monsieur overwhelmed him with kindness. The former, after having saluted the prince, remained silent for a moment, like a sharpshooter who deliberates before deciding in what direction he will renew his fire. Then, seeming to make up his mind, he said, Have you remarked a very singular coincidence, Monseigneur? No, what is it? The bad reception with which His Majesty, in appearance, gave the Comte de Guiche. In appearance? Yes, certainly, since in reality he has restored him to favor. I did not notice it, said the prince. What, did you not remark that instead of ordering him to go away again into exile, as was natural, he encouraged him in opposition by permitting him to resume his place in the ballet? And you think the king was wrong, Chevalier, said the prince? You are not of the opinion, my prince? Not altogether so, my dear Chevalier, and I think the king was quite right not to have made a disturbance against a poor fellow whose want of judgment is more to be complained of than his intention. Really, said the Chevalier, as far as I am concerned, I confess that this magnanimity astonishes me to the highest degree. Why so? Inquired Philip. Because I should have thought the king had been more jealous, replied the Chevalier spitefully. During the last few minutes, Monsieur had felt there was something of an irritating nature concealed under his favorite's remarks. This last word, however, ignited the power. Jealous, exclaimed the prince. Jealous? What do you mean? Jealous of what, if you please, or jealous of whom? The Chevalier perceived that he allowed him excessively mischievous remark to escape him, and as he was in the habit of doing. He endeavored, therefore, apparently to recall it while it was still possible to do so. Jealous of his authority, he said, with an assumed frankness. Of what else would have the king jealous? Ah, said the prince, that's very proper. Did your Royal Highness, continued the Chevalier, solicit dear de Guiche's pardon? No, indeed, said Monsieur. De Guiche is an excellent fellow and full of courage, but as I do not approve of his conduct with Madame, I wish him neither harm nor good. The Chevalier had assumed a bitterness with regard to de Guiche, and he had attempted to do with regard to the king, but he thought he perceived that the time for indulgence and even for utmost indifference had arrived, and that in order to throw some light on the question, it might be necessary for him to put the lamp, as was saying, beneath the husband's very nose. Very well, said the Chevalier to himself. I must wait for de Vardas. He will do more in a day than I in a month, for I verily believe he was even more envious than I. Then again, it is not de Vardas I require so much as some event or another should happen, and in the whole of this affair I see none. That de Guiche returned after he had been sent away is certainly serious enough, but all its seriousness disappears when I learn that de Guiche has returned at the very moment Madame troubles herself no longer about him. Madame, in fact, is occupied with the king, that is clear, but she will not be so much longer if, as it is asserted, the king has ceased to trouble his head about her. The moral of the whole matter is to remain perfectly neutral and await the arrival of some new caprice and let that decide the whole affair. And the Chevalier thereupon settled himself resignedly in the armchair in which Monsieur permitted him to seat himself in his presence, and having no more spiteful or malicious remarks to make, the consequence was that de Lorraine's wit seemed to have deserted him. Most fortunately, Monsieur was in high good humor, and he had enough for two until the time arrived for dismissing his servants and gentlemen of the chamber, and he passed into his sleeping apartment. As he withdrew, he desired the Chevalier to present his compliments to Madame, and say that, as the night was cool, Monsieur, who was afraid of the toothache, would not venture out again into the park during the remainder of the evening. The Chevalier entered the princess's apartments at the very moment she came in herself. He acquitted himself faithfully of the commission entrusted to him, and in the first place remarked all the indifference and annoyance with which Madame received her husband's communication, a circumstance which appeared to him fraught with something fresh. If Madame had been about to leave her apartments with that strangeness of manner, he would have followed her, but she was returning to them. There was nothing to be done. Therefore, he turned upon his heel like an unemployed heron, appearing to question earth, air, and water about it, shook his head, and walked away mechanically in the direction of the gardens. He had hardly gone 100 paces when he met two young men walking arm in arm with their heads bent down and idly kicking the small stones out of their path as they walked on, plunged in thought. It was De Guiche and de Bragelonne, the sight of whom, as it always did, produced upon the Chevalier instinctively a feeling of repugnance. He did not, however, the less on that account salute them with a very low bow, which they returned with interest. Then, observing that the park was nearly deserted, that the illuminations began to burn out, and that the morning breeze was setting in, he turned to the left and entered the chateau again by one of the smaller courtyards. The others turned aside to the right and continued on their way towards the large park. As the Chevalier was ascending the side staircase which led to the private entrance, he saw a woman, followed by another, make her appearance under the arcade which led from the small to the large courtyard. The two women walked so fast that the rustling of their dresses could be distinguished through the silence of the night. The style of their mantles, their graceful figures, a mysterious yet haughty carriage which distinguished them both, especially the one who walked first, struck the Cavalier. "Certainly, I know those two," he said to himself, pausing upon the top step of a small staircase. Then, as with the instinct of a bloodhound, he was about to follow them. One of the servants, who had been running after him, arrested his attention. "Monsieur," he said, "the courier has arrived." "Very well," said the Chevalier, "there is time enough. Tomorrow will do. There are some urgent letters which would be glad to see, perhaps." "Where from?" inquired the Chevalier. "One from England, and the other from Calais. The latter arrived by express, and seems of great importance." "From Calais? Who the deuce can have to write me from Calais?" "I think I recognize the handwriting of Monsieur le Comte de Vardes." "Oh," cried the Chevalier, forgetting his intention of acting the spy, "in that case I will come up at once." This he did, while the two unknown beings disappeared at the end of the court opposite the one by which they had just entered. We shall now follow them, and leave the Chevalier undisturbed to his correspondence. When they had arrived at the grove of trees, the foremost of the two halted, somewhat out of breath, and cautiously raising her hood, said, "Are we still far from the tree?" "Yes, madame, more than 500 paces, but pray rest a while. You will not be able to walk much longer at this rate." "You are right," said the princess, for it was she, and she leaned against a tree. "And now," she resumed, after having recovered her breath, "tell me the whole truth and conceal nothing from me." "Oh, madame," cried the young girl, "you are already angry with me." "No, my dear Athenais, reassure yourself. I am in no way angry with you. After all, these things do not concern me personally. You are anxious about what you may have said under the oak. You are afraid of having offended the king, and I wish to tranquilize you by ascertaining myself if it were possible you could have been overheard." "Oh yes, madame, the king was close to us." "Still, you are not speaking so loud that some of your remarks may not have been lost." "We thought we were quite alone, madame." "There were 3 of you, you say?" "Yes, La Valera, Montalais, and myself." "And you, individually, spoke of a light manner of the king." "I am afraid so. Should such be the case, will your highness have the kindness to make my peace with his majesty?" "If there should be any occasion for it, I promise you I will do so. However, as I have already told you, it will be better not to anticipate evil. The night is now very dark, and the darkness is still greater under the trees. It is not likely you were recognized by the king. To inform him of it by being first to speak is to denounce yourself." "Oh, madame, if Mademoiselle de la Valera were recognized, I must have been recognized also. Besides, Monsieur de Saint-Aignan left no doubt on the subject." "Did you then say anything disrespectful of the king?" "Not at all. It was one of the others who made some very flattering speeches about the king, and my remarks must have been in contrast with hers." "Montalais is such a giddy girl," said madame. "It was not Montalais. Montalais said nothing. It was La Valera." Madame started as if she had not known it perfectly well already. No, she said, "the king cannot have heard. Besides, we will now try the experiment for which we came out. Show me the oak. Do you know where it is?" she continued. "Alas, madame, yes." "And you can find it again?" "With my eyes shut." "Very well, sit down on the bank, where you were, where La Valera was, and speak in the same tone and to the same effect as you did before. I will conceal myself in the thicket, and if I can hear you, I will tell you so. Yes, madame. If therefore you really spoke loud enough for the king to have heard you, in that case. Athenae seemed to await the conclusion of the sentence with some anxiety. In that case, said madame in a suffocated voice, arising doubtless from her hurried progress, in that case, I forbid you. And madame again increased her pace. Suddenly, however, she stopped. An idea occurs to me, she said. A good idea, no doubt, madame, replied Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente. Montalais must be as much embarrassed as La Valera and yourself. Less so, for she is less compromised, having said less. That does not matter. She will help you, I dare say, by deviating a little from the exact truth, especially if she knows that your highness is kind enough to interest yourself about me. Very well, I think I have discovered what is best for you all to pretend. How delightful! You had better say that all three of you were perfectly well aware that the king was behind the tree, or behind the thicket, whichever it might have been, and that you knew Monsieur de Saint-Aignan was there too. Yes, madame, for you cannot disguise it from yourself, Athenae. Saint-Aignan takes advantage of some very flattering remarks you made about him. Well, madame, you see very clearly that one can be overheard, cried Athenae, since Monsieur de Saint-Aignan overheard us. Madame bit her lips, for she had thoughtlessly committed herself. Oh, you know Saint-Aignan's character very well, she said. The favor the king shows him almost turns his brain, and he talks at random. Not only so, he often invents. That is not the question. The fact remains, did or did not the king overhear? Oh yes, madame, he certainly did, said Athenae in despair. In that case, do what I said. Maintain boldly that all three of you knew. Mind, all three of you. For if there is any doubt about one of you, there will be doubt about all. Persist, I say, that you knew the king and the saint were there, and that you wished to amuse yourself at the expense of those who were listening. Oh, madame, at the king's expense. We shall never dare say that. It is a simple jest, an innocent deception readily permitted in young girls whom men wish to take by surprise. In this manner, everything explains itself. What Montalais said of Malicorne, a mere jest, and what you said of Monsieur Saint-Aignan, a mere jest too, and what La Valera might have said of, and which she would give anything to recall. Are you sure of that? Perfectly. Very well, an additional reason. Say the whole affair was a mere joke. Monsieur de Malicorne will have no occasion to get out of temper. Monsieur de Saint-Aignan will be completely put out of countenance. He will be laughed at instead of you. And lastly, the king will be punished for a curiosity unworthy of his rank. Let people laugh a little at the king in this affair, and I do not think you will complain of it. Oh, madame, you are indeed an angel of goodness and sense. It is to my own advantage. In what way? How can you ask me why it is to my advantage to spare my maids of honor the remarks, annoyances, perhaps even calumnies that might follow? Alas, you well know the court has no indulgence for this sort of peccadillo. But we have now been walking for some time. Shall we be long before we reach it? About 50 or 60 paces further. Turn to the left, madame, if you please. And you are sure of Montalais, said madame. Oh, certainly. Will she do what you ask her? Everything. She will be delighted. And La Valera, ventured the princess. Ah, there will be some difficulty with her, madame. She would scorn to tell a falsehood. Yet, when it is in her interest to do so, I am afraid that would not make the slightest difference in her ideas. Yes, said madame. I have already been told that she is one of those over-nice and affectedly particular people who place heaven in the foreground in order to conceal themselves behind it. But if she refuses to tell a falsehood, as she will expose herself to the jests of the whole court, as she will have annoyed the king by a confession as ridiculous as it was immodest, Mademoiselle La Baume Leblanc de la Valera will think it but proper I should send her back again to her pigeons in the country, in order that, in Touraine yonder, or in Les Blasois, I know not where it be, she may be at ease, study sentiment and pastoral life combined. These words were uttered with a vehemence and harshness that terrified Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, and the consequence was that, as far as she was concerned, she promised to tell as many falsehoods as might be necessary. It was in this frame of mind that madame and her companion reached the precincts of the Royal Oak. Here we are, said Tonnay-Charente. We shall soon learn if one can overhear, replied madame. Hush, whispered the young girl, holding madame back with a hurried gesture, entirely forgetful of her companion's rank. Madame stopped. You see that you can hear, said Athenae. How? Listen. Madame held her breath, and in fact, the following words, pronounced by a gentle and melancholy voice, floated towards them. I tell you, Vicomte, I tell you I love her madly. I tell you I love her to distraction. Madame started at the voice, and beneath her hood, a bright, joyous smile illumined her features. It was she who now held back her companion, and with a light step leading her some 20 paces away, that is to say, out of reach of the voice, she said, "Remain here, my dear Athene, and let no one surprise us. I think it must be you they are conversing about." "Me, madame?" "Yes, you, or rather your adventure. I will go and listen. If we were both there, we should be discovered. Or stay, go and fetch Montalais, and then return and wait for me with her at the entrance of the forest." And then, as Athene hesitated, she said, "Go," in a voice which did not admit of reply. Athene thereupon arranged her dress so as to prevent its rustling from being overheard, and by a path beyond the group of trees, she regained the flower garden. As for Madame, she concealed herself in the thicket, leaning her back against a gigantic chestnut tree, one of the branches of which had been cut in a manner so as to form a seat, and waited there, full of anxiety and apprehension. "Now," she said, "since no one can hear from this place, let us listen to what Monsieur de Bragelonne and that other madly in love fool, the Comte de Guiche, have to say about me." Chapter 45, in which Madame acquires a proof that listeners hear what is said. There was a moment's silence, as if the mysterious sounds of night were hushed to listen, at the same time as Madame, to the youthful passionate disclosures of de Guiche. Raoul was about to speak. He leaned indolently against the trunk of the large oak, and replied in a sweet and musical voice, "Alas, my dear de Guiche, it is a great misfortune." "Yes," cried the latter, "great indeed." "You do not understand me, de Guiche. I say that it is a great misfortune for you, not merely loving, but not knowing how to conceal your love." "What do you mean?" said de Guiche. "Yes, you do not perceive one thing, namely, that it is no longer to the only friend you have, in other words, to a man who would rather die than betray you. You do not perceive, I say, that it is no longer to your only friend that you confide your passion, but to the first person that approaches you." "Are you mad, Bragelonne?" exclaimed de Guiche, "to say such a thing to me?" "The fact stands thus, however." "Impossible! How, in what manner can I have ever been indiscreet to such an extent?" "I mean that your eyes, your looks, your sighs proclaim in spite of yourself that exaggerated feeling which leads and hurries a man beyond his own control. In such a case he ceases to be master of himself. He is a prey to a mad passion that makes him confide his grief to the trees or to the air from the very moments he has no longer any living being in reach of his voice. Besides, remember this, it very rarely happens that there is not always someone present to hear, especially the very things which ought not to be heard." De Guiche uttered a deep sigh. "Nay," continued Bragelonne, "you distress me. Since your return here, you have 1,000 times and in 1,000 different ways confessed your love for her. And yet, had you not said one word, your return alone would have been a terrible indiscretion. I persist, then, in drawing this conclusion, that if you do not place a better watch over yourself than you have hitherto done, one day or other something will happen that will cause an explosion. Who will save you then? Answer me. Who will save her? For innocent as she will be of your affection will be an accusation against her in the hands of her enemies." "Alas," murmured de Guiche, and a deep sigh accompanied the exclamation. "That is not answering me, de Guiche." "Yes, yes." "Well, what reply have you to make?" "This, that when the day arrives, I shall be no more a living being than I feel myself now." "I do not understand you." "So many vicissitudes have worn me out. At present, I am no more a thinking, acting being. At present, the most worthless of men is better than I am. My remaining strength is exhausted, my latest formed resolutions have vanished, and I abandon myself to my fate. When a man is out campaigning, as we have been together, and he sets off alone and unaccompanied for a skirmish, it sometimes happens that he may meet with a party of 5 or 6 foragers, and although alone, he defends himself. Afterwards, 5 or 6 others arrive unexpectedly. His anger is aroused and he persists, but if 6, 8, or 10 others should still be met with, he either sets spurs to his horse, if he should still happen to retain one, or lets himself be slain to save an ignominious flight. Such indeed is my own case. First, I had to struggle against myself. Afterwards, against Buckingham. Now, since the king is in the field, I will not contend against the king, nor even, I wish you to understand, will the king retire, nor even against the nature of that woman. Still, I do not deceive myself. Having devoted myself to the service of such a love, I will lose my life in it." "It is not the lady you ought to reproach," replied Raoul, "it is yourself." "Why so?" "You know the princess's character, somewhat giddy, easily captivated by novelty, susceptible to flattery, whether it come from a blind person or a child, and yet you allow your passion for her to eat your very life away. Look at her, love her, if you will, for no one whose heart is not engaged elsewhere can see her without loving her. Yet, while you love her, respect in the first place her husband's rank, then herself, and lastly, your own safety. Thanks, Raoul. What for? Because seeing how much I suffer through this woman, you endeavor to console me, because you tell me all the good of her you think, and perhaps even that which you do not think. Oh, said Raoul, there you are wrong, Comte. What I think I do not always say. But in that case I say nothing, but when I speak, I know not how to feign or to deceive, and whoever listens to me may believe me. During this conversation, Madame, her head stretched forward with eager ear and dilated glance, endeavoring to penetrate the obscurity, thirstily drank in the faintest sound of their voices. Oh, I know her better than you do, then, exclaimed Guiche. She is not merely giddy, but frivolous. She is not only attracted by novelty, she is utterly oblivious, and is without faith. She is not simply susceptible to flattery, she is a practiced and cruel coquette. A thorough coquette. Yes, I am sure of it. Believe me, Bragelonne, I am suffering all the torments of hell. Brave, passionately fond of danger, I meet a danger greater than my strength and my courage. But believe me, Raoul, I reserve for myself a victory which shall cost her floods of tears. A victory, he asked, and of what kind? Of what kind, you ask? Yes. One day I will accost her, and will address her thus. I was young, madly in love. I possessed, however, sufficient respect to throw myself at your feet, and to prostrate myself in the dust if your looks had not raised me to your hand. I fancied I understood your looks. I rose, and then without having done anything more towards you than love you yet more devotedly, if that were possible, you, a woman without heart, faith, or love, in very wantonness, dashed me down again from sheer caprice. You are unworthy, princess of the royal blood though you may be, of the love of a man of honor. I offer my life as a sacrifice for having loved you too tenderly, and I die despairing you. Oh, cried Raoul, terrified at the accents of profound truth which de Guiche's words betrayed. I was right in saying you were mad, Guiche. Yes, exclaimed de Guiche, following out his own idea. Since there are no wars here now, I will flee yonder to the north, seek service in the empire, where some Hungarian or Croat or Turk will perhaps kindly put me out of my misery. De Guiche did not finish, or rather, as he finished, a sound made him start, and at the same time caused Raoul to leap to his feet. As for de Guiche, buried in his own thoughts, he remained seated, with his head tightly pressed between his hands. The branches of the tree were pushed aside, and a woman, pale and much agitated, appeared before the two young men. With one hand she held back the branches, which would have struck her face, and with the other she raised the hood of the mantle which covered her shoulders. By her clear and lustrous glance, by her lofty carriage, by her haughty attitude, and more than all that, by the throbbing of his own heart, de Guiche recognized Madame, and uttering a loud cry, he removed his hands from his temple and covered his eyes with them. Raoul, trembling and out of countenance, merely muttered a few words of respect. Monsieur de Bragelonne, said the princess, have the goodness, I beg, to see if my attendants are not somewhere yonder, either in the walks or in the groves, and you, Monsieur de Guiche, remain here. I am tired, and you will perhaps give me your arm. Had a thunderbolt fallen at the feet of the unhappy young man, he would have been less terrified than by her cold and severe tone. However, as he himself had just said, he was brave, and as in the depths of his own heart he had just decidedly made up his mind, de Guiche arose, and observing Bragelonne's hesitation, he turned towards him with a glance full of resignation and grateful acknowledgment. Instead of immediately answering Madame, he even advanced a step towards the Vicomte, and holding out the arm which the princess had just desired him to give her, he pressed his friend's hand in his own, with a sigh, in which he seemed to give to friendship all the life that was left in the depths of his heart. Madame, who in her pride had never known what it was to wait, now waited until this mute colloquy was at an end. Her royal hand remained suspended in the air, and when Raoul had left, it sank without anger, but not without emotion, in that of de Guiche. They were alone in the depths of the dark and silent forests, and nothing could be heard but Raoul's hastily retreating footsteps along the obscure paths. Over their heads was extended a thick and fragrant vault of branches, through the occasional openings of which the stars could be seen glittering in their beauty. Madame softly drew de Guiche about 100 paces away from that indiscreet tree which had heard, and had allowed so many things to be heard, during the evening, and leading him to a neighboring glade so that they could see at a certain distance around them. She said in a trembling voice, I have brought you here because yonder where you were, everything can be overheard. Everything can be overheard, did you say, Madame? Replied the young man mechanically. Yes. Which means, murmured de Guiche, which means I have heard every syllable you have said. Oh heaven, this only was wanting to destroy me, stammered de Guiche, and he bent down his head like an exhausted swimmer beneath the wave which engulfs him. And so, she said, you judge me as you have said? De Guiche grew pale, turned his head aside, and was silent. He felt almost on the point of fainting. I do not complain, continued the princess, in a tone of voice full of gentleness. I prefer a frankness that wounds me to flattery, which would deceive me. And so, according to your opinion, Monsieur de Guiche, I am a coquette, and a worthless creature. Worthless, cried the young man. You, worthless! Oh no, most certainly I did not say, I could not have said, that which was the most precious object in life for me could be worthless. No, I did not say that. A woman who sees a man perish, consumed by the fire she has kindled, and who does not allay that fire, in my opinion, is a worthless woman. What can it matter to you what I said? Returned the Comte. What am I compared to you, and why should you even trouble yourself to know whether I exist or not? Monsieur de Guiche, both you and I are human beings, and knowing you as I do not wish you to risk your life. With you, I will change my conduct and character. I will be not frank, for I am always so, but truthful. I implore you, therefore, to love me no more, and to forget utterly that I have ever addressed a word or a glance towards you. De Guiche turned around, bending a look full of passionate devotion upon her. You, he said, you excuse yourself, you implore me. Certainly, since I have done evil, I ought to repair the evil I have done. And so, Comte, this is what we will agree to. You will forgive my frivolity and my coquetry. Nay, do not interrupt me. I will forgive you for having said I was frivolous and a coquette, or something worse, perhaps. And you will renounce your idea of dying and will preserve for your family, for the king, and for our sex, a cavalier whom everyone esteems and whom many hold dear. Madame pronounced his last word in such an accent of frankness and even of tenderness that poor de Guiche's heart felt almost bursting. Oh, madame, he stammered out. Nay, listen further, she continued. When you shall have renounced all thought of me forever, from necessity in the first place, and next because you will yield to my entreaty, then you will judge me more favorably, and I am convinced you will replace this love, forget the frivolity of the expression, by a sincere friendship, which you will be ready to offer me, and which, I promise you, shall be cordially accepted. De Guiche, his forehead bedewed with perspiration, a feeling of death in his heart, and a trembling agitation through his whole frame, bit his lip, stamped his foot on the ground, and in a word devoured the bitterness of his grief. Madame, he said, what you offer is impossible, and I cannot accept such conditions. What, said Madame, do you refuse my friendship then? No, I do not need your friendship, madame. I prefer to die from love than to live for friendship. Comte! Oh, madame, cried de Guiche, the present is a moment for me, in which no other consideration and no other respect exists than the consideration and respect of a man of honor towards the woman he worships. Drive me away, curse me, denounce me, you will be perfectly right. I have uttered complaints against you, but their bitterness has been owing to my passion for you. I have said I wish to die, and die I will. If I lived, you would forget me, but dead, you would never forget me, I am sure. Henrietta, who was standing buried in thought and nearly as agitated as de Guiche himself, turned aside her head, as but a minute before he had turned aside his. Then, after a moment's pause, she said, And you love me, then, very much. Madly enough to die from it, whether you drive me from you, or whether you listen to me still. It is a hopeless case, she said in a playful manner, a case which must be treated with soothing application. Give me your hand. It is cold as ice. De Guiche knelt down and pressed his lips, not one, but to both of Madame's hands. Love me then, said the princess, since it cannot be otherwise. And almost imperceptibly she pressed his fingers, raising him thus, partly in the manner of a queen, and partly as a fond and affectionate woman would have done. De Guiche trembled from head to foot, and Madame, who felt how passion coursed through every fibre of his being, knew that he indeed loved truly. Give me your arm, Comte, she said, and let us return. Ah, madame, said the Comte, trembling and bewildered, you have discovered a third way of killing me. But happily, it is the slowest way, is it not? She replied, as she led him towards the grove of trees they had so lately quitted. Chapter 46. Aramis's Correspondence. When de Guiche's affairs had been suddenly set to right without his having been able to guess the cause of their improvement, assumed the unexpected aspect we have seen, Raoul, in obedience to the request of his princess, had withdrawn in order not to interrupt an explanation, the results of which he was far from guessing, and he soon after joined the ladies of honor who were walking about in the flower gardens. During this time, the Chevalier de Lorraine, who had returned to his own room, read de Vardas's letter with surprise, for it informed him by the hand of his valet of the sword thrust received at Calais, and of all the details of the adventure, and invited him to inform de Guiche and Monsieur, whatever there might be in the affair likely to be most disagreeable to both of them. De Wardes particularly endeavored to prove to the Chevalier the violence of Madame's affection for Buckingham, and he finished his letter by declaring that he thought this feeling was returned. The Chevalier shrugged his shoulders at the last paragraph, and in fact, De Wardes was out of date, as we have seen. De Wardes was still only at Buckingham's affair. The Chevalier threw the letter over his shoulder upon an adjoining table, and said in a disdainful tone, "It is really incredible, and yet poor De Wardes is not deficient in ability, but the truth is, it is not very apparent, so easy is it to grow rusty in the country. The deuce take the simpleton, who ought to have written to me about matters of importance, and yet he writes about silly stuff as that. If it had not been for that miserable letter which has no meaning at all in it, I should have detected in the grove yonder a charming little intrigue, which would have compromised a woman, would have perhaps been as good as a sword thrust for a man, and have diverted Monsieur for many days to come." He looked at his watch. "It is now too late," he said. 1 o'clock in the morning. Everyone must have returned to the king's apartments, where the night is to be finished. Well, the scent is lost, and unless some extraordinary chance—" And thus saying so, as if to appeal to his good star, the Chevalier, greatly out of temper, approached the window, which looked out upon a somewhat solitary part of the garden. Immediately, and as if some evil genius was at his orders, he perceived returning towards the chateau, accompanied by a man, a silk mantle of a dark color, and recognized the figure which had struck his attention half an hour previously. "Admirable," he thought, striking his hands together. "This is my providential, mysterious affair." And he started out precipitately along the staircase, hoping to reach the courtyard in time to recognize the woman in the mantle and her companion. But as he arrived at the door of the little court, he nearly knocked against Madame, whose radiant face seemed full of charming revelations beneath the mantle which protected without concealing her. Unfortunately, Madame was not alone. The Chevalier knew that since he had seen her not 5 minutes before with a gentleman, the gentleman in question could not be far off. Consequently, he hardly took time to salute the princess as he drew up to allow her to pass. Then, when she had advanced a few steps, with the rapidity of a woman who fears recognition, and when the Chevalier perceived that she was too much occupied with her own thoughts to trouble herself about him, he darted into the garden, looked hastily round on every side, and embraced within his glance as much of the horizon as he possibly could. He was just in time. The gentleman who had accompanied Madame was still in sight, only he was hurrying towards one of the wings of the chateau, behind which he was on the point of disappearing. There was not an instant to lose. The Chevalier darted in pursuit of him, prepared to slacken his pace as he approached the unknown, but in spite of the diligence he used, the unknown had disappeared behind the flight of steps before he approached. It was evident, however, that as the man pursued was walking quietly, in a pensive manner with his head bent down, either beneath the weight of grief or happiness, when once the angle was passed, unless, indeed, he were to enter by some door or another, the Chevalier could not fail to overtake him. And this certainly would have happened if, at the very moment he turned the angle, the Chevalier had not run against two persons, who were themselves wheeling in the opposite direction. The Chevalier was ready to seek a quarrel with the two troublesome invaders when, looking up, he recognized the superintendent. Fouquet was accompanied by a person whom the Chevalier now saw for the first time. This stranger was the Bishop of Vannes. Checked by the important character of the individual and obliged out of politeness to make his own excuses when he expected to receive them, the Chevalier stepped back a few paces. And as Monsieur Fouquet possessed, if not the friendship, at least the respect of everyone, as the king himself, although he was rather his enemy than his friend, treated Monsieur Fouquet as a man of great consideration, the Chevalier did what the king himself would have done, namely, and he bowed to Monsieur Fouquet, who returned his salutation with kindly politeness, perceiving that the gentleman had run against him by mistake, and without any intention of being rude. Then, almost immediately afterwards, having recognized the Chevalier de Lorraine, he made a few civil remarks, to which the Chevalier was obliged to reply. Brief as the conversation was, de Lorraine saw with the most unfeigned displeasure the figure of his unknown becoming dimmer in the distance, and fast disappearing in the darkness. The Chevalier resigned himself, and once resigned, gave his entire attention to Fouquet. "You arrive late, monsieur," he said. "Your absence has occasioned great surprise, and I heard monsieur express himself as much astonished that, having been invited by the king, you had not come. It was impossible for me to do so, but I came as soon as I was free." "Is Paris quiet?" "Perfectly so. Paris has received the last tax very well." "Ah, I understand you wish to assure yourself of this good feeling before you came to participate in our feats. I have arrived, however, somewhat late to enjoy them. I will ask you, therefore, to inform me if the king is in the chateau or not, if I am likely to be able to see him this evening, or if I shall have to wait until tomorrow." "We have lost sight of his majesty during the last half hour nearly," said the Chevalier. "Perhaps he is in Madame's apartments?" inquired Fouquet. Not in Madame's apartments, I should think, for I just now met Madame as she was entering by the small staircase, and unless the gentleman whom you a moment ago encountered was the king himself. And the Chevalier paused, hoping that in this manner he might learn who it was he had been hurrying after. But Fouquet, whether he had or had not recognized De Guiche, simply replied, "No, monsieur, it was not the king." The Chevalier, disappointed in his expectations, saluted them. But as he did so, casting a parting glance around him and perceiving Monsieur Colbert in the center of a group, he said to the superintendent, "Stay, monsieur, there was someone under the trees yonder who will be able to inform you better than myself." "Who?" asked Fouquet, whose nearsightedness prevented him from seeing through the darkness. "Monsieur Colbert," returned the Chevalier. "Indeed, that person then who is speaking yonder to those men with torches in their hands is Monsieur Colbert." "Monsieur Colbert himself. He is giving orders personally to the workmen who are arranging the lamps for the illuminations." "Thank you," said Fouquet, with an inclination of the head which indicated that he had obtained all the information he wished. The Chevalier, on his side, having on the contrary learned nothing at all, withdrew with a profound salutation. He had scarcely left when Fouquet, knitting his brows, fell into a deep reverie. Aramis looked at him for a moment with a mingled feeling of compassion and silence. "What," he said to him, "the fellow's name alone seemed to affect you. Is it possible that, full of triumph and delight as you were just now, the sight of that man is capable of despairing you? Tell me, have you faith in your good star?" "No," replied Fouquet dejectedly. "Why not?" "Because I am too full of happiness at this present moment," he replied in a trembling voice. "You, my dear D'Herblay, who are so learned, will remember the history of a certain tyrant of Samos. What can I throw into the sea to avert approaching evil? Yes, I repeat it once more, I am too full of happiness. So happy that I wish for nothing beyond what I have. I have risen so high, you know my motto, quo non ascendum? I have risen so high that nothing is left me but to descend from my elevation. I cannot believe in the progress of a success already more human." Aramis smiled as he fixed his kind and penetrating glance upon him. "If I were aware of the cause of your happiness," he said, "I should probably fear for your grace, but you regard me in the light of a true man. I mean, you turn me in misfortune, nothing more. Even that is an immense and precious boon, I know, but the truth is, I have a just right to beg you to confide in me, from time to time, any fortunate circumstances that befall you, in which I should rejoice, you know, more than if they had befallen myself." "My dear prelate," said Fouquet, laughing, "my secrets are of too profane a character to confide them to a bishop, however great a worldling he may be." "Bah, in confession." "Oh, I should blush too much if you were my confessor," and Fouquet began to sigh. Aramis again looked at him without further betrayal of his thoughts than a placid smile. "Well," he said, "discretion is a great virtue." "Silence," said Fouquet. "Yonder venomous reptile has recognized us and is crawling this way." "Colbert?" "Yes, leave me, D'Herblay. I do not wish that fellow to see you with me, or he will take an aversion to you." Aramis pressed his hand, saying, "What need have I of his friendship while you are here?" "Yes, but I may not always be here," replied Fouquet dejectedly. "On that day, then, if that day should ever dawn," said Aramis tranquilly, "we will think over a means of dispensing with the friendship, or of braving the dislike of Monsieur Colbert. But tell me, my dear Fouquet, instead of conversing with this reptile, as you did him the honor of styling him, a conversation the need for which I do not perceive, why do you not pay a visit, if not to the king, at least to Madame?" "To Madame," said the superintendent, his mind occupied by his souvenirs. "Yes, certainly, to Madame." "You remember," continued Aramis, "that we have been told that Madame stands high in favor during the last 2 or 3 days. It enters into your policy and forms part of your plans that you should assiduously devote yourself to His Majesty's friends. It is a means of counteracting the growing influence of Monsieur Colbert. Present yourself, therefore, as soon as possible to Madame, and for our sakes treat this ally with consideration." "But," said Fouquet, "are you quite sure that it is upon her that the king has his eyes fixed at the present moment? If the needle has turned, it must be since this morning. You know I have my police." "Very well, I will go there at once, and at all events I shall have a means of introduction in the shape of a magnificent pair of antique cameos set with diamonds. I have seen them, and nothing more could be costly and regal." At this moment they were interrupted by a servant followed by a courier. "For you, monseigneur," said the courier aloud, presenting a letter to Fouquet. "For your grace," said the lackey in a low tone, handing Aramis a letter, and as the lackey carried a torch in his hand, he placed himself between the superintendent and the Bishop of Vannes, so that both of them could read at the same time. As Fouquet looked at the fine and delicate writing on the envelope, he started with delight. Those who love and who are beloved will understand his anxiety in the first place, and his happiness in the next. He hastily tore open the letter, which, however, contained only these words: It is but an hour since I quitted you. It is an age since I told you how much I love you. And that was all. Madame de Belira had in fact left Fouquet about an hour previously, after having passed 2 days with him. And apprehensive lest his remembrance of her might be effaced for too long a period from the heart she regretted, she dispatched a courier to him as the bearer of this important communication. Fouquet kissed the letter and rewarded the bearer with a handful of gold. As for Aramis, he, on his side, was engaged in reading, but with more coolness and reflection, the following letter. The king has this evening been struck with a strange fancy. A woman loves him. He learned it accidentally, as he was listening to the conversation of this young girl with her companions, and his majesty has entirely abandoned himself to his new caprice. The girl's name is Mademoiselle de la Valera, and she is sufficiently pretty to warrant this caprice becoming a strong attachment. Beware of Mademoiselle de la Valera. There was not a word about Madame. Aramis slowly folded the letter and put it into his pocket. Fouquet was still delightedly inhaling the perfume of his epistle. Monseigneur, said Aramis, touching Fouquet's arm. Yes, what is it? He asked. An idea has just occurred to me. Are you acquainted with a young girl of the name of La Valera? Not at all. Please reflect a little. Ah, yes, I believe so. One of Madame's maids of honor. That must be the one. Well, what then? Well, Monseigneur, it is to that young girl you must pay your visit this evening. Bah! Why so? Nay, more than that, it is to her you must present your cameos. Nonsense! You know, Monseigneur, that my advice is not to be regarded lightly. But this is unforeseen. That is my affair. Pay your court in due form and without loss of time to Mademoiselle de la Valera. I will be your guarantee with Madame de Belira that your devotion is altogether politic. What do you mean, my dear D'Herblay? And whose name have you just pronounced? A name which ought to convince you that I am so well informed about yourself I may possibly be just as well informed about others. Pay your court, therefore, to La Valera. I will pay my court to whomsoever you like, replied Fouquet, his heart filled with happiness. Come, come, descend to the earth, traveler in the seventh heaven, said Aramis. Monsieur Colbert is approaching. He has been recruiting while we were reading. See how he is surrounded, praised, congratulated. He is decidedly becoming powerful. In fact, Colbert was advancing, escorted by all the courtiers who remained in the gardens. Every one of them complimented him upon the arrangements of the feat, all of which so puffed him up that he could hardly contain himself. If La Fontaine were here, said Fouquet, smiling, what an admirable opportunity for him to recite his fable of the frog that wanted to make itself as big as the ox. Colbert arrived in the center of the circle, blazing with light. Fouquet awaited his approach, unmoved and with a slightly mocking smile. Colbert smiled too. He had been observing his enemy during the last quarter of an hour, and had been approaching him gradually. Colbert's smile was a presage of hostility. Oh, said Aramis, in a low tone of voice to the superintendent, the scoundrel is going to ask you again for more millions to pay for his fireworks and his colored lamps. Colbert was the first to salute them, and with an air which he endeavored to render respectful, Fouquet hardly moved his head. Well, Monseigneur, what do your eyes say? Have we shown our good taste? Perfect taste, replied Fouquet, without permitting the slightest tone of raillery to be remarked in his words. Oh, said Colbert maliciously, you are treating us with indulgence. We are poor, we servants of the king, and Fontainebleau is no way to be compared as a residence with Val. Quite true, replied Fouquet coolly. But what can we do, Monseigneur? Continued Colbert. We have done our best on slender resources. Fouquet made a gesture of assent. But, pursued Colbert, it would be only a proper display of your magnificence, Monseigneur, if you were to offer to His Majesty a feat in your wonderful gardens, and those gardens which have cost you 60 millions of francs. 72, said Fouquet. An additional reason, returned Colbert, it would indeed be truly magnificent. But do you suppose, Monsieur, that His Majesty would deign to accept my invitation? I have no doubt whatever, cried Colbert hastily. I will guarantee that he does. You are exceedingly kind, said Fouquet. I may depend on it, then? Yes, Monseigneur, yes, certainly. Then I will consider the matter, yawned Fouquet. Accept, whispered Aramis eagerly. You will consider, repeated Colbert. Yes, replied Fouquet, in order to know what day I shall submit my invitation to the king. This very evening, Monseigneur, this very evening. Agreed, said the superintendent. Gentlemen, I should wish to issue my invitations, but you know that wherever the king goes, the king is in his own palace. It is by His Majesty, therefore, that you must be invited. A murmur of delight immediately arose. Fouquet bowed and left. Proud and dauntless man, thought Colbert, you accept, and yet you know it will cost you 10 millions. You have ruined me, whispered Fouquet in a low tone to Aramis. I have saved you, replied the latter, whilst Fouquet ascended the flight of steps and inquired whether the king was still visible. Chapter 47. The Orderly Clerk. The king, anxious to be again quite alone, in order to reflect well upon what was passing in his heart, had withdrawn to his own apartments, where Monsieur de Saint-Aignan had, after his conversation with Madame, gone to meet him. This conversation has already been related. The favorite, vain of his twofold importance, and feeling that he had become during the last 2 hours the confidant of the king, began to treat the affairs of the court in a somewhat indifferent manner. And from the position in which he had placed himself, or rather where chance had placed him, he saw nothing but love and garlands of flowers around him. The king's love for Madame, that of Madame for the king, that of Guiche for Madame, that of La Valera for the king, that of Malicorne for Montalais, and that of Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente for himself, was not all this, truly, more than enough to turn the head of any courtier? Besides, Saint-Aignan was the model of courtiers, past, present, and to come, and moreover showed himself such an excellent narrator, and so discerningly appreciative that the king listened to him with an appearance of great interest, particularly when he described the excited manner with which Madame had sought for him to converse about the affair of Mademoiselle de la Valera. While the king no longer experienced for Madame any remains of the passion he had once felt for her, there was, in the same eagerness of Madame to procure information about him, great gratification for his vanity, from which he could not free himself. He experienced his pleasure then, but nothing more, and his heart was not for a single moment alarmed at what Madame might or might not think of his adventure. When, however, Saint-Aignan had finished, the king, while preparing to retire to rest, asked, "Now, Saint-Aignan, you know what Mademoiselle de la Valera is, do you not? Not only what she is, but what she will be." "What do you mean?" "I mean that she is everything that woman can wish to be, that is to say, beloved by your majesty. I mean that she will be everything your majesty may wish her to be." "That is not what I'm asking. I do not wish to know what she is today, or what she will be tomorrow, as you have remarked. That is my affair. But tell me what others say of her." "They say she is well conducted." "Oh," said the king, smiling, "that is mere report. But rare enough at court, sire, to believe when it is spread." "Perhaps you are right. Is she well born?" "Excellently. The daughter of the Marquis de la Valera, and stepdaughter of that good Monsieur de Saint-Remy." "Ah, yes. My aunt's major domo, I remember, and I remember now that I saw her as I passed through Blois. She was presented to the queens. I have even to reproach myself that I did not on that occasion pay her the attention she deserved." "Oh, sire, I trust that your majesty will now repair time lost." "And the report, you tell me, is that Mademoiselle de la Valera never had a lover. In any case, I do not think your majesty would be alarmed at the rivalry." "Yet stay," said the king in a very serious tone of voice. "Your majesty?" "Ah, I remember. If she has no lover, she has at least a betrothed." "A betrothed? What, Count, do you not know that?" "No." "You, the man who knows all news." "Your majesty will excuse me. You know this betrothed, then?" "Assuredly. His father came to ask me to sign the marriage contract. It is—" The king was about to pronounce the Vicomte de Bragelonne's name when he stopped and knitted his brows. "It is?" repeated Saint-Aignan inquiringly. "I don't remember now," replied Louis IX, endeavoring to conceal an annoyance he had some trouble to disguise. "Can I put your majesty in the way?" inquired the Comte de Saint-Aignan. "No, for I no longer remember to whom I intended to refer. Indeed, I only remember very indistinctly that one of the maids of honor was to marry. The name, however, has escaped me." "Was it Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente he was going to marry?" inquired Saint-Aignan. "Very likely," said the king. "In that case, the intended was to Monsieur de Montespan, but Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente did not speak of it, it seemed to me, in such a manner as would frighten suitors away." "At all events," said the king, "I know nothing, or almost nothing, about Mademoiselle de la Valera. Saint-Aignan, I rely upon you to procure me every information about her." "Yes, sire, and when shall I have the honor of seeing your majesty again to give you the latest news?" "Whenever you have procured it." "I shall obtain it speedily, then, if the information can be quickly obtained, as my wish to see your majesty again." "Well said, Count. By the by, has Madame displayed any ill feeling toward this poor girl?" "None, sire." "Madame did not get angry, then?" "I do not know. I only know that she laughed continually." "That's well, but I think I hear voices in the anterooms. No doubt a courier has just arrived. Inquire, Saint-Aignan." The count ran to the door and exchanged a few words with the usher. He returned to the king, saying, "Sire, it is Monsieur Fouquet who has this moment arrived, by your majesty's orders," he says. He presented himself, but because of the lateness of the hour, he does not press for an audience this evening, and is satisfied to have his presence here formally announced. "Monsieur Fouquet! I wrote to him about 3 o'clock, inviting him to be at Fontainebleau the following day, and he arrives at Fontainebleau at 2 o'clock in the morning. This is indeed zeal," exclaimed the king, delighted to see himself so promptly obeyed. On the contrary, Monsieur Fouquet shall have his audience. I summoned him and will receive him. Let him be introduced. As for you, Count, pursue your inquiries and be here tomorrow." The king placed his finger on his lips, and Saint Aignan, his heart brimful of happiness, hastily withdrew, telling the usher to introduce Monsieur Fouquet, who thereupon entered the king's apartments. Louis rose to receive him. "Good evening, Monsieur Fouquet," he said, smiling graciously. "I congratulate you on your punctuality, and yet my message must have reached you late?" "At 9 in the evening, sire." "You have been working very hard lately, Monsieur Fouquet, for I have been informed that you have not left your rooms at Saint Mande during the last 3 or 4 days." "It is perfectly true, your majesty, that I have kept myself shut up for the past 3 days," replied Fouquet. "Do you know, Monsieur Fouquet, that I had a great many things to say to you," continued the king with the most gracious air. "Your majesty overwhelms me, and since you are so graciously disposed towards me, will you permit me to remind you of the promise made to grant an audience?" "Ah, yes, some church dignitary who thinks he has to thank me for something, is it not?" "Precisely so, sire. The hour is perhaps badly chosen, but the time of the companion whom I have brought with me is valuable, and as Fontainebleau is on the way to his diocese—" "Who is it, then?" "The Bishop of Vannes, whose appointment your majesty at my recommendation deigned 3 months since to sign." "That is very possible," said the king, who had signed without reading. "And he is here?" "Yes, sire. Vannes is an important diocese. The flock belonging to this pasture needed his religious consolation. They are savages, whom it is necessary to polish at the same time that he instructs them, and Monsieur d'Herblay is unequaled in such kind of missions." "Monsieur d'Herblay," said the king, musingly, as if his name, heard long since, was not, however, unknown to him. "Oh," said Fouquet promptly, "your majesty is not acquainted with the obscure name of one of the most faithful and valuable servants?" "No, I confess I am not, and so he wishes to set off again. He has this very day received letters which will perhaps compel him to leave, so that before setting off for that unknown region called Bretagne, he is so desirous of paying his respects to your majesty." "Is he waiting?" "He is here, sire." "Well, let him enter." Fouquet made a sign to the usher in attendance, who was waiting behind the tapestry. The door opened, and Aramis entered. The king allowed him to finish the compliments which he addressed to him, and fixed a long look upon a countenance which no one could forget after having held it once. "Vannes," he said, "you are a bishop of Vannes, I believe." "Yes, sire." "Vannes is in Bretagne, I think." Aramis bowed. "Near the coast." Aramis again bowed. "A few leagues from Belle Isle, is it not?" "Yes, sire," replied Aramis. 6 leagues, I believe." "6 leagues, a mere step, then," said Louis IX. "Not for us poor Bretons, sire," replied Aramis. 6 leagues, on the contrary, is a great distance, if it be 6 leagues on land, and an immense distance, if it be leagues on the sea. Besides, I have the honor to mention to your majesty that there are 6 leagues of sea from the river to Belle Isle." "It is said that Monsieur Fouquet has a very beautiful house there?" inquired the king. "Yes, it is said so," replied Aramis, looking quietly at Fouquet. "What do you mean by 'it is said so'?" exclaimed the king. "He has, sire." "Really, Monsieur Fouquet, I must confess that one circumstance surprises me." "And what may that be, sire?" "That you should have had at the head of the diocese a man like Monsieur d'Herblay, and yet should not have shown him Belle Isle." "Oh, sire," replied the bishop, without giving Fouquet time to answer, "we poor Breton prelates seldom leave our residences." "Monsieur de Vannes," said the king, "I will punish Monsieur Fouquet for his indifference." "In what way, sire?" "I will change your bishopric." Fouquet bit his lips, but Aramis only smiled. "What income does Vannes bring you in?" continued the king. 60,000 livres, sire," said Aramis. "So trifling an amount as that, but you possess other property, Monsieur de Vannes." "I have nothing else, sire, but only Monsieur Fouquet pays me 100,200 livres a year for his pew in the church." "Well, Monsieur d'Herblay, I promise you something better than that." "Sire." "I will not forget you." Aramis bowed, and the king also bowed to him in a respectful manner, as he was accustomed to do towards women and members of the church. Aramis gathered that his audience was at an end. He took his leave of the king in a simple, unpretending language of country pasture, and disappeared. "He is indeed a remarkable face," said the king, following him with his eyes as long as he could see him, and even to a certain degree when he was no longer to be seen. "Sire," replied Fouquet, "if that bishop had been educated early in life, no prelate in the kingdom would deserve the highest distinctions better than he." "His learning is not extensive, then." "He changed the sword for the crucifix, and that rather late in life, but it matters little, if your majesty will permit me to speak of Monsieur de Vannes again on another occasion." "I beg you to do so, but before speaking of him, let us speak of yourself, Monsieur Fouquet." "Of me, sire?" "Yes, I have to pay you 1,000 compliments." I cannot express to your majesty the delight with which you overwhelm me. I understand you, Monsieur Fouquet. I confess, however, to have had certain prejudices against you. In that case, I was indeed unhappy, sire. But they exist no longer, did you not perceive? I did indeed, sire, but I awaited with resignation the day when the truth would prevail, and it seems that that day has now arrived. Ah, you knew then, you were in disgrace with me. Alas, sire, I perceived it. And do you know the reason? Perfectly well. Your majesty thought I had been wastefully lavish in expenditure. Not so, far from that. Or rather, an indifferent administrator. In a word, you thought that as other people had no money, there would be none for your majesty either. Yes, I thought so, but I was deceived. Fouquet bowed. And no disturbances, no complaints? And money enough, said Fouquet. The fact is that you have been profuse with it during the last month. I have more, not only for all your majesty's requirements, but for all your caprices. I thank you, Monsieur Fouquet, replied the king seriously. I will not put you to the proof. For the next 2 months I do not intend to ask you for anything. I will avail myself of the interval to amass 5 or 6 millions, which should be serviceable as money in hand in case of war. 5 or 6 millions! For the expenses of your majesty's household only, be it understood. You think war probable, Monsieur Fouquet? I think that if heaven has bestowed on the eagle a beak and claws, it has enabled him to show his royal character. The king blushed with pleasure. We have spent a great deal of money these past few days, Monsieur Fouquet. Will you not scold me for it? Sire, your majesty has still 20 years of youth to enjoy and 1,000 million francs to lavish in those 20 years. That is a great deal of money, Monsieur Fouquet, said the king. I will economize it, sire. Besides, your majesty has 2 valuable servants in Monsieur Colbert and myself. The one will encourage you to be prodigal with your treasures, and this shall be myself, if my services should continue to be agreeable to your majesty. And the other will economize money for you, and this will be Monsieur Colbert's province. Monsieur Colbert, returned the king, astonished. Certainly, sire. Monsieur Colbert is an excellent accountant. At this commendation bestowed by the traduced on the traducer, the king felt himself penetrated with confidence and admiration. There was not, moreover, either in Fouquet's voice or look, anything which injuriously affected a single syllable of the remark he had made. He did not pass one eulogium, as it were, in order to acquire the right of making 2 reproaches. The king comprehended him, and yielding so much generosity in address, he said, You praise Monsieur Colbert, then? Yes, sire, I praise him, for, besides being a man of merit, I believe him to be devoted to your majesty's interests. Is that because he has often interfered with your own views? Said the king, smiling. Exactly, sire. Explain yourself. It is simple enough. I am a man who is needed to make the money come in. He is the man who is needed to prevent it leaving. Nay, Monsieur le Surintendant, you will presently say something which will correct this good opinion. Do you mean as far as administrative abilities are concerned, sire? Yes, not in the slightest. Really? Upon my honor, sire, I do not know throughout France a better clerk than Monsieur Colbert. This word clerk did not possess in 1661 the somewhat subservient signification attached to it in the present day, but as spoken by Fouquet, whom the king had addressed as the superintendent, it seemed to acquire an insignificant and petty character that at this juncture served admirably to restore Fouquet to his place and Colbert to his own. And yet, said Louis IX, it was Colbert, however, that notwithstanding his economy, had the arrangement of my feats here at Fontainebleau. And I assure you, Monsieur Fouquet, that in no way has he checked the expenditure of money. Fouquet bowed, but did not reply. Is it not your opinion too? Said the king. I think, sire, he replied, that Monsieur Colbert has done what he had to do in an exceedingly orderly manner, and that he deserves in this respect all the praise your majesty may bestow upon him. The word orderly was a proper accompaniment to the word clerk. The king possessed that extreme sensitiveness of organization, that delicacy of perception, which pierced through and detected the regular order of feelings and sensations before the actual sensations themselves, and he therefore comprehended that the clerk had, in Fouquet's opinion, been too full of method and order in his arrangements. In other words, that the magnificent feats of Fontainebleau might have been rendered more magnificent still. The king consequently felt that there was something in the amusements he had provided with which some person or another might be able to find fault. He experienced a little of the annoyance felt by a person coming from the provinces to Paris, dressed in but the very best clothes which his wardrobe can furnish, only to find that the fashionably dressed man there looks at him either too much or not enough. This part of the conversation, which Fouquet had carried on with so much moderation, yet with extreme tact, inspired the king with the highest esteem for the character of the man and capacity of the minister. Fouquet took his leave at 2:45 in the morning, and the king went to bed a little uneasy and confused at the indirect lesson he had received. And a good hour was employed by him in going over again in memory the embroideries, the tapestries, the bills of fare of the various banquets, the architecture of the triumphal arcs, and the arrangements for the illuminations and fireworks, all the offspring of the clerk's Colbert's invention. The result was, the king passed in review before him everything that had taken place during the last 8 days, and decided that faults could be found in his feats. But Fouquet, by his politeness, his thoughtful consideration, and his generosity, had injured Colbert more deeply than the latter, by his artifice, his ill will, and his persevering hatred, had ever yet succeeded in hurting Fouquet. Chapter 48. Fontainebleau at 2 o'clock in the morning. As we have seen, Saint Aignan had quitted the king's apartment at the very moment the superintendent entered it. Saint Aignan was charged with a mission that required dispatch, and he was going to do his utmost to turn his time to the best advantage. He whom we have introduced as the king's friend was indeed an uncommon personage. He was one of those valuable courtiers, whose vigilance and acuteness of perception threw all other favorites into the shade and counterbalanced by his close attention the servility of Dangeau, who was not the favorite but the toady of the king. Monsieur de Saint Aignan began to think what was to be done in the present position of affairs. He reflected that his first information ought to come from De Guiche. He therefore set out in search of him, but De Guiche, whom we saw disappear behind one of the wings and who seemed to have returned to his own apartments, had not entered the chateau. Saint Aignan therefore went in quest of him, and after having turned and twisted and searched in every direction, he perceived something like a human form leaning against a tree. This figure was as motionless as a statue, and seemed deeply engaged in looking at a window, although its curtains were closely drawn. As this window happened to be Madame's, Saint Aignan concluded that the form in question must be that of De Guiche. He advanced cautiously and found that he was not mistaken. De Guiche had, after his conversation with Madame, carried away such a weight of happiness that all his strength of mind was hardly sufficient to enable him to support it. On his side, Saint Aignan knew that De Guiche had had something to do with La Vallira's introduction to Madame's household, for a courtier knows everything and forgets nothing. But he had never learned under what title or conditions De Guiche had conferred his protection upon La Vallira. But as in asking a great many questions, it is singular if a man does not learn something. Saint Aignan reckoned upon learning much or little, as the case might be, if he questioned De Guiche with that extreme tact and at the same time with that persistence in attaining an object, of which he was capable. Saint Aignan's plan was as follows. If the information obtained was satisfactory, he would inform the king with alacrity that he had lighted upon a pearl and claimed the privilege of setting the pearl in question in the royal crown. If the information were unsatisfactory, which after all might be possible, he would examine how far the king cared about La Vallira and make use of his information in such a manner as to get rid of the girl altogether, and thereby obtain all the merits of her banishment with all the ladies of the court who might have the least pretensions to the king's heart, beginning with Madame and finishing with the queen. In case the king should show himself obstinate in his fancy, then he would not produce the damaging information he had obtained, but would let La Vallira know that his damaging information was carefully preserved in the secret drawer of her confidante's memory. In this manner, he would be able to air his generosity before the poor girl's eyes, and so keep her in constant suspense between gratitude and apprehension, to such an extent as to make her a friend at court, interested as an accomplice in trying to make his fortune, while she was making her own. As far as concerned the day when the bombshell of the past should burst, if ever there were any occasion, Saint Aignan promised himself that he would by the time have taken all possible precautions, and would pretend an entire ignorance of the matter to the king. While with regard to La Vallira, he would still have an opportunity of being considered the personification of generosity. It was with such ideas as these, which the fire of covetousness had caused to dawn in half an hour, that Saint Aignan, the son of earth, as La Fontaine would have said, determined to get De Guiche into conversation. In other words, to trouble him in his happiness, a happiness of which Saint Aignan was quite ignorant. It was long past 1 o'clock in the morning when Saint Aignan perceived De Guiche standing motionless, leaning against the trunk of a tree, with his eyes fastened upon the lighted window. The sleepiest hour of night-time, which painters crown with myrtles and budding poppies, the hour when eyes are heavy, hearts throb, and heads feel dull and languid, an hour which casts upon the day which has passed away a look of regret, while addressing a loving greeting to the dawning light. For De Guiche, it was the dawn of unutterable happiness. He would have bestowed a treasure upon a beggar, had one stood before him, to secure him uninterrupted indulgence in his dreams. It was precisely at this hour that Saint Aignan, badly advised, selfishness always counsels badly, came and struck him on the shoulder at the very moment he was murmuring a word, or rather a name. "Ah!" he cried loudly, "I was looking for you." "For me?" said De Guiche, starting. "Yes, and I find you seemingly moonstruck. It is likely, my dear Comte, you have been attacked by a poetical malady and are making verses?" The young man forced a smile upon his lips, while 1,000 conflicting sensations were muttering defiance of Saint Aignan in the deep recesses of his heart. "Perhaps," he said, "but by what happy chance? Ah, your remark shows that you did not hear what I said." "How so?" "Why, I began by telling you I was looking for you." "You were looking for me?" "Yes, and I find you now in the very act." "Of doing what, I should like to know?" "Of singing the praises of Phyllis." "Well, I do not deny it," said De Guiche, laughing. "Yes, my dear Comte, I was celebrating Phyllis's praises." "And you have acquired the right to do so." "I?" "You. No doubt of it. You, the intrepid protector of every beautiful and clever woman. In the name of goodness, what story have you got hold of now?" "Acknowledged truths, I am well aware, but stay a moment, I am in love." "You?" "Yes." "So much the better, my dear Comte, tell me all about it." And De Guiche, afraid that Saint Aignan might perhaps presently observe the window where the light was still burning, took the Comte's arm and endeavored to lead him away. "Oh," said the latter, resisting, "do not take me towards those dark woods, it is too damp there, let us stay in the moonlight." And while he yielded to the pressure of De Guiche's arm, he remained in the flower garden adjoining the chateau. "Well," said De Guiche, resigning himself, "lead me where you like, and ask me what you please." "It is impossible to be more agreeable than you are." And then, after a moment's silence, Saint Aignan continued, "I wish you to tell me something about a certain person in whom you have interested yourself." "And with whom you are in love?" "I will neither admit nor deny it. You understand that a man does not very readily place his heart where there is no hope of return, and that it is most essential he should take measures of security in advance." "You are right," said De Guiche with a sigh. "A man's heart is a very precious gift." "Mine particularly is very tender, and in that light I present it to you." "Oh, you are well known, Comte. Well?" "It is simply a question of Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente." "Why, my dear Saint Aignan, you are losing your senses, I should think." "And why so?" "I have never shown or taken any interest in Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente." "Bah! Never." "Did you not obtain admission for Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente into Madame's household?" "Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, and you ought to know it better than anyone else, my dear Comte, is of a sufficiently good family to make her presence here desirable, and her admittance very easy." "You are jesting." "No, and upon my honor, I do not know what you mean." "And you had nothing, then, to do with her admission?" "No." "You do not know her?" "I saw her for the first time the day she was presented to Madame. Therefore, as I have never taken any interest in her, I do not know her. I am not able to give you the information you require." And De Guiche made a movement as though he were about to leave his questioner. "Nay, nay, one moment, my dear Comte," said Saint Aignan. "You shall not escape me in this manner." "Why, really, it seems to me that it is now time to return to our apartments." "And yet you were not going in when I did not meet but found you." "Therefore, my dear Comte," said De Guiche, "as long as you have anything to say to me, I place myself entirely at your service." "And you are quite right in doing so. What matters half an hour more or less? Will you swear that you have no injurious communications to make to me about her, and that any injurious communications you might possibly have to make are not the cause of your silence?" "Oh, I believe the poor child to be as pure as crystal." "You overwhelm me with joy, and yet I do not wish to have towards you the appearance of a man so badly informed as I seem. It is quite certain that you supplied the princess's household with ladies of honor. Nay, a song has even been written about it." "Oh, songs are written about everything." "Do you know it?" "No, sing it to me, and I shall make its acquaintance." "I cannot tell you how it begins, I only remember how it ends." "Very well, at all events, that is something. When maids of honor happen to run short, lo, Guiche will furnish the entire court." "The idea is weak and the rhyme poor," said De Guiche. "What can you expect, my dear fellow? It is not Racine's or Moliere's, but La Feuillade's, and a great lord cannot rhyme like a beggarly poet." "It is very unfortunate, though, that you only remember the termination." Stay, I have just recollected the beginning of the second couplet." "Why, there's the bird cage with a pretty pair, the charming Montalais and—" And La Valliere, exclaimed Guiche impatiently and completely ignorant besides of Saint Aignan's object. Yes, you have it. You have hit upon the word, La Valliere. A grand discovery indeed. Montalais and La Valliere. These, then, are the two young girls in whom you interest yourself, said Saint Aignan, laughing. And so, Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente's name is not to be met with in the song? No, indeed. Are you satisfied, then? Perfectly, but I find Montalais there, said Saint Aignan, still laughing. Oh, you will find her everywhere. She is a singularly active young lady. You know her? Indirectly, she was the protégée of a man named Malicorne, who was a protégé of Manicamp's. Manicamp asked me to get the situation of maid of honor for Montalais in Madame's household, and a situation for Malicorne as an officer in Monsieur's household. Well, I asked for the appointments, for you know very well that I have a weakness for that droll fellow Manicamp. And you attained what you sought? For Montalais, yes. For Malicorne, yes and no, for as yet he is only on trial. Do you wish to know anything else? The last word of the couplet still remains, La Valliere, said Saint Aignan, resuming the smile that so tormented Guiche. Well, said the latter, it is true that I obtained admission for her in Madame's household. Ah, said Saint Aignan. But, continued Guiche, assuming a great coldness of manner, you will oblige me, Comte, not to jest about that name. Mademoiselle La Baume Leblanc de la Valliere is a young lady, perfectly well conducted. Perfectly well conducted, do you say? Yes. Then you have not heard the last rumor, exclaimed Saint Aignan. No, and you will do me a service, my dear Comte, in keeping this report to yourself and to those who circulate it. Ah, bah, you take the matter up very seriously. Yes, Mademoiselle de Valliere is beloved by one of my best friends. Saint Aignan started. Aha, he said. Yes, Comte, continued Guiche, and consequently you, the most distinguished man in France for polished courtesy of manner, will understand that I cannot allow my friend to be placed in a ridiculous position. Saint Aignan began to bite his nails, partially from vexation and partially from disappointed curiosity. Guiche made him a very profound bow. You send me away, said Saint Aignan, who was dying to know the name of the friend. I do not send you away, my dear fellow. I am going to finish my lines to Phyllis. And those lines? Are a quatrain. You understand, I trust that a quatrain is a serious affair. Well, of course. And as of these 4 lines, of which it is composed, I have yet 3.5 to make. I need my undivided attention. I quite understand. I do, Comte. By the by. What? Are you quick at making verses? Wonderfully so. Will you have quite finished the 3 lines and a half tomorrow morning? I hope so. Adieu, then, until tomorrow. Adieu. Saint Aignan was obliged to accept the notice to quit. He accordingly did so and disappeared behind the hedge. Their conversation had led Guiche and Saint Aignan a good distance from the chateau. Every mathematician, every poet, and every dreamer has his own subjects of interest. Saint Aignan, on leaving Guiche, found himself at the extremity of the grove, at the very spot where the outbuildings of the servants begin, and where, behind the thickets of acacias and chestnut trees interlacing their branches, which were hidden by masses of clematis and young vines, the wall which separated the woods from the courtyard was erected. Saint Aignan alone took the path which led towards these buildings, de Guiche going off in the opposite direction. The one proceeded to the flower garden, while the other bent his steps towards the walls. Saint Aignan walked on between rows of mountain ash, lilac, and hawthorn, which formed an almost impenetrable roof above his head. His feet were buried in the soft gravel and thick moss. He was deliberating a means of taking his revenge, which seemed difficult for him to carry out, and was vexed with himself for not having learned more about La Valliere, notwithstanding the ingenious measures he had resorted to in order to acquire more information about her, when suddenly the murmur of a human voice attracted his attention. He heard whispers, the complaining tones of a woman's voice mingled with entreaties, smothered laughter, sighs, and half-stilted exclamations of surprise. But above them all, the woman's voice prevailed. Saint Aignan stopped to look about him. He perceived from the greatest surprise that the voices proceeded not from the ground, but from the branches of the trees. As he glided along under the covered walk, he raised his head, and observed at the top of the wall a woman perched upon a ladder, in eager conversation with a man seated on a branch of a chestnut tree, whose head alone could be seen, the rest of his body being concealed in the thick covert of the chestnut. Chapter 49. The Labyrinth. Saint Aignan, who had only been seeking for information, had met with an adventure. This was indeed a piece of good luck. Curious to learn why, and particularly what about, This man and woman were conversing at such an hour and in such a singular position. Saint Aignan made himself as small as he possibly could and approached under the rounds of the ladder. And taking measures to make himself as comfortable as possible, he leaned his back against a tree and listened and heard the following conversation. The woman was the first to speak. Really, Monsieur Manicamp, she said, in a voice which, notwithstanding the reproaches she addressed to him, preserved a marked tone of coquetry. Really, your indiscretion is of a very dangerous character. We cannot talk long in this manner without being observed. That is very probable, said the man, in the calmest and coolest of tones. In that case, then, what would people say? Oh, if anyone were to see me, I declare I should die of very shame. Oh, that would be very silly. I do not believe you would. It might have been different if there had been anything between us, but to injure myself gratuitously is really very foolish of me. So I do, Monsieur Manicamp. So far, so good. I know the man, and now let me see who the woman is, said Saint Aignan, watching the rounds of the ladder on which were standing 2 pretty little feet covered with blue satin shoes. Nay, nay, for pity's sake, my dear Montalais, cried Manicamp. Deuce take it, do not go away. I have a great many things to say to you, of the greatest importance still. Montalais, said Saint Aignan to himself, one of the 3. Each of the 3 gossips had her adventure. Only, I imagined the hero of this one's adventure was Malicorne and not Manicamp. At her companion's appeal, Montalais stopped in the middle of her descent, and Saint Aignan could observe the unfortunate Manicamp climb from one branch of the chestnut tree to another, either to improve his situation or to overcome the fatigue consequent upon his inconvenient position. Now listen to me, said he. You quite understand, I hope, that my intentions are perfectly innocent. Of course, but why did you write me a letter stimulating my gratitude towards you? Why did you ask me for an interview at such an hour and such a place as this? I stimulated your gratitude in reminding you that it was I who had been the means of your becoming attached to Madame's household, because most anxiously desirous of obtaining the interview you have been kind enough to grant me. I employed the means which appeared to me most certain to ensure it. And my reason for soliciting it at such an hour and in such a locality was that the hour seemed to me to be the most prudent and the locality the least open to observation. Moreover, I had occasion to speak to you upon certain subjects which require both prudence and solitude. Monsieur Manicamp, but everything I wish to say is perfectly honorable, I assure you. I think, Monsieur Manicamp, it will be more becoming in me to take my leave. No, listen to me, or I will jump from my perch here to yours, and be careful how you set me at defiance, for a branch of this chestnut tree causes me a good deal of annoyance, and may provoke me to extreme measures. Do not follow the example of this branch then, but listen to me. I am listening, and I agree to do so, but be as brief as possible, for if you have a branch of the chestnut tree which annoys you, I wish you to understand that one of the rounds of the ladder is hurting the soles of my feet, and my shoes are being cut through. Do me the kindness to give me your hand. Why? Will you have the goodness to do so? There is my hand then, but what are you going to do? To draw you towards me. What for? You surely do not wish me to join you in the tree. No, but I wish you to sit down upon the wall there. That will do. There is quite room enough, and I would give a great deal to be allowed to sit down beside you. No, you are very well where you are. We should be seen. Do you really think so? Said Manicamp in an insinuating voice. I am sure of it. Very well, I remain in my tree then, although I cannot be worse placed. Monsieur Manicamp, we are wandering away from the subject. You are right, we are so. You wrote me a letter? I did. And why did you write? Fancy, at 2 o'clock today, de Guiche left. What then? Seeing him sent off, I followed him, as I usually do. Of course, I see that, since you are here now. Don't be in a hurry. You are aware, I suppose, that de Guiche is up to his very neck in disgrace. Alas, yes. It was the very height of imprudence on his part, then, to come to Fontainebleau to seek those who had at Paris sent him away into exile, and particularly those from which he had been separated. Monsieur Manicamp, you reason like Pythagoras. Moreover, de Guiche is as obstinate as a man in love can be, and he refused to listen to any of my remonstrances. I begged, I implored him, but he would not listen to anything. Oh, the deuce. What's the matter? I beg your pardon, Mademoiselle Montalais, but this confounded branch, about which I have already had the honor of speaking to you, has just torn a certain portion of my dress. It is quite dark, replied Montalais, laughing, so pray continue, Monsieur Manicamp. De Guiche set off on horseback as hard as he could, I following him at a slower pace. You quite understand that to throw oneself into the water, for instance, with a friend at the same headlong rate as he himself would do it, would be the act of either a fool or a madman. I therefore allowed de Guiche to get in advance, and I proceeded on my way with a commendable slowness of pace. feeling quite sure that my unfortunate friend would not be received, or, if he had been, that he would ride off again at the very first cross, disagreeable answer, and that I should see him returning much faster than he went, without having myself gone much farther than Rees or Maloon, and that even was a good distance, you will admit, for it is 11 leagues to get there and as many to return. Montalais shrugged her shoulders. Laugh as much as you like, but if instead of being comfortably seated on top of the wall as you were sitting on this branch as if you were on horseback, you would, like Augustus, aspire to descend. Be patient, my dear Monsieur Manicamp. A few minutes will soon pass away. You were saying, I think, that you had gone beyond Rees and Maloon. Yes, I went through Rees and Maloon, and I continued to go on, more and more surprised that I did not see him returning. And here I am at Fontainebleau. I look for and inquire after de Guiche everywhere, but no one has seen him. No one in the town has spoken to him. He arrived riding at full gallop. He entered the chateau, and there he has disappeared. I have been here at Fontainebleau since 8 o'clock this evening, inquiring for de Guiche in every direction, but no de Guiche can be found. I am dying with uneasiness. You understand that I have not been running my head into the lion's den and entering the chateau as my imprudent friend has done. I came at once to the servant's office, and I succeeded in getting a letter conveyed to you. And now, for heaven's sake, my dear young lady, relieve me from my anxiety. There will be no difficulty in that, my dear Monsieur Manicamp. Your friend de Guiche has been admirably received. Bah! The king made quite a fuss over him. The king who exiled him. Madame smiled upon him, and Monsieur appears to like him better than ever. Ah, said Manicamp. That explains to me, then, why and how he has remained, and why he did not say anything about me. Not a word. That is very unkind. What is he doing now? In all probability, he is asleep, or if not asleep, dreaming. And what have they been doing all the evening? Dancing. The famous ballet. How did de Guiche look? Well, superb. Dear fellow, and now pray forgive me, Mademoiselle Montalais, but all I have to do is pass from here, where I am now, to your apartment. What do you mean? I cannot suppose that the door of the chateau will be open for me at this hour, and as for spending the night upon this branch, I possibly might not object to do so, but I declare it impossible for any other animal than a boa constrictor to do it. But Monsieur Manicamp, I cannot introduce a man over the wall in that manner. Two, if you please, said a second voice, but in so timid a tone that it seemed as if the owner felt the utter impropriety of such a request. Good gracious, exclaimed Montalais, who is that speaking to me? Malicorne, Mademoiselle Montalais. And as Malicorne spoke, he raised himself from the ground to the lowest branches, and thence to the height of the wall. Monsieur Malicorne, why, you are both mad. How do you do, Mademoiselle Montalais? Inquired Malicorne. I needed but this, said Montalais in despair. Oh, Mademoiselle Montalais, murmured Malicorne, do not be so severe, I beseech you. In fact, said Manicamp, we are your friends, and you cannot possibly wish your friends to lose their lives, and leave us to pass the night on these branches, is in fact condemning us to death. Oh, said Montalais, Monsieur Malicorne is so robust that a night passed in the open air with the beautiful stars above him will not do him any harm, and will be a just punishment for the trick he has played upon me. Be it so, then, let Malicorne arrange matters with you in the best way he can. I pass over, said Manicamp, and bending down the famous branch against which he had directed such bitter complaints, he succeeded, by the assistance of his hands and feet, in seating himself side by side with Montalais, who tried to push him back, while he endeavored to maintain his position, and moreover he succeeded. Having taken possession of the ladder, he stepped on it, and then gallantly offered his hand to his fair antagonist. While this was going on, Malicorne had installed himself in the chestnut tree, in the very place Manicamp has just now left, determining within himself to succeed him in the one he now occupied. Manicamp and Montalais descended a few rounds of the ladder, Manicamp insisting and Montalais laughing and objecting. Suddenly, Malicorne's voice was heard in tones of entreaty. I entreat you, Mademoiselle Montalais, not to leave me here. My position is very insecure, and some accident will be certain to befall me. If I attempt unaided to reach the other side of the wall, it does not matter if Manicamp tears his clothes, for he can make use of Monsieur de Guiche's wardrobe, but I shall not be able even to use those belonging to Monsieur Manicamp, for they will be torn. My opinion, said Manicamp, without taking notice of Malicorne's lamentations, is that the best thing to do is to be done, and is to go and look for de Guiche without delay, for by and by, perhaps, I may not be able to get into his apartments. That is my opinion too, replied Montalais, so go at once, Monsieur Manicamp. 1,000 thanks. Adieu, Mademoiselle Montalais, said Manicamp, jumping to the ground. Your condescension cannot be repaid. Farewell, Monsieur Manicamp. I am now going to get rid of Monsieur Malicorne. Malicorne sighed. Manicamp went away a few paces, but returning to the foot of the ladder, he said, "By the by, how do I get to Monsieur de Guiche's apartments?" "Nothing easier. You go along by the hedge until you reach a place where the paths cross." "Yes? You will see 4 paths." "Exactly. One of which you will take." "Which one of them?" "That to the right." "To the right?" "No, to the left." "The deuce! No, wait a minute. You do not seem to be quite sure. Think again, I beg." "You take the middle path." "But there are 4." "So there are. All I know is that one of the 4 paths leads straight to Madame's apartments, and that one I am well acquainted with." "But Monsieur de Guiche is not in Madame's apartments, I suppose?" "No, indeed." "Well then, the path which leads to Madame's apartments is of no use to me, and I would willingly exchange it for the one that leads to where Monsieur de Guiche is lodging." "Of course, and I know that as well, but as for indicating it from where we are, it is quite impossible." "Well, let us suppose that I have succeeded in finding that fortunate path. In that case, you are almost there, for you have nothing else to do but cross the labyrinth." "Nothing more than that, the deuce, so there is a labyrinth as well." "Yes, and complicated enough too. Even in daylight, one may sometimes be deceived. There are turnings and windings without end. In the first place, you must turn 3 times to the right, then twice to the left, then turn once. Stay, is it once or twice, though? At all events, when you get clear of the labyrinth, you will see an avenue of sycamores, and this avenue leads straight to the pavilion on which Monsieur de Guiche is lodging." "Nothing could be more clearly indicated," said Manicamp, "and I have not the slightest doubt in the world that if I were to follow your directions, I should lose my way immediately. I have therefore a slight service to ask of you." "And what might that be?" "That you will offer me your arm and guide me yourself, like another. I used to know mythology, but other important matters have made me forget it. Pray, come with me, then." "And I am to be abandoned, then?" cried Malicorne. "It is quite impossible, monsieur," said Montalais to Manicamp. "If I were to be seen with you at such an hour, what would be said of me?" "Your own conscience would acquit you," said Manicamp sententiously. "Impossible, monsieur, impossible." "In that case, let me assist Malicorne to get down. He is a very intelligent fellow and possesses a very keen scent. He will guide me, and if we lose ourselves, both of us will be lost, and the one will save the other. If we are together and should be met by anyone, we shall look as if we had some matter of business in hand. Whilst alone, I could have the appearance either of a lover or a robber. Come, Malicorne, here is the ladder." Malicorne had already stretched out one of his legs towards the top of the wall when Manicamp said in a whisper, "Hush!" "What's the matter?" inquired Montalais. "I hear footsteps." "Good heavens!" In fact, the fancied footsteps soon became a reality. The foliage was pushed aside, and Saint Aignan appeared, with a smile on his lips and his hands stretched out towards them, taking everyone by surprise. That is to say, Malicorne upon the tree with his head stretched out, Montalais upon the round of the ladder and clinging to it tightly, and Manicamp on the ground with his foot advanced, ready to set off. "Good evening, Manicamp," said the Comte. "I am glad to see you, my dear fellow. We missed you this evening, and a good many inquiries have been made about you. Mademoiselle de Montalais, your most obedient servant." Montalais blushed. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed, hiding her face in both her hands. "Pray reassure yourself. I know how perfectly innocent you are, and I shall give you a good account. Manicamp, do you follow me? The hedge, the cross-pass, and the labyrinth? I am well acquainted with them all. I will be your Ariadne. There now, your mythological name is found at last." "Perfectly true, Comte." "And take Monsieur Malicorne away with you at the same time," said Montalais. "No, indeed," said Malicorne. "Monsieur Manicamp has conversed with you as long as he liked, and now it is my turn, if you please. I have a multitude of things to tell you about our future prospects." "You hear," said the Comte, laughing. "Stay with him, Mademoiselle Montalais. This is indeed a night for secrets." And taking Manicamp's arm, the Comte led him rapidly away in the direction of the road Montalais knew so well and indicated so badly. Montalais followed them with her eyes as long as she could perceive them. Chapter 50. How Malicorne had been turned out of the Hotel Beau Paon. While Montalais was engaged in looking after the Comte and Manicamp, Malicorne had taken advantage of the young girl's attention being drawn away to render his position somewhat more tolerable, and when she turned round, she immediately noticed the change which had taken place, for he had seated himself like a monkey upon the wall, the foliage of the wild vine and honeysuckle curled around his head like a fawn, while the twisted ivy branches represented tolerably enough his cloven feet. Montalais required nothing to make her resemblance to a dryad as complete as possible. "Well," she said, ascending another round of the ladder, "are you resolved to render me unhappy? Have you not persecuted me enough, tyrant that you are?" "I, a tyrant?" said Malicorne. Yes, you are always compromising me, Monsieur Malicorne. You are a perfect monster of wickedness. I? What have you to do at Fontainebleau? Is not Orleans your place of residence? Do you ask me what I have to do here? I wanted to see you. Ah, great need of that. Not as far as concerns yourself, perhaps, but as far as I am concerned, Mademoiselle Montalais, you know very well that I have left my home, and that, for the future, I have no other place of residence than that which you may happen to have. As you, therefore, are staying at Fontainebleau at the present moment, I have come to Fontainebleau. Montalais shrugged her shoulders. You wished to see me, did you not? She said. Of course. Very well, you have seen me. You are satisfied, so now go away. Oh no, said Malicorne. I have come to talk with you as well as to see you. Very well, we will talk by and by, and in another place than this. By and by? Heaven only knows if I shall meet you by and by in another place. We shall never find a more favorable one than this. But I cannot this evening, nor at the present moment. And why not? Because 1,000 things have happened tonight. Well then, my affair will make 1,001. No, no, Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente is waiting for me in our room to communicate something of the very greatest importance. How long has she been waiting? For an hour at least. In that case, said Malicorne tranquilly, she can wait a few minutes longer. Monsieur Malicorne, said Montalais, you are forgetting yourself. You should rather say that it is you who are forgetting me, and that I am getting impatient at the part you make me play here indeed. For the last week I have been prowling about among the company, and have you not once deigned to notice my presence? Have you been prowling about here for a week, Monsieur Malicorne? Like a wolf. Sometimes I have been burnt by the fireworks, which have singed 2 of my wigs. At others, I have been completely drenched in the osiers by the evening damps or the spray from the fountains. Half famished, fatigued to death, with the view of a wall always before me, and this prospect of having to scale it perhaps. Upon my word, this is not the sort of life for anyone to lead who is neither a squirrel, a salamander, nor an otter. And since you drive your inhumanity so far as to wish me to renounce my condition as a man, I declare it openly. A man I am indeed, and a man I will remain, unless by superior orders. Well then, tell me, what do you wish, and what do you require? What do you insist upon? Said Montalais in a submissive tone. Do you mean to tell me that you did not know I was at Fontainebleau? I? Nay, be frank. I suspected so. Well then, could you not have contrived during the last week to have seen me once a day at least? I have always been prevented, Monsieur Malicorne. Fiddlesticks! Ask my opinion if you do not believe me. I shall ask no one to explain matters I know better than anyone. Compose yourself, Monsieur Malicorne, things will change. They must indeed. You know that whether I see you or not, I am thinking of you, said Montalais in a coaxing tone of voice. Oh, you are thinking of me, are you? Well, and is there anything new? What about? About my post in Monsieur's household. Ah, my dear Malicorne, no one has ventured lately to approach His Royal Highness. Well, but how? Now it is quite a different thing since yesterday he has left off being jealous. Bah, how has his jealousy subsided? It has been diverted into another channel. Tell me all about it. A report was spread that the king had fallen in love with someone else, and Monsieur was tranquilized immediately. And who spread the report? Montalais lowered her voice. Between ourselves, she said, I think the madame and the king have come to a secret understanding about it. Ah, said Malicorne, that was the only way to manage it, but what about poor Monsieur de Guiche? Oh, as for him, he is completely turned off. Have they been writing to each other? No, certainly not. I have not seen a pen in either of their hands for the last week. On what terms are you with madame? The very best. And with the king? The king always smiles at me whenever I pass him. Good. Now tell me whom have the 2 lovers selected to serve at their screen? La Valera. Oh, poor girl, we must prevent that. Why? Because if Monsieur Raoul Bragelonne were to suspect it, he would either kill her or kill himself. Raoul, poor fellow, do you think so? Women pretend to have a knowledge of the state of people's affections, said Malicorne, and they do not even know how to read the thoughts of their own minds and hearts. Well, I can tell you that Monsieur de Bragelonne loves La Valera to such a degree that if she deceived him, he would, I repeat, either kill himself or kill her. But the king is there to defend her, said Montalais. The king, exclaimed Malicorne. Raoul would kill the king as he would a common thief. Good heavens, said Montalais, you are mad, Monsieur Malicorne. Not in the least. Everything I have told you is on the contrary perfectly serious, and for my own part I know one thing. And what is that? That I shall quietly tell Raoul of the trick. Hush, said Montalais, mounting another round of the ladder so as to approach Malicorne more closely. Do not open your lips to poor Raoul. Why not? Because as yet you know nothing at all. What is the matter then? Why this evening? But no one is listening, I hope. No. This evening, then, beneath the royal oak, La Valera said aloud and innocently enough, I cannot conceive that when one has seen the king, one can ever love another man. Malicorne almost jumped off the wall. Unhappy girl, did she really say that? Word for word. And she thinks so? La Valera always thinks what she says. That positively cries aloud for vengeance. Why, women are the veriest serpents, said Malicorne. Compose yourself, my dear Malicorne, compose yourself. No, no. Let us take the evil in time. On the contrary, there is time enough yet to tell Raoul of it. Blunderer, on the contrary, it is too late, replied Montalais. How so? La Valera's remark, which was intended for the king, reached its destination. The king knows it, then. The king was told of it, I suppose. No, the king heard it. Ahime, as the cardinal used to say. The king was hidden in the thicket, close to the royal oak. It follows, then, said Malicorne, that for the future the plan which the king and Madame have arranged will go as easily as if it were on wheels, and will pass over poor Bragelonne's body. Precisely so. Well, said Malicorne, after a moment's reflection, do not let us interpose our poor selves between a large oak tree and a great king, for we should certainly be ground to pieces. The very thing I was going to say to you. Let us think of ourselves, then. My own idea. Open your beautiful eyes, then, and you your large ears. Approach your little mouth for a kiss. Here, said Montalais, who paid the debt immediately in ringing coin. Now let us consider. First, we have Monsieur de Guiche, who is in love with Madame. Then La Valera, who is in love with the king. Next, the king, who is in love both with Madame and La Valera. Lastly, Monsieur, who loves no one but himself. Among all these loves, a noodle would make a fortune. A greater reason, therefore, for sensible people like ourselves to do so. There you are with your dreams again. Nay, rather with realities. Let me still lead you, darling. I do not think you have been very badly off hitherto. No. Well, the future is guaranteed by the past, only since all here think of themselves before anything else, let us do so too. Perfectly right. But of ourselves only. Be it so. An offensive and defensive alliance. Well, I am ready to swear it. Put out your hand then, and say, all for Malicorne. All for Malicorne. And I, all for Montalais, replied Malicorne, stretching out his hand in turn. And now, what is to be done? Keep your eyes and ears constantly open. Collect every means of attack which may be serviceable against others. Never let anything lie about which can be used against ourselves. Agreed. Decided. Sworn to, and now the agreement entered into, goodbye. What do you mean by goodbye? Of course, you can now return to your inn. To my inn? Yes, are you not lodging at the sign of the Beau Paillon? Montalais, you now betray that you were aware of my being at Fontainebleau. Well, and what does that prove, except that I occupy myself about you more than you deserve? Go back, then, to Beau Paillon. That is now quite out of the question. Have you not a room there? I had, but have it no longer. Who has taken it from you, then? I will tell you. Some little time ago, I was returning there, after I had been running about after you, and having reached my hotel quite out of breath, I perceived a litter, upon which 4 peasants were carrying a sick monk. A monk? Yes, an old grey-bearded Franciscan. As I was looking at the monk, they entered the hotel, and as they were carrying him up the staircase, I followed, and as I reached the top of the staircase, I observed that they took him into my room. Into your room? Yes, into my own apartment. Supposing it to be a mistake, I summoned the landlord, who said that the room, which had been let to me for the past 8 days, was let to the Franciscan for the 9th. Oh, that was exactly what I said. Nay, I did even more, for I inclined to get out of temper. I went upstairs again, I spoke to the Franciscan himself, and wished to prove to him the impropriety of the step. When this monk, dying though he seemed to be, raised himself upon his arm, fixed a pair of blazing eyes upon me, and in voice which was admirably suited for commanding a charge of cavalry, said, "Turn this fellow out of doors," which was done immediately by the landlord and the 4 porters, who made me descend the staircase somewhat faster than was agreeable. This, how it happens, dearest, that I have no lodging. Who can this Franciscan be? Said Montalais. Is he a general? That is exactly the very title that one of the bearers of the litter gave him as he spoke to him in a low tone. So that, said Montalais, so that I have no room, no hotel, no lodging, and I am as determined as my friend Manicamp was just now not to pass the night in the open air. What is to be done then? Said Montalais. Nothing easier, said a third voice, whereupon Montalais and Malicorne uttered a simultaneous cry, and Saint Aignan appeared. My dear Monsieur Malicorne, said Saint Aignan, a very lucky accident has brought me back to extricate you from your embarrassment. Come, I can offer you a room in my own apartments, which I can assure you no Franciscan will deprive you of. As for you, my dear lady, rest easy. I already knew Mademoiselle de la Valera's secret, and that of Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente. Your own you have just been kind enough to confide to me, for which I thank you. I can keep 3 quite as well as 1. Malicorne and Montalais looked at each other, like children detected in a theft, but as Malicorne saw a great advantage in the proposition which had just been made to him, he gave Montalais a sign of assent, and she returned. Malicorne then descended the ladder, round by round, reflecting at every step on the means of obtaining piecemeal from Monsieur de Saint-Aignan all he might possibly know about the famous secret. Montalais had already darted away like a deer, and neither crossroad nor labyrinth was able to lead her wrong. As for Saint-Aignan, he carried off Malicorne with him to his apartments, showing him 1,000 attentions, enchanted to have so close at hand the very 2 men who, even supposing de Guiche were to remain silent, could give him the best information about the maids of honor. Chapter 51. What actually occurred at the inn called the Beau Paillon. In the first place, let us supply our readers with a few details about the inn called Beau Paillon. It owed its name to its sign, which represented a peacock spreading its tail. But in imitation of certain painters who bestowed the face of a handsome young man on the serpent which tempted Eve, the limner of the sign had conferred upon the peacock the features of a woman. This famous inn, an architectural epigram against that half of the human race which renders existence delightful, was situated at Fontainebleau. In the first turning on the left-hand side, which divides the road from Paris, the large artery which constitutes itself alone the entire town of Fontainebleau. The side street in question was then known as the Rue de Lyon, doubtless because geographically it led in the direction of the second capital of the kingdom. The street itself was composed of 2 houses occupied by persons of the class of tradespeople, the houses being separated by 2 large gardens bordered with hedges running around them. Apparently, however, there were 3 houses in the streets. Let us explain, notwithstanding appearances, how there were only in fact 2. The inn of the Beau Paillon had its principal front towards the main street, but upon the Rue de Lyon there were 2 ranges of buildings divided by courtyards, which comprised sets of apartments for the reception of all classes of travelers, whether on foot or on horseback, or even with their own carriages, and in which could be supplied not only board and lodging, but also accommodation for exercise, or opportunities of solitude for even the wealthiest couriers, whenever, after having received some check at the court, they wished to shut themselves up of their own society, either to devour an affront or to brood on revenge. From the windows of this part of the building, travelers could perceive in the first place the street with the grass growing between the stones, which were being gradually loosened by it. Next, the beautiful hedges of elder and thorn which embraced, as though within 2 green and flowery arms, the house of which we have spoken. And then, in the spaces between those houses, forming the groundwork of the picture and appearing an almost impassable barrier, a line of thick trees, the advanced sentinels of the vast forest which extends in front of Fontainebleau. It was therefore easy, provided one secured an apartment at the angle of the building, to obtain, by the main street from Paris, a view of, as well as to hear, the passers-by and the fetes, and by the Rue de Lyon to look upon and to enjoy the calm of the country. And this without reckoning that in cases of urgent necessity, at the very moment people might be knocking at the principal door in the Rue de Paris, one could make one's escape by the little door in the Rue de Lyon, and creeping along the gardens of the private houses, attain the outskirts of the forest. Malicorne, who it will be remembered, was the first to speak about this inn by way of deploring his being turned out of it, being then absorbed in his own affairs, had not told Montalais all that could be said about this curious inn, and we will try to repair the omission. With the exception of the few words he had said about the Franciscan friar, Malicorne had not given any particulars about the travelers who were staying at the inn. The manner in which they had arrived, the manner in which they had lived, the difficulty which existed for everyone but certain privileged travelers of entering the hotel without a password, or living there without certain preparatory precautions, must have struck Malicorne, and we will venture to say really did so. But Malicorne, as we have already said, had personal matters of his own to occupy his attention, which prevented him from paying much attention to others. In fact, all the apartments of the hotel were engaged and retained by certain strangers, who never stirred out, who were incommunicative in their address, with countenances full of thoughtful preoccupation, and not one of whom was known to Malicorne. Every one of these travelers had reached the hotel after his own arrival there. Each man had entered after having given a kind of password, which had at first attracted Malicorne's attention, But having inquired in an indiscreet manner about it, he had been informed that the host had given as a reason for this extreme vigilance that as the town was so full of wealthy noblemen, it must be as full of clever and zealous pickpockets. The reputation of an honest inn like that of the Bal Poyon was concerned in not allowing its visitors to be robbed. It occasionally happened that Malicorne asked himself as he thought matters carefully over in his mind, and reflected upon his own position in the inn, how it was that they had allowed him to become an inmate of the hotel, when he had observed, since his residence there, admission refused to so many. He asked himself, too, how it was that Manicamp, who in his opinion must be a man to be looked upon with veneration by everybody, having wished to bait his horse at the Beau Paillon, on arriving there, both horse and rider had been incontinently turned away with a necio vos of the most positive character. All this for Malicorne, whose mind being fully occupied by his own love affair and personal ambition was a problem when he had not applied himself to solve. Had he wished to do so, we should hardly venture, notwithstanding the intelligence we have accorded as his due, to say he would have succeeded. A few words will prove to the reader that no one but Oedipus in person could have solved the enigma in question. During the week, 7 travelers have taken up their abodes in the inn, all of them having arrived there the day after the fortunate day in which Malicorne had fixed his choice on the Beau Paillon. These 7 persons, accompanied by a suitable revenue, were in the following. First of all, a brigadier in the German army, his secretary, physician, 3 servants, and 7 horses. The brigadier's name was the Comte de Vostepur. A Spanish cardinal with 2 nephews, 2 secretaries, an officer in his household, and 12 horses. The cardinal's name was Monsignor Heredia. A rich merchant of Bremen, with his manservant and 2 horses. This merchant's name was Mynheer Bonstedt. A Venetian senator with his wife and daughter, both extremely beautiful. The senator's name was Signor Marini. A Scottish laird with 7 Highlanders of his clan, all on foot. The laird's name was Macumner. An Austrian from Vienna without title or coat of arms, who had arrived in the carriage a good deal of the priest and something of the soldier. He was called the councillor. And finally, a Flemish lady with a manservant, a lady's maid, and a female companion. A large retinue of servants, great display, and immense horses. She was called the Flemish lady. All these travelers had arrived on the same day, and yet their arrival had occasioned no confusion in the inn, no stoppage in the street. Their apartments had been fixed upon beforehand by their couriers or secretaries who had arrived the previous day or even that morning. Malicorne, who had arrived the previous day riding an ill-conditioned horse with a slender valise, had announced himself at the hotel of the Bal Poyon as a friend of a nobleman desirous of witnessing the feats, and who would himself have arrived almost immediately. The landlord, on hearing these words, had smiled as if he were perfectly well acquainted either with Malicorne or his friend the nobleman, and had said to him, "Since you are the first arrival, monsieur, choose what apartment you please." And this was said with that obsequiousness of manners, so full of meaning with landlords, which means, "Make yourself perfectly easy, monsieur. We know with whom you have to do, and you will be treated accordingly." These words and their accompanying gesture Malicorne had thought very friendly, but rather obscure. However, as he did not wish to be very extravagant in his expenses, and as he thought that if he were to ask for a small apartment he would doubtless have been refused on account of his want of consequence, he hastened to close at once with the innkeeper's remark, and deceive him with a cunning equal to his own. So smiling as a man would do for whom whatever might be done was but simply his due, he said, "My dear host, I shall take the best and the gayest room in the house." "With a stable?" "Yes, with a stable." "And when will you take it?" "Immediately, if it be possible." "Quite so." "But," said Malicorne, "I shall leave the large room unoccupied for the present." "Very good," said the landlord, with an air of intelligence. "Certain reasons, which you will understand by and by, oblige me to take at my own cost this small room only." Yes, said the host. "When my friend arrives, he will occupy the large apartment, and as a matter of course, as this larger apartment will be his own affair, he will settle for it himself." "Certainly," said the landlord. "Certainly, let it be understood in that manner." "It is agreed, then, that such shall be the terms." "Word for word." "It is extraordinary," said Malicorne to himself. "You quite understand, then?" "Yes." "There is nothing more to be said, since you understand, for you do clearly understand, do you not?" "Perfectly." "Very well, then. And now show me to my room." The landlord, cap in hand, preceded Malicorne, who installed himself in his room, and became more and more surprised to observe that the landlord, at every ascent or descent, looked and winked at him in a manner which indicated the best possible intelligence between them. "There is some mistake here," said Malicorne to himself, "but until it is cleared up I shall take advantage of it, which is the best thing I can possibly do. and he darted out of his room like a hunting dog following a scent in search of all the news and curiosities of the court, getting himself burnt in one place and drowned in another, as he had told Mademoiselle de Montalais. The day after he had been installed in his room, he had noticed the 7 travelers arrive successively, who speedily filled the whole hotel. When he saw this perfect multitude of people, of carriages and retinue, Malicorne rubbed his hands delightedly, thinking that one day later he should not have found a bed to lie upon after his return from exploring expeditions. When all the travelers were lodged, the landlord entered Malicorne's room, and with his accustomed courteousness said to him, "You are aware, my dear monsieur, that the large room in the 3rd detached building is still reserved for you." "Of course, I am aware of it. I am really making you a present of it." "Thank you. So that when your friend comes, well, he will be satisfied with me, I hope, or if he be not, he will be very difficult to please." "Excuse me, but will you allow me to say a few words about my friend?" "Of course, for you have a perfect right to do so. He intended to come, as you know, and he does so still. He may possibly have changed his opinion." "No, you are quite sure then?" "Very. But in case you should have some doubts, well, I can only say that I do not positively assure you that he will come." "Yet he told you—" "He certainly did tell me, but you know that man proposes and God disposes, verba volant, scriptum manent, which is meant as much to say that what is spoken flies away, and what is written remains. And as he did not write to me, but contented himself by saying to me, 'I will authorize you,' yet without specifically instructing you, you must feel that it places me in a very embarrassing position." "What do you authorize me to do then?" "Why, to let your rooms if you find a good tenant for it." "I?" "Yes, you. Never will I do such a thing, monsieur. If he has not written to you, he has written to me." "Ah, what does he say? Let us see if his letter agrees with these words." "These are almost his very words. To the landlord of the Beau Paillon Hotel. You will have been informed of the meeting arranged to take place in your inn between some people of importance. I shall be one of those who will meet with the others at Fontainebleau. Keep for me, then, a small room for a friend who will arrive after or before me. And you are the friend, I suppose," said the landlord, interrupting his reading of the letter. Malicorne bowed modestly. The landlord continued, "And a large apartment for myself. The large apartment is my own affair, but I wish the price of the smaller room to be moderate, as it is destined for a fellow who is deucedly poor." "It is still you he is speaking of, is it not?" said the host. "Oh, certainly," said Malicorne. "Then we are agreed. Your friend will settle for his apartment, and you for your own." "May I be broken alive on the wheel," said Malicorne to himself, "if I understand anything at all about it." And then he said aloud, "Well then, are you satisfied with the name?" "With what name?" "With the name at the end of the letter. Does it give you the guarantee you require?" "I was going to ask you the name." "What? Was the letter not signed?" "No," said the landlord, opening his eyes very wide, full of mystery and curiosity. "In that case," said Malicorne, imitating his gesture and mysterious look, "if he is not giving you his name, you understand, he must have his reasons for it." "Oh, of course. And therefore I, his friend, his confidant, must not betray him." "You are perfectly right, monsieur," said the landlord. "I do not insist upon it." "I appreciate your delicacy. As for myself, as my friend told you, my room is a separate affair, so let us come to terms about it. Short accounts make long friends. How much is it?" "There is no hurry." "Never mind, let us reckon it up all the same. Room, my board, a place in my stable for a horse, and his feed. How much per day?" 4 livres, monsieur." "Which will make 12 livres for 3 days I have been here." "Yes, monsieur. Here are your 12 livres, then." "But why settle now?" "Because," said Malicorne, lowering his voice and resorting to his former air of mystery, "because he saw that the mysterious had succeeded. Because if I had to set off suddenly, to decamp at any moment, my account would be settled." "You are right, monsieur." "I may consider myself at home, then?" "Perfectly." "So far so well. Adieu." And the landlord withdrew. Malicorne, left alone, reasoned with himself in the following manner. No one but De Guiche or Manicamp could have written to this fellow. De Guiche because he wishes to secure a lodging for himself beyond the precincts of the court in the event of his success or failure, as the case might be. Manicamp because De Guiche must have entrusted him with his commission. And De Guiche or Manicamp will have argued in this manner. The large apartment would serve for the reception, in a befitting manner, of a lady thickly veiled, reserving to the lady in question a double means of exit, either in a street somewhat deserted, or closely adjoining the forest. The smaller room might either shelter Manicamp for a time, who is De Guiche's confidant, and would be the vigilant keeper of the door, or De Guiche himself, acting for greater safety the part of a master and confidant at the same time. Yet, he continued, how about this meeting which is to take place, and which has actually taken place in this hotel? No doubt they are persons who are going to be presented to the king, and the poor devil for whom the smaller room is destined is a trick in order to be better concealed to Guiche or Manicamp. If this be the case, as is very likely, there is only half the mischief done, for there is simply the length of a purse string between Manicamp and Malicorne. After he had thus reasoned the matter out, Malicorne slept soundly, leaving the 7 travelers to occupy, and in every sense of the word, to walk up and down their several lodgings in the hotel. Whenever there was nothing at court to put him out, when he had wearied himself with his excursions and investigations, tired of writing letters which he could never find an opportunity of delivering to the people which they were intended for, he returned home to his comfortable little room, and leaning upon the balcony, which was filled with nasturtiums and white pinks, for whom Fontainebleau seemed to possess no attractions with all its illuminations, amusements, and feats. Things went on in this manner until the 7th day, a day in which we have given such full details, with its night also in the preceding chapters. On that night, Malicorne was enjoying the fresh air, seated at his window toward 1 o'clock in the morning, when Manicamp appeared on horseback with a thoughtful and listless air. Good, said Malicorne to himself, recognizing him at the first glance. There's my friend who has come to take possession of his apartment, that is to say, of my room. And he called to Manicamp, who looked up and immediately recognized Malicorne. Ah, by Jove, said the former, his countenance clearing up. Glad to see you, Malicorne. I have been wandering about Fontainebleau, looking for 3 things I cannot find, de Guiche, a room, and a stable. Of Monsieur de Guiche I cannot give you either good or bad news, for I have not seen him. But as far as concerns your room and a stable, that's another matter, for they have been retained here for you. Retained? And by whom? By yourself, I presume. By me? Do you mean to say that you did not take lodgings here? By no means, said Manicamp. At this moment the landlord appeared on the threshold of the door. I want a room, said Manicamp. Did you engage one, monsieur? No. Then I have no rooms to let. In that case, I have engaged a room, said Manicamp. A room simply, or lodgings? Anything, you please. By letter? Inquired the landlord. Malicorne nodded affirmatively to Manicamp. Of course by letter, said Manicamp. Did you not receive a letter from me? What was the date of the letter? Inquired the host, in whom Manicamp's hesitation had aroused some suspicion. Manicamp rubbed his ear and looked up at Malicorne's window, but Malicorne had left his window and was coming down the stairs to his friend's assistance. At the very same moment, a traveler wrapped in a large Spanish cloak appeared at the porch, near enough to hear the conversation. I ask you, what was the date of the letter you wrote to me to retain apartments here? Repeated the landlord, pressing the question. Last Wednesday was the date, said the mysterious stranger in a soft and polished tone of voice, touching the landlord on the shoulder. Manicamp drew back, and it was now Malicorne's turn, who appeared on the threshold to scratch his ear. The landlord saluted the new arrival as a man who recognizes his true guest. Monsieur, he said to him with civility, your apartment is ready for you, and the stables too, only, he looked round him and inquired, your horses? My horses may or may not arrive. That, however, matters but little to you, provided you are paid for what has been engaged. The landlord bowed lower still. You have, continued the unknown traveler, kept for me, in addition, the small room I asked for? Oh, said Malicorne, endeavoring to hide himself. Your friend has occupied it during the last week, said the landlord, pointing to Malicorne, who was trying to make himself as small as possible. The traveler, drawing his cloak round him so as to cover the lower part of his face, cast a rapid glance at Malicorne, and said, This gentleman is no friend of mine. The landlord started violently. I am not acquainted with this gentleman, continued the traveler. What, exclaimed the host, turning to Malicorne, are you not this gentleman's friend, then? What does it matter whether I am or not, provided you are paid, said Malicorne, parodying the stranger's remark in a very majestic manner. It matters so far as this, said the landlord, who began to perceive that one person had been taken for another, that I beg you, monsieur, to leave the rooms, which you had been engaged beforehand and by someone else instead of you. Still, said Malicorne, this gentleman cannot require at the same time a room on the first floor and an apartment on the second. If this gentleman will take the room, I will take the apartment. If he prefers the apartment, I will be satisfied with the room. I am exceedingly distressed, monsieur, said the traveler in his soft voice, but I need both the room and the apartment. At least tell me for whom, inquired Malicorne. The apartment I require for myself. Very well, but the room? Look, said the traveler, pointing towards a sort of procession which was approaching. Malicorne arrived in the direction indicated and observed, borne upon a litter, the arrival of the Franciscan, whose installation in his apartment he had, with a few details of his own, related to Montalais, and whom he had so uselessly endeavored to convert to humbler views. The result of the arrival of the stranger and of the sick Franciscan was Malicorne's expulsion, without any consideration for his feelings, from the inn by the landlord and the peasants who had carried the Franciscan. The details have already been given of what followed this expulsion, of Manicamp's conversation with Montalais. How Manicamp, with greater cleverness than Malicorne had shown, had succeeded in obtaining news of De Guiche, of the subsequent conversation of Montalais with Malicorne, and finally of the billets with which the Comte de Saint-Aignan had furnished Manicamp and Malicorne. It remains for us to inform our readers who was the traveller in the cloak, the principal tenant of the double apartment of which Malicorne had only occupied a portion, and the Franciscan, quite as mysterious a personage, whose arrival together with that of the stranger unfortunately upset the two friends' plans. Chapter 52. A Jesuit of the 11th Year. In the first place, in order not to weary the reader's patience, we will hasten to answer the first question. The traveller with the cloak held over his face was Aramis, who, after he had left Fouquet and taken from a portmanteau which his servant had opened a cavalier's complete costume, quitted the chateau and went to the hotel of the Beau Paillon, where, by letters 7 or 8 days previously, he had, as the landlord had stated, directed a room and an apartment to be retained for him. Immediately after Malicorne and Manicamp had been turned out, Aramis approached the Franciscan and asked him whether he would prefer the apartment or the room. The Franciscan inquired where they were both situated. He was told that the room was on the first and the apartment on the second floor. "The room, then," he said. Aramis did not contradict him, but with great submissiveness said to the landlord, "The room." And bowing with respect, he withdrew into the apartment, and the Franciscan was accordingly carried at once into the room. Now it is not extraordinary that this respect should be shown by a prelate of the church for a simple monk, for one, too, belonging to a mendicant order, to whom was given up, without a request for it even, a room which so many travelers were desirous of obtaining. How, too, can one explain the unexpected arrival of Aramis at the hotel, he who had entered the chateau with Monsieur Fouquet, and could have remained at the chateau with Monsieur Fouquet if he had liked? The Franciscan supported his removal up the staircase without uttering a complaint, although it was evident he suffered very much, and that every time the litter knocked against the wall or the railing of the staircase, he experienced a terrible shock throughout his frame. And finally, when he arrived in the room, he said to those who carried him, "Help me to place myself in that armchair." The bearers of the litter placed it on the ground, and lifting the sick man up as gently as possible, carried him to the chair he had indicated, which was situated at the head of the bed. "Now," he added, with a marked benignity of gesture and tone, "desire the landlord to come." They obeyed, and 5 minutes afterwards the landlord appeared at the door. "Be kind enough," said the Franciscan to him, "to send these excellent fellows away. They are vassals of the Vicomte de Melun. They found me, when I had fainted on the road, overcome by the heat, and without thinking of whether they would be paid for their trouble, they wished to carry me to their own home. But I know at what cost to themselves is the hospitality which the poor extend to a sick monk, and I preferred this hotel, where, moreover, I was expected." The landlord looked at the Franciscan in amazement, but the latter, with his thumb, made the sign of the cross in a peculiar manner upon his breast. The host replied by making a similar sign on his left shoulder. "Yes, indeed," he said, "we did expect you, but we hoped that you would arrive in a better state of health." And as the peasants are looking at the innkeeper, usually so supercilious, and saw how respectful he had become in the presence of a poor monk, the Franciscan drew from a deep pocket 3 or 4 pieces of gold which he held out. "My friends," said he, "here is something to repay you for the care you have taken of me. So make yourselves perfectly easy, and do not be afraid of leaving me here. The order to which I belong and for which I am traveling does not require me to beg. Only, as the attention you have shown me deserves to be rewarded, take these 2 louis and depart in peace." The peasants did not dare to take them. The landlord took the 2 louis out of the monk's hand and placed them in that one of the peasants, all 4 of whom withdrew, opening their eyes wider than ever. The door was then closed, and while the innkeeper stood respectfully near it, the Franciscan collected himself for a moment. He then passed across his sallow face a hand which seemed dried up by fever, and rubbed his nervous and agitated fingers across his beard. His large eyes, hollowed by sickness and inquietude, seemed to peruse in the vague distance a mournful and fixed idea. "What physicians have you at Fontainebleau?" he inquired after a long pause. "We have 3, Holy Father." "What are their names?" "Louis Guinet first." "The next one?" "A brother of the Carmelite order named Brother Hubert." "And next?" "A secular member named Grisart." "Ah, Grisart," murmured the monk. "Send for Monsieur Grisart immediately." The landlord moved in prompt obedience to the direction. Tell me what priests there are here. What priests? Yes, belonging to what orders? There are Jesuits, Augustines, and Cordeliers, but the Jesuits are closest at hand. Shall I send for a confessor belonging to the order of the Jesuits? Yes, immediately. It will be imagined that at the sign of the cross which they had exchanged, the landlord and the invalid monk had recognized each other as two affiliated members of the well-known Society of Jesus. Left to himself, the Franciscan drew from his pocket a bundle of papers, some of which he read over with the most careful attention. The violence of his order, however, overcame his courage. His eyes rolled in their sockets, a cold sweat poured down his face, and he nearly fainted, and lay with his head thrown backwards and his arms hanging down both sides of his chair. For more than 5 minutes he remained without any movement, when the landlord returned, bringing with him the physician, whom he hardly allowed time to dress himself. The noise they made in entering the room, the current of air which the opening of the door occasioned, restored the Franciscan to his senses. He hurriedly seized hold of the papers which were lying about, and with his long and bony hand concealed them under the cushions of the chair. The landlord went out of the room, leaving patient and physician together. "Come here, Monsieur Grissart," said the Franciscan to the doctor. "Approach closer, for there is no time to lose. Try by touch and sound to consider and pronounce your sentence." "The landlord," replied the doctor, "told me I had the honor of attending an affiliated brother." "Yes," replied the Franciscan, "it is so. Tell me the truth then. I feel very ill, and I think I am about to die." The physician took the monk's hand and felt his pulse. "Oh," he said, "a dangerous fever." "What do you call a dangerous fever?" inquired the Franciscan, with an imperious look. "To an affiliated member of the first or second year," replied the physician, looking inquiringly at the monk, "I should say a fever that may be cured." "But to me," said the Franciscan. The physician hesitated. "Look at my gray hair, and my forehead full of anxious thought," he continued. "Look at the lines in my face, by which I reckon upon the trials I have undergone. I am a Jesuit of the 11th year, Monsieur Grissart." The physician started, for, in fact, a Jesuit of the 11th year was one of those men who had been initiated in all the secrets of the order, one of those for whom science has no more secrets, the society no further barriers to present, temporal obedience, no more trammels. "In that case," said Grissart, saluting him with respect, "I am in the presence of a master." "Yes, act therefore accordingly." "And you wish to know?" "My real state." "Well," said the physician, "it is a brain fever, which has reached its highest degree of intensity." "There is no hope, then?" inquired the Franciscan in a quick tone of voice. "I do not say that," replied the doctor. "Yet, considering the disordered state of the brain, the hurried respiration, the rapidity of the pulse, and the burning nature of the fever which is devouring you—" "And which has thrice prostrated me since this morning," said the monk. "All things considered, I should call it a terrible attack, but why did you not stop on your road?" "I was expected here, and I was obliged to come." "Even at the risk of your life?" "Yes, at the risk of dying on the way." "Very well. Considering all the symptoms of your case, I must tell you that your condition is almost desperate." The Franciscan smiled in a strange manner. "What you have just told me is perhaps sufficient for what is due to an affiliated member, even to the 11th year, but for what is due to me, Monsieur Grissart, it is too little, and I have a right to demand more. Come then, let us be more candid still, and as frank as if you were making your own confession to heaven. Besides, I have already sent for a confessor." "Oh, I have hopes, however," murmured the doctor. "Answer me," said the sick man, displaying with a dignified gesture a golden ring, the stone of which had until that moment been turned inside, and which bore engraved thereon the distinguishing mark of the Society of Jesus. Grissart uttered loud exclamation. "The general!" he cried. "Silence," said the Franciscan. "You can now understand the whole truth is all important." "Monseigneur, Monseigneur," murmured Grissart, "send for the confessor, for in 2 hours at the next Caesar you will be attacked by delirium, and will pass away in its course." "Very well," said the patient, for a moment contracting his eyebrows. "I have still 2 hours to live then." "Yes, particularly if you take the potion I will send you presently." "And that will give me 2 hours of life?" "Yes, 2 hours." "I would take it, were it poison, for those 2 hours are necessary not only for myself, but for the glory of the order." "What a loss, what a catastrophe for us all," murmured the physician. "It is the loss of one man, nothing more," replied the Franciscan, "for heaven will enable the poor monk who is about to leave you to find a worthy successor. Adieu, Monsieur Grissart, already even through the goodness of heaven I have met with you. A physician, who had not been one of our holy order, would have left me in ignorance of my condition, and confident that existence would be prolonged a few days further, I should not have taken the necessary precautions. You are a learned man, Monsieur Grisart, and that confers an honor upon us all. It would have been repugnant to my feelings to have found one of your order of little standing in his profession. Adieu, Monsieur Grisart. Send me the cordial immediately. Give me your blessing at least, Monseigneur. In my mind, I do. Go, go. In my mind, I do so, I tell you. Animo, Maître Grisart, viribus impossibile. And he again fell back in the armchair in an almost senseless state. Monsieur Grisart hesitated whether he should give him immediate assistance or should run to prepare the cordial he had promised. He decided in favor of the cordial, for he darted out of the room and disappeared down the staircase. Chapter 53. The State Secret. A few moments after the doctor's departure, the confessor arrived. He had hardly crossed the threshold of the door when the Franciscan fixed a penetrating look upon him, and shaking his head murmured, "A weak mind, I see. May heaven forgive me if I die without the help of this living piece of human infirmity." The confessor, on his side, regarded the dying man with astonishment, almost with terror. He had never beheld his eyes so burningly bright at the very moment they were about to close, nor looks so terrible at the moment when they were about to be quenched in death. The Franciscan made a rapid and imperious movement of his hand. "Sit down there, my father," said he, "and listen to me." The Jesuit confessor, a good priest, a recently initiated member of the order, who had merely seen the beginning of its mysteries, yielded to the superiority assumed by the penitent. "There are several persons staying in this hotel," continued the Franciscan. "But," inquired the Jesuit, "I thought I had been summoned to listen to a confession. Is your remark, then, a confession?" "Why do you ask?" "In order to know whether I am to keep your words secret." "My remarks are part of my confession. I confide them to you in your character as a confessor." "Very well," said the priest, seating himself on the chair which the Franciscan had, with great difficulty, just left to lie down on the bed. The Franciscan continued, "I repeat, there are several persons staying in this inn." "So I have heard. They ought to be made 8 in number." The Jesuit made a sign that he understood him. "The first to whom I speak," said the dying man, "is a German from Vienna, whose name is Baron de Vostpur. Be kind enough to go to him and tell him the person he expected has arrived." The confessor, astounded, looked at his penitent. The confession seemed a singular one. "Obey," said the Franciscan, in a tone of command impossible to resist. The good Jesuit, completely subdued, rose and left the room. As soon as he had gone, the Franciscan again took up the papers where the crisis of the fever had already, once before, obliged him to put aside. "The Baron de Vostpur, good," he said, "ambitious, a fool, and straitened in means." He folded up the papers, which he thrust under his pillow. Rapid footsteps were heard at the end of the corridor. The confessor returned, followed by the Baron de Vostpur, who walked along with his head raised as if he were discussing with himself the possibility of touching the ceiling with the feather in his hat. Therefore, at the appearance of the Franciscan, at his melancholy look, and seeing the plainness of the room, he stopped and inquired, "Who has summoned me?" "I," said the Franciscan, who turned toward the confessor, saying, "My good father, leave us for a moment together. When this gentleman leaves, you will return here." The Jesuit left the room, and doubtless availed himself of this momentary exile from the presence of the dying man to ask the host for some explanation about this strange penitent, who treated his confessor no better than a man would a servant. The Baron approached the bed and wished to speak, but the hand of the Franciscan imposed silence upon him. "Every moment is precious," said the latter, hurriedly. "You have come here for the competition, have you not?" "Yes, my father." "You hope to be elected general of the order?" "I hope so." "You know on what conditions only you can possibly attain this high position, which makes one man the master of monarchs, the equal of popes." "Who are you," inquired the Baron, "to subject me to these interrogations?" "I am he whom you expected." "The elector general?" "I am the elected." "You are—" The Franciscan did not give him time to reply. He extended a shrunken hand on which glittered the ring of the general of the order. The Baron drew back in surprise, and then immediately afterwards, bowing with the profoundest respect, he exclaimed, "Is it possible that you are here, Monseigneur? You in this wretched room? You upon this miserable bed? You in search of and selecting the future general, that is, your own successor?" "Do not distress yourself about that, monsieur, but fulfill immediately the principal condition of furnishing the order with a secret of such importance that one of the greatest courts of Europe will by your instrumentality forever be subjected to the order. Well, do you possess the secret which you promised in your request addressed to the Grand Council?" "Monseigneur." "Let us proceed, however, in due order," said the monk. "You are the Baron de Vostpur?" "Yes, Monseigneur." "And this letter is from you?" "Yes, Monseigneur." The general of the Jesuits drew a paper from his bundle and presented it to the Baron, who glanced at it and made a sign in the affirmative, saying, "Yes, Monseigneur, this letter is mine." "Can you show me the reply which the secretary of the Grand Council returned to you?" "Here it is," said the Baron, holding towards the Franciscan a letter bearing simply the address to His Excellency the Baron de Vostepur, and containing only this phrase, "From the 15th to the 22nd May, Fontainebleau, the Hotel of the Beau Paillon, AMDG." "Right," said the Franciscan, "and now speak." "I have a body of troops composed of 50,000 men. All the officers are gained over. I am encamped on the Danube. In 4 days I can overthrow the emperor, who is, as you are aware, opposed to the progress of our order, and can replace him by whichever of the princes of his family the order may determine upon." The Franciscan listened, unmoved. "Is that all?" he said. "A revolution throughout Europe is included in my plan," said the Baron. "Very well, Monsieur de Vostepur, you will receive a reply. Return to your room and leave Fontainebleau within a quarter of an hour." The Baron withdrew backwards, as obsequiously as if he were taking leave of the emperor he was ready to betray. "There is no secret there," murmured the Franciscan. "It is a plot. Besides," he added, after a moment's reflection, "the future of Europe is no longer in the hands of the House of Austria." And with a pencil he held in his hand, he struck the Baron de Vosper's name from the list. "Now for the cardinal," he said. "We ought to get something more serious from the side of Spain." Raising his head, he perceived the confessor, who was awaiting his orders as respectfully as a schoolboy. "Ah," he said, noticing his submissive air, "you have been talking with the landlord." "Yes, Monseigneur, and the physician." "To Grisart?" "Yes." "He is here, then?" "He is waiting with the potion he promised." "Very well. If I require him, I will call. You now understand the great importance of my confession, do you not?" "Yes, Monseigneur." "Then go and fetch me the Spanish Cardinal Herebia. Make haste, only, as you now understand the matter in hand, you will remain near me, for I begin to feel faint." "Shall I summon the physician?" "Not yet, not yet. The Spanish Cardinal, no one else. Fly." 5 minutes afterwards, the Cardinal, pale and disturbed, entered the little room. "I am informed, Monseigneur," stammered the Cardinal. "To the point," said the Franciscan, in a faint voice, showing the Cardinal a letter which he had written to the Grand Council. "Is that your handwriting?" "Yes, but—" "And your summons?" The Cardinal hesitated to answer. His purple revolted against the mean garb of the poor Franciscan, who stretched out his hand and displayed the ring, which produced its effect greater in proportion to the greatness of the person over whom the Franciscan exercised his influence. "Quick, the secret, said the dying man, leaning upon his confessor. "Coram isto?" inquired the Spanish Cardinal. "Speak in Spanish," said the Franciscan, showing the liveliest attention. "You are aware, Monseigneur," said the Cardinal, continuing the conversation in Castilian, "that the condition of the marriage of the Infanta with the King of France was the absolute renunciation of the rights of the said Infanta, as well as of King Louis IX, to all claim to the crown of Spain." The Franciscan made a sign in the affirmative. "The consequence is," continued the Cardinal, "that the peace and alliance between the two kingdoms depend upon the observance of that clause of the contract." A similar sign from the Franciscan. "Not only France and Spain," continued the Cardinal, "but the whole of Europe even, would be violently rent asunder by the faithlessness of either party." Another movement of the dying man's head. "It further results," continued the speaker, "that the man who might be able to foresee events and to render certain that which is no more than a vague idea floating in the mind of man, that is to say, the idea of a future good or evil, would preserve the world from a great catastrophe, and the event which has no fixed certainty even in the brain of him who originated it could be turned to the advantage of our order." "Pronto, pronto," murmured the Franciscan in Spanish, who suddenly became paler and leaned upon the priest. The Cardinal approached the ear of the dying man and said, "Well, Monseigneur, I know that the King of France has determined that at the very first pretext, a death, for instance, either that of the King of Spain or at the brother of the Infanta, France will, arms in hand, claim the inheritance, and I have in my possession, already prepared, the plan of policy agreed upon by Louis IX for this occasion." "And this plan?" said the Franciscan. "Here it is," returned the Cardinal. "In whose handwriting is it?" "My own. Have you anything further to say to me?" "I think I have said a good deal, my lord," replied the Cardinal. "Yes, you have rendered the order a great service, but how did you procure the details by the aid of which you have constructed your plan?" "I have the underservants of the King of France in my pay, and I obtained from them all the waste papers which have been saved from being burnt." "Very ingenious," murmured the Franciscan, endeavoring to smile. "You will leave this hotel, Cardinal, in a quarter of an hour, and a reply shall be sent to you." The Cardinal withdrew. "Call Grisart and desire the Venetian Marini to come," said the sick man. While the confessor obeyed, the Franciscan, instead of striking out the cardinal's name as he had done the baron's, made a cross by the side of it. Then, exhausted by the effort, he fell back on his bed, murmuring the name of Dr. Grissart. When he returned to his senses, he had drunk about half the potion, of which the remainder was left in the glass. He found himself supported by the physician, while the Venetian and the confessor were standing close to the door. The Venetian submitted to the same formalities as his two predecessors, hesitated, as they had done at the sight of the two strangers, but his confidence restored by the order of the general, he revealed that the Pope, terrified at the power of the order, was weaving a plot for the general expulsion of the Jesuits, and was tampering with the different courts of Europe in order to obtain their assistance. He described the pontiff's auxiliaries, his means of action, and indicated a particular locality in the archipelago where, by a sudden surprise, 2 cardinals, adepts of the 11th year, and consequently high in authority, were to be transported, together with 32 of the principal affiliated members of Rome. The Franciscan thanked the Signor Marini. It was by no means a slight service he had rendered the society by denouncing this pontifical project. The Venetian thereupon received directions to set off in a quarter of an hour, and left as radiant as if he had already possessed the ring, the sign of the supreme authority of the society. As, however, he was departing, the Franciscan murmured to himself, "All these men are either spies or a sort of police, not one of them a general. They have all discovered a plot, but not one of them a secret. It is not by means of ruin or war or force that the Society of Jesus is to be governed, but by that mysterious influence moral superiority alone confers. No, the man is not yet found, and to complete the misfortune, heaven strikes me down and I am dying. Oh, must the society indeed fall with me for want of a column to support it? Must death, which is waiting for me, swallow up with me the future of the order, what future which 10 years more of my own life would have rendered eternal? For that future, with the reign of the new king, an opening, radiant and full of splendor." These words, which had been half reflected, half pronounced aloud, were listened to by the Jesuit confessor with a terror similar to that which one listens to the wanderings of a person attacked by fever, whilst Grissart, with a mind of higher order, devoured them as the revelations of an unknown world in which his looks were plunged without ability to comprehend. Suddenly, the Franciscan recovered himself. "Let us finish this," he said. "Death is approaching. Oh, just now I was dying resignedly, for I hoped, while now I sink in despair, unless those who remain. Grissart, give me to live a single hour longer." Grissart approached the dying monk and made him swallow a few drops, not of the potion which was still left in the glass, but the small contents of a bottle he had upon his person. "Call the Scotchman," exclaimed the Franciscan. "Call the Bremen merchant. Call, quickly. I am dying. I am suffocated." The confessor darted forward to seek assistance, as if there had been any human strength which could hold back the hand of death, which was weighing down the sick man. But at the threshold of the door he found Aramis, who with his finger on his lips, like the statue of Harpocrates, the god of silence, by a look motioned him back at the end of the apartment. The physician and the confessor, after having consulted each other by looks, made a movement as if to push Aramis aside, who, however, with 2 signs of the cross, each made in a different manner, transfixed them both in their places. "A chief," they both murmured. Aramis slowly advanced into the room where the dying man was struggling against the first attack of the agony which had seized him. As for the Franciscan, whether owing to the effect of the elixir, or whether the appearance of Aramis had restored his strength, he made a movement, and his eyes glaring, his mouth half open, and his hair damp with sweat, sat up on the bed. Aramis felt that the air of the room was stifling. The windows were closed, the fire was burning upon the hearth, a pair of candles of yellow wax were guttering down on the copper candlesticks, and still further increased by their thick smoke the temperature of the room. Aramis opened the window, and fixing upon the dying man a look full of intelligence and respect, said to him, "Monseigneur, pray forgive my coming in this manner before you summoned me, but your state alarms me, and I thought you might possibly die before you had seen me, for I am but the 6th upon your list." The dying man started and looked at the list. "You are therefore he who was formerly called Aramis, and since the Chevalier d'Herblay? You are the Bishop of Vannes." "Yes, my lord. I know, I have seen you. At the last Jubilee, we were with the Holy Father together." Yes, I remember, and you place yourself on the list of candidates." "Monseigneur, I have heard it said that the order required to become possessed of a great state secret, and knowing that from modesty you had in anticipation resigned your functions in favor of the person who should be the depository of such a secret, I wrote to say that I was ready to compete, possessing alone a secret I believe to be important." "Speak," said the Franciscan. "I am ready to listen to you and to judge the importance of the secret." A secret of the value of which I have the honor to confide to you cannot be communicated by word of mouth. Any idea which once expressed has thereby lost its safeguard, and has become vulgarized by any manifestation or communication of it whatever. No longer is the property of him who gave it birth. My words may be overheard by some listener, or perhaps by an enemy. One ought not, therefore, to speak at random, for in such a case the secret would cease to be one. How do you propose, then, to convey your secret? Inquired the dying monk. With one hand, Aramis signed to the physician and the confessor to withdraw, and with the other, he handed to the Franciscan a piece of paper enclosed in a double envelope. Is not writing more dangerous than language? No, my lord, said Aramis, for you will find within this envelope characters which you and I alone can understand. The Franciscan looked at Aramis with an astonishment which momentarily increased. It is a cipher, continued the latter, which you used in 1655, and which your secretary, Juan Juan, who is dead, could alone decipher if he were restored to life. You knew this cipher, then? It was I who taught it to him, said Aramis, bowing with a gracefulness full of respect and advancing towards the door as if to leave the room. But a gesture of the Franciscan, accompanied by a cry for him to remain, restrained him. Exe homo, he exclaimed. Then reading the paper a second time, he called out, Approach, approach quickly. Aramis returned to the side of the Franciscan with the same calm countenance and the same respectful manner unchanged. The Franciscan extended his arm, burnt by the flame of the candle, the paper which Aramis had handed to him. Then, taking hold of Aramis's hand, he drew him towards him and inquired, In what manner, and by whose means, could you possibly become acquainted with such a secret? Through Madame de Chevreuse, the intimate friend and confidant of the queen. And Madame de Chevreuse is dead. Did any others know it? A man and a woman only, and they of the lower classes. Who are they? Persons who had brought him up. What has become of them? Dead also. This secret burns like vitriol. But you survive. No one is aware that I know it. And for what length of time have you possessed this secret? For the last 15 years. And you have kept it? I wish to live. And you give it to the order without ambition, without acknowledgement. I give it to the order with ambition, and with the hope of return, said Aramis. For if you live, my lord, you will make of me, now you know me, what I can and ought to be. And as I am dying, exclaimed the Franciscan, I constitute you my successor. Thus, and drawing off the ring, he passed it on Aramis's finger. Then turning towards the two spectators of the scene, he said, Be ye witness of this, and testify, if need be, that sick in body, but sound in mind, I have freely and voluntarily bestowed this ring, the token of supreme authority, upon Monseigneur d'Herblay, Bishop of Vannes, whom I nominate my successor, and before whom I, a humble sinner, about to appear before heaven, prostrate myself, as an example for all to follow. The Franciscan bowed lowly and submissively, whilst the physician and the Jesuit fell on their knees. Aramis, even while he became paler than the dying man himself, bent his looks successively upon all the actors of this scene. Profoundly gratified, ambition flowed through his life-blood towards his heart. We must lose no time, said the Franciscan. What I had still to do on earth was urgent. I shall never succeed in carrying it out. I will do it, said Aramis. It is well, said the Franciscan, and then turning towards the Jesuit and the doctor, he added, Leave us alone, a direction they instantly obeyed. With this sign, he said, you are the man needed to shake the world from one end to the other. With this sign you will overthrow. With this sign you will edify. In hoc signo vinces. Close the door, continued the Franciscan after a pause. Aramis shut and bolted the door, and returned to the side of the Franciscan. The Pope is conspiring against the order, said the monk. The Pope must die. He shall die, said Aramis quietly. 700,000 livres are owing to the Bremen merchant by the name of Bonstedt, who came here to get the guarantee of my signature. He shall be paid, said Aramis. 6 knights of Malta, whose names are written here, have discovered, by the indiscretion of one of the affiliated of the 11th year, the 3 mysteries. It must be ascertained what else these men have done with the secret, to get it back again and bury it. It shall be done. 3 dangerous affiliated members must be sent away into Tibet. There to perish they stand condemned. Here are their names. I will see that the sentence be carried out. Lastly, there is a lady at Anvers, grandniece of Ravaillac. She holds certain papers in her hands that compromise the order. There has been payable to the family during the last 51 years a pension of 50,000 livres. The pension is a heavy one, and the order is not wealthy. Redeem the papers for a sum of money paid down, or, in case of refusal, Stop the pension, but run no risk." "I will quickly decide what is best to be done," said Aramis. "A vessel chartered for Lima entered the port of Lisbon last week. Ostensibly, it is laden with chocolate, in reality with gold. Every ingot is concealed by a coating of chocolate. The vessel belongs to the order. It is worth 17 millions of livres. You will see that it is claimed. Here are the bills of landing." "To what port shall I direct to be taken?" "To Bayona. Before 3 weeks are over, it shall be there, wind and weather permitting. Is that all?" The Franciscan made a sign in the affirmative, for he could no longer speak. The blood rushed to his throat and his head and gushed from his mouth, his nostrils and his eyes. The dying man had barely time to press Aramis's hand when he fell in convulsions from his bed upon the floor. Aramis placed his hand upon the Franciscan's heart, but it had ceased to beat. As he stooped down, Aramis observed that a fragment of the paper he had given the Franciscan had escaped being burnt. He picked it up and burnt it to the last atom. Then, summoning the confessor and the physician, he said to the former, "Your penitent is in heaven. He needs nothing more than prayers and the burial bestowed upon the pious dead. Go and prepare what is necessary for a simple interment, such as the poor monk would only require. Go." The Jesuit left the room. Then, turning towards the physician and observing his pale and anxious face, he said, in a low tone of voice, "Monsieur Grissart, empty and clean this glass. There is too much left in it of what the Grand Council desired you to put in." Grissart, amazed, overcome, completely astounded, almost fell backwards in his extreme terror. Aramis shrugged his shoulders in a sign of pity, took the glass, and poured out the contents among the ashes of the hearth. He then left the room, carrying the papers of the dead man with him. Chapter 54. A Mission. The next day, or rather the same day, for the events we have just described were concluded at only 3 in the morning, before breakfast was served and as the king was preparing to go to mass with the 2 queens, as Monsieur, with the Chevalier de Lorraine and a few other intimate companions, was mounting his horse to set off for the river, to take one of those celebrated baths with which the lady of the court were so infatuated, as in fact no one remained in the chateau with the exception of Madame, who under the pretext of indisposition would not leave her room. Montalais was seen, or rather was not seen, to glide stealthily out of the room appropriated to the maids of honor, leading La Valera after her, who tried to conceal herself as much as possible, and both of them, hurrying secretly through the gardens, succeeded, looking around them at every step they took in reaching the thicket. The weather was cloudy. A warm breeze bowed the flowers and the shrubs. The burning dust, swept along in clouds by the wind, was whirled in eddies toward the trees. Montalais, who during their progress had discharged the functions of a clever scout, advanced a few steps further, and turning round again to be quite sure that no one was either listening or approaching, said to her companion, "Thank goodness we are quite alone. Since yesterday everyone spies on us here, and a circle seems to be drawn around us, as if we were plague-stricken." La Valera bent down her head and sighed. "It is positively unheard of," continued Montalais. "From Monsieur Malicorne to Monsieur de Saint-Aignan, everyone wishes to get hold of our secret. Come, Louise, take us to council, you and I together, in order that I may know what to do." La Valera lifted towards her companion her beautiful eyes, pure and deep as the azure of a spring sky. "And I," she said, "will ask you why we have been summoned to Madame's own room. Why we have slept close to her apartment instead of sleeping as usual in our own. Why did you return so late, and whence are these measures of strict supervision which have been adopted since this morning with respect to both of us?" "My dear Louise, you answer my question by another, or rather by 10 others, which is not answering me at all. I will tell you all you want to know later, as it is of secondary importance. You can wait. What I ask you, for everything will depend upon that, is whether there is or there is not any secret." "I do not know if there is any secret," said La Valera, "but I do know, for my part at least, that there has been some great imprudence committed. Since the foolish remark I made and my still more silly fainting yesterday, everyone here is making remarks about us." "Speak for yourself," said Montalais, laughing. "Speak for yourself and for Tonnet de Charente. For both of you made your declarations of love to the skies, which unfortunately were intercepted." La Valera hung down her head. "Really, you overwhelm me," she said. "I?" "Yes, you torture me with your jests." "Listen to me, Louise. These are no jests, for nothing is more serious. On the contrary, I did not drag you out of the chateau. I did not miss attending mass. I did not pretend to have a cold, as Madame did, which she has no more than I have. And lastly, I did not display 10 times more diplomacy than Monsieur Colbert inherited from Monsieur de Mazarin, and makes use of with respect to Monsieur Fouquet. in order to find means of confiding my perplexities to you, for the sole end and purpose that, when at last we are alone with no one to listen to us, you should deal hypocritically with me. No, believe me that when I ask you a question, it is not from curiosity alone, but really because the position is a critical one. What you said yesterday is now known. It is a text on which everyone is discoursing. Everyone embellishes it to the utmost, and according to his own fancy. You had the honor last night, and you have it still today, of occupying the whole court, my dear Louise. And the number of tender and witty remarks which have been ascribed to you would make Mademoiselle de Scudery and her brother burst from very spite if they were faithfully reported. But dearest Montalais, said the poor girl, you know better than anyone exactly what I said, since you were present when I said it. Yes, I know, but that is not the question. I have not forgotten a single syllable you uttered. But did you think what you were saying? Louise became confused. What? She exclaimed. More questions still. Oh, heavens. When I would give the world to forget what I did say, how does it happen that everyone does all they possibly can to remind me of it? Oh, this is indeed terrible. What is? To have a friend who ought to spare me, who might advise me and help me to save myself, and yet who is undoing me, is killing me. There, that will do, said Montalais. After having said too little, you now say too much. No one thinks of killing you, nor even of robbing you, even of your secret. I wish to have it voluntarily, and in no other way, for the question does not concern your affairs only, but ours also. And Tonne Charente would tell you as I do if she were here. For the fact is, the last evening she wished to have some private conversation in our room, and I was going there after the Manicamp and Malicorne colloquies were terminated, when I learned on my return, rather late it is true, that Madame had sequestered her maids of honor, and that we were to sleep in her apartments instead of our own. Moreover, Madame has shut up her maids of honor in order that they should not have the time to concert any measures together, and this morning she was closeted with Tonne Charente with the same object. Tell me then to what extent Athenae and I can rely upon you, as we will tell you in what way you can rely upon us. I do not clearly understand the question you have put, said Louise, much agitated. And yet, on the contrary, you seem to understand me very well. However, I will put my questions in a more precise manner, in order that you may not be able, in the slightest degree, to evade them. Listen to me. Do you love Monsieur de Bragelonne? That is plain enough, is it not? At this question, which fell like the first bombshell of a besieging army into a doomed town, Louise started. You ask me, she exclaimed, if I love Raoul, the friend of my childhood, my brother, almost. No. Again, you evade me, or rather, you wish to escape me. I do not ask if you love Raoul, your childhood's friend, your brother. But I ask if you love the Vicomte de Bragelonne, your affianced husband. Good heavens, dear Montalais, said Louise, how severe your tone is. You deserve no indulgence. I am neither more nor less severe than usual. I put a question to you, so answer it. You certainly do not, said Louise in a choking voice, speak to me like a friend, but I will answer you as a true friend. Well, do so. Very well. My heart is full of scruples and silly feelings of pride with respect to everything that a woman ought to keep secret, and in this respect no one has ever read into the bottom of my soul. That I know very well. If I had read it, I should not interrogate you as I have done. I should simply say, my good Louise, you have the happiness of an acquaintance with Monsieur de Bragelonne, who is an excellent young man and an advantageous match for a girl without fortune. Monsieur de la Fera will leave something like 15,000 livres a year to his son. At a future day, then, you, as his son's wife, will have 15,000 livres a year, which is not bad. Turn, then, neither to the right hand nor to the left, but go frankly to Monsieur de Bragelonne. That is to say, to the altar to which he will lead you. Afterwards, according to his disposition, you will be emancipated or enslaved. In other words, you will have the right to commit any piece of folly people commit who have either too much liberty or too little. That is, my dear Louise, what I should have told you at first if I had been able to read your heart. And I should have thanked you, stammered out Louise, although the advice does not appear to me to be altogether sound. Wait, but immediately after having given you that advice, I should have added, Louise, it is very dangerous to pass whole days with your head drooping, your hands unoccupied, your eyes restless and full of thought. It is dangerous to prefer the least frequented paths, and no longer be amused with such diversions as gladden young girls' hearts. It is dangerous, Louise, to scrawl with the point of your foot as you do upon the gravel certain letters it is useless for you to efface, but which appears again under your heel, particularly when those letters rather resemble the letter L than the letter B. And lastly, it is dangerous to allow the mind to dwell on 1,000 wild fancies, the fruits of solitude and heartache. These fancies, while they sink into a young girl's mind, make her cheeks sink in also. so that it is not unusual on such occasions to find the most delightful persons in the world become the most disagreeable, and the wittiest become the dullest. I thank you, dearest Ara, replied La Valera gently. It is like you to speak to me in this manner, and I thank you for it. It was only for the benefit of wild dreamers, such as I have just described, that I spoke. Do not take any of my words, then, to yourself, except such as think you deserve. Stay, I hardly know what story recurs to my memory of some silly or melancholy girl who was gradually pining away because she fancied that the prince or the king or the emperor, whoever it was, or does it not matter much, which had fallen in love with her, while on the contrary, the prince or the king or the emperor, whichever you please, was plainly in love with someone else, and a singular circumstance, one indeed which she could not perceive, although everyone around and about her perceived it clear enough, made use of her as a screen for his own love affair. You laugh as I do at this poor silly girl, do you not, Louise? I? Oh, of course, stammered Louise, pale as death. And you are right, too, for the thing is amusing enough. The story, whether true or false, amused me, and so I remembered it and told it to you. Just imagine, then, my good Louise, the mischief that such a melancholy would create in anybody's brain. A melancholy, I mean, of that kind. For my part, I resolved to tell you the story, for if such a thing were to happen to either of us, it would be most essential to be assured of its truth. Today, it is a snare. Tomorrow, it would become a jest and mockery. The next day, it would mean death itself. La Valera started again and became, if possible, still paler. Whenever a king takes notice of us, continued Montalais, he lets us see it easily enough, and if we happen to be the object he covets, he knows very well how to gain his object. You see, then, Louise, that in such circumstances, between young girls exposed to such a danger as the one in question, the most perfect confidence should exist, in order that those hearts which are not disposed towards melancholy may watch over those that are likely to become so. Silence, silence, said La Valera, someone approaches. Someone is approaching fast, in fact, said Montalais, but who can it possibly be? Everybody is away, either at mass with the king or bathing with Monsieur. At the end of the walk, the young girls perceived almost immediately, beneath the arcing trees, the graceful carriage and noble stature of a young man, who with a sword under his arm and a cloak thrown across his shoulders, booted and spurred besides, saluted them from a distance with a gentle smile. Raoul, exclaimed Montalais. Monsieur de Bragelonne, murmured Louise. A very proper judge to decide upon our difference of opinion, said Montalais. Oh, Montalais, Montalais, for pity's sake, exclaimed La Valera, after having been so cruel, show me a little mercy. These words, uttered with all the fervor of a prayer, effaced a trace of all irony, if not from Montalais's heart, at least from her face. Why, you are as handsome as Amadis, Monsieur de Bragelonne, she cried to Raoul, and armed and booted like him. 1,000 compliments, young ladies, replied Raoul, bowing. But why, I ask, are you booted in this manner? Repeated Montalais, whilst La Valera, although she looked at Raoul with a surprise equal to that of her companion, nevertheless uttered not a word. Why? Inquired Raoul. Yes, ventured Louise. Because I am about to set off, said Bragelonne, looking at Louise. The young girl seemed as though smitten by some superstitious feeling of terror, and tottered. You are going away, Raoul, she cried, and where are you going? Dearest Louise, he replied with that quiet, composed manner which was natural to him, I am going to England. What, you are going to England? The king has sent me there. The king? Exclaimed Louise and Ara together, involuntarily exchanging glances, the conversation, which had just been interrupted, recurring to them both. Raoul intercepted the glance, but could not understand its meaning, and naturally enough attributed it to the interest both the young girls took in him. His Majesty, he said, has been good enough to remember that the Comte de la Fera is high in favor with King Charles II. This morning, as he was on his way to attend Mass, the king, seeing me as he passed, signed to me to approach, which I accordingly did. Monsieur de Bragelonne, he said to me, you will call upon Monsieur Fouquet, who has received from me letters for the King of Great Britain. You will be the bearer of them. I bowed. Ah, His Majesty added, before you leave, you will be good enough to take any commissions which Madame may have from the king for her brother. Gracious heaven, murmured Louise, much agitated, and yet full of thought at the same time. So quickly, you are desired to set off in such haste, said Montalais, almost paralyzed by this unforeseen event. Properly to obey those whom we respect, said Raoul, it is necessary to obey quickly. Within 10 minutes after I had received the order, I was ready. Madame, already informed, is writing the letter which she is good enough to do me the honor of entrusting to me. In the meantime, learning from Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente that it was likely you would be in this direction, I came here and am happy to find you both. And both of us very sad, as you see, said Montalais, going to Louise's assistance, whose countenance was visibly altered. Suffering? Responded Raoul, pressing Louise's hand with a tender curiosity. Your hand is like ice. It is nothing. This coldness does not reach your heart, Louise, does it? Inquired the young man with a tender smile. Louise raised her head hastily, as if the question had been inspired by some suspicion and had aroused a feeling of remorse. Oh, you know, she said with an effort, that my heart will never be cold towards a friend like yourself, Monsieur de Bragelonne. Thank you, Louise. I know both your heart and your mind. It is not by the touch of the hand that one can judge of an affection like yours. You know, Louise, how devotedly I love you. With that perfect and unreserved confidence, I reserve my life for you. Will you not forgive me, then, for speaking to you with something like the frankness of a child? Speak, Monsieur Raoul, said Louise, trembling painfully. I am listening. I cannot part from you, carrying away with me a thought that tortures me, absurd, I know it to be, and yet one which rends my very heart. Are you going away, then, for any length of time? Inquired La Valliere with faltering utterance, while Montalais turned her head aside. No, probably I shall not be absent more than a fortnight. La Valliere pressed her hand upon her heart, which felt as though it were breaking. It is strange, pursued Raoul, looking at the young girl with a melancholy expression. I have often left you when setting off for adventures fraught with danger. Then I started joyously enough, my heart free, my mind intoxicated by thoughts of happiness in store for me, hopes of which the future was full. And yet I was about to face the Spanish cannon or the halberds of the Walloons. Today, without the existence of any danger or uneasiness, and by the sunniest path in the world, I am going in search of a glorious recompense, which this mark of the king's favor seems to indicate, for I am, perhaps, going to win you, Louise. What other favor, more precious than yourself, could the king confer upon me? Yet, Louise, in very truth, I know not how or why, but this happiness and this future seem to vanish before my very eyes like mist, like an idle dream. And I feel here at the very bottom of my heart, a deep-seated grief, a dejection I cannot overcome, something heavy, passionless, death-like, resembling a corpse. Oh, Louise, too well do I know why. It is because I have never loved you so truly as now, God help me. At this last exclamation, which issued as if it were from a broken heart, Louise burst into tears and threw herself into Montalais's arms. The latter, although she was not easily moved, felt the tears rush to her eyes. Raoul noted only the tears Louise shed. His look, however, did not penetrate, nay, sought not to penetrate beyond those tears. He bent his knee before her and tenderly kissed her hand, and it was evident that in this kiss he poured out his whole heart. Rise, rise, said Montalais to him, ready to cry, for Athenaïs is coming. Raoul rose, brushed his knee with the back of his hand, smiled again upon Louise, whose eyes were fixed on the ground, and having pressed Montalais's hand gratefully, he turned round to salute Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, the sound of whose silken robe was already heard upon the gravel walk. Has Madame finished her letter? He inquired, when the young girl came within reach of his voice. Yes, the letter is finished, sealed, and Her Royal Highness is ready to receive you. Raoul at this remark hardly gave himself time to salute Athenaïs, cast one look at Louise, bowed to Montalais, and withdrew in the direction of the chateau. As he withdrew, he again turned round, but at last, at the end of the grand walk, it was useless to do so again, as he could no longer see them. The three young girls on their side had with widely different feelings watched him disappear. At last, said Athenaïs, the first to interrupt the silence, at last we are alone, free to talk of yesterday's great affair, and to come to an understanding upon the conduct it is advisable for us to pursue. Besides, if you will listen to me, she continued, looking round on all sides, I will explain to you as briefly as possible, in the first place, our own duty, such as I imagine it to be, and, if you do not understand a hint, what is Madame's desire on the subject. And Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente pronounced these words in such a tone as to leave no doubt in her companions' minds upon the official character with which she was invested. Madame's desire, exclaimed Montalais and La Valliere together. Her ultimatum, replied Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente diplomatically. But, murmured La Valliere, does Madame know then? Madame knows more about the matter than we said even, said Athenaïs in a formal, precise manner. Therefore, let us come to a proper understanding. Yes, indeed, said Montalais. I am listening in breathless attention. Gracious heavens, murmured Louise, trembling, shall I ever survive this cruel evening? Oh, do not frighten yourself in that manner, said Athenaïs. We have found a remedy. So seating herself between her two companions and taking each of them by the hand, which she held in her own, she began. The first words were hardly spoke when they heard a horse galloping away over the stones of the public highroad outside the gates of the chateau. Chapter 55. Happy as a Prince. At the very moment he was about entering the chateau, Bragelonne met De Guiche. But before having been met by Raoul, De Guiche had met Manicamp, who had met Malicorne. How was it that Malicorne had met Manicamp? Nothing more simple, for he had awaited his return from Mass, where he had accompanied Monsieur de Saint-Aignan. When they met, they congratulated each other upon their good fortune, and Manicamp availed himself of the circumstance to ask his friend if he had not a few crowns still remaining at the bottom of his pocket. The latter, without expressing any surprise at the question, which he perhaps expected, answered that every pocket, which is always being drawn upon without anything ever being put in it, resembles those wells which supply water during the winter, but which gardeners render useless by exhausting during the summer. That his, Malicorne's, pocket certainly was deep, and that there would be a pleasure in drawing on it at times of plenty, but that, unhappily, abuse had produced barrenness. To this remark, Manicamp, deep in thought, had replied, "Quite true." "The question, then, is how to fill it," Malicorne added. "Of course, but in what way?" "Nothing easier, my dear Monsieur Manicamp." "So much the better. How?" "A post in Monsieur's household, and the pocket is full again." "You have the post?" "That is, I have the promise of being nominated." "Well, yes, but the promise of nomination without the post itself is like a purse with no money in it." "Quite true," Manicamp replied a second time. "Let us try for the post, then," the candidate had persisted. "My dear fellow," sighed Manicamp, "an appointment in His Royal Highness's household is one of the gravest difficulties in our position." Oh, there is no question that at the present moment we cannot ask Monsieur for anything." "Why so? Because we are not on good terms with him?" "A great absurdity, too," said Malicorne promptly. "Bah, and if we were to show Madame any attention," said Manicamp, frankly speaking, "do you think we should please Monsieur?" "Precisely. If we show Madame any attention, and do it adroitly, Monsieur ought to adore us." "Either that, or we are great fools. Make haste, therefore, Monsieur Manicamp, you who are so able a politician, and make Monsieur de Guiche and His Royal Highness friendly again." "Tell me, what did Monsieur de Saint-Aignan tell you, Malicorne?" "Tell me? Nothing. He asked me several questions, and that was all." "Well, was he less discreet, then, with me?" "What did he tell you?" "That the king is passionately in love with Mademoiselle de la Valera." "We knew that already," replied Malicorne ironically, "and everybody talks about it loud enough for all to know it. But in the meantime, do what I advise you. Speak to Monsieur de Guiche, and endeavor him to get his advances to Monsieur. Deuce take it, he owes His Royal Highness that, at least." "But we must see de Guiche, then." "There does not seem to be any great difficulty in that. Try to see him in the same way I try to see you. Wait for him. You know that he is naturally very fond of walking." "Yes, but whereabouts does he walk?" "What a question to ask! Do you not know that he is in love with Madame?" "So it is said." "Very well, you will find him walking about the side of the chateau where her apartments are." "Stay, my dear Malicorne, you were not mistaken, for here he is coming." "Why should I be mistaken? Have you ever noticed that I am in the habit of making a mistake? Come, we have only need to understand each other. Are you in want of money?" "Ah," exclaimed Manicamp mournfully. "Well, I want my appointment. Let Malicorne have the appointment, and Manicamp shall have the money. There is no greater difficulty in the way than that." "Very well, in that case make yourself easy, I will do my best." "Do." De Guiche approached, Malicorne stepped aside, and Manicamp caught hold of De Guiche, who was thoughtful and melancholy. "Tell me, my dear Comte, what rhyme you were trying to find," said Manicamp. "I have an excellent one to match yours, particularly if yours ends in a may." De Guiche shook his head and recognized a friend. He took him by the arm. "My dear Manicamp," he said, "I am in search of something very different from a rhyme." "What is it you are looking for?" "You will help me to find what I am in search of," continued the Comte. "You who are such an idle fellow, in other words, a man with a mind full of ingenious devices." "I am getting my ingenuity ready, then, my dear Comte." "This is the state of the case, then. I wish to approach a particular house where I have some business." "You must get near the house, then," said Manicamp. "Very good, but in this house dwells a husband who happens to be jealous." "Is he more jealous than the dog Cerberus?" "Not more, but quite as much so." "Has he 3 mouths, as that obdurate guardian of the infernal regions had? Do not shrug your shoulders, my dear Comte. I put the question to you with an excellent reason, since poets pretend that, in order to soften Monsieur Cerberus, the visitor must take something enticing with him. A cake, for instance." Therefore, I view the matter in a prosaic light, that is to say, the light of reality. I say, 1 cake is very little for 3 mouths. If your jealous husband has 3 mouths, Comte, get 3 cakes. Manicamp, I can get such advice as that from Monsieur de Beautru. In order to get better advice, said Manicamp, with a comical seriousness of expression, you will be obliged to adopt a more precise formula than you have used towards me. If Raoul were here, said de Guiche, he would be sure to understand me. So I think, particularly if you said to him, I should very much like to see Madame a little nearer, but I fear Monsieur because he is jealous. Manicamp, cried the Comte angrily, and endeavoring to overwhelm his tormentor by a look, who did not, however, appear to be in the slightest degree disturbed. What is the matter now, my dear Comte? Inquired Manicamp. What, is it thus you blaspheme the most sacred of names? What names? Monsieur, Madame, the highest names in the kingdom. You are very strangely mistaken, my dear Comte. I never mentioned the highest names in the kingdom. I merely answered you in reference to the subject of a jealous husband, whose name you did not tell me, and who, as a matter of course, has a wife. I therefore replied to you, in order to see Madame, you must get a little more intimate with Monsieur. Double dealer that you are, said the Comte, smiling. Was that what you said? Nothing else. Very good. What then? Now, added Manicamp, let the question be regarding the Duchess or the Duke. Very well, I shall say, let us get into the house in some way or other, for that is a tactic which cannot in any case be unfavorable to your love affair. Ah, Manicamp, if you could but find me a pretext, a good pretext. A pretext? I can find you 100, nay 1,000. If Malicorne were here, he would already have hit upon 1,000 excellent pretexts. Who is Malicorne? Replied de Guiche, half shutting his eyes, like a person reflecting. I seem to know the name. Know him? I should think so. You owe his father 30,000 crowns. Ah, indeed, so it's that worthy fellow from Orleans, whom you promised an appointment in Monsieur's household, not the jealous husband, but the other. Well then, since your friend Malicorne is such an inventive genius, let him find me a means of being adored by Monsieur and a pretext to make my peace with him. Very good, I'll talk to him about it. But who is that coming? The Vicomte de Bragelonne. Raoul, yes, it is he, said de Guiche, as he hastened forward to meet him. You here, Raoul, said de Guiche. Yes, I was looking for you to say farewell, replied Raoul warmly, pressing the Comte's hand. How do you do, Monsieur Manicamp? How is this, Vicomte? You are leaving us. Yes, a mission from the king. Where are you going? To London. On leaving you, I am going to Madame. She has a letter to give me for His Majesty Charles II. You will find her alone, for Monsieur has gone out, gone to bathe, in fact. In that case, you, who are one of Monsieur's gentlemen in waiting, will undertake to make my excuses to him. I would have waited in order to receive any directions he might have to give me, if the desire for my immediate departure had not been intimated to me by Fouquet on behalf of His Majesty. Manicamp, touched by de Guiche's elbow, saying, There's a pretext for you. What? Monsieur de Bragelonne's excuses. A weak pretext, said de Guiche. An excellent one, if Monsieur is not angry with you, but a paltry one if he bears you ill will. You are right, Manicamp. A pretext, however poor it may be, is all I require. And so, a pleasant journey to you, Raoul. And the two friends took a warm leave of each other. 5 minutes afterwards, Raoul entered Madame's apartments, as Mademoiselle de Montalais had begged him to do. Madame was still seated at the table where she had written her letter. Before her was still burning the rose-colored taper she had used to seal it, only in her deep reflection, for Madame seemed to be buried in thought. She had forgotten to extinguish the light. Bragelonne was a very model of elegance in every way. It was impossible to see him once without always remembering him. And not only had Madame seen him once, but it will not be forgotten he was one of the very first people who had gone to meet her and had accompanied her from Le Havre to Paris. Madame preserved, therefore, an excellent recollection of him. Ah, Monsieur de Bragelonne, she said to him, you are going to see my brother, who will be delighted to pay to the son a portion of the debt of gratitude he contracted with the father. The Comte de la Fère, Madame, has been abundantly recompensed for the little service he had the happiness to render the king, by the kindness manifested towards him, and it is I who will have to convey to His Majesty the assurance of the respect, devotion, and gratitude of both father and son. Do you know my brother? No, your highness, I shall have the honor of seeing His Majesty for the first time. You require no recommendation to him. At all events, however, if you have any doubts about your personal merit, take me unhesitatingly for your surety. Your Royal Highness overwhelms me with kindness. No, Monsieur de Bragelonne, I well remember that we were fellow travelers once, and that I remarked your extreme prudence in the midst of the extravagant absurdities committed, on both sides, by two of the greatest simpletons in the world, Monsieur de Guiche and the Duke of Buckingham. Let us not speak of them, however, but of yourself. Are you going to England to remain there permanently? Forgive my inquiry, it is not curiosity, but a desire to be of service to you in anything I can. No, madame, I am going to England to fulfill a mission which His Majesty has been kind enough to confide to me, nothing more. And you propose to return to France? As soon as I have accomplished my mission, unless indeed His Majesty King Charles II should have other orders for me. He will beg you, at the very least I am sure, to remain near him as long as possible. In that case, as I shall not know how to refuse, I will now beforehand entreat your Royal Highness to have the goodness to remind the King of France that one of his devoted servants is far away from him. Take care that when you are recalled, you do not consider his command an abuse of power. I do not understand you, madame. The court of France is not easily matched, I am aware, but yet we have some pretty women at the court of England also. Rouse smiled. Oh, said madame, yours is a smile which pretends no good to my countrywomen. It is as though you were telling them, Monsieur de Bragelonne, I visit you, but I leave my heart on the other side of the channel. Did not your heart indicate that? Your Highness is gifted with the power of reading the inmost depths of my soul, and you will understand, therefore, why at present any prolonged residence at the court of England would be a matter of the deepest regret. And I need not inquire if so gallant a knight is recompensed in return. I have been brought up, madame, with her whom I love, and I believe our affection is mutual. In that case, do not delay your departure, Monsieur de Bragelonne, and delay not your return, for on your return we shall see two persons happy, for I hope no obstacle exists to your felicity. There is a great obstacle, madame. Indeed, what is it? The king wishes on the subject. The king opposes your marriage. He postpones it, at least. I solicited His Majesty's consent through the Comte de la Fere, and without absolutely refusing it, he positively said it must be deferred. Is the young lady of whom you love unworthy of you, then? She is worthy of a king's affection, madame. I mean, she is not perhaps of equal birth to your own? Her family is excellent. Is she young, beautiful? She is 17, and in my opinion, exceedingly beautiful. Is she in the country or at Paris? She is here at Fontainebleau, madame. At the court? Yes. Do I know her? She has the honor to form one of your Highness's household. Her name? Inquired the princess anxiously, if indeed, she added hastily, her name is not a secret. No, madame, my affection is too pure for me to make a secret of it to anyone, and with still greater reason to your Royal Highness, whose kindness towards me has been so extreme. It is Mademoiselle Louise de la Valera. Madame could not restrain an exclamation in which a feeling stronger than surprise might have been detected. Ah, she said, La Valera, she who yesterday... She paused and then continued, she who was taken ill, I believe. Yes, madame, it was only this morning that I heard of the accident that had befallen her. Did you see her before you came to me? I had the honor of taking leave of her. And you say, resumed madame, making a powerful effort over herself, that the king has deferred your marriage with this young girl? Yes, madame, deferred it. Did he assign any reason for this postponement? No, none. How long is it since the Comte de la Fere preferred his request to the king? More than a month, madame. It is very singular, said the princess, as something like a film clouded her eyes. A month, she repeated. Yes, about a month. You are right, Vicomte, said the princess, with a smile in which de Bragelonne might have remarked a kind of restraint. My brother must not keep you too long in England. Set off at once, and in the first letter I write to England, I will claim you in the king's name. And madame rose to place her letter in Bragelonne's hands. Raoul understood that his audience was at an end. He took the letter, bowed lowly to the princess, and left the room. A month, murmured the princess. Could I have been blind, then, to so great an extent that he could have loved her for this last month? And as madame had nothing to do, she sat down to begin the letter to her brother, the postscript of which was a summons for Bragelonne to return. The Comte de Guiche, as we have seen, had yielded to the pressing persuasions of Manicamp and allowed himself to be led to the stables where they desired their horses to be got ready for them. Then, by one of the side paths, a description of which has already been given, they advanced to meet Monsieur, who, having just finished bathing, was returning towards the chateau, wearing a woman's veil to protect his face from getting burnt by the sun, which was shining very brightly. Monsieur was in one of those fits of good humor to which the admiration of his own good looks sometimes gave occasion. As he was bathing, he had been able to compare the whiteness of his body with that of the quarters, and thanks to the care with his Royal Highness took of himself, no one, not even the Chevalier de Lorraine, was able to stand the comparison. Monsieur, moreover, had been tolerably successful in swimming, and his muscles having been exercised by the healthy immersion in the cool water, he was in a light and cheerful state of mind and body. So that, at the sight of Guiche, who advanced to meet him at a hand gallop, mounted upon a magnificent white horse, the prince could not restrain an exclamation of delight. I think matters look well, said Manicamp, who fancied he could read his friendly disposition upon his Royal Highness's countenance. Good day, De Guiche, good day, exclaimed the prince. Long life to your Royal Highness, replied De Guiche, encouraged by the tone of Philip's voice. Health, joy, happiness, and prosperity to your Highness. Welcome, De Guiche. Come to my right side, but keep your horse in hand, for I wish to return at a walking pace under the cool shade of these trees. As you please, Monseigneur, said De Guiche, taking his place on the prince's right as he had been invited to do. Now, my dear De Guiche, said the prince, give me a little news of that De Guiche whom I used to know formerly, and who used to pay attentions to my wife. Guiche blushed to the very whites of his eyes, while Monsieur burst out laughing, as though he had made the wittiest remark in the world. The few privileged courtiers were surrounded by Monsieur thought it was their duty to follow his example, although they had not heard the remark, and a noisy burst of laughter immediately followed, beginning with the first quarter, passing on through the whole company, and only terminating with the last. De Guiche, although blushing scarlet, put a good countenance on the matter. Manicamp looked at him. Ah, Monseigneur, replied De Guiche, show a little charity towards such a miserable fellow as I am. Do not hold me up to the ridicule of the Chevalier de Lorraine. How do you mean? If he hears you ridicule me, he will go beyond your Highness and will show no pity. About your passion in the princess, do you mean? For mercy's sake, Monseigneur. Come, De Guiche, confess that you did get a little sweet upon Madame. I will never confess such a thing, Monseigneur. Out of respect for me, I suppose, but I release you from your respect, De Guiche. Confess, as if it were simply a question about Mademoiselle de Chalais or Mademoiselle de la Valera. Then breaking off, he said, beginning to laugh again, Comte, that wasn't at all bad. A remark like a sword which cuts two ways at once. I hit you and my brother at the same time. Chalais and La Valera, your affianced bride to his future lady-love. Really, Monseigneur, said the Comte, you are in a most brilliant humor today. The fact is, I feel well, and then I am pleased to see you again. But you were angry with me, were you not? I, Monseigneur? Why should I have been so? Because I interfered with your sarabands and your other Spanish amusements. Nay, do not deny it. On that day you left the princess's apartments with your eyes full of fury. That brought you ill luck, for you danced in the ballet yesterday in a most wretched manner. Now don't get sulky, De Guiche, for it does you no good, but makes you look like a tame bear. If the princess did not look at you attentively yesterday, I am quite sure of one thing. What is that, Monseigneur? Your Highness alarms me. She has quite forsworn you now, said the prince with a burst of loud laughter. Decidedly, thought Manicamp, rank has nothing to do with it, and all men are alike. The prince continued, and at all events, you have now returned, and it is to be hoped that the Chevalier will become amiable again. How so, Monseigneur, and by what miracle can I exercise such an influence over Monsieur de Lorraine? The matter is very simple. He is jealous of you. Bah, it is not possible. It is the case, though. He does me too much honor. The fact is that when you are here, he is full of kindness and attention, but when you are gone, he makes me suffer a perfect martyrdom. I am like a seesaw. Besides, you do not know the idea that has struck me. I do not even suspect it. Well then, when you were in exile, for you were really exiled, my poor De Guiche. I should think so indeed, but whose fault was it? Said De Guiche, pretending to speak in an angry tone. Not mine, certainly, my dear Comte, replied his Royal Highness. Upon my honor, I did not ask for the king to exile you. No, not you, Monseigneur, I am well aware, but Madame, well, as far as that goes, I do not say it was not the case. Why, what the deuce did you do or say to Madame? Really, Monseigneur, women I know have their grudges, and my wife is not free from caprices of that nature, but if she were the cause of your being exiled, I bear you no ill will. In that case, Monseigneur, said De Guiche, I am not altogether unhappy. Manicamp, who was following closely behind De Guiche, who did not lose a word of what the prince was saying, bent down to his very shoulders over his horse's neck, in order to conceal the laughter he could not express. Besides, your exile started a project in my head. Well, good. When the Chevalier, finding you were no longer here and sure of reigning undisturbed, began to bully me, I, observing that my wife, in the most perfect contrast to him, was most kind and amiable towards me, who had neglected her so much, the idea occurred to me of becoming a model husband, a rarity, a curiosity at the court, and I had an idea of getting very fond of my wife. De Guiche looked at the prince with a stupefied expression of countenance, which was not assumed. Oh, Monseigneur, De Guiche stammered out, surely that never seriously occurred to you. Indeed it did. I have some property that my brother gave me on my marriage. She has some money of her own, and not a little either, for she gets money from her brother and brother-in-law of England and France at the same time. Well, we should have left the court. I should have retired at my chateau at Villers-Cotterets, situated in the middle of the forest, in which we should have led the most sentimental life at the very same spot where my grandfather Henry IV sojourned with La Belle Gabrielle. What do you think of that idea, De Guiche? Why, it is enough to make one shiver, Monseigneur, replied De Guiche, who shuddered in reality. Ah, I see you would never be able to endure being exiled a second time. I, Monsieur? I will not carry you off with us, as I had first intended. What, with you, Monseigneur? Yes, if the idea should occur to me again of taking a dislike to the court. Oh, do not let that make any difference, Monseigneur. I would follow your highness to the end of the world. Clumsy fellow that you are, said Manicamp, grumblingly, pushing his horses towards De Guiche so as almost to unseat him, and then, as he passed close to him, as if he had lost command over the horse, he whispered, For goodness sake, think what you are saying. Well, it is agreed then, said the prince. Since you are so devoted to me, I shall take you with me. Anywhere, Monseigneur, replied De Guiche in a joyous tone. Whenever you like, and at once, too. Are you ready? And De Guiche laughingly gave his horse the rein and galloped forward a few yards. One moment, said the prince. Let us go to the chateau first. What for? Why, to take my wife, of course. What for? Asked De Guiche. Why, since I tell you that it is a project of conjugal affection, it is necessary I should take my wife with me. In that case, Monseigneur, replied the Comte, I am greatly concerned, but no De Guiche for you. Bah! Yes, why do you take Madame with you? Because I begin to fancy I love her, said the prince. De Guiche slightly turned pale, but endeavored to preserve his seeming cheerfulness. If you love Madame, Monseigneur, he said, that ought to be quite enough for you, and you have no further need of your friends. Not bad, murmured Manicamp. There, your fear of Madame has begun again, replied the prince. Why, Monseigneur, I have experienced that to my cost, a woman who was the cause of my being exiled. What a revengeful disposition you have, De Guiche, how virulently you bear malice. I should like the case to be your own, Monseigneur. Decidedly, then, that was the reason why you danced so badly yesterday. You wish to revenge yourself, I suppose, by trying to make Madame make a mistake in her dancing. Ah, that is very paltry, De Guiche, and I will tell Madame of it. You may tell her whatever you please, Monseigneur, for her highness cannot hate me more than she does. Nonsense, you are exaggerating, and this because merely of the fortnight's sojourn in the country she imposed on you. Monseigneur, a fortnight is a fortnight, and when the time is passed in getting sick and tired of everything, a fortnight is an eternity. So that you will not forgive her? Never. Come, De Guiche, be a better disposed fellow than that. I wish to make your peace with her. You will find in conversing with her that she has no malice or unkindness in her nature, and that she is very talented. Monseigneur, you will see that she can receive her friends like a princess and laugh like a citizen's wife. You will see that when she pleases, she can make the pleasant hours pass like minutes. Come, De Guiche, you must really make up your differences with my wife. Upon my word, said Manicamp to himself, the prince is a husband whose wife's name will bring back ill luck, and King Condulus of old was a tiger beside his royal highness. At all events, added the prince, I am sure you will make it up with my wife. I guarantee you will do so. Only I must show you the way now. There is nothing commonplace about her. It is not everyone who takes her fancy. Monseigneur, no resistance, De Guiche, or I shall get out of temper, replied the prince. Well, since you will have it so, murmured Manicamp in De Guiche's ear, do as he wants you to do. Well, Monseigneur, said the Comte, I obey. And to begin, resumed the prince, there will be cards this evening in Madame's apartment. You will dine with me, and I will take you there with me. Oh, as for that, Monseigneur, objected De Guiche, you allow me to object. What, again? This is positive rebellion. Madame received me too indifferently yesterday before the whole court. Really, said the prince, laughing. Nay, so much so indeed that she did not even answer me when I addressed her. It may be a good thing to have no self-respect at all, but to have too little is not enough, as the saying is. Comte, after dinner, you will go to your own apartments and dress yourself, and then you will come to fetch me, and I shall wait for you. Well, since your highness absolutely commands it. Positively. He will not lose his hold, said Manicamp. These are the things to which husbands cling most obstinately. Ah, what a pity Monsieur Molière could not have heard this man. He would have turned him into verse if he had. The prince and his court, chatting in this manner, returned to the coolest apartments of the chateau. By the by, said De Guiche, as they were standing by the door, I had a commission for your royal highness. Execute it, then. Monsieur de Bragelonne has, by the king's orders, set off for London, and he has charged me with his respects for you, Monseigneur. A pleasant journey to the Vicomte, whom I like very much. Go and dress yourself, De Guiche, and come back for me. If you don't come back... What will happen, Monseigneur? I will have you sent to the Bastille. Well, said de Guiche, laughing, His Royal Highness Monseigneur is decidedly the counterpart of Her Royal Highness Madame. Madame gets me sent into exile because she does not care for me sufficiently, and Monseigneur gets me in prison because he cares for me too much. I thank Monseigneur, and I thank Madame. Come, come, said the prince, you are a delightful companion, and you know I cannot do without you. Return as soon as you can. Very well, but I am in the humor to prove myself difficult to be pleased. In my turn, Monseigneur. Bah! So I will not return to your Royal Highness except upon one condition. Name it. I want to oblige the friend of one of my friends. What's his name? Malicorne. An ugly name. But very well born, Monseigneur. That may be. Well, I own Monsieur Malicorne a place in your household, Monseigneur. What kind of place? Any kind of place. A supervision of some sort or another, for instance. That happens very fortunately, for yesterday I dismissed my chief usher of the apartments. That will do admirably. What are his duties? Nothing except to look about and make his report. A sort of interior police? Exactly. Ah, how excellently that will suit Malicorne, Manicamp ventured to say. You know the person we are speaking of, Monsieur Manicamp? Inquired the prince. Intimately, Monseigneur, he is a friend of mine. And your opinion is? That your highness could never get a better usher of the apartments than he will make. How much does the appointment bring in? Inquired the Comte of the prince. I don't know at all. Only I have always been told that he could make as much as he pleased when he was thoroughly in earnest. What do you call being thoroughly in earnest, Prince? It means, of course, when the functionary in question is a man who has wits about him. In that case, I think your highness will be content, for Malicorne is as sharp as the devil himself. Good. The appointment will be an expensive one for me, in that case, replied the prince, laughing. You are making me a positive present, Comte. I believe so, Monseigneur. Well, go and announce to your Monsieur Malicorne. Malicorne, Monseigneur. I shall never get hold of that name. You say Manicamp very well, Monseigneur. Oh, I ought to say Malicorne very well too. The alliteration will help me. Well, say what you like, Monseigneur. I can promise you your inspector of apartments will not be annoyed. He has the very happiest disposition that can be met with. Well then, my dear de Guiche, inform him of his nomination. But stay. What is it, Monseigneur? I wish to see him beforehand. If he be as ugly as his name, I retract every word I have said. Your highness knows him, for you have already seen him at the Palais Royal. Nay, indeed, it was I who presented him to you. Ah, I remember now. Not a bad-looking fellow. I know you must have noticed him, Monseigneur. Yes. You see, de Guiche, I do not wish that either my wife or myself should have ugly faces before our eyes. My wife will have all her maids of honor pretty. I, all the gentlemen about me, good-looking. In this way, de Guiche, you see that any children we may have will run a good chance of being pretty, if my wife and myself have handsome models before us. Most magnificently argued, Monseigneur, said Manicamp, showing his approval by look and voice at the same time. As for de Guiche, he very probably did not find the argument so convincing, for he merely signified his opinion by a gesture, which, moreover, exhibited in a marked manner some indecision of mind on the subject. Manicamp went off to inform Malicorne of the good news he had just learned. De Guiche seemed very unwilling to take his departure for the purpose of dressing himself. Monsieur, singing, laughing, and admiring himself, passed away the time until the dinner hour, in a frame of mind that justified the proverb of happy as a prince. Chapter 56. Story of a Dryad and a Naiad. Everyone had partaken of the banquet at the chateau, and afterwards assumed their full court dresses. The usual hour for the repast was 5 o'clock. If we say, then, that the repast occupied an hour and the toilette 2 hours, everybody was ready about 8 o'clock in the evening. Towards 8 o'clock, then, the guests began to arrive at Madame's, for we have already intimated that it was Madame who received that evening. And at Madame's soirees no one failed to be present, for the evening passed in our apartments always had that perfect charm about them, which the queen, that pious and excellent princess, had not been able to confer upon her reunions. For unfortunately one of the advantages of goodness and disposition is that it is far less amusing than wit of an ill-natured character. And yet let us hasten to add that such a style of wit could not be assigned to Madame. For her disposition of mind, naturally of the very highest order, comprised too much true generosity, too many noble impulses and high-souled thoughts to warrant her being termed ill-natured. But Madame was endowed with a spirit of resistance, a gift frequently fatal to its possessor, for it breaks where another disposition would have bent. The result was that blows did not become deadened upon her, as upon what might be termed the cotton-wadded feelings of Maria Theresa, Her heart rebounded at each attack, and therefore, whenever she was attacked, even in a manner that almost stunned her, she returned blow for blow to anyone imprudent enough to tilt against her. Was this really maliciousness of disposition or simply waywardness of character? We regard those rich and powerful natures as like the tree of knowledge, producing good and evil at the same time. A double branch, always blooming and fruitful, of those who wish to eat know how to detect the good fruit, and from which the worthless and frivolous die who have eaten of it. A circumstance which is by no means to be regarded as a great misfortune. Madame, therefore, who had a well-disguised plan in her mind of constituting herself the second, if not the principal, queen of the court, rendered her receptions delightful to all, from the conversation, the opportunities of meeting, and the perfect liberty she allowed everyone of making any remark he pleased, on the condition, however, that the remark was amusing or sensible. And it will hardly be believed that, by that means, there was less talking among the society Madame assembled together than elsewhere. Madame hated people who talked much, and took a remarkably cruel revenge upon them, for she allowed them to talk. She disliked pretension, too, and never overlooked that defect, even in the king himself. It was more than a weakness of Monsieur, and the princess had undertaken the amazing task of curing him of it. As for the rest, poets, wits, beautiful women, all were received by her with the air of a mistress superior to her slaves, sufficiently meditative in her liveliest humors to make even poets meditate, sufficiently pretty to dazzle her by attractions, even among the prettiest, sufficiently witty for the most distinguished persons who were present to be listened to with pleasure. It will easily be believed that the reunions held in Madame's apartment must naturally have proved very attractive. All who were young flocked there, and when the king himself happens to be young, everybody at court is so too. And so the older ladies of the court, the strong-minded women of the regency, or of the last reign, pouted and sulked at their ease, but others only laughed at the fits of sulkiness in which these venerable individuals indulged, who had carried the love of authority so far as even to take command of bodies of soldiers in the wars of the Fronde, in order, as Madame asserted, not to lose their influence over men altogether. As 8 o'clock struck, Her Royal Highness entered the great drawing room, accompanied by her ladies in attendance, and found several gentlemen belonging to the court already there, having been waiting for some minutes. Among those who had arrived before the hour fixed for the reception, she looked round for one who, she thought, ought to have been first in attendance, but he was not there. However, almost at the very moment she completed her investigation, Monsieur was announced. Monsieur looked splendid, all the precious stones and jewels of Cardinal Mazarin, which of course that minister could not otherwise than leave, all the Queen Mother's jewels, as well as a few belongings to his wife. Monsieur wore them all, and he was as dazzling as the rising sun. Behind him followed De Guiche, with hesitating steps and an air of contrition admirably assumed. De Guiche wore a costume of French grey velvet, embroidered with silver and trimmed with blue ribbons. He wore also Mechlin lace, as rare and beautiful in its own way as the jewels of Monsieur and theirs. The plume in his hat was red. Madame, too, wore several colors, and preferred red for embroidery, grey for dress, and blue for flowers. Monsieur de Guiche, dressed as we have described, looked so handsome that he excited everyone's observation. An interesting pallor of complexion, a languid expression of the eyes, his white hands seen through the masses of lace that covered them, the melancholy expression of his mouth. It was only necessary, indeed, to see Monsieur de Guiche to admit that few men of the court of France could hope to equal him. The consequence was that Monsieur, who was pretentious enough to fancy he could eclipse a star even, if a star had adorned itself in a similar manner to himself, was, on the contrary, completely eclipsed in all imaginations, which are silent judges certainly, but very positive and firm in their convictions. Madame looked at De Guiche lightly, but, light as her look had been, it brought a delightful color to his face. In fact, Madame found De Guiche so handsome and so admirably dressed that she almost ceased regretting the royal conquest. She felt she was on the point of escaping her. Her heart, therefore, sent the blood to her face. Monsieur approached her. He had not noticed the princess's blush, or, if he had seen it, he was far from attributing it to its true cause. "Madame," he said, kissing his wife's hand, "there is someone present here who has fallen into disgrace, an unhappy exile whom I venture to recommend to your kindness. Do not forget, I beg, that he is one of my best friends, and that a gentle reception of him will please me greatly." "What exile? What disgraced person are you speaking of?" inquired Madame, looking all around and not permitting her glance to rest more on the count than on the others. This was the moment to present De Guiche, and the prince drew aside and let De Guiche pass him, who, with a tolerably well-assumed awkwardness of manner, approached Madame and made his reverence to her. "What!" exclaimed Madame, as if she were greatly surprised. "Is Monsieur de Guiche the disgraced individual you speak of, the exile in question?" Yes, certainly, returned the Duke. Indeed, said Madame, he seems almost the only person here. You are unjust, Madame, said the Prince. I? Certainly. Come, forgive the poor fellow. Forgive him what? What have I to forgive, Monsieur de Guiche? Come, explain yourself, de Guiche. What do you wish to be forgiven? Inquired the Prince. Alas, Her Royal Highness knows very well what it is, replied the latter, in a hypocritical tone. Come, come, give him your hand, Madame, said Philip. If it will give you any pleasure, Monsieur. And with a movement of her eyes and shoulders which it would be impossible to describe, Madame extended towards the young man her beautiful and perfumed hand, upon which he pressed his lips. It was evident that he did so for some little time, and that Madame did not withdraw her hand too quickly, for the Duke added, De Guiche is not wickedly disposed, Madame, so do not be afraid, he will not bite you. A pretext was given in the gallery by the Duke's remark, which was not perhaps very laughable, for everyone to laugh excessively. The situation was odd enough, and some kindly disposed persons had observed it. Monsieur was still enjoying the effect of his remark when the king was announced. The appearance of the room at that moment was as follows. In the center, before the fireplace, which was filled with flowers, Madame was standing up, with her maids of honor formed in 2 wings on either side of her, around whom the butterflies of the court were fluttering. Several other groups were formed in the recesses of the windows, like soldiers stationed in their different towers who belonged to the same garrison. From their respective places they could pick up the remarks which fell from the principal group. From one of these groups, the nearest to the fireplace, Malicorne, who had been once raised to the dignity through Manicamp and de Guiche, one of the posts of master of the apartments, and whose official costume had been ready for the last 2 months, was brilliant with gold lace, and shone upon Montalais, standing on Madame's extreme left, with all the fire of his eyes and splendor of his velvet. Madame was conversing with Mademoiselle de Chatillon and Mademoiselle de Créquoy, who were next to her, and addressing a few words to Monsieur, who drew aside as soon as the king was announced. Mademoiselle de la Valera, like Montalais, was on Madame's left hand, and the last but one on the line, Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente being on her right. She was stationed at certain bodies of troops whose weakness is suspected, and who are placed between 2 experienced regiments. Guarded in this manner by the companions who had shared her adventure, La Valera, whether from regret at Raoul's departure or still suffering from the emotion caused by recent events which had begun to render her name familiar on the lips of the courtiers, La Valera, we repeat, hid her eyes, red with weeping, behind her fan, and seemed to give the greatest attention to the remarks which Montalais and Athenais alternately whispered to her from time to time. As soon as the king's name was announced, a general movement took place in the apartment. Madame, in her character as hostess, rose to receive the royal visitor, but as she rose, notwithstanding her preoccupation of mind, she glanced hastily towards her right. Her glance, which the presumptuous de Guiche regarded as intended for himself, rested, as it swept over the whole circle, upon La Valera, whose warm blush and restless emotion it instantly perceived. The king advanced to the middle of the group, which had now become a general one, by a movement which took place from the circumference to the center. Every head bowed low before his majesty, the ladies bending like frail, magnificent lilies before King Aquilo. There was nothing very severe, we will even say nothing very royal, that evening about the king, except youth and good looks. He wore an air of animated joyousness and good humor which set all imaginations at work, and thereupon all present promised themselves a delightful evening, for no other reason than from having remarked the desire his majesty had to amuse himself in his madame's apartments. If there was anyone in particular whose high spirits and good humor equaled the king's, it was Monsieur de Saint-Aignan, who was dressed in a rose-colored costume with face and ribbons of the same color, and, in addition, particularly rose-colored in his ideas, for that evening Monsieur de Saint-Aignan was prolific in jests. The circumstance which had given a new expansion to the numerous ideas germinating from his fertile brain was that he had just perceived that Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente was, like himself, dressed in rose-color. We would not wish to say, however, that the wily courtier had not known beforehand that the beautiful Athenais was to wear that particular color, for he knew very well the art of unlocking the lips of a dressmaker or a lady's maid as to her mistress's intentions. He cast as many killing glances at Mademoiselle Athenais as he had bows of ribbons on his stockings and doublet. In other words, he discharged a prodigious number. The king having paid Madame the customary compliments, and Madame having requested him to be seated, the circle was immediately formed. Louis inquired of Monsieur the particulars of the day's bathing, and stated, looking at the ladies present while he spoke, that certain poets were engaged turning into verse the enchanting diversion of the baths at Valognes, and that one of them particularly, Monsieur Lorette seemed to have been entrusted with the confidence of some water nymph, as he had in his verses recounted many circumstances that were actually true. At which remark, more than one lady present felt herself bound to blush. The king at this moment took the opportunity of looking round him at more leisure. Montalais was the only one who did not blush sufficiently to prevent her looking at the king, and she saw him fix his eyes devouringly on Mademoiselle de la Valera. This undaunted maid of honor, Mademoiselle de Montalais, be it understood, forced the king to lower his gaze, and so saved Louise de la Valera from a sympathetic warmth of feeling this gaze might possibly have conveyed. Louis was appropriated by Madame, who overwhelmed him with inquiries, and no one in the world knew how to ask questions better than she did. He tried, however, to render the conversation general, and with the view of effecting this, he redoubled his attention and devotion to her. Madame coveted complimentary remarks, and determined to procure them at any cost, she addressed herself to the king, saying, "Sire, your majesty, who is aware of everything which occurs in your kingdom, ought to know beforehand the verses confided by Monsieur Lorette by this nymph. Will your majesty kindly communicate them to us?" "Madame," replied the king, with a perfect grace of manner, "I dare not. You, personally, might be in no little degree confused at having to listen to certain details, but Saint Aignan tells the story well and has a perfect recollection of the verses. If he does not remember them, he will invent. I can certify he is almost a poet himself." Saint Aignan, thus brought prominently forward, was compelled to introduce himself as advantageously as possible. Unfortunately, however, for Madame, he thought of his own personal affairs only. In other words, instead of paying Madame the compliments she so much desired and relished, his mind was fixed upon making as much display as possible of his good fortune. Again glancing, therefore, for the 100th time at the beautiful Athene, who carried into practice her previous evening's theory of not even deigning to look at her adorer, he said, "Your majesty will perhaps pardon me for having too indifferently remembered the verses which the nymph dictated to Lorette. But if the king has not retained any recollection of them, how could I possibly remember?" Madame did not receive the shortcoming of the quarter very favorably. "Ah, Madame," added Saint Aignan, "at present it is no longer a question that the water nymphs have to say, and one would be almost tempted to believe that nothing of any interest now occurs in those liquid realms. It is upon earth, Madame, important events happen. Ah, Madame, upon the earth, how many tales are there full of—" "Well," said Madame, "and what is taking place upon the earth?" "That question must be asked of the Dryads," replied the Comte. "The Dryads inhabit the forest, as your Royal Highness is aware." "I am aware also that they are naturally very talkative, Monsieur de Saint Aignan." "Such is the case, Madame, but when they say such delightful things, it would be ungracious to accuse them of being too talkative." "Do they talk so delightfully, then?" inquired the princess indifferently. "Really, Monsieur de Saint Aignan, you excite my curiosity, and if I were the king, I would require you immediately to tell us what the delightful things are these Dryads have been saying, since you alone seem to understand their language." "I am at his majesty's orders, Madame, in that respect," replied the Comte quickly. "What a fortunate fellow this Saint Aignan is to understand the language of the Dryads," said Monsieur. "I understand it perfectly, Monseigneur, as I do my own language." "Tell us about them, then," said Madame. The king felt embarrassed, for his confidant was, in all probability, about to embark in a difficult matter. He felt that it would be so from the general attention excited by Saint Aignan's preamble, and aroused too by Madame's peculiar manner. The most reserved of those who were present seemed ready to devour every syllable the Comte was about to pronounce. They coughed, drew closer together, looked curiously at some of the maids of honor, who, in order to support with greater propriety or with more steadiness the fixity of the inquisitorial looks bent upon them, adjusted their fans accordingly, and assumed the bearing of a duelist about to be exposed to his adversary's fire. At this epoch, the fashion of ingeniously constructed conversations and hazardously dangerous recitals so prevailed that where in modern times a whole company assembled in a drawing room would begin to suspect some scandal or disclosure or tragic event and would hurry away in dismay, Madame's guests quietly settled themselves in their place in order not to lose a word or gesture of the comedy composed by Monsieur de Saint Aignan for their benefit, and the termination of which, whatever the style and plot might be, must as a matter of course be marked by the most perfect propriety. The Comte, as known as a man of extreme refinement and an admirable narrator, he courageously began then, amidst a profound silence which would have been formidable to anyone but himself. "Madame, by the king's permission, I address myself in the first place to your Royal Highness, since you admit yourself to be the person present possessing the greatest curiosity. I have the honor, therefore, to inform your Royal Highness that the Dryad, more particularly, inhabits the hollows of oaks, And as dryads are mythological creatures of great beauty, they inhabit the most beautiful trees, in other words, the largest to be found. At this exordium, which recalled under a transparent veil the celebrated story of the royal oak, which had played so important a part in the last evening, so many hearts began to beat, both from joy and uneasiness, that if Saint Aignan had not had a good and sonorous voice, their throbbings might have been heard above the sound of his voice. There must surely be dryads at Fontainebleau, then, said Madame in a perfectly calm voice, for I have never, in all my life, seen finer oaks than in the royal park. And as she spoke, she directed towards De Guiche a look of which he had no reason to complain, as he had of the one that preceded it, which, as we have already mentioned, had reserved a certain amount of indefiniteness, most painful for so loving a heart as his. Precisely, madame. It is of Fontainebleau I was about to speak to your royal highness, said Saint Aignan, for the dryad, whose story is engaging our attention, lives in the park belonging to the chateau of his majesty. The affair was fairly embarked on, the action was begun, and it was no longer possible for auditory or narrator to draw back. It will be worth listening to, said Madame, for the story not only appears to me to have all the interest of a national incident, but still more seems to be a circumstance of very recent occurrence. I ought to begin at the beginning, said the Comte. In the first place, then, there lived at Fontainebleau, in a cottage of modest and unassuming appearance, 2 shepherds. The one was the shepherd Tircis, the owner of extensive domains transmitted to him from his parents by right of inheritance. Tircis was young and handsome, and from his many qualifications he might be pronounced to be the first and foremost among the shepherds in the whole country. One might even boldly say he was king of the shepherds. A subdued murmur of approbation encouraged the narrator, who continued, His strength equals his courage. No one displays greater address in hunting wild beasts, nor greater wisdom in matters where judgment is required. Wherever he mounts and exercises his horse in the beautiful plains of his inheritance, or whenever he joins with the shepherds who owe him allegiance in different games of skill and strength, one might say that he is the god Mars hurling his lance on the plains of Thrace, or, even better, that it was Apollo himself, the god of day, radiant upon earth, bearing his flaming darts in his hand. Everyone understood that this allegorical portrait of the king was not the worst exordium the narrator could have chosen, and consequently it did not fail to produce its effect, either upon those who from duty or inclination applauded it to the very echo, or on the king himself, to whom flattery was very agreeable when delicately conveyed, and whom indeed it did not always displease, even when it was a little too broad. Saint Aignan then continued, It is not in games of glory, only, ladies, that the shepherd Tircis had acquired the reputation by which he was regarded as king of the shepherds. Of the shepherds of Fontainebleau, said the king, smilingly to Madame. Oh, exclaimed Madame, Fontainebleau is selected arbitrarily by the poet, but I should say of the shepherds of the whole world. The king forgot his part of a passive auditor and bowed. It is, paused Saint Aignan amidst a flattering murmur of applause, it is with ladies, fair especially, that the qualities of this king of shepherds are most prominently displayed. He is a shepherd with a mind as refined and his heart as pure. He can pay a compliment with a charm of manner whose fascination it is impossible to resist, and in his attachments he is so discreet that beautiful and happy conquest may regard their lot as more than enviable. Never a syllable of disclosure, never a moment's forgetfulness. Whoever has seen and heard Tircis must love him. Whoever loves and is beloved by him has indeed found happiness. Saint Aignan here paused. He was enjoying the pleasures of all these compliments, and the portrait he had drawn, however grotesquely inflated it may be, had found favor in certain ears, in which the perfections of the shepherd did not seem to have been exaggerated. Madame begged the orator to continue. Tircis, said the Comte, had a faithful companion, or rather a devoted servant, whose name was Amyntas. Ah, said Madame archly, now for the portrait of Amyntas. You are such an excellent painter, Monsieur de Saint Aignan. Madame, oh, Comte, do not, I entreat you, sacrifice poor Amyntas. I should never forgive you. Madame, Amyntas is of too humble a position, particularly, besides Tircis, for his person to be honored by a parallel. There are certain friends who resemble the followers of ancient times who cause themselves to be buried alive at their master's feet. Amyntas's place, too, is at the feet of Tircis. He cares for no other, and if sometimes the illustrious hero— Illustrious shepherd, you mean, said Madame, pretending to correct Monsieur de Saint Aignan. Your Royal Highness is right, I was mistaken, returned the courtier. If I say the shepherd Tircis deigns occasionally to call Amyntas his friend, and to open his heart to him, it is an unparalleled favor, which the latter regards as the most unbounded felicity. All that you say, interrupted Madame, establishes the extreme devotion of Amyntas to Tircis, but does not furnish us with the portrait of Amyntas. Comte, do not flatter him if you like, but describe him to us. I will have Amyntas's portrait. Saint Aignan obeyed after having bowed profoundly to his Majesty's sister-in-law. Amyntas, he said, is somewhat older than Tircis. He is not an ill-favored shepherd. It is even said that the Muses condescended to smile upon him at his birth, even as Hebe smiled upon youth. He is not ambitious of display, but he is ambitious of being loved, and he might not perhaps be found unworthy of it if he were only sufficiently well known. This latter paragraph, strengthened by a killing glance, was directed straight to Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, who received them both unmoved. But the modesty and tact of the allusion had produced a good effect. Amyntas reaped the benefit of it in the applause bestowed upon him. Tircis' head even gave the signal for it by a consenting bow full of good feeling. One evening, continued Saint Aignan, Tircis and Amyntas were walking together in the forest, talking of their love disappointments. Do not forget, ladies, that the story of the Dryad is now beginning. Otherwise, it would be easy to tell you what Tircis and Amyntas, the two most discreet shepherds of the whole world, were talking about. They reached the thickest part of the forest, for the purpose of being quite alone and of confiding their troubles more freely to each other, when suddenly the sound of voices struck upon their ears. "Ah," said those surrounded by the narrator, "nothing could be more interesting." At this point, Madame, like a vigilant general inspecting his army, glanced at Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, who could not help wincing as they drew themselves up. "These harmonious voices," resumed Saint Aignan, "were those of certain shepherdesses who had been likewise desirous of enjoying the coolness of the shade, and who, knowing the isolated and almost unapproachable situation of the place, had betaken themselves there to interchange their ideas upon." A loud burst of laughter, occasionally by this remark of Saint Aignan, and an imperceptible smile of the king as he looked at Tonnay-Charente, followed this sally. "The Dryad affirms positively," continued Saint Aignan, "that the shepherdesses were 3 in number, and that all 3 were young and beautiful." "What were their names?" said Madame, quickly. "Their names?" said Saint Aignan, who hesitated from fear of committing an indiscretion. "Of course, you call your shepherds Tircis and Amyntas, give your shepherdesses names in a similar manner." "Oh, Madame, I am not an inventor. I relate simply what took place as the Dryad related it to me." "What did your Dryad, then, call these shepherdesses? You have a very treacherous memory, I fear. This Dryad must have fallen out with the goddess Mnemosyne." "The shepherdesses, Madame? Pray, that is a crime to betray a woman's name." "From which a woman absolves you, Comte, on the condition that you will reveal the names of the shepherdesses." "Their names were Phyllis, Amaryllis, and Galatea." "Exceedingly well. They have not lost by the delay," said Madame, "and now we have 3 charming names. But now for their portraits." Saint Aignan made a slight movement. "Nay, Comte, let us proceed in due order," returned Madame. "Ought we not, sir, to have the portraits of the shepherdesses?" The king, who expected this determined perseverance, and who began to feel some uneasiness, did not think it safe to provoke so dangerous an interrogator. He thought, too, that Saint Aignan, in drawing the portraits, would find a means of insinuating some flattering allusions which would be agreeable to the ears of one of his Majesty was interested in pleasing. It was with this hope and with this fear that Louis authorized Saint Aignan to sketch the portraits of the shepherdesses, Phyllis, Amaryllis, and Galatea. "Very well, then, be it so," said Saint Aignan, like a man who has made up his mind, and he began. Chapter 57. Conclusion of the story of a Naiad and of a Dryad. "Phyllis," said Saint Aignan, with a glance of defiance at Montalais, such as a fencing master would give who invites an antagonist worthy of him to place himself on guard. "Phyllis is neither fair nor dark, neither tall nor short, neither too grave nor too gay. Though but a shepherdess, she is as witty as a princess, and as coquettish as the most finished flirt that ever lived. Nothing can equal her excellent vision. Her heart yearns for everything her gaze embraces. She is like a bird, which, always warbling at one moment, skims the ground, at the next rises, fluttering in pursuit of a butterfly, then rests itself upon the topmost branch of a tree, where it defies the bird-catchers either to come and seize it, or to entrap it in their nets." The portrait bore such a strong resemblance to Montalais that all eyes were directed towards her. She, however, with her head raised and with a steady, unmoved look, listened to Saint Aignan as if he were speaking of an utter stranger. "Is that all, Monsieur de Saint Aignan?" inquired the princess. Oh, your Royal Highness, the portrait is but a mere sketch, and many more additions could be made, but I fear to weary your patience or offend the modesty of the shepherdess, and I shall therefore pass on to her companion, Amaryllis. Very well, said Madame, pass on to Amaryllis, Monsieur de Saint Aignan, we are all at attention. Amaryllis is the eldest of the three, and yet, Saint Aignan hastened to add, this advanced age does not reach 20 years. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, who had slightly knitted her brows at the commencement of the description, unbent them with a smile. She is tall, with an astonishing abundance of beautiful hair, which she fashions in the manner of the Grecian statues. Her walk is full of majesty, her attitude haughty. She has the air, therefore, rather of a goddess than a mere mortal, and among the goddesses she most resembles Diana the huntress, with this sole difference, however, that the cruel shepherdess, having stolen the quiver of young love, while poor Cupid was sleeping in a thicket of roses, instead of directing her arrows against the inhabitants of the forest, discharges them piteously amongst all poor shepherds who pass within reach of her bow and her eyes. Oh, what a wicked shepherdess, said Madame. She may some day wound herself with one of those arrows she discharges, as you say, so mercilessly on all sides. It is the hope of shepherds, one and all, said Saint Aignan. And that of the shepherd Amyntas in particular, I suppose, said Madame. The shepherd Amyntas is so timid, said Saint Aignan, with the most modest air he could assume, that if he cherishes such a hope as that, no one has ever known anything about it, for he conceals it in the very depths of his heart. A flattering murmur of applause greeted this profession of faith on behalf of the shepherd. And Galatea, inquired Madame, I am impatient to see a hand so skilful as yours continue the portrait where Virgil left it and finish it before our eyes. Madame, said Saint Aignan, I am indeed a poor dumb post beside the mighty Virgil. Still, encouraged by your desire, I will do my best. Saint Aignan extended his foot and hand and thus begun. White as milk, she casts upon the breeze the perfume of her fair hair tinged with golden hues, as are the ears of corn. One is tempted to inquire if she is not the beautiful Europa who inspired Jupiter with a tender passion as she played with her companion in the flower-spangled meadows. From her exquisite eyes, blue as azure heaven on the clearest summer day, emanates a tender light which reverie nurtures and love dispenses. When she frowns or bends her looks towards the ground, the sun is veiled in token of mourning. When she smiles, on the contrary, nature resumes her jollity, and the birds, for a brief moment silenced, recommence their songs amid the leafy covert of the trees. Galatea, said Saint Aignan in conclusion, is worthy of the admiration of the whole world, and if she should ever bestow her heart upon another, happy will that man be to whom she consecrates her first affections. Madame, who had attentively listened to the portrait of Saint Aignan, had drawn, as indeed had all the others, contented herself with accentuating her approbation of the most poetic passage by occasional inclinations of the head. But it was impossible to say these marks of assent were according to the ability of the narrator the resemblance of the portrait. The consequence, therefore, was that as Madame did not openly exhibit any approbation, no one felt authorized to applaud, not even Monsieur, who secretly thought that Saint Aignan dwelt too much upon the portraits of the shepherdesses, and had somewhat slightingly passed over the portrait of the shepherds. The whole assembly seemed suddenly chilled. Saint Aignan, who had exhausted his rhetorical skill and his palette of artistic tints in sketching the portrait of Galatea, and who, after the favor with which his other descriptions had been received, already imagined he could hear the loudest applause allotted to this last one, was himself more disappointed than the king and the rest of the company. A moment's silence followed, which was at last broken by Madame. Well, sir, she inquired, what is your majesty's opinion of these three portraits? The king, who wished to relieve Saint Aignan's embarrassment without compromising himself, replied, Why, Amaryllis, in my opinion, is beautiful. For my part, said Monsieur, I prefer Phyllis. She is a capital girl, or rather a good sort of fellow of a nymph. A gentle laugh followed, and this time the looks were so direct that Montalais felt herself blushing almost scarlet. Well, resumed Madame, what were those shepherdesses saying to each other? Saint Aignan, however, whose vanity had been wounded, did not feel himself in a position to sustain an attack of new and refreshed troops, and merely said, Madame, the shepherdesses were confiding to one another their little preferences. Nay, nay, Monsieur de Saint Aignan, you are a perfect stream of pastoral poesy, said Madame with an amiable smile which somewhat comforted the narrator. They confess that love is a mighty peril, but that the absence of love is the heart's sentence of death. What was the conclusion they came to? Inquired Madame. They came to the conclusion that love was necessary. Very good. Did they lay down any conditions? That of choice, simply, said Saint Aignan. I ought even to add, remember, it is the Dryad who is speaking, that one of the shepherdesses, Amaryllis, I believe, was completely opposed to the necessity of loving, and yet she did not positively deny that she allowed the image of a certain shepherd to take refuge in her heart. Was it Amyntas or Tircis? Amyntas, madame, said Saint Aignan modestly, but Galatea, the gentle and soft-eyed Galatea, immediately replied that neither Amyntas, nor Alphasibius, nor Tityrus, nor indeed any of the handsomest shepherds of the country, were to be compared with Tircis. That Tircis was as superior to all other men, as the oak to all other trees, as the lily in its majesty to all other flowers. She drew even such a portrait of Tircis that Tircis himself, who was listening, must have felt truly flattered at it, notwithstanding his rank as a shepherd. Thus Tircis and Amyntas had been distinguished by Phyllis and Galatea, and thus had the secrets of two hearts revealed beneath the shades of evening and amid the recesses of the woods. Such, madame, is what the Dryad related to me, she who knows all that takes place in the hollows of oaks and grassy dells, she who knows the love of birds and all they wish to convey by their songs, she who understands, in fact, the language of the wind among the branches, the humming of the insect with its gold and emerald wings, and the corolla of the wild flowers. It was she who related the particulars to me, and I have repeated them. And now you have finished, Monsieur de Saint Aignan, have you not? Said madame, with a smile that made the king tremble. Quite finished, replied Saint Aignan, but too happy if I had been able to amuse your royal highness for a few moments. Moments which have been too brief, replied the princess, for you have related most admirably all you know. But my dear Monsieur de Saint Aignan, you have been unfortunate enough to obtain your information from one Dryad only, I believe. Yes, madame, only from one, I confess. The fact was that you passed by a little Naiad who pretended to know nothing at all, and yet knew a great deal more than your Dryad, my dear Comte. A Naiad, repeated several voices, who began to suspect that the story had a continuation. Of course, close beside the oak you are speaking of, which, if I am not mistaken, is called the Royal Oak, is it not, Monsieur de Saint Aignan? Saint Aignan and the king exchanged glances. Yes, madame, the former replied. Well, close behind the oak, there is a pretty little spring, which runs murmuringly over the pebbles between banks of forget-me-nots and daffodils. I believe you are correct, said the king with some uneasiness and listening with some anxiety to his sister-in-law's narrative. Oh, there is one, I can assure you, said madame, and the proof of it is that the Naiad who resides in that little stream stopped me as I was about to come. Ah, said Saint Aignan. Yes, indeed, continued the princess, and she did so in order to communicate to me many particulars Monsieur de Saint Aignan had omitted in his recital. Pray, relate them yourself then, said Monsieur. You can relate stories in such a charming manner. The princess bowed at the conjugal compliment paid to her. I do not possess the poetical powers of the Comte, nor his ability to bring to light the smallest details. You will not be listened to with less interest on that account, said the king, who had already perceived that something hostile was intended in his sister-in-law's story. I speak too, continued madame, in the name of that poor little Naiad, who is indeed the most charming creature I ever met. Moreover, she laughed so heartily while she was telling me her story that in pursuance of the medical axiom, that laughter is the finest physic in the world, I ask permission to laugh a little myself when I recollect her words. The king and Saint Aignan, who noticed spreading over many of the faces present a distant and prophetic ripple of the laughter madame pronounced, finished by looking at each other as if asking themselves whether there was not some little conspiracy concealed beneath those words. But madame was determined to turn the knife in the wound over and over again. She therefore resumed with the air of the most perfect candor, in other words, with the most dangerous of all her airs. Well then, I passed that way, she said, and as I found beneath my steps many fresh flowers newly blown, no doubt Phyllis, Amaryllis, Galatea, and all your shepherdesses had passed the same way before me. The king bit his lips, for the recital was becoming more and more threatening. My little Naiad, continued madame, was cooing over her quaint song in the bed of the rivulet. As I perceived that she accosted me by touching the hem of my dress, I could not think of receiving her advances ungraciously, and more particularly so, since after all a divinity, even though she should be of second grade, it is always of greater importance than a mortal, though a princess. I thereupon accosted the Naiad, and bursting into laughter, this is what she said to me. Fancy, princess. You understand, sire, it is the Naiad who is speaking. The king bowed assentingly, and madame continued, Fancy, princess, the banks of my little stream have just witnessed a most amusing scene. Two shepherds, full of curiosity, even discreetly so, have allowed themselves to be mystified in a most amusing manner by 3 nymphs or 3 shepherdesses. I beg your pardon, but I do not now remember if it was the nymphs or shepherdesses, she said, but it does not much matter, so we will continue. The king at this opening colored visibly, and Saint Aignan, completely losing countenance, began to open his eyes in the greatest possible anxiety. The 2 shepherds, pursued my nymph, still laughing, followed in the wake of the 3 young ladies. No, I mean of the 3 nymphs, forgive me, I ought to say, of the 3 shepherdesses. It is not always wise to do that, for it may be awkward for those who are followed. I appeal to all the ladies present, and not one of them, I am sure, will contradict me. The king, who was much disturbed by what he suspected was about to follow, signified his assent by a gesture. But, continued the naiad, the shepherdesses had noticed Tircis and Amyntas gliding into the wood, and by the light of the moon they recognized them through the grove of the trees. Ah, you laugh, interrupted Madame. Wait, you are not yet at the end. The king turned pale. Saint Aignan wiped his forehead, now dewed with perspiration. Among the groups of ladies present could be heard smothered laughter and stealthy whispers. The shepherdesses, I was saying, noticing how indiscreet the 2 shepherds were, proceeded to sit down at the foot of the royal oak, and when they perceived that their over-curious listeners were sufficiently near so that not a syllable of what they might say could be lost, they addressed towards them very innocently, in the most artless manner in the world indeed, a passionate declaration, which from the vanity natural to all men, and even to the most sentimental of shepherds, seemed to the 2 listeners as sweet as honey. The king, at these words, which the assembly was unable to hear without laughing, could not restrain a flash of anger darting from his eyes. As for Saint Aignan, he let his head fall upon his breast and concealed under a silly laugh the extreme annoyance he felt. Oh, said the king, drawing himself up to full light. Upon my words, that is the most amusing jest, certainly, but really and truly, are you quite sure you understood the language of the naiads? The Comtesse, sire, pretends to have perfectly understood that of the dryads, retorted Madame, icily. No doubt, said the king, but you know the Comte has the weakness to aspire to become a member of the Academy, so that with his object in view he has learnt all sorts of things, of which, very happily, you are ignorant. And it might possibly happen that the language of the nymph of the waters might be among the number of things you have not studied. Of course, sire, replied Madame, for facts of that nature one does not altogether rely upon one's self alone. A woman's ear is not infallible, so says St. Augustine. And I, therefore, wish to satisfy myself by other opinions besides my own, and as my naiad, who in her character of a goddess is a polyglot, is not that the expression, Monsieur de Saint Aignan? I believe so, said the latter, quite out of countenance. Well, continued the princess, as my naiad, who is in her character of a goddess, had at first spoken to me in English, I feared, as you suggest, that I might have misunderstood her, and I requested Mesdemoiselles de Montalais, de Tonnet-Charente, and de la Vira to come to me, begging my naiad to repeat to me in the French language the recital she had already communicated to me in English. And did she do so? Inquired the king. Oh, she is the most polite divinity it is possible to imagine. Yes, sire, she did so that no doubt whatever remains on the subject. Is it not so, young ladies? Said the princess, turning towards the left of her army. Did not the naiad say precisely what I have related? And have I, in any one particular, exceeded the truth, Phyllis? I beg your pardon. I mean, Mademoiselle Aura de Montalais? Precisely as you have stated, madame, articulated Mademoiselle de Montalais very distinctly. Is it true, Mademoiselle de Tonnet-Charente? The perfect truth, replied Athenae, in a voice quite as firm, but yet not so distinct. And you, La Valera? Asked Madame. The poor girl felt the king's ardent look fixed upon her. She dared not deny. She dared not tell a falsehood. She merely bowed her head, and everybody took it for a token of assent. Her head, however, was not raised again, chilled as she was by a coldness more bitter than that of death. This triple testimony overwhelmed the king. As for Saint Aignan, he did not even attempt to dissemble his despair, and hardly knowing what he said, he stammered out, "An excellent jest, admirably played." "A just punishment for curiosity," said the king in a hoarse voice. Oh, who would think, after the chastisement that Tircis and Amyntas had suffered, of endeavoring to surprise what is passing in the heart of shepherdesses? Assuredly, I shall not for one. And you, gentlemen? Nor I, repeated in a chorus the group of courtiers. Madame was filled with triumph at the king's annoyance, and was full of delight, thinking that her story had been or was to be the termination of the whole affair. As for Monsieur, who had laughed at the two stories without comprehending anything about them, he turned towards De Guiche and said to him, Well, Comte, you say nothing. Can you not find something to say? Do you pity Monsieur Tircis and Monsieur Amyntas, for instance? I pity them with all my soul, replied De Guiche, for in very truth love is so sweet a fancy that to lose it, fancy though it may be, it is to lose more than life itself. If therefore these two shepherds thought themselves beloved, if they were happy in that idea, and if instead of that happiness they meet not only that empty void which resembles death, but jeers and jests at love itself, which is worse than 1,000 deaths, well, in that case I say that Tircis and Amyntas are the two most unhappy men I know. And you are right too, Monsieur de Guiche, said the king, for in fact the injury in question is a very hard return for a little harmless curiosity. That is as much to say, then, that the story of my naiad has displeased the king? Asked Madame innocently. Nay, Madame, undeceive yourself, said Louis, taking the princess by the hand. Your naiad, on the contrary, has pleased me, and the more so, because she was so truthful, and because her tale, I ought to add, is confirmed by the testimony of unimpeachable witnesses. These words fell upon La Valera, accompanied by a look that on one from Socrates to Montaigne could not have exactly defined. The look and the king's remark succeeded in overpowering the unhappy girl, who with her head upon Montalais's shoulder seemed to have fainted away. The king rose without remarking the circumstance, of which no one, moreover, took any notice, and contrary to his usual custom, for generally he remained late in Madame's apartments, he took his leave and retired to his own side of the palace. Saint Aignan followed him, leaving the rooms in as much despair as he had entered them with delight. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, less sensitive than La Valera, was not much frightened and did not faint. However, it may be that last look of Saint Aignan had hardly been so majestic as the king's. Chapter 58. Royal Psychology. The king returned to his apartments with hurried steps. The reason he walked as fast as he did was probably to avoid tottering in his gait. He seemed to leave behind him, as he went along, a trace of a mysterious sorrow, that gaiety of manner which everyone had remarked in him on his arrival, and which, they had been delighted to perceive, had not perhaps been understood in its true sense. But his stormy departure, his disordered countenance, all knew, or at least thought they could tell the reason of Madame's levity of manner, her somewhat bitter jests, bitter for persons of a sensitive disposition, and particularly for one of the king's character. The great resemblance which naturally existed between the king and an ordinary mortal were among the reasons assigned for the precipitate and unexpected departure of his majesty. Madame, king-sighted enough in other respects, did not, however, at first see anything extraordinary in it. It was quite sufficient for her to have inflicted some slight wound upon the vanity or self-esteem of one who, so soon forgetting the engagements he had contracted, seemed to have undertaken a disdain without cause the noblest and highest prize in France. It was not an unimportant matter for Madame, in the present position of affairs, to let the king perceive the difference which existed between the bestowal of his affections on one high in the station, and running after each passing fancy like a youth fresh from the provinces. With regard to those higher-placed affections, recognizing their dignity and their illimitable influence, acknowledging in them a certain etiquette and display, a monarch not only did not act in a manner derogatory to his high position, but found even repose, security, mystery, and general respect therein. On the contrary, in the debasement of a common or humble attachment, he would encounter, even among his meanest subjects, carping and sarcastic remarks. He would forfeit his character of infallibility and inviolability. Having descended to the region of petty human miseries, he would then subject to paltry conditions. In one word, to convert the royal divinity into a mere mortal by striking at his heart, or rather even at his face, like the meanest of his subjects, was to inflict a terrible blow upon the pride of that generous nature. Louis was more easily captivated by vanity than by affection. Madame had wisely calculated her vengeance, and it has been seen also in what manner she carried it out. Let it not be supposed, however, that Madame possessed such terrible passions as the heroines of the Middle Ages, or that she regarded things from a pessimistic point of view. On the contrary, Madame, young, amiable, and cultivated intellect, coquettish, loving in her nature, but rather from fancy or imagination, or ambition, than from her heart. Madame, we say, on the contrary, inaugurated that epoch of light and fleeting amusements which distinguished the 120 years that intervened between the middle of the 17th century and the last quarter of the 18th. Madame saw, therefore, or rather fancied she saw, things under their true aspect. She knew that the king, her august brother-in-law, had been the first to ridicule the humble La Valera, and that in accordance with his usual custom it was hardly probable he would ever love the person who had excited his laughter, even had it only been for a moment. Moreover, was not her vanity ever present, that evil influence which plays so important a part in that comedy of dramatic incidents called the life of a woman? Did not her vanity tell her aloud in a subdued voice, in a whisper, in every variety of tone, that she could not in reality, she, a princess, young, beautiful, and rich, be compared to the poor La Valira, as youthful as herself it is true, but far less pretty, certainly, and utterly without money, protectors, or position? And surprise need not be excited with respect to Madame, for it is known that the greatest characters are those who flatter themselves the most in the comparisons they draw between themselves and others, between others and themselves. It may perhaps be asked, was it Madame's motive for an attack so skillfully conceived and executed? Why was there such a display of forces, if it were not seriously her intention to dislodge the king from a heart that had never been occupied before, in which he seemed disposed to take refuge? Was there any necessity, then, for Madame to attach so great an importance to La Valira, if she did not fear her? Yet Madame did not fear La Valira in that direction in which an historian, who knows everything, sees into the future, or rather the past. Madame was neither a prophetess nor a sibyl, nor could she, any more than another, read what was written in that terrible and fatal book of the future, which records in its most secret pages the most serious events. No, Madame desired simply to punish the king for having availed himself of secret means altogether feminine in their nature. She wished to prove to him that if he made use of the offensive weapons of that nature, then she, a woman of ready wit and high descent, would assuredly discover in the arsenal of her imagination defensive weapons, proof even against the thrusts of a monarch. Moreover, she wished him to learn that, in a war of that description, kings are beheld of no account, or, at all events, the kings who fight on their own behalf, like ordinary individuals, may witness the fall of their crown in the first encounter. And that, in fact, if he had expected to be adored by all the ladies of the court from the very first, from a confident reliance on his mere appearance, it was a pretension which was most preposterous and insulting even for certain persons who filled a higher position than others, and that a lesson taught in season to his royal personage, who assumed too high and haughty a carriage, would be rendering him a great service. Such indeed were Madame's reflections with respect to the king. The sequel itself was not thought of, and in this manner it will be seen that she had exercised all her influence over the minds of her maids of honor, and with all its accompanying details, had arranged the comedy which had just been acted. The king was completely bewildered by it. For the first time since he had escaped from the trammels of Monsieur de Mazarin, he found himself treated as a man. Similar severity from any of his subjects would have been at once resisted by him. Strength comes with battle, but to match oneself with women, to be attacked by them, to have been imposed upon by mere girls from the country who had come from Blois expressly for that purpose, it was the depths of dishonor for a young sovereign full of the pride his personal advantages and royal power inspired him with. There was nothing he could do, neither reproaches, nor exile, nor could he even show the annoyance that he felt. To manifest vexation would have been to admit that he had been touched, like Hamlet, by a sword from which the button had been removed, the sword of ridicule. To show animosity against women, humiliation, especially when the women in question have laughter on their side as a means of vengeance. If, instead of leaving all the responsibility of the affair to these women, one of the courtiers had had anything to do with the intrigue, how delightedly would Louis have seized the opportunity of turning the Bastille to personal account. But there again the king's anger paused, checked by reason. To be the master of armies, of prisons, of an almost divine authority, and to exert such majesty and might in the service of a petty grudge would be unworthy not only of a monarch, but even of a man. It was necessary, therefore, simply to swallow the affront in silence, and to wear his usual gentleness and graciousness of expression. It was essential to treat Madame as a friend. As a friend. Well, and why not? Either Madame had been the instigator of the affair, or the affair itself had found her passive. If she had been the instigator of it, it certainly was a bold measure on her part, but at all events it was but natural in her. Who was it that had sought her in the earliest moments of her married life to whisper words of love in her ear? Who was it that had dared to calculate the possibility of committing a crime against the marriage vow, a crime, too, still more deplorable on account of the relationship between them? Who was it, shielded behind his royal authority, had said to this young creature, "Be not afraid, love but the King of France, who is above all, and a movement of whose sceptered hand will protect you against all attacks, even from your own remorse"? And she had listened to and obeyed the royal voice, had been influenced by his ensnaring tones. And when morally speaking, she had sacrificed her honor in listening to him. She saw herself repaid for her sacrifice by an infidelity the more humiliating, since it was occasioned by a woman far beneath her in the world. Had Madame, therefore, been the instigator of the revenge, she would have been right. If, on the contrary, she had remained passive in the whole affair, what grounds had the king to be angry with her on the account? Was it for her to restrain, or rather, could she restrain, the chattering of a few country girls? And was it for her, by an excess of zeal that might have been misinterpreted, to check, at the risk of increasing it, the impertinence of their conduct? All these various reasonings were like so many actual stings to the king's pride, but when he had carefully, in his own mind, gone over all the various causes of complaint, Louis was surprised upon due reflection. In other words, after the wound had been dressed, to find that there were other causes of suffering, secret, unendurable, and unrevealed. There was one circumstance he dared not confess, even to himself, namely, that the acute pain from which he was suffering had its seat in his heart. The fact is, he had permitted his heart to be gratified by La Valira's innocent confusion. He had dreamed of a pure affection, of an affection for Louis the man and not the sovereign, of an affection free from all self-interest, and his heart, simpler and more youthful than he had imagined it to be, had to meet that other heart that had revealed itself to him by his aspirations. The commonest thing in the complicated history of love is the double inoculation of love to which any two hearts are subjected. The one loves nearly always before the other, in the same way that the latter finishes nearly always by loving after the other. In this way, the electric current is established in proportion to the intensity of the passion which is the first kindled. The more Mademoiselle de la Valira showed her affection, the more the king's affection had increased, and it was precisely that which annoyed his majesty, for it was now fairly demonstrated to him that no sympathetic current had been the means of hurrying his heart away in its course, because there had been no confession of love in the case, because the confession was, in fact, an insult towards the man and towards the sovereign. And finally, because, and the word too burnt like a hot iron, because in fact, it was nothing but a mystification after all. This girl, therefore, who in strictness could not claim to beauty or birth or great intelligence, who had been selected by Madame herself on account of her unpretending position, had not only aroused the king's regard, but had moreover treated him with disdain. He, the king, a man who, like an Eastern potentate, had but to bestow a glance, to indicate with his finger, to throw his handkerchief. And since the previous evening his mind had been so absorbed with this girl that he could think and dream of nothing else. Since the previous evening his imagination had been occupied by clothing her image with charms to which she could not lay claim. In very truth, he whom such vast interest summoned, and whom so many women smiled upon invitingly, had since the previous evening consecrated every moment of his time, every throb of his heart, to his sole dream. It was indeed either too much or not sufficient, the indignation of the king making him forget everything, and among others, that Saint Aignan was present, was poured out in the most violent imprecations. True it is that Saint Aignan had taken refuge in a corner of the room, and from this corner regarded the tempest passing. His own personal disappointment seemed contemptible, in comparison with the anger of the king. He compared with his own pretty vanity the prodigious pride of offended majesty, and, being well read in the hearts of kings in general, and in those of powerful kings in particular, he began to ask himself if this weight of anger, as yet held in suspense, would not soon terminate by falling upon his own head, for the very reason that others were guilty and he innocent. In point of fact, the king all at once did arrest his hurried pace, and fixing a look full of anger upon Saint Aignan, suddenly cried out, "And you, Saint Aignan?" Saint Aignan made a sign which was intended to signify, "Well, sire?" "Yes, you have been as silly as myself, I think." "Sire," stammered out Saint Aignan, "you permitted us to be deceived by this shameless trick." "Sire," said Saint Aignan, whose agitation was such as to make him tremble in every limb, "let me entreat your majesty not to exasperate yourself. Women, you know, are characters full of imperfections, created for the misfortune of mankind. To expect anything good from them is to require them to perform impossibilities." The king, who had the greatest consideration for himself, and who had begun to acquire over his emotions that command which he preserved over them all his life, perceived that he was doing an outrage to his own dignity in displaying so much animosity about trifling an object. "No," he said hastily, "you are mistaken, Saint Aignan. I am not angry. I can only wonder that we should have been turned into ridicule so cleverly and with such audacity by these young girls. I am particularly surprised that, although we might have informed ourselves accurately on the subject, we were silly enough to leave the matter for our own hearts to decide. The heart, sire, is an organ which requires positively to be reduced to its material functions, but which, for the sake of humanity's peace of mind, should be deprived of all its metaphysical inclinations. For my own part, I confess, when I saw that your majesty's heart was so taken up by this little— My heart taken up? Aye, my mind might perhaps have been so, but as for my heart, it was— Louis again perceived that in order to fill one gulf, he was about to dig another. Besides, he added, I have no fault to find with the girl. I was quite aware that she was in love with someone else. The Vicomte de Bragelonne, I informed your majesty of the circumstance. You did so, but you were not the first who told me. The Comte de la Fere had solicited from me Mademoiselle de la Valera's hand for his son, and on his return from England, the marriage shall be celebrated, since they love each other. I recognize your majesty's great generosity of disposition in the act. So, Saint-Aignan, we will cease to occupy ourselves with these matters any longer, said Louis. Yes, we will digest the affront, sire, replied the courtier with resignation. Besides, it will be an easy matter to do, said the king, checking a sigh. And by way of a beginning, I will set about the composition of an epigram upon all three of them. I will call it the Naiad and Dryad, which will please madame. Do so, Saint-Aignan, do so, said the king indifferently. You shall read me your verses, they will amuse me. Ah, it does not signify, Saint-Aignan, added the king like a man breathing with difficulty. The blow requires more than human strength to support in a dignified manner. As the king thus spoke, assuming an air of the most angelic patience, one of the servants and attendants knocked gently at the door. Saint-Aignan drew aside out of respect. Come in, said the king. The servant partially opened the door. What is it? Inquired Louis. The servant held out a letter of a triangular shape. For your majesty, he said. From whom? I do not know. One of the officers on duty gave it to me. The valet, in obedience to a gesture of the king, handed him the letter. The king advanced towards the candles, opened the note, read the signature, and uttered a loud cry. Saint-Aignan was sufficiently respectful not to look on, but, without looking on, he saw and heard all and ran towards the king, who with a gesture dismissed the servant. Oh heavens, said the king as he read the note. Is your majesty unwell? Inquired Saint-Aignan, stretching forward his arms. No, no, Saint-Aignan, read! And he handed him the note. Saint-Aignan's eyes fell upon the signature. La Valera, he exclaimed. Oh, sire. Read, read! And Saint-Aignan read, Forgive my importunity, sire, and forgive also the absence of the formalities which may be wanting in this letter. A note seems to be more speedy and more urgent than a dispatch. I venture, therefore, to address this note to your majesty. I have retired to my own room, overcome with grief and fatigue, sire, and I implore your majesty to grant me the favor of an audience which will enable me to confess the truth to my sovereign. Louis de la Valera. Well, asked the king, taking the letter from Saint-Aignan's hands, who was completely bewildered by what he had just read. Well, repeated Saint-Aignan, what do you think of it? I hardly know. Still, what is your opinion? Sire, the young lady must have heard the muttering of the thunder and has got frightened. Frightened of what? Said Louis with dignity. Why, your majesty has 1,000 reasons to be angry at the author or authors of so hazardous a joke. And if your majesty's memory were to be awakened in a disagreeable sense, it would be a perpetual menace hanging over the head of this imprudent girl. Saint-Aignan, I do not think as you do. Your majesty doubtless sees more clearly than myself. Well, I see affliction and restraint in these lines, more particularly since I recall some of the details of the scene which took place this evening in Madame's apartments. The king suddenly stopped, leaving his meaning unexpressed. In fact, resumed Saint-Aignan, your majesty will grant an audience. Nothing is clearer than that. I will do better, Saint-Aignan. What is that, sire? Put on your cloak. What, sire? You know the suite of rooms where Madame's maids of honor are lodged. Certainly. You know some means of obtaining an entrance there. As far as that is concerned, I do not. At all events, you must be acquainted with someone there. Really, your majesty is the source of every good idea. You do know someone then. Who is it? I know a certain gentleman who is on very good terms with a certain young lady there. One of the maids of honor? Yes, sire. With Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, I suppose, said the king, laughing. Fortunately, no, sire, with Montalais. What is his name? Malicorne. And you could depend on him? I believe so, sire. He ought to have a key of some sort in his possession, and if he should happen to have one, as I have done him a service, why, he will let us have it. Nothing could be better. Let us set off immediately. The king threw his cloak over Saint Aignan's shoulders, asked him for his, and both went out into the vestibule. Chapter 59. Something that neither Dryad nor Naiad foresaw. Saint Aignan stopped at the foot of the staircase leading to the entresol, where the maids of honor were lodged, and to the first floor, where Madame's apartments were situated. Then, by means of one of the servants who was passing, he sent to apprise Malicorne, who was still with Monsieur. After having waited 10 minutes, Malicorne arrived, full of self-importance. The king drew back towards the darkest part of the vestibule. Saint Aignan, on the contrary, advanced to meet him, but at the first words indicating his wish, Malicorne drew back abruptly. Oh, he said, you want me to introduce you into the rooms of the maids of honor? Yes. You know very well I cannot do anything of the kind without being made acquainted with your object. Unfortunately, my dear Monsieur Malicorne, it is quite impossible for me to give you any explanation. You must therefore confide in me as in a friend who got you out of a great difficulty yesterday, and who now begs you to draw him out of one today. Yes, I told you, monsieur, what my object was, which was not to sleep out in the open air, and any man might express the same wish, whilst you, however, admit nothing. Believe me, my dear Monsieur Malicorne, Saint Aignan persisted, that if I were permitted to explain myself, I would do so. In that case, my dear monsieur, it is impossible for me to allow you to enter Mademoiselle de Montalet's apartment. Why so? You know why, better than anyone else, since you caught me on the wall paying my addresses to Mademoiselle de Montalet. It would therefore be an excess of kindness on my part, you will admit, since I am paying my attentions to her, to open the door of her room to you. But who told you it was on her account? I asked for the key. For whom, then? She does not lodge there alone, I suppose? No, certainly, for Mademoiselle de la Valera shares her rooms with her, but really, you have nothing more to do with Mademoiselle de la Valera than with Mademoiselle de Montalet. And there are only 2 men to whom I would give this key, to Monsieur Bragelonne if he begged me to give it to him, and to the king if he commanded me. In that case, give me the key, monsieur, I order you to do so, said the king, advancing from the obscurity and partially opening his cloak. Mademoiselle de Montalet will step down to talk with you, while we go upstairs to Mademoiselle de la Valera, for in fact, it is she only whom we desire to see. The king, exclaimed Malicorne, bowing to the very ground. Yes, the king, said Louis, smiling. The king, who is as pleased with your resistance as with your capitulation. Rise, monsieur, and render us the service we request of you. I obey your majesty, said Malicorne, leading the way up the staircase. Get Mademoiselle de Montalet to come down, said the king, and do not breathe a word of her to my visit. Malicorne bowed in token of obedience and proceeded up the staircase, but the king, after a hasty reflection, followed him, that too with such a rapidity that although Malicorne was already more than halfway up the staircase, the king reached the room at the same moment. He then observed by the door which remained half open behind Malicorne, La Valera, sitting in an armchair with her head thrown back, in the opposite corner Montalet, who in her dressing gown was standing before a looking-glass, engaged in arranging her hair and parleying the while with Malicorne. The king hurriedly opened the door and entered the room. Montalet called out at the noise made by the opening of the door, and recognizing the king, made her escape. La Valera rose from her seat like a dead person galvanized, and then fell back in her armchair. The king advanced slowly towards her. You wished for an audience, I believe, he said coldly. I am ready to hear you. Speak. Saint Aignan, faithful to his character of being deaf, blind, and dumb, had stationed himself in a corner of the door, upon a stool, which by chance he found there. Concealed by the tapestry which covered the doorway, and leaning his back against the wall, he could thus listen without being seen, resigning himself to the post of a good watchdog, who patiently waits and watches without ever getting in his master's way. La Valera, terror-stricken at the king's irritated aspect, rose a second time, and assuming a posture full of humility and entreaty, murmured, Forgive me, sire. What need is there for forgiveness? Asked Louis. Sire, I have been guilty of a great fault, nay, more than a great fault, a great crime. You? Sire, I have offended your majesty. Not in the slightest degree in the world, replied Louis IX. I implore you, sire, not to maintain towards me that terrible seriousness of manner which reveals your majesty's just anger. I feel I have offended you, sire, but I wish to explain to you how it was that I have not offended you of my own accord. In the first place, said the king, in what way can you possibly have offended me? I cannot perceive how. Surely not on account of a young girl's harmless and very innocent jest. You turned the credulity of a young man into ridicule. It was very natural to do so. Any other woman in your place would have done the same. Oh, your majesty overwhelms me by your remark. Why so? Because if I had been the author of the jest, it would not have been innocent. Well, is that all you had to say to me in soliciting an audience? Said the king, as though about to turn away. Thereupon, La Valera, in an abrupt and a broken voice, her eyes dried up by the fire of her tears, made a step towards the king and said, Did your majesty hear everything? Everything what? Everything I said beneath the royal oak. I did not lose a syllable. And now, after your majesty really heard all, are you able to think I abused your credibility? Credulity? Yes, indeed, you have selected the very word. And your majesty did not suppose that a poor girl like myself might possibly be compelled to submit to the will of others. Forgive me, returned the king, but I shall never be able to understand that she, who of her own free will could express herself so unreservedly beneath the royal oak, would allow herself to be influenced to such an extent by the direction of others. But the threat held out against me, sire. Threat? Who threatened you? Who dared to threaten you? Those who have the right to do so, sire. I do not recognize anyone possessing the right to threaten the humblest of my subjects. Forgive me, sire, but near your majesty even there are persons sufficiently high in position to have, or to believe that they possess the right of injuring a young girl without fortune and possessing only her reputation. In what way injure her? In depriving her of her reputation, by disgracefully expelling her from the court. Oh, Mademoiselle de la Valera, said the king bitterly, I prefer those persons who exculpate themselves without incriminating others. Sire! Yes, and I confess that I greatly regret to perceive that an easy justification, as your own would have been, is now complicated in my presence by a tissue of reproaches and imputations against others. And which you do not believe? Exclaimed La Valera. The king remained silent. Nay, but tell me, repeated La Valera vehemently. I regret to confess it, repeated the king, bowing coldly. The young girl uttered a deep groan, striking her hands together in despair. You do not believe me, then, she said to the king, who still remained silent, while poor La Valera's features became visibly changed at this continued silence. Therefore, you believe, she said, that I prearranged this ridiculous, this infamous plot of trifling in so shameless a manner with your majesty. Nay, said the king, it was neither ridiculous nor infamous. It was not even a plot, merely a jest, more or less amusing and nothing more. Oh, murmured the young girl, the king does not and will not believe me then. No, indeed, I will not believe you, said the king. Besides, in point of fact, what can be more natural? The king, you argue, follows me, listens to me, watches me. The king wishes, perhaps, to amuse himself at my expense. I will amuse myself at his, and as the king is very tender-hearted, I will take his heart by storm. La Valera hid her face in her hands as she stifled her sobs. The king continued pitilessly. He was revenging himself upon the poor victim before him for all he had himself suffered. Let us invent, then, this story of my loving him and preferring him to others. The king is so simple and so conceited that he will believe me. And then we can go and tell others how credulous the king is, and can enjoy a laugh at his expense. Oh, exclaimed La Valera, you think that, you believe that. It is frightful. And, pursued the king, that is not all. If this self-conceited prince take our jest seriously, if he should be imprudent enough to exhibit before others anything like delight at all, well, in that case, the king will be humiliated before the whole court. And what a delightful story it will be, too, for him to whom I am really attached, in fact, part of my dowry from my husband, to have the adventure to relate of the monarch who was so amusingly deceived by a young girl. Sire, exclaimed La Valera, her mind bewildered, almost wandering indeed, not another word, I implore you. Do you not see that you are killing me? A jest, nothing but a jest, murmured the king, who, however, began to be somewhat affected. La Valera fell upon her knees, and that so violently that the sound could be heard upon the hard floor. Sire, she said, I prefer shame to disloyalty. What do you mean? Inquired the king, without moving a step to raise the girl from her knees. Sire, when I shall have sacrificed my honor and my reason both to you, you will perhaps believe in my loyalty. The tale, which was related to you in Madame's apartments and by Madame herself, is utterly false, and that which I said beneath the great oak? Well, that is the only truth. What? Exclaimed the king. Sire, exclaimed La Valera, hurried away by the violence of her emotions, were I to die of shame on the very spot where my knees are fixed, I would repeat it until my latest breath. I said that I loved you, and it is true, I do love you. You! I have loved you, sire, from the very first day I ever saw you, from the moment when at Blois, where I was pining away my existence, your royal looks, full of light and life, were first bent upon me. I love you still, sire. It is a crime of high treason, I know, that a poor girl like myself should love her sovereign, and should presume to tell him so. Punish me for my audacity, despise me for my shameless immodesty, but do not ever say, do not ever think that I have jested with or deceived you. I belong to a family whose loyalty has been proved, sire, and I too love my king. Suddenly her strength, voice, and respiration ceased, and she fell forward, like the flower Virgil alludes to, which the scythe of the reaper severed in the midst of the grass. The king at these words, and at this vehement entreaty, no longer retained any ill will or doubt in his mind. His whole heart seemed to expand at the glowing breath of an affection which proclaimed itself in such noble and courageous language. When therefore he heard the passionate confession, his strength failed him, and he hid his face in his own hands. But when he felt La Valira's hands clinging to his own, when their warm pressure fired his blood, he bent forward, and passing his arm round La Valira's waist, he raised her from the ground and pressed her against his heart. But she, her drooping head fallen forward on her bosom, seemed to have ceased to live. The king, terrified, called out for Saint Aignan. Saint Aignan, who had carried his discretion as far as to remain without stirring in his corner, pretending to wipe away a tear, ran forward at the king's summons. He then assisted Louis to seat the young girl upon a couch, slapped her hands, sprinkled some hungry water over her face, calling out all the while, "Come, come, it is all over. The king believes you and forgives you. There now. Take care, or you will agitate his majesty too much. His majesty is so sensitive, so tender-hearted. Now really, Mademoiselle de la Valira, you must pay attention, for the king is very pale." The fact was, the king was visibly losing color, but La Valira did not move. "Do pray recover," continued Saint Aignan. "I beg, I implore you. It is really time you should. Think only of one thing, that if the king should become unwell, I should be obliged to summon his physician. What a state of things that would be! So do pray rouse yourself, make an effort, pray do, and do so at once, my dear." It was difficult to display more persuasive eloquence than Saint Aignan did, but something still more powerful and of a more energetic nature than his eloquence aroused La Valira. The king, who was kneeling before her, covered the palms of her hands with those burning kisses, which are to the hands what a kiss upon the lips is to the face. La Valira's senses returned to her. She languidly opened her eyes, and with a dying look murmured, "Oh, sire, has your majesty pardoned me then?" The king did not reply, for he was still too much overcome. Saint Aignan thought it was his duty again to retire, for he observed the passionate devotion which was displayed in the king's gaze. La Valira rose. "And now, sire, that I have justified myself, at least I trust so in your majesty's eyes, grant me leave to retire into a convent. I shall bless your majesty all my life, and I shall die thanking and loving heaven for having granted me 1 hour of perfect happiness." "No, no," replied the king. "You will live here, blessing heaven, on the contrary, but loving Louis, who will make your existence one of perfect felicity. Louis who loves you, Louis who swears it." "Oh, sire, sire!" And upon this doubt of La Valira, the king's kisses became so warm that Saint Aignan thought it was his duty to retire behind the tapestry. These kisses, however, which she had not the strength at first to resist, began to intimidate the young girl. "Oh, sire," she exclaimed, "do not make me repeat my loyalty, for this would show me that your majesty despises me still." "Mademoiselle de la Valira," said the king, suddenly drawing back with an air full of respect, "there is nothing in the world that I can love and honor more than yourself, and nothing in my court, I call heaven to witness, shall be so highly regarded as you shall be henceforward. I entreat your forgiveness for my transport. It arose from an excess of affection. But I can prove to you that I love you more than ever by respecting you as much as you can possibly desire or deserve." Then bending before her and taking her by the hand, he said to her, "Will you honor me by accepting the kiss I press upon your hand?" And the king's lips were pressed respectfully and lighting upon the young girl's trembling hand. "Henceforth," added Louis, rising and bending his glance upon La Valira, "henceforth you are under my safeguard. Do not speak to anyone of the injury I have done you. Forgive others that which they may have attempted. For the future, you shall be so far above all those that, far from inspiring you with fear, they shall be even beneath your pity." And he bowed as reverently as though he were leaving a place of worship. Then calling to Saint Aignan, who approached with great humility, he said, "I hope, Comte, that Mademoiselle de la Valira will kindly confer a little of her friendship upon you, in return for that which I have vowed to her eternally." Saint Aignan bit his knee before La Valira, saying, "How happy indeed would such an honor make me." I will send your companion back to you, said the king. Farewell, or rather, adieu till we meet again. Do not forget me in your prayers, I entreat. Oh, cried La Valera, be assured that you and heaven are in my heart together. These words of Louise elated the king, who, full of happiness, hurried Saint Aignan down the stairs. Madame had not anticipated this denouement, and neither the Naiad nor the Dryad had breathed a word about it. Chapter 60. The New General of the Jesuits. While La Valera and the king were mingling in their first confession of love, all the bitterness of the past, the happiness of the present, and the hopes of the future, Fouquet had retired to the apartments which had been assigned to him in the chateau, and was conversing with Aramis precisely upon the very subjects which the king at the moment was forgetting. Now tell me, said Fouquet, after having installed his guest in his armchair and seated himself by his side, tell me, Monsieur d'Herblay, what is our position with regard to the Belle Isle affair, and whether you have received any news about it? Everything is going on in that direction as we wish, replied Aramis. The expenses have been paid, and nothing has transpired of our designs. But what about the soldiers the king wished to send there? I have received news this morning they have arrived there 15 days ago. And how have they been treated? In the best manner possible. What has become of the former garrison? The soldiers were landed at Sarzeau, and then transferred immediately to Quimper. And the new garrison? Belongs to us from this very moment. Are you sure of what you say, my dear Monsieur de Thanes? Quite sure, and moreover, you will see by and by how matters have turned out. Still, you are very well aware that of all the garrison towns, Belle Isle is precisely the very worst. I know it, and have acted accordingly. No space to move about, no gaiety, no cheerful society, no gambling permitted. Well, it is a great pity, added Aramis, with one of those smiles so peculiar to him, to see how much young people at the present day seek amusement, and how much, consequently, they incline to the man who procures and pays for their favorite pastimes. But if they amuse themselves at Belle Isle, if they amuse themselves through the king's means, they will attach themselves to the king. But if they get bored to death through the king's means and amuse themselves through Monsieur Fouquet, they will attach themselves to Monsieur Fouquet. And you informed my intendant, of course, so that immediately on their arrival, by no means. They were left alone for a whole week to weary themselves at their ease, but at the end of the week they cried out, saying that former officers amused themselves much better, whereupon they were told that the old officers had been able to make a friend of Monsieur Fouquet, and that Monsieur Fouquet, knowing them to be friends of his, had from that moment done all he possibly could to prevent their getting wearied or bored upon his estates. Upon this they began to reflect. Immediately afterwards, however, the intendant added that without anticipating Monsieur Fouquet's orders, he knew his majesty sufficiently well to be aware that he took an interest in every gentleman in the king's service, and that although he did not know the newcomers, he would do as much for them as he had done for the others. Excellent, and I trust that the promises were followed up. I desire, as you know, that no promise should ever be made in my name without being kept. Without a moment's loss of time, our 2 privateers and your own horses were placed at the disposal of the officers. The keys of the principal mansion were handed over to them, so that they made up hunting parties and walking excursions with such ladies as are to be found in Belle Isle, and such others as they are enabled to enlist from the neighborhood, who have no fear of seasickness. And there is a fair sprinkling to be met with at Sarzeau and Vannes, I believe, your eminence? Yes, in fact, all along the coast, said Aramis quietly. And now, how about the soldiers? Everything precisely the same, in a relative degree, you understand. The soldiers have plenty of wine, excellent provisions, and good pay. Very good, so that this garrison can be depended upon, and it is a better one than the last. Good. The result is, if fortune favor us, so that the garrisons are changed in this manner only every 2 months, that at the end of every 3 years the whole army will in its turn have been there. And therefore, instead of having 1 regiment in our favor, we shall have 50,000 men. Yes, I knew perfectly well, said Fouquet, that no friend could be more incomparable and invaluable than yourself, my dear Monsieur d'Herblay. But, he added, laughing, all this time we are forgetting our friend, Du Vallon. What has become of him? During the 3 days I spent at Saint-Mande, I confess I have forgotten him completely. I do not forget him, however, returned Aramis. Porthos is at Saint-Mande. His joints are kept well greased. The greatest care is being taken care of him with regard to the food he eats and the wine he drinks. I advise him to take daily airings in the small park which you have kept for your own use, and he makes use of it accordingly. He begins to walk again. He exercises his muscular powers by bending down young elm trees or making the old oaks fly into splinters, as Milo of Cortona used to do. And as there are no lions in the park, it is not unlikely we shall find him alive. Porthos is a brave fellow. Yes, but in the meantime he will get bored to death. Oh no, he never does that. He will be asking questions? He sees no one. At all events, he is looking or hoping for something or another. I have inspired him in hope, which we will realize some fine morning, and on that he subsists. What is it? That of being presented to the king. Oh, in what character? As the engineer of Belle Isle, of course. It is possible? Oh, quite true. Shall we not be obliged then to send him back to Belle Isle? Most certainly. I am even thinking of sending him as soon as possible. Porthos is very fond of display. He is a man whose weakness D'Artagnan, Athos, and myself are alone acquainted with. He never commits himself in any way. He is dignity himself. To the officers there, he would seem like a paladin of the time of the Crusades. He would make the whole staff drunk without getting tipsy in the least himself, and everyone will regard him with admiration and sympathy. If, therefore, it should happen that we have any orders required to be carried out, Porthos is an incarnation of the order itself, and whatever he chose to do, others would find themselves obliged to submit to. Send him back, then. That is what I intend to do, but only in a few days, for I must not omit to tell you one thing. What is it? I begin to mistrust D'Artagnan. He is not at Fontainebleau, as you may have noticed, and D'Artagnan is never absent, or apparently idle, without some object in view. And now that my own affairs are settled, I am going to try and ascertain what the affairs are in which D'Artagnan is engaged. Your own affairs are settled, do you say? Yes. You are very fortunate in that case, then, and I should like to be able to say the same. I hope you do not make yourself uneasy. Nothing could be better than the king's reception of you. True. And Colbert leaves you in peace. Nearly so. In that case, said Aramis, with that connection of ideas which marked him, in that case, then, we can bestow a thought upon the young girl I was speaking to you about yesterday. Whom do you mean? What, have you forgotten already? I mean La Valera. Ah, of course, of course. Do you object, then, to try and make a conquest of her? In one respect only. My heart is engaged in another direction, and I positively do not care about the girl in the least. Oh, said Aramis, your heart is engaged, you say. The deuce, we must take care of that. Why? Because it is terrible to have the heart occupied when others besides yourselves have so much need of the head. You are right. So you see, at your first summons, I left everything. But to return to this girl, what good do you see in my troubling myself about her? This. The king, it is said, has taken a fancy to her. At least, so it is supposed. But you, who know everything, know very differently. I know that the king is greatly and suddenly changed, that the day before yesterday he was crazy over Madame, that a few days ago Monsieur complained of it even to the Queen Mother, and that some conjugal misunderstandings and maternal scoldings were the consequence. How do you know all that? I do know it, at all events, since these misunderstandings and scoldings the king has not addressed a word, has not paid the slightest attention to her Royal Highness. Well, what next? Since then he is taken up with Mademoiselle de la Valera. Now, Mademoiselle de la Valera is one of Madame's maids of honor. You happen to know, I suppose, what is called a chaperone in matters of love. Well then, Mademoiselle de la Valera is Madame's chaperone. It is for you to take advantage of this state of things. You have no occasion for me to tell you that. But, at all events, wounded vanity will render the conquest an easier one. The girl will get hold of the king and Madame's secret, and you can scarcely predict what a man of intelligence can do with a secret. But how to get at her? Nay, you of all men to ask me such a question, said Aramis. Very true, I shall not have any time to take notice of her. She is poor and unassuming, you will create a position for her, and whether she tames the king as his lady confessor or his sweetheart, you will have enlisted a new and valuable ally. Very good, said Fouquet. What is to be done, then, with regard to this girl? Whenever you have taken a fancy to any lady, Monsieur Fouquet, what course have you generally pursued? I have written to her, protesting my devotion to her. I have added how happy I should be able to render her any service in my power, and have signed Fouquet at the end of the letter. And has anyone offered resistance? One person only, replied Fouquet, but 4 days ago she yielded, as the others had done. Will you take the trouble to write, said Aramis, holding a pen towards him, which Fouquet took, saying, I will write at your dictation. My head is so taken up in another direction that I should not be able to write a couple lines. Very well, said Aramis, write. And he dictated as follows. Mademoiselle, I have seen you, and you will not be surprised to learn I think you very beautiful, but for want of the position you merit at court, your presence there is a waste of time. The devotion of a man of honor, should ambition of any kind inspire you, might possibly serve as a means of display for your talent and beauty. I place my devotion at your feet, but as an affection, however reserved and unpresuming it may be, might possibly compromise the object of its worship, it would ill become a person of your merit, running the risk of being compromised, without her future being assured. If you would deign to accept and reply to my affection shall prove its gratitude to you in making you free and independent forever. Having finished writing, Fouquet looked at Aramis. "Sign it," said the latter. "Is it absolutely necessary? Your signature at the foot of that letter is worth 1,000,000. You forget that." Fouquet signed. "Now, by whom do you intend to send this letter?" asked Aramis. "By an excellent service of mine." "Can you rely on him?" "He is a man who has been with me all my life." "Very well. Besides, in this case, we are not playing for very heavy stakes." "How so? For if what you say be true of the accommodating disposition of this girl for the king and madame, the king will give her all the money she can ask for." "The king has money, then?" asked Aramis. "I suppose so, for he has not asked for me any more." "Be easy, he will ask for some soon." "Nay, more than that, I had thought he would have spoken to me about the feat at Vaux, but he never said a word about it." "He would be sure to do so, though. You must think the king's disposition a very cruel one, Monsieur d'Herblay. It is not he who is so. He is young, and therefore his disposition is a kind one. He is young, and either he is weak or his passions are strong, and Monsieur Colbert holds his weakness and his passions in his villainous grasp. You admit that you fear him?" "I do not deny it." "In that case I am lost." "Why so?" "My only influence with the king has been through the money I commanded, and now I am a ruined man." "Not so." "What do you mean by not so? Do you know my affairs better than myself?" "That is not unlikely." "If he were to request this feat to be given, you would give it, of course. But where's the money to come from? Have you ever been in want of any? Oh, if you only knew at what a cost I procured the last supply. The next shall cost you nothing." "But who will give it to me?" "I will." "What, give me 6 millions?" "10, if necessary." "Upon my word, D'Herblay," said Fouquet, "your confidence alarms me more than the king's displeasure. Who can you possibly be, after all?" "You know me well enough, I should think." "Of course, but what is it you're aiming at?" "I wish to see upon the throne of France a king devoted to Monsieur Fouquet, and I wish Monsieur Fouquet to be devoted to me." "Oh," exclaimed Fouquet, pressing his hand, "as for being devoted to you, I am yours entirely, but believe me, my dear D'Herblay, you are deceiving yourself." "In what respect?" "The king will never become devoted to me." "I do not remember to have said that King Louis would ever become devoted to you." "Why, on the contrary, you have this moment said so." "I did not say the king, I said a king." "Is it not all the same?" "No, on the contrary, it is altogether different." "I do not understand you." "You will do so shortly, then. Suppose, for instance, the king in question were to be a very different person to Louis XIV. "Another person?" "Yes, who is indebted for everything to you." "Impossible." "His very throne, even." "You are mad, D'Herblay. There is no man living besides Louis who can sit on the throne of France. I know of none, not one." "But I know one." "Unless it be Monsieur," said Fouquet, looking at Aramis uneasily. "Yet, Monsieur—" "It is not Monsieur." "But how can it be that a prince not of the royal line, that a prince without any right? My king, or rather your king, will be everything that is necessary, be assured of that." "Be careful, Monsieur d'Herblay, you make my blood run cold and my head swim." Aramis smiled. "There is but little occasion for that," he replied. "Again, I repeat, you terrify me," said Fouquet. Aramis smiled. "You laugh," said Fouquet. "The day will come when you will laugh too, only at the present moment I must laugh alone." "But explain yourself." "When the proper time comes, I will explain all. Fear nothing, have faith in me, and doubt nothing." "The fact is, I cannot but doubt, because I do not see clearly or even at all." "That is because of your blindness, but a day will come when you will be enlightened." "Oh," said Fouquet, "how willingly would I believe." "You, without belief? You, who through my means have 10 times crossed the abyss yawning at your feet, and in which, had you been alone, you would have been irretrievably swallowed. You, without belief? You, who from Procureur General attained the rank of intendant, and from the rank of intendant that of the first minister to the crown, and who from the rank of first minister will pass to that of mayor of the palace. But no," he said, with the same unaltered smile, "no, you cannot see, and consequently cannot believe, what I tell you." And Aramis rose to withdraw. "One word more," said Fouquet. You have never yet spoken to me in this manner. You have never yet shown yourself so confident. I should rather say so daring. Because it is necessary, in order to speak confidently, to have the lips unfettered. And that is now your case? Yes. Since a very short time, then. Since yesterday only. Oh, Monsieur d'Herblay, take care, your confidence is becoming audacity. One can well be audacious when one is powerful. And you are powerful? I have already offered you 10 millions. I repeat the offer. Fouquet rose, profoundly agitated. Come, he said. Come, you spoke of overthrowing kings and replacing them by others. If indeed I am not really out of my senses, is or is it not that what you just said now? You are by no means out of your senses, for it is perfectly true. I did say all that just now. And why did you say so? Because it is easy to speak in this manner of thrones being cast down and kings being raised up, when one is, oneself, far above all kings and thrones, of this world at least. Your power is infinite, then? Cried Fouquet. I have told you so already, and I repeat it, replied Aramis, with glistening eyes and trembling lips. Fouquet threw himself back in his chair and buried his face in his hands. Aramis looked at him for a moment, as the angel of human destinies might have looked upon a simple mortal. Adieu, he said to him. Sleep undisturbed, and send your letter to La Valliere. Tomorrow we shall see each other again. Yes, tomorrow, said Fouquet, shaking his hands like a man returning to his senses. But where shall we see each other? At the King's Promenade, if you like. Agreed, and they separated. Chapter 61. The Storm. The dawn of the following day was dark and gloomy, and as everyone knew that the promenade was down in the royal program, everyone's gaze, as his eyes were open, was directed towards the sky. Just above the tops of the tree, a thick, suffocating vapor seemed to remain suspended, with barely sufficient power to rise 30 feet above the ground under the influence of the sun's rays, which was scarcely visible as a faint spot of lesser darkness through the veil of heavy mist. No dew had fallen in the morning. The turf was dried up for want of moisture, with flowers withered. The birds sang less inspiringly than usual upon the boughs, which remained motionless as the limbs of corpses. The strange, confused, and animated murmurs, which seemed born and to exist in virtue of the sun, that respiration of nature which is unceasingly heard amidst all other sounds, could not be heard now, and never had the silence been so profound. The king had noticed the cheerless aspect of the heavens as he approached the window immediately upon rising. But as all the necessary directions had been given respecting the promenade, and every preparation had been made accordingly, and as which is far more imperious than anything else, Louis relied upon his promenade to satisfy the cravings of his imagination, and we will even already say the clamorous desires of his heart. The king unhesitatingly decided that the appearance of the heavens had nothing whatever to do with the matter, that the promenade was arranged, and that, whatever the state of the weather, the promenade should take place. Besides, there are certain terrestrial sovereigns who seem to have accorded them privileged existences, and there are certain times when it might almost be supposed that the expressed wish of an earthly monarch has its influence over the divine will. It was Virgil who observed of Augustus, Nocte pluit tota redont spectacula main. Louis attended Mass as usual, but it was evident that his attention was somewhat distracted by the presence of the Creator, by the remembrance of the creature. His mind was occupied during the service in reckoning more than once the number of minutes than of seconds, which separated him from the blissful moment when the promenade would begin, that is to say, the moment when Madame would set out with her maids of honor. Besides, as a matter of course, everyone at the chateau was ignorant of the interview which had taken place between La Valliere and the king. Montalais, perhaps, with her usual chattering propensity, might have been disposed to talk about it, but Montalais on this occasion was held in check by Malicorne, who had secured fastly on her pretty lips the golden padlock of mutual interest. As for Louis, his happiness was so extreme that he had forgiven Madame, or nearly so, her little piece of malice of the previous evening. In fact, he had occasion to congratulate himself rather than to complain of it. Had it not been for her ill-natured action, he would not have received the letter from La Valliere. Had it not been for the letter, he would have had no interview. And had it not been for the interview, he would have remained undecided. His heart was filled with too much happiness for any ill feeling to remain in it, at that moment at least. Instead, therefore, of knitting his brows into a frown when he perceived his sister-in-law, Louis resolved to receive her in a more friendly and gracious manner than usual. but on one condition only, that she would be ready to set out early. Such was the nature of Louis's thoughts during the Mass, which made him, during the ceremony, forget matters which, in his character of most Christian king and the eldest son of the church, ought to have occupied his attention. He returned to the chateau, and as the promenade was fixed for midday, and it was at present just 10 o'clock, he set to work desperately with Colbert and Léon. But even while he worked, Louis went from the table to the window, inasmuch as the window looked upon Madame's pavilion. He could see Monsieur Fouquet in the courtyard, to whom the quarters, since the favour shown towards him on the previous evening, paid greater attention than ever. The king, instinctively, on noticing Fouquet, turned towards Colbert, who was smiling, and seemed full of benevolence and delight, a state of feeling which had arisen from the very moment one of his secretaries had entered and handed him a pocket-book, which he had put unopened into his pocket. But, as there was always something sinister at the bottom of any delight expressed by Colbert, Louis preferred, of the smiles of the two men, that of Fouquet. He beckoned to the superintendent to come up, and turning towards Léon and Colbert, he said, "Finish this matter, place it on my desk, and I will read it at my leisure." And he left the room. At the sign the king had made to him, Fouquet had hastened up the staircase, while Aramis, who was with the superintendent, quietly retired among the group of courtiers and disappeared without having been observed by the king. The king and Fouquet met at the top of the staircase. "Sire," said Fouquet, remarking the gracious manner in which Louis was about to receive him, "Your Majesty has overwhelmed me with kindness during the last few days. It is not a youthful monarch, but a being of a higher order who reigns over France, one whom pleasure, happiness, and love acknowledge as their master." The king colored. The compliment, although flattering, was not the less somewhat pointed. Louis conducted Fouquet to a small room that divided his study from his sleeping apartment. "Do you know why I summoned you?" said the king as he seated himself upon the edge of the window, so as not to lose anything that might be passing in the gardens which affronted the opposite entrance to Madame's pavilion. "No, sire," replied Fouquet, "but I am sure for something agreeable, if I am to judge from your Majesty's gracious smile." "You are mistaken, then." "I, sire? For I summoned you, on the contrary, to pick a quarrel with you." "With me, sire?" "Yes, and that a serious one. Your Majesty alarms me, and yet I was most confident in your justice and goodness. Do you know, I am told, Monsieur Fouquet, that you are preparing a grand fete at Vaux?" Fouquet smiled as a sick man would do at the first shiver of a fever which has left him but returns again. "And that you have not invited me," continued the king. "Sire," replied Fouquet, "I have not even thought of the fete you speak of, and it was only yesterday evening that one of my friends," Fouquet laid a stress upon the word, "was kind enough to make me think of it." "Yet I saw you yesterday evening, Monsieur Fouquet, and you said nothing to me about it." "How dared I hope that your Majesty would so greatly descend from your own exalted station as to honor my dwelling with your royal presence? Excuse me, Monsieur Fouquet, you did not speak to me about your fete." "I did not allude to the fete of your Majesty, I repeat, in the first place, because nothing had been decided with regard to it, and secondly, because I feared a refusal." "And something made you fear a refusal, Monsieur Fouquet? You see, I am determined to push you hard. The profound wish that I had was that your Majesty should accept my invitation." "Well, Monsieur Fouquet, nothing is easier. I perceive, then, our coming to an understanding. Your wish is to invite me to your fete. My own is to be present at it. Invite me and I will go." "Is it possible that your Majesty will deign to accept?" murmured the superintendent. "Why, really, monsieur," said the king, laughing, "I think I do more than accept. I rather fancy I am inviting myself." "Your Majesty overwhelms me with honor and delight," exclaimed Fouquet, "but I shall be obliged to repeat what Monsieur Vouilleville said to your ancestor, Henry IV. Domine nom sum dignus. To which I reply, Monsieur Fouquet, that if you give a fete, I will go, whether I am invited or not." "I thank your Majesty deeply," said Fouquet, as he raised his head beneath his favour, which he was convinced would be his ruin. "But how could your Majesty have been informed of it?" "By a public rumour, Monsieur Fouquet, which says such wonderful things of yourself and the marvels of your house. Would you become proud, Monsieur Fouquet, if the king were to be jealous of you?" "I should be the happiest man in the world, sire, since the very day in which your Majesty were to be jealous of Vaux, I should possess something worthy of being offered to you." "Very well, Monsieur Fouquet, prepare your fete, and open the door of your house as wide as possible. It is for your Majesty to fix the day. This day month, then. Has your Majesty any further commands?" "Nothing, Monsieur Fouquet, except from the present moment until then to have you as near me as possible." "I have the honor to form one of your Majesty's party for the promenade." "Very good indeed. I am now setting out, for there are the ladies I see who are going to start." With this remark, The king, with all the eagerness not only of a young man, but of a young man in love, withdrew from the window, in order to take his gloves and cane, which his valet held ready for him. The neighing of the horses and the crunching of the wheels on the gravel of the courtyard could be distinctly heard. The king descended the stairs, and at the moment he appeared upon the flight of steps, everyone stopped. The king walked straight up to the young queen. The queen mother, who was still suffering more than ever from the illness with which she was afflicted, did not wish to go out. Maria Theresa accompanied Madame in her carriage, and asked the king in what direction he wished the promenade to drive. The king, who had just seen La Valera, still pale from the event of the previous evening, get into a carriage with 3 of her companions, told the queen that he had no preference, and wherever she would like to go, there would he be with her. The queen then desired that the outriders should proceed in the direction of the Apremont. The outriders set off accordingly before the others. The king rode on horseback, and for a few minutes accompanied the carriage of the queen and Madame. The weather had cleared up a little, but a kind of veil of dust, like a thick gauze, was still spread over the surface of the heavens, and the sun made every atom glisten with the circuit of its rays. The heat was stifling, but as the king did not seem to pay any attention to the appearance of the heavens, no one made himself uneasy about it, and the promenade, in obedience to the orders given by the queen, took its course in the direction of Apremont. The courtiers who followed were in the very highest spirits. It was evident that everyone tried to forget and make others forget the bitter discussions of the previous evening. Madame particularly was delightful. In fact, seeing the king at the door of her carriage, as she did not suppose he would be there for the queen's sake, she hoped that her prince had returned to her. Hardly, however, had they proceeded a quarter of a mile on the road when the king, with a gracious smile, saluted them and drew up his horse, leaving the queen's carriage to pass on, then that of the principal ladies of honor, and then all the others in succession, who, seeing the king stopped, wished in their turn to stop too, but the king made a sign of them to continue their progress. When La Valera's carriage passed, the king approached it, saluted the ladies who were inside, and was preparing to accompany the carriage containing the maids of honor, in the same way he had followed that in which Madame was, when suddenly the whole file of carriages stopped. It was probably that Madame, uneasy at the king having left her, had just given directions for the performance of this maneuver, the direction in which the promenade was to take place having been left to her. The king, having sent to inquire what her object was in stopping the cavalcade, was informed in reply that she wished to walk. She most likely hoped that the king, who was following the carriages of the maids of honor on horseback, would not venture to follow the maids of honor themselves on foot. They had arrived in the middle of the forest. The promenade, in fact, was not ill-timed, especially for those who were dreamers or lovers. From the little open space where the halt had taken place, 3 beautiful long walks, shady and undulating, stretched out before them. These walks were covered with moss or with leaves that formed a carpet from the loom of nature, and each walk had its horizon in the distance, consisting about a handbreadth of sky, apparent through the interlacing of the branches of the trees. At the end of almost every walk, evidently in great tribulation and uneasiness, the startled deer were seen hurrying to and fro, first stopping for a moment in the middle of the path, and then raising their heads, they fled with the speed of an arrow, or bounded into the depths of the forest, where they disappeared from view. Now and then a rabbit of philosophical mien might be noticed quietly sitting upright, rubbing his muzzle with his forepaws, and looking about inquiringly, as though wondering whether all these people who were approaching in his direction, and who had just disturbed him in his meditations and his meal, were not followed by their dogs, or had not their guns under their arms. All alighted from their carriages as soon as they observed that the queen was doing so. Maria Theresa took the arm of one of her ladies of honor, and with a side glance toward the king, who did not perceive that he was in the slightest degree the object of the queen's attention, entered the forest by the first path before her. 2 of the outriders preceded her majesty with long poles, which they used for the purpose of putting the branches of the trees aside, or removing the bushes that might impede her progress. As soon as Madame alighted, she found the Comte de Guiche at her side, who bowed and placed himself at her disposal. Monsieur, delighted with his bath of the 2 previous days, had announced his preference for the river, and having given de Guiche leave of absence, remained at the chateau with the Chevalier de Lorraine and Manicamp. He was not in the slightest degree jealous. He had looked for no purpose among those present, but as Monsieur was a man who thought a great deal of himself and usually added very little to his general pleasure, his absence was rather a subject of satisfaction than regret. Everyone had followed the example which the queen and Madame had set, doing just as they pleased, according as chance or fancy influenced them. The king, we have already observed, remained near La Valera, and throwing himself off his horse at the moment the door of her carriage was opened, he offered her his hand to alight. Montalais and Tonnet Charente immediately drew back and kept at a distance, the former from calculated, the latter from natural motives. There was this difference, however, between the two, that the one had withdrawn from a wish to please the king, the other for a very opposite reason. During the last half hour, the weather also had undergone a change. The veil which had been spread over the sky as if driven by a blast of heated air had become massed together in the western part of the heavens, and afterwards, as if driven by a current of air from the opposite direction, was now advancing slowly and heavily towards them. The approach of the storm could be felt, but as the king did not perceive it, no one thought it proper to do so. The promenade was therefore continued. Some of the company, with minds ill at ease on the subject, raised their eyes from time to time towards the skies. Others, even more timid still, walked about without wandering too far from the carriages, where they relied upon taking shelter in case the storm burst. The greater number of these, however, observing that the king fearlessly entered the wood with La Valera, followed his majesty. The king, noticing this, took La Valera's hand and led her to a lateral forest alley, where no one this time ventured to follow him. Chapter 62. The Shower of Rain. At this moment, and in the same direction too that the king and La Valera had taken, except that they were in the wood itself instead of following the path, two men were walking together, utterly indifferent to the appearance of the heavens. Their heads were bent down in the manner of people occupied with matters of a great moment. They had not observed either De Guiche or Madame, the king or La Valera. Suddenly, something fell through the air like a colossal sheet of flame, followed by a loud but distant rumbling noise. "Ah," said one of them, raising his head, "here comes the storm. Let us reach our carriages, my dear D'Herblay." Aramis looked inquiringly at the heavens. "There is no occasion to hurry yet," he said, and then resuming the conversation, where it had doubtless been interrupted, he said, "You are observing that the letter we wrote last evening must by this time have reached its destination." "I was saying that she certainly has it." "Whom did you send it by?" "By my own servant, as I have already told you." "Did he bring back any answer?" "I have not seen him since. The young girl was probably in attendance on Madame, or was in her own dressing room, and he may have had to wait. Our time for leaving arrived, and we set off, of course. I cannot, therefore, know what is going on yonder." "Did you see the king before leaving?" "Yes." "How did he seem?" "Nothing could have passed off better or worse, according as he'd be sincere or hypocritical." "And the feat?" "Will take place in a month." "He invited himself, you say?" "With a pertinacity in which I detected Colbert's influence, but has not last night removed your illusions?" "What illusions?" "With respect to the assistance you may be able to give me under these circumstances." "No, I have passed the night riding, and all my orders are given." "Do not conceal it from yourself, D'Herblay, but the feat will cost some millions." "I will supply 6. Do you, on your side, get 2 or 3? "You are a wonderful man, my dear D'Herblay." Aramis smiled. "But," inquired Fouquet, with some remaining uneasiness, "how is it that you are now squandering millions in this manner? A few days ago, did you not pay the 50,000 francs to Baisemeaux out of your own pocket?" "Because a few days ago I was as poor as Job." "And today?" "Today I am wealthier than the king himself." "Very well," said Fouquet. "I understand men pretty well. I know you are incapable of forfeiting your word. I do not wish to wrest your secret from you, so let us talk no more of it." At this moment a dull, heavy rumbling was heard, which suddenly developed into a violent clap of thunder. Oh, said Fouquet, "I was quite right in what I said." "Come," said Aramis, "let us rejoin the carriages." "We shall not have time," said Fouquet, "for here comes the rain." In fact, as he spoke, and as if the heavens were opened, a shower of large drops of rain was suddenly heard pattering on the leaves around them. "We shall have time," said Aramis, "to reach the carriages before the foliage becomes saturated." "It would be better," said Fouquet, "to take shelter somewhere. In a grotto, for instance." "Yes, but where are we to find a grotto?" inquired Aramis. "I know one," said Fouquet, smiling, "not 10 paces from here." Then looking round him, he added, "Yes, we are quite right." "You are very fortunate to have so good a memory," said Aramis, smiling in his turn. "But are you not afraid that your coachman, finding we do not return, will suppose we have taken another road back, and that he will not follow the carriages belonging to the court?" "Oh, there is no fear of that," said Fouquet. "Whenever I place my coachman and my carriage in any particular spot, nothing but an express order from the king could stir them. And more than that, too, it seems that we are not the only ones who have come so far, for I hear footsteps and the sound of voices." As he spoke, Fouquet turned round and opened with his cane a mass of foliage which hid the path from his view. Aramis's glance, as well as his own, plunged at the same moment through the aperture he had made. A woman, said Aramis. And a man, said Fouquet. It is La Valira and the king, they both exclaimed together. Oh, said Aramis, is his majesty aware of your cavern as well? I should not be astonished if he were, for he seems to be on very good terms with the dryads of Fontainebleau. Never mind, said Fouquet. Let us get there. If he is not aware of it, we shall see what he will do when he should know it. As it has two entrances, that whilst he enters by one, we can leave by the other. Is it far? Asked Aramis, for the rain is beginning to penetrate. We are there now, said Fouquet, as he pushed aside a few branches, and an excavation in the solid rock could be observed, hitherto concealed by heaths, ivy, and a thick covert of small shrubs. Fouquet led the way, followed by Aramis, but as the latter entered the grotto, he turned round, saying, Yes, they are entering the wood, and see, they are bending their steps this way. Very well, let us make room for them, said Fouquet, smiling and pulling Aramis by the cloak, but I do not think the king knows of my grotto. Yes, said Aramis, they are looking about them, but it is only for a thicker tree. Aramis was not mistaken. The king's looks were directed upward and not around him. He held La Valira's arm within his own and held her hand in his. La Valira's feet began to sleep on the damp grass. Louis again looked round him with greater attention than before, and perceiving an enormous oak with wide-spreading branches, he hurriedly drew La Valira beneath its protecting shelter. The poor girl looked round her on all sides and seemed half afraid, half desirous of being followed. The king made her lean back against the trunk of the tree, whose vast circumference, protected by the thickness of the foliage, was as dry as if that moment the rain had not been falling in torrents. He himself remained standing before her with his head uncovered. After a few minutes, however, some drops of rain penetrated through the branches of the tree and fell on the king's forehead, who did not pay any attention to them. Oh, sire, murmured La Valira, pushing the king's hat towards him, but the king simply bowed and determinedly refused to cover his head. Now or never is the time to offer your place, said Fouquet in Aramis's ear. Now or never is the time to listen, and not lose a syllable of what they may have to say to each other, replied Aramis in Fouquet's ear. In fact, they both remained perfectly silent, and the king's voice reached them where they were. Believe me, said the king, I perceive, or rather I can imagine, your uneasiness. Believe me, I sincerely regret having isolated you from the rest of the company, and brought you, also, to a spot where you be too inconvenienced by the rain. You are wet already, and perhaps cold, too? No, sire, and yet you tremble. I am afraid, sire, that my absence may be misinterpreted, at a moment, too, when all the others are reunited. I would not hesitate to propose returning to the carriages, Mademoiselle de la Valira, but pray look and listen, and tell me if it be possible to attempt to make the slightest progress at present. In fact, the thunder was still rolling, and the rain continued to fall in torrents. Besides, continued the king, no possible interpretation can be made which would be to your discredit. Are you not with the King of France, in other words, with the first gentleman of the kingdom? Certainly, sire, replied La Valira, and it is a very distinguished honor for me. It is not, therefore, for myself that I fear any interpretations that may be made. For whom, then? For you, sire. For me, said the king, smiling. I do not understand you. Has your majesty already forgotten what took place yesterday evening in her royal highness's apartments? Oh, forget that, I beg, or allow me to remember it for no other purpose than to thank you once more for your letter, and— Sire, interrupted La Valira, the rain is falling, and your majesty's head is uncovered. I entreat you not to think of anything but yourself. Oh, I, said La Valira, smiling, I am a country girl, accustomed to roaming through the meadows of the Loire and the gardens of Blois, whatever the weather may be. And as for my clothes, she added, looking at her simple muslin dress, your majesty sees there is but little room for injury. Indeed, I have already noticed more than once that you owed nearly everything to yourself and nothing to your toilet. Your freedom from coquetry is one of your greatest charms in my eyes. Sire, do not make me out better than I am, and say merely, you cannot possibly be a coquette. Why so? Because, said La Valira, smiling, I am not rich. You admit then, said the king quickly, that you have a love for beautiful things. Sire, I only regard those things as beautiful which are within my reach, everything which is too highly placed for me. You are indifferent too? Is foreign to me as being prohibited. And I, said the king, do not find that you are at my court on the footing you should be. The services of your family have not been sufficiently brought under my notice. The advancement of your family was cruelly neglected by my uncle. On the contrary, sire, His Royal Highness the Duke of Orleans was always exceedingly kind towards Monsieur de Saint-Remy, my stepfather. The services rendered were humble, and properly speaking, our services have been adequately recognized. It is not everyone who is happy enough to find opportunities of serving his sovereign with distinction. I have no doubt at all that, if ever opportunities had been met with, my family's actions would have been as lofty as their loyalty was firm, but that happiness was never ours. In that case, Mademoiselle de la Valera, it belongs to kings to repair the want of opportunity, and most delightedly do I undertake to repair, in your instance, and with the least possible delay, the wrongs of fortune towards you. Nay, sire, cried La Valera eagerly, leave things, I beg, as they are now. Is it possible you refuse what I ought and what I wish to do for you? All I desired has been granted to me, when the honor was conferred upon me of forming one of Madame's household. But if you refuse for yourself, at least accept for your family. Your generous intentions, sire, bewilder me and make me apprehensive, for in doing for my family what your kindness urges you to do, your majesty will raise up enemies for us, and enemies for yourself too. Leave me in the ranks of middle life, sire. Of all the feelings and sentiments I experience, leave me to enjoy the pleasing instinct of disinterestedness. The sentiments you express, said the king, are indeed admirable. Quite true, murmured Aramis in Fouquet's ear, and he cannot be accustomed to them. But, replied Fouquet, suppose she were to make a similar reply to my letter. True, said Aramis. Let us not anticipate, but wait the conclusion. And then, dear Monsieur d'Herblay, added the superintendent, hardly able to appreciate the sentiments which La Valera had just expressed, it is very often sound calculation to seem disinterested with monarchs. Exactly what I was thinking this very minute, said Aramis. Let us listen. The king approached nearer to La Valera, and as the rain dripped more and more through the foliage of the oak, he held his hat over the head of the young girl, who raised her beautiful blue eyes towards the royal hat which sheltered her, and shook her head, sighing deeply as she did so. What melancholy thought, said the king, can possibly reach your heart when I place mine as a rampart before it? I will tell you, sire. I had already once before broached this question, which is so difficult for a young girl of my age to discuss, but your majesty imposed silence on me. Your majesty belongs to yourself alone. You are married, and every sentiment which would separate your majesty from the queen, in leading you to take notice of me, will be a source of profoundest sorrow for the queen. The king endeavored to interrupt the young girl, but she continued with a suppliant gesture. The Queen Maria, with an attachment which can be well understood, follows with her eyes every step of your majesty which separates you from her. Happy enough in having had her fate united to your own, she weepingly implores heaven to preserve you to her, and she is jealous of the faintest throb of your heart bestowed elsewhere. The king again seemed anxious to speak, but again La Valera ventured to prevent him. Would it not, therefore, be a most blamable action, she continued, if your majesty, a witness of this anxious and disinterested affection, gave the queen any cause for jealousy? Forgive me, sire, for the expressions I have used. I well know it is impossible, or rather, that it would be impossible, that the greatest queen of the whole world could be jealous of a poor girl like myself. But though a queen, she is still a woman, and her heart, like that of the rest of her sex, cannot close itself against the suspicions which such are as evilly disposed insinuate. For heaven's sake, sire, think no more of me. I am unworthy of your regard. Do you not know that in speaking as you have done, you changed my esteem for you into the profoundest admiration? Sire, you assume my words to be contrary to the truth. You suppose me to be better than I really am, and attach a greater merit to me than God ever intended should be the case. Spare me, sire, for did I not know that your majesty was the most generous man in your kingdom, I should believe you were jesting. You do not, I know, fear such a thing. I am quite sure of that, exclaimed Louis. I shall be obliged to believe it, if your majesty continues to hold such language towards me. I am most unhappy then, said the king, in a tone of regret, which was not assumed. I am the unhappiest prince in the Christian world, since I am powerless to induce belief in my words, and one whom I love the best in the wide world, and who almost breaks my heart by refusing to credit my regard for her. Oh, sire, said La Valera, gently putting the king aside, who had approached nearer to her, I think the storm has passed away now, and the rain has ceased. At the very moment, however, as the poor girl, fleeing as it were from her own heart, which doubtless throbbed but too well in unison with the king's, uttered these words, the storm undertook to contradict her. A dead white flash of lightning illumined the forest with a weird glare, and a peal of thunder, like a discharge of artillery, burst over their heads, as if the height of the oak that sheltered them had attracted the storm. The young girl could not repress a cry of terror. The king with one hand drew her towards his heart, and stretched the other above her head, as though to shield her from the lightning. A moment's silence ensued, as the group, delightful as everything young and loving is delightful, remained motionless, while Fouquet and Aramis contemplated in its attitudes as motionless as La Valera and the king. "Oh, sire," murmured La Valera, Do you hear?" And her head fell upon his shoulder. "Yes," said the king. "You see, the storm has not passed away." "It is a warning, sire." The king smiled. "Sire, it is the voice of heaven in anger." "Be it so," said the king. "I agree to accept that peal of thunder as a warning, and even as a menace, if in 5 minutes from the present moment it is renewed with equal violence. But if not, permit me to think that the storm is a storm simply, and nothing more." And the king at the same moment raised his head as if to interrogate the heavens, but as if the remark had been heard and accepted, during the 5 minutes which elapsed after the burst of thunder which had alarmed them, no renewed peal was heard. And when the thunder was again heard, it was passing as plainly as if during those same 5 minutes the storm put to flight had traversed the heavens with the wings of the wind. "Well, Louise," said the king in a low tone of voice, "do you still threaten me with the anger of heaven? And since you wish to regard the storm as a warning, do you still believe it bodies misfortune?" The young girl looked up and saw that while they had been talking, the rain had penetrated the foliage above them and was trickling down the king's face. "Oh, sire, sire," she exclaimed in accents of eager apprehensions, which greatly agitated the king. "Is it for me," she murmured, "that the king remains thus uncovered and exposed to the rain? What am I then?" "You are, you perceive," said the king, "the divinity who dissipates the storm and brings back fine weather." In fact, even as the king spoke, a ray of sunlight streamed through the forest and caused the raindrops which rested upon the leaves or fell vertically among the openings of the branches of the trees to glisten like diamonds. "Sire," said La Valera, almost overcome, but making a powerful effort over herself, "think of the anxieties your majesty will have to submit to on my account. At this very moment they are seeking you in every direction. The queen must be full of uneasiness. And madame, oh, madame," the young girl exclaimed with an expression almost resembling terror. This name had a certain effect upon the king. He started and disengaged himself from La Valera, whom he had till that moment held pressed against his heart. He then advanced towards the path in order to look around and returned, somewhat thoughtfully, to La Valera. "Madame, did you say?" he remarked. "Yes, madame. She too is jealous," said La Valera, with a marked tone of voice, and her eyes, so timorous in their expression, and so modestly fugitive in their glance, for a moment ventured to look inquiringly into the king's. "Still," returned Louis, making an effort over himself, "it seems to me that madame has no reason, no right to be jealous of me." "Alas," murmured La Valera. "Are you too," said the king, almost in a tone of reproach, "are you among those who think the sister has a right to be jealous of the brother?" "It is not for me, sire, to seek to penetrate your majesty's secrets." "You do believe it, then?" exclaimed the king. "I believe madame is jealous, sire," La Valera replied firmly. "Is it possible," said the king with some anxiety, "that you have perceived it, then, from her conduct towards you? Have her manners in any such way been towards you that you can attribute them to jealousy you speak of?" "Not at all, sire. I am of so little importance." "Oh, if that were really the case," exclaimed Louis violently. "Sire," interrupted the young girl, "it has ceased raining. Someone is coming, I think." And forgetful of all etiquette, she seized the king by the arm. "Well," replied the king, "let them come. Who is there who would venture to think I had done wrong in remaining alone with Mademoiselle de la Valera? For pity's sake, sire, they will think it strange to see you wet through in this manner, and that you should have run such a risk for me." "I have simply done my duty as a gentleman," said Louis, "and woe to him who may fail in his in criticizing his sovereign's conduct." In fact, at this moment, a few eager and curious faces were seen in the walk, as if engaged in a search, catching glimpses at last of the king and La Valera. They seemed to have found what they were seeking. They were some of the couriers who had been sent by the queen and madame and uncovered themselves in token of having perceived his majesty. But Louis, notwithstanding La Valera's confusion, did not quit his respectful and tender attitude. Then, when all the courtiers were assembled in the walk, when everyone had been able to perceive the extraordinary mark of deference which he had treated the young girl by remaining standing and bareheaded during the storm, he offered her his arm, led her towards the group who were waiting, recognizing by an inclination of the head the respectful salutations which were paid him on all sides, and still holding his hat in his hand, he conducted her to her carriage. And as a few sparse drops of rain continued to fall, a last adieu of the vanishing storm, the other ladies, whom respect had prevented from getting into their carriage before the king, remained altogether unprotected by hood or cloak, exposed to the rain from which the king was protecting as well as he was able the humblest among them. The queen and madame must, like the others, have witnessed this exaggerated courtesy of the king. Madame was so disconcerted at it that she touched the queen with her elbow, saying at the same time, "Look there, look there." The queen closed her eyes as if she had suddenly seized with a fainting spell. She lifted her hand to her face and entered her carriage, madame following her. The king again mounted his horse, and without showing a preference for any particular carriage, he returned to Fontainebleau, the reins hanging over his horse's neck, absorbed in thought. As soon as the crowd had disappeared and the sound of the horses and carriage grew fainter in the distance, and when they were certain, in fact, that no one could see them, Aramis and Fouquet came out of their grotto, and both of them, in silence, passed slowly on towards the walk. Aramis looked most narrowly, not only at the whole extent of the open space stretching out before him and behind him, but even into the very depth of the wood. "Monsieur Fouquet," he said, when he had quite satisfied himself that they were alone, "we must get back, at any cost, that letter you wrote to La Valera." "That will be easy enough," said Fouquet, "if my servant has not given it to her." "In any case, it must be had, do you understand?" "Yes, the king is in love with the girl, you mean?" "Deeply. And what is worse is that on her side, the girl is passionately attached to him." "As much as to say that we must change our tactics, I suppose?" "Not a doubt of it. You have no time to lose. You must see La Valera, and without thinking any more of becoming her lover, which is out of the question, you must declare yourself her most devoted friend and her most humble servant." "I will do so," replied Fouquet, and without the slightest feeling of disinclination, for she seems a good-hearted girl. "Or a very clever one," said Aramis, "but in that case, all the greater reason." Then he added, after a moment's pause, "If I am not mistaken, that girl will become the strongest passion of the king's life. Let us return to our carriage, and as fast as possible to the chateau." Chapter 63. Toby. 2 hours after the superintendent's carriage had set off at Aramis's directions, conveying them both towards Fontainebleau with the fleetness of the clouds, the last breath of the tempest was hurrying across the face of heaven. La Valera was closeted in her own apartment, with a simple muslin wrapper around her, having just finished a slight repast which was placed upon a marble table. Suddenly the door was opened, and a servant entered to announce Monsieur Fouquet, who had called to request permission to pay his respects to her. She made him repeat the message twice over, for the poor girl only knew Monsieur Fouquet by name, and could not conceive what business she could possibly have with the superintendent of finances. However, as he might represent the king, and after the conversation we have recorded it was very likely, she glanced at her mirror, drew out still more the ringlets of her hair, and desired him to be admitted. La Valera could not refrain from a certain feeling of uneasiness. A visit from the superintendent was not an ordinary event in the life of any woman attached to the court. Fouquet, so notorious for his generosity, his gallantry, and his sensitive delicacy of feeling with regard to women generally, had received more invitations than he had requested audiences. In many houses, the presence of the superintendent had been significant of fortune, in many hearts of love. Fouquet entered the apartment with a manner full of respect, presenting himself with that ease and gracefulness of manner which was the distinctive characteristic of the men of eminence of that period, and which at the present day seemed no longer to be understood, even through the interpretation of the portraits of the period in which the painter has endeavored to recall them to being. La Valera acknowledged the ceremonious salutation which Fouquet addressed to her by a gentle inclination of the head, and motioned him to a seat. But Fouquet with a bow said, "I will not sit down until you have pardoned me." "I?" asked La Valera. "Pardon what?" Fouquet fixed a most piercing look upon the young girl, and fancied he could perceive in her face nothing but the most unaffected surprise. "I observe," he said, "that you have as much generosity as intelligence, and I read in your eyes the forgiveness I solicit. A pardon pronounced by your lips is insufficient for me, and I need the forgiveness of your heart and mind." "Upon my honor, monsieur," said La Valera, "I assure you most positively I do not understand your meaning." "Again, that is a delicacy on your part which charms me," replied Fouquet, "and I see you do not wish me to blush before you." "Blush? Blush before me? Why should you blush?" "Can I have deceived myself?" said Fouquet, "and can I have been happy enough not to have offended you by my conduct towards you?" "Really, monsieur," said La Valera, shrugging her shoulders, "you speak in enigmas, and I suppose I am too ignorant to understand you." "Be it so," said Fouquet, "I will not insist. Tell me, only I entreat you, that I may rely upon your full and complete forgiveness." "I have but one reply to make to you, monsieur," said La Valera, somewhat impatiently, "and I hope that will satisfy you. If I knew the wrong you have done, I would forgive you, and I now do so with still greater reason, since I am ignorant of the wrong you allude to." Fouquet bit his lips, as Aramis would have done. "In that case," he said, "I may hope that notwithstanding what has happened, our good understanding will remain undisturbed, and that you will kindly confer the favor upon me of believing in my respectful friendship." La Valera fancied that she now began to understand, and said to herself, "I should not have believed Monsieur Fouquet so eager to seek the source of a favor so very recent. and then added aloud, "Your friendship, monsieur, you offer me your friendship. The honor, on the contrary, is mine, and I feel overpowered by it." "I am aware," replied Fouquet, "that the friendship of the master may appear more brilliant and desirable than that of the servant, but I assure you the latter will be quite as devoted, quite as faithful, and altogether disinterested." La Valera bowed, for in fact the voice of the superintendent seemed to convey both conviction and real devotion in its tone, and she held out her hand to him, saying, "I believe you." Fouquet eagerly took the hold of the young girl's hand. "You see no difficulty, therefore," he added, "in restoring to me that unhappy letter." "What letter?" inquired La Valera. Fouquet interrogated her with his most searching gaze, as he had already done before, but the same ingenious expressions, the same apparently candid look met his. "I am obliged to confess," he said after this denial, "that your heart is the most delicate in the world, and I should not feel I was a man of honor and uprightness if I were to suspect anything from a woman so generous as yourself." "Really, Monsieur Fouquet," replied La Valera, "it is with profound regret I am obliged to repeat that I absolutely understand nothing of what you refer to." "In fact, then, upon your honor, mademoiselle, you have not received any letter from me." "Upon my honor, none," replied La Valera firmly. "Very well, that is quite sufficient. Permit me, then, to renew the assurance of my utmost esteem and respect," said Fouquet. Then bowing, he left the room to seek Aramis, who was waiting for him in his own apartment, and leaving La Valera to ask herself whether the superintendent had not lost his senses. "Well," inquired Aramis, who was impatiently waiting Fouquet's return, "are you satisfied with the favorite?" "Enchanted," replied Fouquet. "She is a woman full of intelligence and fine feeling." "She did not get angry, then?" "Far from that. She did not even seem to understand." "To understand what?" "To understand that I had written to her." "She must, however, have understood you sufficiently to give the letter back to you, for I presume she returned it?" "Not at all." "At least you satisfied yourself that she had burnt it." "My dear Monsieur d'Herblay, I have been playing at cross purposes for more than an hour, and however amusing it may be, I begin to have enough of this game. So understand me thoroughly. The girl pretended not to understand what I was saying to her. She denied having received any letter. Therefore, having positively denied its receipt, she was unable either to return or burn it." Oh, said Aramis with uneasiness. "What is this you tell me?" "I say that she swore most positively she had not received any letter." "That is too much, and did you not insist?" "On the contrary, I did insist, almost impertinently even." "And she persisted in her denial?" "Unhesitatingly." "And she did not contradict herself?" "Not once." "But in that case, then, you have left our letter in her hands." "How could I do otherwise?" "Oh, it was a great mistake." "What the deuce would you have done in my place?" "One could not force her, certainly, but it is very embarrassing. Such a letter ought not to remain in existence against us." "Oh, the young girl's disposition is generosity itself. I looked at her eyes, and I can read eyes well." "You think she can be relied upon?" "From my heart, I do." "Well, I think we are mistaken." "In what way?" "I think that, in point of fact, as she herself told you, she did not receive the letter." "What do you suppose?" "I suppose that from some motive, of which we know nothing, your man did not deliver the letter to her." Fouquet rang the bell. A servant appeared. "Send Toby here," he said. A moment afterwards, a man made his appearance, with an anxious, restless look, shrewd expression of the mouth, with short arms, and his back somewhat bent. Aramis fixed a penetrating look upon him. "Will you allow me to interrogate him myself?" inquired Aramis. "Do so," said Fouquet. Aramis was about to say something to the lackey when he paused. "No," he said. "He would see that we attach too much importance to his answer. Therefore, question him yourself. I will pretend to be writing." Aramis accordingly placed himself at a table, his back turned towards the old attendant, whose every gesture and look he watched in a looking-glass opposite to him. "Come here, Toby," said Fouquet to the valet, who approached with a tolerably firm step. "How did you execute my commission?" inquired Fouquet. "In the usual way, monseigneur," replied the man. "But how? Tell me." "I succeeded in penetrating as far as Mademoiselle de la Valera's apartment, but she was at mass, and so I placed the note on her toilette table. Is that not what you told me to do?" "Precisely. And is that all?" "Absolutely all, monseigneur." "No one was there?" "No one." "Did you conceal yourself as I told you?" "Yes." "And she returned?" 10 minutes afterwards." "And no one could have taken the letter?" "No one, for no one had entered the room." "From the outside, but from the interior?" "From the place where I was secreted, I could see to the very end of the room." "Now listen to me," said Fouquet, looking fixedly at the lackey. "If this letter did not reach its proper destination, confess it, for if a mistake has been made, your head shall be the forfeit." Toby started, but immediately recovered himself. "Monseigneur," he said, I placed the letter on the very place I told you, and I ask only half an hour to prove to you that the letter is in Mademoiselle de la Valliere's hand, or to bring you back the letter itself." Aramis looked at the valet scrutinizingly. Fouquet was ready in placing confidence in people, and for 20 years this man had served him faithfully. "Go," he said, "but bring me the proof you speak of." The lackey quitted the room. "Well, what do you think of it?" inquired Fouquet of Aramis. "I think that you must, by some means or another, assure yourself of the truth, either that the letter has or has not reached La Valliere. That, in the first case, La Valliere must return it to you, or satisfy you by burning it in your presence. That, in the second, you must have the letter back again, even were it to cost you 1,000,000. Come, is that not your opinion?" "Yes, but still, my dear bishop, I believe you are exaggerating the importance of the affair." "Blind, how blind you are," murmured Aramis. "La Valliere," returned Fouquet, "whom we assume to be a schemer of the first ability, is simply nothing more than a coquette, who hopes that I shall pay my court to her, because I have already done so, and who, now that she has received a confirmation of the king's regard, hopes to keep me in leading strings with the letter. It is natural enough." Aramis shook his head. "Is not that your opinion?" replied Fouquet. "She is not a coquette," he replied. "Allow me to tell you—" "Oh, I am well enough acquainted with men who are coquettes," said Aramis. "My dear friend, it is a long time ago since I finished my education, you mean, but women are the same throughout the centuries." "True, but men change, and you at the present day are far more suspicious than you formerly were." And then, beginning to laugh, he added, "Come, if La Valliere is willing to love me only to the extent of 1/3, and the king 2/3, do you think the condition acceptable?" Aramis rose impatiently. "La Valliere," he said, "has never loved, and never will love, anyone but the king." "At all events," said Fouquet, "what would you do?" "Ask me rather what I would have done." "Well, what would you have done?" "In the first place, I should not have allowed that man to depart." "Toby?" "Yes, Toby is a traitor. Nay, I am sure of it, and I would not have let him go until he had told me the truth. There is still time. I will recall him, and do you question him in your turn." "Agreed." "But I assure you it is useless. He has been with me for 20 years, and has never made the slightest mistake, and yet," added Fouquet, laughing, "it would have been easy enough for him to have done so. Still, call him back. This morning I fancy I saw that face in earnest conversation with one of Monsieur Colbert's men." "Where was that?" "Opposite the stables." "Bah! All my people are at daggers drawn with that fellow." "I saw him, I tell you, and his face, which should have been unknown to me when he entered just now, struck me as disagreeably familiar." "Why did you not say something, then, while he was here?" "Because it is only at this very minute that my memory is clear upon the subject." "Really," said Fouquet, "you alarm me," and he again rang the bell. "Provided that it is not already too late," said Aramis. Fouquet once more rang impatiently. The valet usually in attendance appeared. "Toby," said Fouquet, "send Toby." The valet again shut the door. "You leave me at perfect liberty, I suppose?" "Entirely so." "I may employ all means, then, to ascertain the truth." "All? Intimidation, even?" "I constitute you public prosecutor in my place." They waited 10 minutes longer, but uselessly, and Fouquet, thoroughly out of patience, again rang loudly. "Toby!" he exclaimed. "Monseigneur," said the valet, "they are looking for him." "He cannot be far distant. I have not given him any commission to execute." "I will go and see Monseigneur," replied the valet, as he closed the door. Aramis, during the interview, walked impatiently, but without a syllable, up and down the cabinet. They awaited a further 10 minutes. Fouquet rang in a manner to alarm the very dead. The valet again presented himself, trembling in a way to induce a belief that he was the bearer of bad news. "Monseigneur is mistaken," he said. "Before even Fouquet could interrogate him, you must have given Toby some commission, for he has been to the stables and taken your lordship's swiftest horse and saddled it himself." "Well, and he has gone off." "Gone!" exclaimed Fouquet. "Let him be pursued, let him be captured." "Nay, nay," whispered Aramis, taking him by the hand. "Be calm, the evil is done." The valet quietly went out. "The evil is done, you say?" "No doubt, I was sure of it. And now, let us give no cause for suspicion. We must calculate the result of the blow, and ward it off if possible." "After all," said Fouquet, "the evil is not great." "You think so?" said Aramis. "Of course. Surely a man is allowed to write a love letter to a woman." "A man, certainly. A subject, no. Especially, too, when the woman in question is one with whom the king is in love." "But the king was not in love with La Valliere a week ago. He was not in love with her yesterday, and the letter is dated yesterday. I could not guess the king was in love when the king's affection was not even yet in existence." "As you please," replied Aramis, "but unfortunately the letter is not dated, and it is that circumstance particularly which annoys me." If it had only been dated yesterday, I should not have the slightest shadow of uneasiness on your account." Fouquet shrugged his shoulders. "Am I not my own master?" he said, "and is the king, then, king of my brain and of my flesh?" "You are right," replied Aramis. "Do not let us attach greater importance to matters than is necessary. And besides, well, if we are menaced, we have means of defense." "Oh, menaced," said Fouquet. "You do not place this gnat bite, as it were, among the number of menaces which may compromise my fortune and my life, do you?" "Do not forget, Monsieur Fouquet, that the bite of an insect can kill a giant if the insect be venomous." "But has this sovereign power you were speaking of already vanished?" "I am all-powerful, it is true, but I am not immortal." "Come then, the most pressing matter is to find Toby again. I suppose, is it not your opinion?" "Oh, as for that, you will not find him again," said Aramis, "and if he were of any great value to you, you must give him up for lost." "At all events, he is somewhere or another in the world," said Fouquet. "You're right. Let me act," replied Aramis. Chapter 64. Madame's Four Chances. Anne of Austria had begged the young queen to pay her a visit. For some time past, suffering most acutely, and losing both her youth and beauty with that rapidity which signalizes the decline of women for whom life has been one long contest, Anne of Austria had, in addition to her physical sufferings, to experience the bitterness of being no longer held in any esteem, except as a surviving remembrance of the past, amidst the youthful beauties, wits, and influential forces of her court. Her physician's opinions, her mirror also, grieved her far less than the inexorable warnings which the society of the quarters afforded, who, like rats in their ship, abandoned the hold into which on the very next voyage the water will infallibly penetrate, owing to the ravages of decay. Anne of Austria did not feel satisfied with the time her eldest son devoted to her. The king, a good son, more from affectation than from affection, had at first been in habit of passing an hour in the morning and one in the evening with his mother. But since he had himself undertaken the conduct of state affairs, the duration of the morning and evening visit had been reduced by one half, and then by degrees the morning visit had been suppressed altogether. They met at Mass, the evening visit was replaced by a meeting either at the King's Assembly or at Madame's, which the Queen attended obligingly enough out of regard for her two sons. The result of this was that Madame gradually acquired an immense influence over the court, which made her apartments the true royal place of meeting. This Anne of Austria perceived, knowing herself to be very ill and condemned by her sufferings to frequent retirement. She was distressed at the idea that the greater part of her future days and evenings would pass away solitary, useless, and in despondency. She recalled with terror the isolation in which Cardinal Richelieu had formerly left her, those dreaded and insupportable evenings during which, however, she had both youth and beauty, which are ever accompanied by hope to console her. She next formed the project of transporting the court to her own apartments and of attracting Madame with her brilliant escort to her gloomy and already sorrowful abode, where the widow of a king of France and the mother of a king of France was reduced to console in her artificial widowhood the weeping wife of a king of France. Anne began to reflect. She had intrigued a good deal in her life, and in good times past, when her youthful mind nursed projects that were, ultimately, invariably successful, she had had by her side, to stimulate her ambition and her love, a friend of her own sex, more eager, more ambitious than herself, a friend who had loved her, a rare circumstance at courts, and whom some petty considerations had removed from her forever. But for many years past, except Madame de Motteville and La Malena, her Spanish nurse, a confidant in her character of countrywoman and woman too, who could boast of having given good advice to the queen. Who, too, among all the youthful heads there, could recall the past for her, that past in which she alone lived? Anne of Austria remembered Madame de Chevreuse, in the first place exiled rather by her wish than the king's, and then dying in exile, the wife of a gentleman of obscure birth and position. She asked herself what Madame de Chevreuse would advise her to do in similar circumstance, in their mutual difficulties arising from their intrigues. And after serious reflection, it seemed as if the clever, subtle mind of her friend, full of experience and sound judgment, answered her in the well-remembered ironical tones. All the insignificant young people are poor and greedy of gain. They require gold and incomes to supply means of amusement. It is by interest you must gain them over. And Anne of Austria adopted this plan. Her purse was well filled, and she had at her disposal a considerable sum of money, which had been amassed by Mazarin for her, and lodged in a place of safety. She possessed the most magnificent jewels in France, and especially pearls of a size so large that they made the king sigh every time he saw them, because the pearls of his crown were like millet seed compared to them. Anne of Austria had neither beauty nor charms any longer at her disposal. She gave out, therefore, that her wealth was great, and as an inducement for others to visit her apartment, she let it be known that there were good gold crowns to be won at play, or that handsome presents were likely to be made on days when all went well with her, or windfalls in the shape of annuities, which she had wrung from the king by entreaty, and thus she determined to maintain her credit. In the first place, she tried these means upon Madame, because to gain her consent was of more importance than anything else. Madame, notwithstanding the bold confidence which her wit and beauty inspired her, blindly ran head foremost into the net thus stretched out to catch her. Enriched by degrees by these presents and transfers of property, she took a fancy to inheritances by anticipation. Anne of Austria adopted the same means towards Monsieur, and even towards the king himself. She instituted lotteries in her apartments. The day on which the present chapter opens, invitations had been issued for a late supper in the Queen Mother's apartments, as she intended that 2 beautiful diamond bracelets of exquisite workmanship should be put into a lottery. The medallions were antique cameos of the greatest value. The diamonds, in point of intrinsic value, did not represent a very considerable amount, but the originality and rarity of the workmanship were such that everyone at court not only wished to possess the bracelets, but even to see the Queen herself wear them. For on the days she wore them, it was considered as a favor to be admitted to admire them in kissing her hands. The courtiers had, even with regard to this subject, adopted various expressions of gallantry to establish the aphorism that the bracelets would have been priceless in value if they had been unfortunate enough to be placed in contact with arms as beautiful as the Queen's. This compliment had been honored by a translation into all the languages of Europe, and numerous verses in Latin and French had been circulated on the subject. The day that Anne of Austria had selected for the lottery was a decisive moment. The king had not been near his mother for a couple days. Madame, after the great scene of the dryads and naiads, was sulking by herself. It is true, the king's fit of resentment was over, but his mind was absorbingly occupied by a circumstance that raised him above the stormy disputes and giddy pleasures of the court. Anne of Austria effected a diversion by the announcement of the famous lottery to take place in her apartments on the following evening. With this object in view, she saw the young queen, whom, as we have already seen, she had invited her to pay a visit in the morning. "I have good news to tell you," she said to her. "The king has been saying the most tender things about you. He is young, you know, and easily drawn away, but so long as you keep near me, he will not venture to keep away from you, to whom, besides, he is most warmly and affectionately attached. I intend to have a lottery this evening, and shall expect to see you." "I have heard," said the young queen, with a sort of timid reproach, "that your majesty intends to put into the lottery those lovely bracelets, whose rarity is so great that we ought not to allow them to pass out of the custody of the crown, even were there no reason other than they had once belonged to you." "My daughter," said Anne of Austria, who read the young queen's thoughts and wished to console her for not having received the bracelets as a present, "it is positively necessary that I should induce Madame to pass her time in my apartments." "Madame," said the young queen, blushing, "of course, would you not prefer to have a rival near you, whom you could watch and influence, to knowing the king is with her, always as ready to flirt as to be flirted with by her? The lottery I have proposed is my means of attraction for that purpose. Do you blame me?" "Oh no," returned Maria Theresa, clapping her hands with a childlike expression of delight. "And you no longer regret, then, that I did not give you these bracelets as I first intended to?" "Oh, no, no." "Very well, make yourself look as beautiful as possible, that our supper may be very brilliant. The gayer you seem, the more charming you appear, and you will eclipse all the ladies present, as much by your brilliancy as by your rank." Maria Theresa left full of delight. An hour afterwards, Anne of Austria received a visit from Madame, whom she covered with caresses, saying, "Excellent news, the king is charmed with my lottery." "But I," replied Madame, "am not so greatly charmed. To see such beautiful bracelets on anyone's arms but yours or mine is what I cannot reconcile myself to." "Well, well," said Anne of Austria, concealing by a smile the violent pang she had just experienced, "do not look at things in the worst light immediately. Ah, Madame, fortune is blind, and I am told there are 200 tickets." "Quite as many as that, but you cannot surely forget that there can only be one winner." "No doubt, but who would that be, can you tell?" said Madame in despair. "You remind me that I had a little dream last night. My dreams are always good. I sleep so little." "What was your dream? But are you suffering?" "No," said the queen, stifling with wonderful command the torture of her renewed attack on shooting pains in her bosom. "I dreamed that the king won the bracelets." "The king?" "You were going to ask me, I think, what the king could possibly do with the bracelets." "Yes." "And you would not add, perhaps, that it would be very fortunate if the king were really to win, for he would be obliged to give the bracelets to someone else. To restore them to you, for instance." In which case, I should immediately give them away, for you do not think, I suppose, said the queen laughing, that I have put these bracelets up to a lottery from necessity. My object was to give them without arousing anyone's jealousy. But if fortune will not get me out of my difficulty, then I will teach fortune a lesson, and I know very well to whom I intend to offer the bracelets. These words were accompanied by so expressive a smile that Madame could not resist paying her a grateful kiss. But, said Anne of Austria, do you not know, as well as I do, that if the king were to win the bracelets, he would not restore them to me? You mean he would give them to the queen? No, and for the very same reason that he would not give them back to me, since if I had wished to make the queen a present of them, I had no need of him for that purpose. Madame cast a side glance upon the bracelets, which, in their casket, were dazzlingly exposed to view upon a table close behind her. How beautiful they are, she said, sighing. But stay, Madame continued, we are quite forgetting that your Majesty's dream was nothing but a dream. I should be very surprised, returned Anne of Austria, if my dream were to deceive me. That has happened to me very seldom. We may look upon you as a prophetess, then. I have already said that I dream but very rarely, but the coincidence of my dream about this matter with my own ideas is extraordinary. It agrees so wonderfully with my own views and arrangements. What arrangements do you allude to? That you will get the bracelets, for instance. In that case, it will not be the king. Oh, said Anne of Austria, there is not such a very great distance between his Majesty's heart and your own, for are you not his sister, for whom he has a great regard? There is not, I repeat, so very wide a distance that my dream can be pronounced false on that account. Come, let us reckon up the chances in its favor. I will count them. In the first place, we will begin with the dream. If the king wins, he is sure to give you the bracelets. I admit that is one. If you win them, they are yours. Naturally, they may be omitted also. Lastly, if Monsieur were to win them, oh, said Madame, laughing heartily, he would give them to the Chevalier de Lorraine. Anne of Austria laughed as heartily as her daughter-in-law, so much so, indeed, that her sufferings again returned, and made her turn suddenly pale in the very midst of her enjoyment. What is the matter? Inquired Madame, terrified. Nothing, nothing, a pain in my side. I have been laughing too much. We were at the fourth chance, I think. I cannot see a fourth. I beg your pardon. I am not excluded from the chance of winning, and if I be the winner, you are sure of me. Oh, thank you, exclaimed Madame. I hope that you look upon yourself as one whose chances are good, and that my dreams now begin to assure the solid outlines of reality. Yes, indeed, you give me both hope and confidence, said Madame, and the bracelets won in this manner will be 100 times more precious to me. Well then, goodbye until this evening, and the two princesses separated. Anne of Austria, after her daughter-in-law had left her, said to herself as she examined the bracelets, they are indeed precious, since by their means this evening I shall have won over a heart to my side, at the same time fathomed an important secret. Then turning towards the deserted recess in her room, she said, addressing vacancy, is it not thus you would have acted, my poor Chevreau? Yes, I know it is. And like a perfume or other, fairer days, her youth, her imagination, and her happiness seemed to be wafted towards the echo of this invocation. Chapter 65. The Lottery. By 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone had assembled in the Queen Mother's apartments. Anne of Austria, in full dress, beautiful still from former loveliness and from all the resources coquetry can command at the hands of clever assistants, concealed, or rather pretended to conceal, from the crowd of courtiers who surrounded her, and who still admired her thanks to the combination of circumstances which we have indicated in the preceding chapter, the ravages which were already visible of the acute suffering to which she finally yielded a few years later. Madame, almost as great a cocotte as Anne of Austria, and the queen, simple and natural as usual, were seated beside her, each contending for her good graces. The ladies of honor, united in a body in order to resist with greater effect and consequently with more success the witty and lively conversations which the young men held about them, were enabled, like a battalion formed in a square, to offer each other the means of attack and defense which were thus at their command. Montalais, learned in that species of warfare which consists of sustained skirmishing, protected the whole line by a sort of rolling fire she directed against the enemy. Saint Aignan, in utter despair at the rigor which became almost insulting from the very fact of her persisting in it, Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente tried to turn his back upon her. But overcome by the irresistible brilliancy of her eyes, he, every moment, returned to consecrate his defeat by new submissions, to which Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente did not fail to reply by fresh acts of impertinence. Saint Aignan did not know which way to turn. La Valera had about her not exactly a court, but sprinklings of courtiers. Saint Aignan, hoping by this maneuver to attract Athena's attention towards him, approached the young girl and saluted her with a respect that induced some to believe that he wished to balance Athene by Louise. But these were persons who had neither been witnesses of the scene during the shower, nor had heard of spoken of. As the majority were already informed and well informed too on the matter, the acknowledged favor with which she was guarded had attracted her to the side of the most astute, as well as the least sensible, members of the court. The former, because they said with Montaigne, "How do I know?" and the latter, who said with Rabelais, "Perhaps." The greatest number had followed in the wake of the latter, just as in hunting 5 or 6 of the best hounds alone follow the scent of the animal hunted, whilst the remainder of the pack follow only the scent of the hounds. The two queens and Madame examined with particular attention the toilettes of their ladies of honor, and they condescended to forget they were queens in recollecting that they were women. In other words, they pitilessly picked to pieces every person present who wore a petticoat. The looks of both princesses simultaneously fell upon La Valera, who, as we have just said, was completely surrounded at that moment. Madame knew not what pity was, and said to the queen mother as she turned towards her, "If fortune were just, she would favor that poor La Valera." "That is not possible," said the queen mother, smiling. "Why not?" "There are only 200 tickets, so that it was not possible to inscribe everyone's name on the list." "And hers is not there, then?" "No." "What a pity! She might have won them and sold them." "Sold them?" exclaimed the queen. "Yes, it would have been a dowry for her, and she would not have been obliged to marry without her trousseau, as will probably be the case." "Really," answered the queen mother, "poor little thing, has she no dresses then?" And she pronounced these words like a woman who has never been able to understand the inconveniences of a slenderly filled purse. "Stay, look at her. Heaven forgive me if she is not wearing the very same petticoat this evening that she had on this morning during the promenade, and which she managed to keep clean thanks to the care the king took of her in sheltering her from the rain." At the very moment Madame uttered these words, the king entered the room. The two queens would not perhaps have observed this arrival, so completely were they occupied in their ill-natured remarks, had not Madame noticed that all at once La Valera, who was standing up facing the gallery, exhibited certain signs of confusion, and then said a few words to the courtiers who surrounded her, who immediately dispersed. This movement induced Madame to look towards the door, and at that moment the captain of the guards announced the king. At this moment La Valera, who had hitherto kept her eyes fixed upon the gallery, suddenly cast them down as the king entered. His Majesty was dressed magnificently and in the most perfect taste. He was conversing with Monsieur and the Duc de Roquelaure. Monsieur on his right and the Duc de Roquelaure on his left. The king advanced, in the first place, towards the queens, to whom he bowed with an air full of graceful respect. He took his mother's hand and kissed it, addressed a few compliments to Madame upon the beauty of her toilette, and then began to make the round of the assembly. La Valera was saluted in the same manner as the others, but with neither more nor less attention. His Majesty then returned to his mother and his wife. When the courtiers noticed that the king had only addressed some ordinary remark to the young girl who had been so particularly noticed in the morning, they immediately drew their own conclusion to account for this coldness of manner. This conclusion being, that although the king may have taken a sudden fancy to her, that fancy had already disappeared. One thing, however, must be remarked, that close beside La Valera, among the number of the courtiers, Monsieur Fouquet was to be seen, and his respectfully attentive manner served to sustain the young girl in the midst of the varied emotions that visibly agitated her. Monsieur Fouquet was just on the point, moreover, of speaking in a more friendly manner with Mademoiselle de la Valera when Monsieur Colbert approached, and after having bowed to Fouquet with all the formality of respectful politeness, he seemed to take up a post beside La Valera for the purpose of entering into conversation with her. Fouquet immediately quitted his place. These proceedings were eagerly devoured by the eyes of Montalais and Malicorne, who mutually exchanged their observations on the subject. De Guiche, standing with the embrasure of one of the windows, saw no one but Madame. But as Madame on her side frequently glanced at La Valera, De Guiche's eyes, following Madame's, were from time to time cast upon the young girl. La Valera instinctively felt herself sinking beneath the weight of all these different looks, inspired, some by interest, others by envy. She had nothing to compensate her for her sufferings, not a kind word from her companions, nor a look of affection from the king. No one could possibly express the misery the poor girl was suffering. The queen mother next directed the small table to be brought forward, on which the lottery tickets were placed, 200 in number, and begged Madame de Motteville to read the list of the names. It was a matter of course that this list had been drawn out in strict accordance with the laws of etiquette. The king's name was first on the list, next the queen mother, then the queen, monsieur, madame, and so on. All hearts throbbed anxiously as the list was read out. More than 300 persons had been invited, and each of them was anxious to learn whether his or her name was to be found in the number of privileged names. The king listened with as much attention as the others, and when the last name had been pronounced, he noticed that La Valera had been omitted from the list. Everyone, of course, remarked this omission. The king flushed, as if much annoyed, but La Valera, gentle and resigned as usual, exhibited nothing of the sort. While the list was being read, the king had not taken his eyes off the young girl, who seemed to expand, as it were, beneath the happy influence she felt was shed around her, and who was delighted and too pure in spirit for any other thought than that of love to find an entrance, either to her mind or to her heart. Acknowledging this touching self-denial by the fixity of his attention, the king showed La Valera how much he appreciated its delicacy. When the list was finished, the different faces of those who had been omitted or forgotten fully expressed their disappointment. Malicorne was also left out from amongst the men, and the grimace he made plainly said to Montalais, who was also forgotten, "Cannot we contrive to arrange matters with fortune in such a manner that she shall not forget us?" To which a smile full of intelligence from Mademoiselle Aure replied, "Certainly we can." The tickets were distributed to each according to the number listed. The king received his first, next the queen mother, then monsieur, then the queen and madame, and so on. After this, Anne of Austria opened a small Spanish leather bag containing 200 numbers engraved upon small balls of mother of pearl, and presented the open sack to the youngest of her maids of honor, for the purpose of taking one of the balls out of it. The eager expectation of the throng amidst all the tediously slow preparations was rather that of cupidity than curiosity. Saint Aignan bent towards Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente to whisper to her, "Since we each have a number, let us unite our two chances. The bracelet shall be yours if I win, and if you are successful, deign to give me but one look of your beautiful eyes." "No," said Athene, "if you win, keep the bracelet. Keep it, every one for himself." "You are without pity," said Saint Aignan, "and I will punish you by a quatrain." "Beautiful Iris, to my vows you are too opposed." "Silence," said Athena, "you will prevent me hearing the winning number." "Number 1, said the young girl who had drawn the mother of pearl from the Spanish leather bag. "The king!" exclaimed the queen mother. "The king has won," repeated the queen, delightedly. "Oh, the king, your dream," said Madame joyously in the ear of Anne of Austria. The king was the only one who did not exhibit any satisfaction. He merely thanked fortune for what she had done for him, in addressing a slight salutation to the young girl who had been chosen as her proxy. Then receiving from the hands of Anne of Austria, amid the eager desire of the whole assembly, the casket enclosing the bracelets, he said, "Are these bracelets really beautiful, then?" "Look at them," said Anne of Austria, "and judge for yourself." The king looked at them and said, "Yes, indeed, an admirable medallion. What perfect finish!" Queen Maria Theresa easily saw, and that too at the very first glance, that the king would not offer the bracelets to her. But as she did not seem the least degree in the world disposed to offer them to Madame, she felt almost satisfied, or nearly so. The king sat down. The most intimate among the courtiers approached, one by one, for the purpose of admiring more closely the beautiful piece of workmanship, which soon, with the king's permission, was handed about from person to person. Immediately everyone, connoisseurs or not, uttered various exclamations of surprise and overwhelmed the king with congratulations. There was, in fact, something for everybody to admire, the brilliance for some, and the cutting for others. The ladies present visibly displayed their impatience to see such a treasure monopolized by the gentlemen. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," said the king, whom nothing escaped, "one would almost think that you wore bracelets, as the Sabinas used to do. Hand them round for a while for the inspection of the ladies, who seem to have, with far greater right, an excuse for understanding such matters." These words appeared to Madame the commencement of a decision she expected. She gathered, besides, this happy belief from the glances of the queen mother. The courtier, who held them at the moment the king made his remark, amidst the general agitation, hastened to place the bracelets in the hands of the queen, Maria Theresa, who, knowing too well, poor woman, that they were not designed for her, hardly looked at them, and almost immediately passed them on to Madame. The latter, and even more minutely, Monsieur, gave the bracelets a long look of anxious and almost covetous desire. She then handed the jewels to the ladies who were near her, pronouncing this single word, but with an accent which has worth a long phrase: "Magnificent." The ladies who had received the bracelets from Madame's hands looked at them as long as they chose to examine them, and then made them circulate by passing them on towards the right. During this time, the king was tranquilly conversing with De Guiche and Fouquet, rather passively letting them talk than himself listening. Accustomed to the set form of ordinary phrases, his ears, like that of all men who exercise an incontestable superiority over others, merely selected from the conversation held in various directions the indispensable word which requires reply. His attention, however, was now elsewhere, for it wandered as his eyes did. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente was the last of the ladies inscribed for tickets, and, as if she had ranked according to her name upon the list, she had only Montalais and La Valera near her. When the bracelets reached these two latter, no one appeared to take any further notice of them. The humble hands which for a moment touched these jewels deprived them, for the time, of their importance. A circumstance which did not, however, prevent Montalais from starting with joy, envy, and covetous desire at the sight of the beautiful stones, still more than at their magnificent workmanship. It is evident that if she were compelled to decide between the pecuniary value and the artistic beauty, Montalais would unhesitatingly have preferred diamonds to cameos, and her disinclination, therefore, to pass them on to her companion, La Valera, was very great. La Valera fixed a look almost of indifference upon the jewels. "Oh, how beautiful, how magnificent those bracelets are!" exclaimed Montalais. "And yet you did not go into ecstasies about them, Louise. You are no true woman, I am sure." "Yes, I am indeed," replied the young girl, with an accent of the most charming melancholy. "But why desire that which can never, by any possibility, be ours?" The king, his head bent forward, was listening to what Louise was saying. Hardly had the vibration of her voice passed his ear than he rose, radiant with delight, and passing across the whole assembly from the place where he stood to La Valera. "You are very mistaken, mademoiselle," he said. "You are a woman, and every woman has a right to wear jewels, which are a woman's appurtenance." "Oh, sire," said La Valera, "your majesty will not absolutely believe in my modesty." "I believe you possess every virtue, mademoiselle, frankness as well as every other. I entreat you, therefore, to say frankly what you think of these bracelets." "That they are beautiful, sire, and cannot be offered to any other than a queen." "I am delighted that such is your opinion. Mademoiselle, the bracelets are yours, and the king begs your acceptance of them." And as with a movement almost resembling terror, La Valera eagerly held out the casket to the king gently pushed back her trembling hand. A silence of astonishment, more profound than that of death, reigned in the assembly. And yet from the side where the queens were, no one had heard what he had said, nor understood what he had done. A charitable friend, however, took upon herself to spread the news. It was Tonnay-Charente, to whom Madame had made sign to reproach. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Tonnay-Charente. "How happy that La Valera is! The king has just given her the bracelets." Madame bit her lips to such a degree that the blood appeared upon the surface of the skin. The young queen looked first at La Valera and then at Madame and began to laugh. Anne of Austria rested her chin upon her beautiful white hand and remained for a long time absorbed by a presentiment that disturbed her mind, and by a terrible pang which stung her heart. De Guiche, observing Madame turn pale and guessing the cause of her change of color, abruptly quitted the assembly and disappeared. Malicorne was then able to approach Montalais very quietly, and under cover of the general din of conversation said to her, "Are, your fortune and our fortune are standing at your elbow." "Yes," was her reply, as she tenderly embraced La Valera, whom inwardly she tempted to strangle.